a top 7 furlong horse later on in his career. But these are just, they're so interesting to watch, these middle distance sprinters with their cruising speed that can carry it over a route of ground like 7 furlongs or maybe a mile if they get a chance.
And that's one of the things about Belmont Park is you have the chance to run some of those different distances like 7 furlongs. You see horses stretching out a little bit as well as cutting back.
Well, you know, even on the turf here, most of those races are one-turn races, so a lot of them are sprints. So a lot of the horses can stretch out because basically they're just running fast down the backstretch and they have the one-turn kick over to the right lead and to see if they can extend themselves, turning for home. But this was some fast horse.
Trained by Belmont. Again, Jerry Bailey in the saddles. We take a look at the field for this year's rendition of the Elusive Quality Value Proposition. 3-1 on the morning line for trainer Chad Brown. Manny Franco going to be in the saddle. And we know this about him. He's a tricky horse to ride. He has the tendency to bear out a little bit, whereas that burr on the cheek to provide a little bit more pressure for his rider to get a little bit more control. But when he's right, Rick, he really is very talented.
Yeah, and he really should be the defending champion of this race here last year. He got into a lot of trouble, probably made it all himself. But again, like you said, he's a tricky horse to ride, but the jocks obviously know him, and they know, if you see here, the jock's going left-handed, right-handed here to keep him interested. And you can see that the horse he's running, he's doing his thing, he's switching leads, but boy, he must be fun to ride.
He's an adventure, that's for sure. He won the Oyster Bay, going 7 furlongs at Belmont here last fall, and will be the favorite. You have the winner of this race from 2 years ago, actually therapist as well, Snapper Sinclair. We mentioned him making his first start back from Dubai. It's a good-sized field and a very intriguing field for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And these turf horses, they last a long time, so it's not unusual to see horses that are running in the same race over and over again in these grass races. They last a little bit longer. The races are a little bit limited for the time of year where they get to run. They usually get a little bit of time off. So you'll see horses that'll run 2 or 3 times in the same race.
And you love to see that as well. We look forward to that cast of characters coming up a little bit later on in the Elusive Quality. Here's what's on tap today, though, and it's a lot. So we hope you have your pens out. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm in Elmont, New York. Races 1 through 10 from Belmont Park. That Elusive Quality goes as the 9th. Fast conditions in Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn Park. Races 1 through 10 there, featuring the Bachelor Stakes. We also have races 1 through 10 for you at Churchill Downs. And the Roxalana will be the feature stake of the day for opening day beneath the Twin Spires. There's no better time to join Naira Bets than right now. Join today and receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at nairabets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. We'll take a look at the field for the opener at Belmont Park. We're going a mile on the main track in this $25,000 claiming race. 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races, and currently the number 6 Road to Success is currently the even money favorite on the board. But when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about jockey Jose Ortiz, who'll be aboard Majestic Tiger in the opener. Jose, the winner of last year's riding title in the spring meet at Belmont Park, and looks for a repeat this year with plenty of live mounts coming up today and throughout the meet. More on that after this.
This proven son of A.P. Indy has sired over 50 stakes winners and well over 100 stakes horses. Recent top performers include Search Results, winner of the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes and a hard-fought second in the Kentucky Oaks, plus these standout performers. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. 2-year-olds by Flatter sold up to $625,000. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
think at a yearling, you're looking for pretty much an athlete. All horses come in different shapes and sizes. You know, some are tall, some are small, but really you're looking for balance and athleticism in the horse, one that moves well and knows how to use its body. So day-to-day starts in the morning. All the yearlings are out in the field at night, so we keep them out for a majority of the day. We'll come in the morning, get all the stalls ready, and we'll bring them up right about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And they'll stay in the stall for about 5 hours. They'll get a meal first thing when they come in. If they have any blacksmith or vet work that needs to get done, it'll get done at that time. The horses get groomed and bathed at that time, and importantly, they get to rest because they're out in the field fighting and getting that competitive edge.
Two yearlings we're really excited about.
That's the Quality Road out of Lowell. He is a first foal out of Lowell who is a great racehorse for the farm, and he has been great since day one. He's a big, strong, athletic horse. Hasn't done a thing wrong since he's been over here. Moves well, got a great mind to him. Really has all the qualities that you're looking for. So he's a war front out of a mare named Queen Nefertiti. He's a really nice horse, real well balanced, got a good mind to him, very easy moving, and has everything that you're looking for in a horse at this age. My first group are now 4-year-olds. Art Collector was raised out here. He was the big one. And then the filly that won the Santa Anita Oaks, Soothsay, she was raised out here as well. She's a 3-year-old. A horse named Dynamic One that ran second in the Wood Memorial. He was raised out here. We've had a few other stakes winners as well on top of that, but those would be the main 3 so far. I've worked in every aspect of the farm, but the yearlings I kind of figured out was what I wanted to do. And out here, everybody has their own ways, and the way they do it is still pretty simplistic to keeping it pretty ordinary. Outside as much as they can, let the horses be horses.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, and our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Taking a look at the field for the opener at beautiful Belmont Park on this Saturday afternoon. Again, we'll be going a mile on the main track with this group of 6, and we kick off the early pick 5 here. Horses leaving the paddock. Currently, Rick, Road to Success to the outside is the favorite at even money, and he does have that dangerous weapon, which is early speed. Yeah,
if he gets loose on the lead here, he's going to be very tough to track down. Majestic Tiger has tactical speed. I kind of like Majestic Tiger in here if he doesn't let that horse get too far ahead of him. And I like Corkman a little bit if it sets up for a closer.
Corkman, who finished second last time out at a comparable level of competition, has been right there, and a consistent horse that really seems to look after himself, being pretty popular at the claim box too. Yeah, no doubt about it. He's been up and down the shed rows of Belmont Park lately. There he is, Corkman. He'll kick off our post parade. Jose Lascano going to be in the saddle once again. Yeah, like I said, he needs a pretty good setup here. He has tracking speed. He can be a couple of lengths back, but he really needs a solid half mile. Here's Blake B stretching out. Yeah, this horse, his last couple of, he's been running it over, in tougher competition. His last time at this level, he was second, so you can't throw him out. It's mandatory off the claim. Yeah, this horse has absolutely no speed and needs a tremendous amount of pace up front just to get a piece of it. First off the claim for Eddie Barker. Majestic Tiger, the other one you mentioned, who's interesting in this race. Yeah, and Gustavo's first time Gustavo. When Gustavo's first time out, he wins more than 1 out of every 4, so you do not throw this horse out. Jose Ortiz is in the saddle. We'll talk about him later. Here's Roman Empire, the 5. Yeah, Vargas is riding this horse, I believe, for the first time for Michelle, and she's done a great job with a limited number of horses, and you can't throw the horse out, probably good for a piece. And your 4 to 5 favorite, Road to Success, on the outside. Yeah, and this horse is coming off 2 back. He won by 16, stretching out to 1 1/8. His last race was a good race also, went a solid half mile in 46, held on for second. He finished second last time out, as mentioned, faced lesser 2 starts back with a dominating performance. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free to enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. As Road to Success, currently the favorite to the outside. We get ready to kick off the early pick 5. We welcome in the 3rd member of our team, Richard Migliori, here with us. If you might have watched yesterday and seen that we had the stakes race, the Affirmed Success. I have the trainer of Affirmed Success sitting next to me, and with us trackside, the regular rider of Affirmed Success.
I was very, very privileged and blessed that Mr. Schosberg tabbed me to ride him the last 2 years of his career, and it's a privilege and an honor that he gave me those memories. So thank you, Rick. And Affirmed Success was as honest a horse as I've ever been around in my life. 38 triple-digit buyer figures out of 42 starts. I don't think we'll ever see that again. But let's talk about some of these horses here that to me are the heart and soul of our game, these hard-knocking $25,000 claimers. The one, Corkman, he gets my check mark as far as what I'm seeing from him from a physical perspective in the paddock. Love the way he's moving on the racetrack. And, you know, you watch the races from yesterday, Acacia and Rick, it was that inside-out move that seemed to be winning. Horses that were saving ground and then tipping out once we got into the stretch and finishing well. But definitely saving ground seemed to be important. And he projects with that post position to be inside, kind of get that coveted pocket kind of trip. I agree with Rick. I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed in here, so that could be problematic, but I don't think Corkman should be too far away. Blake B, a big price horse. I like the way this horse looks. I like him stretching back out. He's always been pretty competitive when he runs at the $25,000 level. He gets Jose Gomez, whose attitude and just enthusiasm is infectious, and I think horses feed on positive energy, and I think Blake B could outrun his odds. He looks good, and he gets the hot riding apprentice. The 3, it's mandatory. First time off the claim, Eddie Barker moving up in company. This horse put on good weight. I thought he had been fairly thin the last few starts that I saw him, but he really put on some nice weight to him, but problematic. He's a deep closer in a race that doesn't seem to have a tremendous amount of speed. Signed on, but he certainly makes a nice impression. And then the outside horse, your favorite, looks fantastic. Antonio Arriaga does a great job. Horse warmed up with big enthusiasm. Gets Kendrick Carmouche, who's been on him 4 of the last 5 starts. Horse runs well for him, and he's very well posted, and he very well could play out to be the speed of the speed. He's 4 to 5. No surprise if he gets the money. That being said, I'm going with the one, Corkman, to pull that inside-out trip that was so successful yesterday.
I like it. Richie, thank you. There's a look at your favorite, though, Road to Success. Pretty sharp on the racetrack and getting that patented Kendrick Carmouche warm-up. We'll take a look at his last race from April 7th. Rick, as you mentioned, he was able to hold on for second that day. And that speed of his, how much of an advantage does that give him?
Well, look, speed is an advantage no matter what, whether you're on the turf or whether you're on the dirt or in the slop. I mean, you keep yourself out of trouble. Mm-hmm. You know, the main thing is when you have a speed horse is to try not to go too fast. But if horses are going fast but by themselves, they tend to relax. They're not using as much energy as whether they're fighting. They go a half and 45 by themselves and use less energy than if they're going 46 head and head with another horse. They're concentrating. They're using a lot of mental energy. And so having a speed horse is always an advantage.
As a trainer, do you prefer having a horse that has that natural early gate speed and can kind of get forward, or you just want one that finds the winner's circle?
Yeah, no, well, certainly you like horses that win, but no, when you come out, coming out of the gate, you want to be able to give your jock something to work with. So you want to be able to have a horse that puts themselves into position. That being said, we've been in the game long enough. We've all had horses that just don't come out of the gate really well. They get surprised by the doors opening, and that split second, we call it a hiccup. That's a length right there.
Taking a look at the number 4, Majestic Tiger, ridden by Jose Ortiz, the leading rider of last year's meet. We take a look at the Belmont Park Spring Meet standings from 2021. Jose 2 above his brother Irad Ortiz last year. Irad not back yet here in New York, so I'm sure when he does return, that'll make things interesting. We'll see Joel back for the first time today, but Jose has certainly been in a groove lately.
Yeah, no, ever since he came back here opening day and had a great day that day, and I I handed him the trophy for the Affirm Success Stakes yesterday, and just a class act. He actually has a horse of mine on his farm, Sandy's Slew, that retired. He rode him in his last start. He won a stake, and he got hurt, and he retired him down. And he and Taylor have him, and got the kids riding him, and he looks fantastic.
Yeah, I love that story.
Yeah, it's really cool. And then we're all about the aftercare thing, but just seeing one of your old horses just having the life that they gave for him, it's really tremendous. He and Taylor have done a wonderful job.
A great person and terrific rider, as well as both Richie and Rick going to the inside with the number 1 Corkman. And as Richie had alluded to yesterday, it seemed like those inside-out trips. How important is it to see your horse save ground on a track like Belmont Park? Well,
the one thing about Belmont, I think Richie will agree with this. The one thing about Belmont, with the big wide sweeping turns, saving ground isn't that much essential as it is what we used to have the inner track at Aqueduct or the inner turf. Because literally, if you watch a horse save ground on a tight turn, a track that's built like a paperclip, right? The horses that are on the rail are going straight towards the finish line. The other ones are still going at like a 45-degree angle the wrong way, and then they got to make the turn. On the big wide sweeping turns here at Belmont, it's probably not as quite as important. But that being said, it's still a matter of feet that they got to travel, and the other horses aren't.
We'll bring in Richie for this conversation. Richie, having ridden many races at Belmont Park, what are some of the tactics that you think are right to employ on this track?
Well, I think Rick makes a great point, and it is a lot more forgiving, the wider sweeping turns, the gentle turns. You're not going to kind of get the centrifugal force isn't going to take you out off the elbow turning for home. But that being said, you've got to be conscious of the fact that you're spending a lot of time on the turn at Belmont, better than a quarter of a mile on this turn. So you don't want to be wide every step of this of the turn, because you're just wider for that much longer a period of time. Years ago, when Belmont tended to be very heavy on the inside, would have many dead rails. You'd make that Belmont balcony move, and you were better off being 5 or 6 wide. Glenn Kozak and his team have done such a great job maintaining this track and keeping it pretty fair that saving ground has become much more important at Belmont over time. And, for me, I love when I see a guy save ground, save horse, and tip out after they get into the stretch. They're on the straightaway. They're not losing any ground. Pop to their right lead, and it just seems to really intensify their late kick.
Richie, thank you. Taking a look at the favorite 4-5 on Road to Success. And it is an interesting conversation with the tactics at a racetrack like this, because even in New York, we have 3 very different racetracks in play.
Yeah, you get different dirt tracks, and you have different turf tracks, and different, like Richie said, the angles, the elbow. There's no real elbow here. It's kind of like a shoulder rather than an elbow. But one thing that Richie said, Alan Jerkins used to say, save grounds, tip out at the top of the stretch. Why would you make the move on the wide of the turn? Why lose ground? And he used to get so mad. I think Richie will remember that.
We'll see if Corkman can do just that and save ground from the inside. Your favorite to the outside, though. Here's the voice of New York Racing, John and Brielle, with the call of race 1 at Belmont.
You're in the gate. And the rough. From the extreme outside, Road to Success is out for the early lead. Majestic Tiger runs in second, and then it's Blake B down at the rail, advancing from third. On the outside, Roman Empire runs in fourth, break of 2. It's Mandatory is in fifth, and another 4 lengths back to Corkman, the early trailer, in sixth as they head up the Belmont backstretch. And the odds-on favorite, Road to Success, steps away here to lead by 3. The quarter in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Majestic Tiger second by a neck. Blake B is down on the inside in third. And then it's 2 lengths. Back to Roman Empire, another 2. To It's Mandatory. And farther back is Corkman, who continues to trail. Road to Success is the leader. Road to Success by a length and a quarter. The half at 47-1. Majestic Tiger runs second. Down on the inside is Blake B next in third. And then Roman Empire. And It's Mandatory. Road to Success with a neck in front of Majestic Tiger as the 2 of them come to the top of the stretch, heads apart. Blake B now swings to the extreme outside for the run into the lane. Here is Majestic Tiger. Here is Blake B on the outside, and it is Blake B to take over the lead. Majestic Tiger is back running in second. Road to Success has dropped out of it. It is Blake B in front with a 16th to the finish. Blake B looking to pull off the upset in the Saturday opener, and he has done it. Blake B at 13-1.
A price to start off the day, Blake B. You heard Richie say he thought this horse could outrun his odds, and he did just that under hot riding apprentice Jose Gomez.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He had a perfect trip. He saved a little ground on the turn, and then he tipped out coming for home, and he had all the momentum turning for home. I thought Jose Ortiz had his horse in perfect position just off of the speed, but he chased a little bit too close and probably just couldn't hang on. And then the one horse just kind of clunked along for third and he's like a one-speed horse. But the two horses ran very impressively for Jesus Romero and hot riding Jose Gomez.
Apprentice rider Jose Gomez, who has been making a splash in New York throughout the winter and the spring and carrying on that good momentum to Belmont Park, picking up another win here with Blake B at 13-1, taking that drop down in class and sitting that proper trip. The speed horse in the favorite Road to Success, he did set the pace as we anticipated, but you could even see Rick early on in the race. Kendrick Carmouche had a pretty strong hold. He was very keen early.
Yeah, he was very keen. He was a little washy too. I mean, he had a pretty good warm up, but you know, maybe it just wasn't his day out there, and he ended up fading, I think, to
2-4-1-5, the favorite out of the Superfectas. 13-1 shot. Blake B gets the win. We'll bring you prices in a little bit. We'll talk about the road to the Kentucky Derby 1 week from today. Trainer Steve Asmussen has won just about everything there is in the sport of horse racing, except for one thing.
We bought the taproot filly out of Tisn't She Beautiful and will be trained by Todd Fletcher. Extremely athletic, a lot like him. We're excited to see him on the track.
Beautiful filly. She's out of a graded stakes mare that ran early as a 2-year-old, so I like that quite a bit out of her. This filly looks like she's going to be super early and precocious. Very good muscled filly, just a lot to like about her.
Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Race 1 at beautiful Belmont Park is in the books, and it was an upset at 13-1. Blake B with the stretch out and distance for Jesus Romero finds the winner's circle in sitting that proper trip, as Jose Gomez, apprentice rider, has continued to find himself in the winner's circle, and he's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And just been fun watching Jose Gomez progress and continually improve. And you did so well at Aqueduct. What's the adjustment been like coming over here to Belmont? Do you ride this racetrack a little bit different, being so big at 1.5 miles?
Yeah, of course. You know, like you said, it's a very big track, so you just got to know where you're at. You know, don't move too early. That's a big thing. So just try to get used to the track, yeah.
Now, Angel Cordero works with you closely. Is that something you and he had talked about?
Yeah, of course. He shows me, he knows, yeah. He told me a lot about this track. You know, it's a little different. The dirt, you know, sometimes not always as fast as Aqueduct, so, you know, just stuff like that, you know, helps me a lot.
Now, I know that there was talk, or maybe you'll go to Monmouth for the summer. You're doing so well here. I would hope that you're going to dig in and stay. Do you have any definitive plans yet?
Well, I'm just going to see how I do this here in Belmont. I'm just letting, you know, just riding the wave, really, just seeing how it goes.
Well, with that smile on your face all the time, it's infectious. You're definitely enjoying yourself. And I know you have a very big fan out there, your mom, Anna Maria. Why don't you give her a little love?
It was her birthday the other day, so happy belated birthday, Mama. I love you.
Keep up the good work. Great job.
Thank you.
Can't take the smile off this kid's face. He is so much fun to watch.
He really is, Richie. I think Jose Gomez has made fans of all of us as we've been able to watch his progression at his first win as an apprentice rider at Belmont Park. And Rick, he's an intelligent rider. He pays attention, and that's showing for somebody that obviously doesn't have as much experience as some of the others in this colony.
And he's got a great work ethic, too. You see him out there 5:30 in the morning on horses working, and he's very polite. And like you said, he's very intelligent. He's analytical. Angel has taught him almost everything that he halfway wants to teach him.
I like that.
he'll give it a little bit of time. But look at the riders that Angel's worked with Manny Franco and obviously Johnny Velasquez. You know, it's a wealth of knowledge from Angel and all the riders that I grew up with, actually. And I rode Johnny when he was a bug boy.
Yeah.
And we kind of came up together at the during the early 90s. And it's kind of like Wayne Lucas with Todd and Mark and Kieran and George, and the list goes on and on and on. Randy Bradshaw and everybody, but they listen to Angel, and it's just you just let it. It's like osmosis.
Mm-hmm. And obviously paying off on the racetrack. Angel Cordero been a terrific mentor for so many of the riders that he's had the opportunity to work with. We take a look, though, at the featured race today at Oaklawn Park, which will be the Bachelor Stakes coming up a little bit later on. Trainer Steve Asmussen with 2 chances. The 8-5 morning line favorite, Rick, is Kairama for Steve. This horse is one that's a deep closer, had a big win last time out. He's also has Cogburn, who is the controlling speed. Certainly nice to have the complementary running styles.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Cogburn looks like he's going to be going out there. He's wired the last his last 2 races, won easily. And Kairama, he is a deep closer, but if you look closely, his last race, they went the quarter in 21-2. By the half mile, he was only a length and a half back. So he has tactical speed, and he pounced on him and won by 7 last time. He's a logical favorite.
Very impressive win. You can see finishing up pretty easily under Isaac Castillo, who has picked up a lot of business for Steve Asmussen at Oaklawn Park. The son of Cairo Prince will look to get his first stakes victory as he got back on track last time out when cutting back in distance. The other one for Steve Asmussen, meanwhile, is Cogburn, who came off of a layoff from September to March last time out at Oaklawn. And we saw him running off the screen as well. Ricardo Santana will be aboard this one. Do you see that there could be a possibility that maybe he's alone on the front end in here?
Yeah, I don't see anything that can really run with him. There's a horse coming from Prairie Meadows. Down Kelly Von Hemmel has a horse that has shown early speed, got a half in 45 last time. But it just appears to me that Steve might have these guys over a barrel with this 1-2 punch.
Definitely a potent duo for Steve Asmussen in The Bachelor a little bit later. That'll go as race 9 at Oaklawn Park. 6 furlongs on the main track for the 3-year-olds, and those two certainly look very intriguing. Unified report to the inside 7-2 on the morning line. But trainer Steve Asmussen, the winningest trainer in North America, he's certainly passed every milestone. But that one thing that seems to be missing from that illustrious career is the Kentucky Derby. And as we're 1 week away, Rick, we take a look at our Derby spotlight, and Steve Asmussen has the one that is leading in the points and a huge contender. We'll take a look at the Louisiana Derby for the talented Epicenter.
He's most definitely a talented horse. If he's got another one that's got tactical speed, keeps himself out of trouble, and you know as well as I do, in a field of 20 at Churchill Downs on the first Saturday in May, you want to stay out of trouble. And this horse came back. He's won the Louisiana Derby, the Risen Star. He just got beat in the Lacombe Stakes, but he won the Gun Runner before that. This horse is a legitimate 3-year-old.
It was impressive, I think, to see how he finished up last time too, put his ears up and just coasting down to the wire. Of course, into the Kentucky Derby, it'll be the toughest task that he will have faced in his short career. He's 4 for 6 throughout. You mentioned some of his accolades, and he did get a very good trip. Of course, trip comes into the play in the Kentucky Derby, but he really hasn't done anything wrong on the road.
The horse, he's done nothing wrong. Post position is going to be key also. Right. You know, in the Derby, you're going to have 20 horses. We've had 20 horses over the last decade or so in the Derby, and then it cuts down in the Preakness. But you know, you don't want to be parked all the way on the inside, and you don't want somewhere between the 1 and the 20.
Right, right.
Every time I want the rail, I get the 10, and every time I want an outside post, we end up with the rail, but that's just the way it goes.
The racing gods are fickle, right?
Yes.
Well, we'll bring in Richie Migliore to this conversation. Richie, I know that you are a big fan of Epicenter. What have you made of him on the road to the Derby?
I'm a huge fan. I think this horse checks all the boxes. I love the fact that he possesses speed, but he showed a different dimension in the Louisiana Derby where Joel Rosario was able to take him back, sit the pocket. He showed he'll sit in behind horses. He'll take kickback. He's tactical. He's not slow. He'll put himself where he needs to be. Like Rick said, in a big field, important to get position, not get shuffled back, have to make too much body contact. And seemingly to me, he has been blossoming over the last month physically. You want a horse that continues to improve. These are young horses. 3-year-olds change a lot this time of year. I think he is just continually taking steps forward from a physical perspective. He looks fantastic, and I think he's coming into this Derby as good as anybody else, training-wise, what I'm seeing from him visually. And then that prep to win the last prep for your Kentucky Derby with your ears up and something left, that's a race to build on, not to tear you down. I think Epicenter is the goods.
Can't wait to see what Epicenter has to offer in the Derby 1 week from today. They will draw the fields on Monday for both the Derby and the Oaks. And what do you know? Steve Asmussen has a major chance in the Oaks as well with Echo Zulu. Champion 2-year-old filly, Rick, as we'll take a look at her last win in the Fairgrounds Oaks over Hidden Connection. She was just able to hold off Hidden Connection, but as you and I were discussing, that jump from 2 to 3 can really be a challenge to bring a horse back in the first start of the season.
Especially at 2 turns. You know, these horses, and they train them, you know, nobody trains better than Steve does to get these horses ready. But having a stake horse coming off a championship 2-year-old season, and you really have no choice where to run. I mean, you have to run against the best horses around in your division, and you have to be on top of your game. So the fact that she only won by a nose, that, to me, sets her up even better for her next start in the Oaks.
A gutsy effort last time out in the Fairground Oaks. Of course, that champion 2-year-old season last year, she was absolutely dominant in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies, and she's undefeated as of yet. She'll meet a couple other fillies who have done a lot of good things. You have the undefeated Kathleen O in there as well, Secret Oath for Wayne Lucas. So the water continues to get deeper, but as Richie kind of alluded to too, at this stage of the game, we're seeing so much development from these 3-year-olds.
Yeah, and look, the waters get deep. That's what happens. You know, the better you are, the tougher the races are going to be that you run in. And we've all been there with top race horses that coming off of layoffs and getting back into their Grade 1 form. Look, you're in a Grade 1 stake. So everyone else is in the Grade 1 stake for a reason. They've been invited there, or they've earned their way in, and you got to, you know, luck is involved, and training is involved, and weather is involved. You know, everything's got to line up just right.
See if the stars can align for Echo Zulu and she can keep that undefeated record as we lead into the Kentucky Oaks. Back here today at Belmont Park, we get ready for the second race. We're going 6 furlongs on the main track in a $40,000 claiming race. And Joel Rosario, he's back in town and is aboard the current favorite Aristocratic, or I should say second choice on the board right now, Aristocratic at 9 to 5. Joel Rosario, it's good to see him back. He'll be riding therapist in the Elusive Quality a little bit later on today. And he's been racking up the frequent flyer miles since we last saw him in New York.
Cyberknife, here comes Secret Oath. Cyberknife, Secret Oath is not gonna get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife!
From the outside, and here's Kaba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Kaba.
Echo Zulu, gun runners on top of the world.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Get started with a $25 free Derby bet at nairabets.com or download the app today. That's 1 week from today, so don't forget to get all locked in and have your account ready. You can also earn a $25 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Belmont Park, Churchill Downs, and Golden Gate Fields. And you can earn a $25 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Visit nairabets.com to opt in today. Continuing with our Kentucky Derby spotlight, we'll take a look at the horse that won the Holy Bull and the Florida Derby. That's White Abarrio for trainer Saffie Joseph Jr. And Rick, as we see the Derby field developing, this horse, who hasn't done anything wrong as far as the prep, seems to be kind of getting forgotten coming out of the Florida races, which, to be fair, seem like he doesn't necessarily maybe stack up with some of the other big players.
You know, but these are the type of the horses that'll sneak up on you on Derby Day. You know, this horse had his last two races have been very impressive. Tyler Gaffleon has ridden him perfectly. He timed his run just right. This is the type of horse that, like you said, he hasn't done anything wrong. So does he get lost? Yeah, he gets lost. He's probably 12-14 to 1 in the Derby. Don't be surprised.
Winner of the Florida Derby, which has been productive as far as horses going onto those Triple Crown races. You see Charge It for Todd Pletcher behind him, very green in just his second start, or third start, I should say, that day. And Simplification out of the Florida Derby, who could be a little bit of a player too for Antonio Sano. But White Abarrio for Saffie Joseph Jr., who's Martin, as you were commenting, has certainly come along. And an interesting horse going onto the Derby. He's one, I've seen him all winter. He's like totally unfazed by everything, which is a good quality for Kentucky Derby.
Well, you know doubt about it. There's a lot going on that day.
Taking a look at the second here for Belmont Park. There's a look at the field, and Happy Farm currently the number 4. First off the claim for Antonio Arriaga, as he has the favorite once again here with Jose Ortiz, another horse that's been very popular at the claim box. He will rematch with Aristocratic as they met back on February 27th.
He had a little bit of a tough trip here, and Aristocratic won the race, but he had a little bit of an issue down the backside, and he kind of lost a little bit of position. He fought back hard to get third, beaten only a half a length here, and he was closing really well, as you can see here. So, yeah, I mean, he's got tactical speed. Another one with tactical speed. Aristocratic's the main speed of the race. After the first race, it's kind of hard to say. Maybe speed's not going to be dynamic today.
The speed of Aristocratic certainly intriguing as Charlie Baker reaches out for Joel Rosario. They're 32% together on the year, and you were telling me how you had such a relationship as a trainer with a guy like Robbie Davis. And when you reach out for that particular rider, the stars line up, as we were saying.
No doubt about it. And, you know, as we've getting more information from Equibase and from the racing forum and everything like that, and you see these jockey-trainer combinations, it really is a key. And to see Rosario on for Charlie Baker, Charlie wins a lot of races, Rosario wins a lot of races. They can win this race.
They certainly can together. Mount Travers kicks off the post parade, and here is the dynamic duo of Charlie Baker and Joel Rosario with Aristocratic.
Yeah, it's a good-looking horse. Charlie does a fantastic job. He's in the barn right next to me, and his horses just look fantastic every day.
Here's the three rejected again, second off the layoff.
Yep, Linda claimed this horse 2 back and ran him in an allowance race. Didn't run a bad race in the allowance race, dropping back down into a 40 Claiborne, and looks like you can get a piece of this.
Current favorite, Happy Farm, first start since February.
First start since February. Antonio Arriaga does a great job, and his owner, Steve, is a good guy and really loves the game, and this horse has a great shot to upset.
Here's Glory Road, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, probably looking for a minor share in here, but Orlando Noda, very enthusiastic trainer, does a fantastic job.
Here is Uno, who is first off the claim.
Yeah, this horse won very easily last time for Mr. Pletcher and was claimed by Eddie Delario. If he runs back to that race, he's right in the mix, and it's hard to say. It's a big jump from 14-3 life into a 40 open.
Step up in class today as there's a look at Mount Travers. New gelding getting a big warm-up from Jose Lascano. With certain horses who tend to maybe live on their nerves a little bit more, how big is that warm-up for them prior to the race?
One thing I've found more recently in the last 5 or 6 years is the jocks would rather warm the horses up without the ponies, unless the trainer says, look, you better not. The horse may have some habits or something like that. But we used to always just warm them up with the pony, thinking that, you don't want to use up too much energy. Right. But it really does kind of get them to settle down a little bit. And one thing that I was confused about, I mean, I've been a horseman and I've ridden it a long time. They like to warm them up really fast for speed horses. I guess they loosen up the muscles, loosen up the tendons, loosen up the ligaments, so that when the gate opens that they're already in full stride.
Big warm-up on Mount Travers. I know a guy who is a fan of big warm-ups is Richie Migliori.
Yeah, I really am, and for all the reasons Rick just talked about. And also, it gets a horse to kind of expel some of that nervous energy, that pent up where they're kind of got a little anxiety. And then once you get them warmed up like that and get that kind of quick dash off and get a chance to let them settle back down, catch their breath, and I just think it really helps a horse settle in and kind of get focused. Mount Travers got that big warm-up. He really 2-minute licked off. A 2-minute lick, for people that don't know, is an eighth in about 15 seconds. He hit about a 2-minute lick there, and he's a first-time gelding. I talked to his conditioner, Mertcan Kentermasi, about the gelding, what was the thought process, and what has been the end result. And he said he just felt like the horse was underperforming. He felt like there was more there, and he really likes what he's seen from him in training since they did geld him, and he expects an improved performance today from Mount Travers. And from a physical perspective, I liked what I saw from him. Another one at 13-1, I do think will outrun his odds. The two Aristocratic, kind of the opposite kind of warm-up, stayed with the pony, jogged off a long way. He's a horse with a lot of natural speed, does have a little bit of a wind issue. At times you can hear him actually make a little bit of a noise, and that's something that they've battled with him throughout his career. Whoever was training him, seems like Charlie Baker's gotten a really good handle on it, and this horse is in really good form and projects to be the main speed here for sure. The 3-horse rejected again. Ultimately, I think I'm going to land here. I love what I saw from him. I think for a thick, solidly muscled horse. Probably needed the last race. Could take a big step forward off of that. I don't think he's the kind of horse you could train into fitness. Probably the race will move him forward. And I love the warm-up he got under Eric Cancel and really kind of won me over in the warm-up. And the 4 Happy Farm, we talked about it before. Antonio Arriaga does a great job. His horses look great, and Happy Farm looks great. But he's also going to be the one that has to engage Aristocrat at some point, and maybe that'll turn out to be both of their undoing.
Richie, thank you. There's a look at Happy Farm touting himself out there on the racetrack under Jose Ortiz. Those tactics that Richie mentioned, Rick, with Aristocratic likely setting the pace. What does Jose have to do on Happy Farm to have him in the right spot?
Oh, I think you just can't let him get away. You know, just put him in kind of like the way he rode the first race. It didn't work for either one of those 2 horses because the horse came from off the pace to get both of them. But I think, you know, obviously this horse has tactical speed. He'll sit a length off it, maybe a length and a half off it, but just don't let that horse get away and try not to get covered up and caught up. One thing that Richie mentioned about Rejected again, obviously it's hockey season, and I do know that the Winning Move stable are very, very enthusiastic Ranger fans, as is Richie Migliori and myself.
I like that. Well, we have some hockey pucks up here on the desk keeping our papers down, though it's not too windy today. Sometimes it can be a little bit of a wind tunnel up here on the 3rd floor, and they serve as good paperweights as well. Yeah,
I think we just walked over to USB Arena and got us some hockey pucks to keep as paperweights.
Souvenirs we didn't know we needed to know.
How about that?
Happy Farm, heavy favorite now as we get ready to kick off today's early pick 4 at Belmont Park. Just a couple of horses really taking most of the money here, Rick, the 2 and the 4. Yep. But as we kind of looked through, you know, some of the others seem to be kind of fringe players, so to speak. But Richie mentioning a horse like Rejected Again who could potentially outrun his odds. Yes, it was an off-the-turf race last time, but he faced much tougher in that most recent start.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and it's you know, dropping down from an allowance race, even though, like you said, it was off the turf, coming down into an open 40. Eric Cancel's having a great year. He knows this horse very well. Glory Road's not a throwout either. This horse has bounced around a little bit, bounced around the backside. He's competitive at just about every level, and his numbers are not far off the favorites. So this horse at a price certainly is worth a shot.
You've seen some of the top claiming outfits with this horse, Glory Road. I love these kinds of horses that are popular at the claim box, and they really seem to look after themselves from race to race. They're just so solid and consistent no matter who has them. Yeah, and you know, he probably doesn't. He probably isn't going to be in part of the early mix. He comes from off the pace even at longer distances. So at this distance, this horse is going to have, you know, a lot of things happen up front so that he can sweep and make a big late move. There is a look at the number 1 Mount Travers. We heard some insight from Richie from trainer Murtkan Kantermasi, who had a win on yesterday's card, as to why they gelded this horse. And quickly, for those who may not be familiar, how can gelding kind of help with some of the focus and help a horse move forward? You know, it's interesting because it took a long time for this horse to get gelded. He's a 6-year-old, and most of these horses, if they're running as geldings, usually were gelded earlier on in their 3 or 4-year-old year. But listen, Metcalf, I know him very well. The whole family are great horse people. The 2 horses having a little trouble getting in there. And if he just thinks the horse is maybe lollygagging a little bit and just not paying attention later on in his races, why not? Also, if the horse is going to be an aftercare horse, have a second career, that's necessary. Absolutely. Perfect to do it now versus once they're done racing. We'll see if that helps for Mount Travers as they load in for the 2nd at Belmont Park. We send it up to track announcer John Imbrell, standing by with the call.
In the gate. And the rough. It is Happy Farm and Aristocratic. Aristocratic on the inside takes the lead from Happy Farm. And the front 2 quickly have opened up 4.5 lengths. On Glory Road, who's running in 3rd. Uno's on the outside. Mount Travers is down at the rail. Rejected Again is the trailer in 6th. Aristocratic by 3/4 of a length Happy Farm on the outside. In second, now it's a half dozen lengths. Back to Glory Road and Mount Travers through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds as they race midway around the far turn. Aristocratic holding on to the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Happy Farm on the outside in second. 6 lengths. Back to Glory Road next in third. Another 2.5 to Mount Travers. Farther back, Rejected again. And the trailer now is Uno. The field is at the top of the stretch. The half won in 45 and 2. It is Aristocratic who has the lead here with Happy Farm on the outside. And Glory Road is now joining the front two. So it's 3 of them across the track as they come down for the 16th pole. Here comes Glory Road to take over the lead. And Glory Road draws away in deep stretch. Glory Road the winner. Happy Farm was second. Aristocratic faded to third.
Glory Road with the win. Rick, you said don't count this horse out as we hear the jubilant cheers from the NOTA team downstairs.
That's
but
them.
Dylan Davis and Glory Road got the right trip for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Those two were banging heads pretty good, even though Jose tried to keep the 4 off the 2 down the backside so that they wouldn't engage too early. It looks like today might be one of those Belmont balcony move days. But, yeah, you can hear Orlando and his team down there just whooping it up. They're having a great time, and they did that yesterday, too.
Yeah, with another win here with Glory Road. First off the claim, cutting back in distance. And we saw it right from the break, too. The 4 Happy Farm actually outbroke the 2 Aristocratic, who looked to be the main speed. It seemed Jose Ortiz on Happy Farm was keen to be up there in the fray.
Yeah, I don't know if the 2 was a little off balance when they broke from the doors, but he broke from the gate, but he didn't come out quite as fast as he usually does, but then gained the lead, and then the 4 tracked him. But looked to me like the 5 was in perfect position. Dylan's having a great meet and a great year and a great guy.
Absolutely. Dylan Davis with another victory. Glory Road with the win. 5-4-2-1 in the second at Belmont Park. We turn the page and get ready to start the live racing at Oaklawn Park. Kicking things off with the first race, 6 furlongs on the main track, a $16,000 claiming race, 3-year-olds and upward who have never won 2 races. There's a look at the field. Here's our post-parade Rick, starting off with a Steve Asmussen runner appraisal.
Yeah, this horse definitely has a good shot. He's, interestingly enough, the horse has run 13 times, never broke from the rail. That being said, I'm sure he's well schooled. He's had a couple of shots from the 3-hole, but never had the rail before.
We'll see. Always an adventurous location. Here's the 2 Outcome cutting back.
Yeah, I like this horse. This horse has stalking position. And in this horse, these horses have limited wins, obviously, but this horse is coming off a couple of good races.
Here's Brody Boucher with a win last time out.
Yeah, coming off a maiden 10 win, logical move into the 16-2 life, probably in for a minor share.
Number 4, Graves Mill Road.
This horse has some speed, had the lead deep stretch last time, and just faded and finished second.
Number 5, Bold Minister cuts back in distance.
Yeah, it's cutting back in distance, doesn't have a whole lot of speed, probably just looking for a soft place to land here.
Start number 28 for Fun and Funny.
Yeah, 1 for 27. You don't really like a horse at 1 for 27 for the win, but I'll tell you what, the horse is very consistent, and one of these days he's going to jump up and end up in the winner's circle again.
It's been good finishing in the money. Here's the 7, Violent Pass.
Yeah, I kind of like this horse too. Another one with tactical speed, coming off a decent race, a little higher level. 2 back ran it for 12.5, 2 lifetime ran a good third. Not out of it.
And here's the 8, Bitcoin Banker.
Yeah, and it appropriately named these days with all the Bitcoin work going around. But this horse's last couple of races been beat double digits, and yeah, again, probably in for a minor share.
That's the field of the opener at Oaklawn Park as we bring in our Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens live with us at Oaklawn. Gary, nice stakes race coming up a little bit later on today at Oaklawn.
Yes, it is, Keisha. We've got a beautiful day here. It's overcast right now, a little bit of drizzle, nothing serious right now. Supposed to have a storm come in around 3:30 this afternoon. Shouldn't affect the racetrack or the conditions for a feature race today. Kairama, Steve Asmussen had put him on sort of what looked like a possible Derby trail. He ran him in the Smarty Jones, then ran him back in the Rebel Stakes to no avail. They shortened him back up, and man, what a performance he put on, shortening up to the 6 furlong distance. ran 110 and 2 that day, 110 flat, excuse me, ran off the TV screen. Under Joel Rosario, winning with ease that day. Spectacular performance, but he's also going to face another stablemate in Cogburn for Steve Asmussen, who came off of a lengthy layoff, ran at the end of March. He was very professional, outstanding performance from him. He was even money that day. Listen, Kairama's 8-5 on the morning line, Cogburn 2-1. It'll be interesting to see who goes off favorite, but there are 6 other horses in the race that they're both going to have to contend with. It's for non-winners of a sweepstakes for 3-year-old colts. Back to you, Acacia. Look forward to this afternoon.
Couldn't agree more. Gary, thank you for that as we take a look at the field for the opener. Once again, the number 1 Appraisal is the heavy favorite for Steve Asmussen, and we see Steve with the 2 favorites in the stake a little bit later on today. He's got one of the favorites in the Kentucky Derby next week, and here he is with a horse that he claimed for 12.5 last time out.
Well, listen, I mean, when you have that many horses, you have, you know, there are different divisions and different races. But yeah, I mean, Steve's really good off the claim here, moving up a little bit in class, but it's kind of a lateral move. The 12.5s, the 16s, 2 lifetime, they're all for horses that have only won 1 race. And like I said, if this horse can come out of the gate and not get into a little bit of trouble, if it needs a perfect trip coming from down inside, this horse is probably the logical favorite.
You mentioned a couple others that could be intriguing in this race if you're looking to go against the favorite, the 7 Violent Pass, maybe the 2 Outcome, who could potentially maybe get the right trip in here.
Yeah, I do like the 2 Outcome. This horse's last couple of races have been good. Broke its maiden by 8 lengths, maiden 10, but by daylight, and then came back to run a good race against winners in a similar company here, and was claimed out of there. Randy's a top trainer down there, and he does very well. And this horse could stalk and have a perfect trip.
7-2, perhaps an upset possibility over the 7-5 favorite Appraisal from the inside as they go into the gate for the opener at Oaklawn Park. Here's track announcer Vic Stauffer with the call.
Anchor. They're at the post. They're off. Outcome broke beautifully, and so did Fun and Funny. Graves Mill Road between horses on the move, and there goes Graves Mill Road to put his head in front. Appraisal comes away running in 4th. Then comes Violent Pass and Brody Boucher, followed by Bitcoin Banker, and the trailer is Bold Minister. Graves Mill Road and Outcome, and they go quickly up the backstretch. Outcome's at the rail, Graves Mill Road just outside. They've sprinted 3 lengths clear from Fun and Funny and Appraisal, and here's Appraisal into 3rd and 4 from the front. Violent Pass has 6 lengths to make up. He's a length in front of Brody Boucher. Bold Minister is 7 behind, and the trailer is Bitcoin Banker, and the leader is Graves Mill Road, who's getting away at the top of the stretch. Graves Mill Road to the quarter pole with a 2-length lead on Outcome in 2nd. Violent Pass is moving in the pink. Then comes Fun and Funny. Appraisal is far back. He's got about 6 lengths to make up, and Graves Mill Road comes to mid-stretch with a solid lead. Graves Mill Road, 3 lengths in front. Then comes Violent Pass. Now Appraisal's moving at the rail. Could get into 2nd soon, but Graves Mill Road is clear as 16th out. He's got a 3.5 length lead from Violent Pass and Appraisal. Graves Mill Road to the wire to win. Graves Mill Road won by 3. Violent Pass was 2nd, Appraisal 3rd. Fun and Funny finished 4th.
Graves Mill Road and Martin Garcia pull the upset as this one wins first off the claim, and a nice trip.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The 1 horse had a very interesting trip.
Yeah.
Didn't break well from the rail. Kind of had good position, then lost all position. And then in the stretch, you and I looked at each other and said, he's coming on again, and here he is. Ended up 3rd. The 7 horse did run a good race. We kind of thought that the 7 had a chance. But great race for Graves Mill Road and Martin Garcia, who always does a great job.
Gets the win in the opener at Oaklawn Park. We'll bring you prices in a little bit, as well as more live racing from Belmont Park after this break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. breed shaper, Curler, the classic sire.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 at Belmont Park set up perfectly for the #5 Glory Road, as Dylan Davis had this son of commissioner in the catbird seat, so to speak, Rick.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He was working hard at the 5/16 pole to keep him in that position. And then once he tipped out and got to the outside, right here about the 8th pole, kind of looked like it was going to be all over. The top 2 horses were still beating on each other, and it set it up really good for the 5. And he kept him out away from those 2 and just rode him perfectly. It looks like his dad there.
Yeah, absolutely. As Dylan Davis comes from a true horse family, the Davis family, so talented in all different aspects of racing, but Dylan Davis having a terrific year for him. Got his first grade 1 last year and has just continued on with that strong momentum. Won the Aqueduct Winter Meet, brings home an $11 winner here.
Yeah, always great to win that winter meet. I was so proud of him, and his dad was so proud of him.
Yeah.
It's just a great family man. You know, it's just really was. It's exciting to see that next generation.
He's continued on with a lot of strong momentum here in New York. We take a look at the 3rd race, a mile on the main track, $10,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward. There is a look at the field. As trainer Rob Atras has the 5-2 shot Musical America coming up in this next race, and the Atras name has become a bit more of a household name here on the NYRA circuit. But one thing that we've learned is behind the scenes, Rob Atras and his wife Brittany are all about the horses.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, perfect. Growing up, really, it's all I ever wanted to do was be at the racetrack. Kind of like a sponge. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time. I didn't know if I'd be able to get the opportunity to be a trainer. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time.
I actually was working for his vet. I met him on my very first day on the job. He had zero interest in talking to me. So of course I was interested. We've been together ever since.
She does everything. You know, she helps me out with, you know, the training to, you know, payroll, books, all that kind of stuff. So she definitely couldn't do without her.
I really like spending all day with him, which is pretty great. Yeah.
These two
He's very intellectual, but also very hands-on. He tries to tailor each horse's training to the individuals very much, especially since we have everything from bottom claimers to like Maracuja. She is a monster, I'm telling you. In her stall, she's like a quiet little lamb. She's so sweet. She comes out of the stall and she's like, I'm big and I am in charge and I'm going to run you over.
And they're off in the 105th running of the Coaching Club American Oaks. And Maracuja is out going for the lead.
You know, so many things have to go right to even make a race, never mind win a race. So every week she just, you know, she was showing us that she was going to give us a good effort.
And it is Malathot in front here by a half length. Maracuja right there in second.
We gave her a little vacation in between the Kentucky Oaks and the CCA Oaks. She had like a minor setback, and that's why we missed the Mother Goose, and it actually worked perfect for her. She came back from the farm. She was 2 weeks on the farm. She came back ready.
And Maracuja is now making her move on the outside, so it's 3 of them across.
We're coming down the stretch, and I'm like, okay, we're going to be third. All right, that's great. And I'm like, okay, maybe we're going to be second. And then it was like, oh my God.
Maracuja on the outside, now a furlong to the finish in the Coaching Club American Oaks. It is Malathot. Here's a new challenge from Maracuja on the outside. Malathot and Maracuja, they will battle on to the finish in a terrific rendition here, and it looked like Maracuja got it.
She needed every ounce of the ground to get there, you know.
It was just amazing to see what we thought she was, realized.
You know, just have everything come together. It doesn't happen all the time. To happen in such a big race and to win that race just means a lot. It definitely gives you, you know, confidence going forward.
I would love to have some more nice young horses. When we first started, we had 7 horses. All of them are claiming horses. And we've been lucky enough to, with our success, we've received some good horses too.
When we started out, we were just happy to win races and you know, just to be here and survive. And we've grown in stable size, but you know, we've tried to do more quality over quantity. Try to lead over a contender every time is basically our goal.
And there's Rob Atras in his New York Yankees cap, as you can usually find him. And Rob and Brittany Atras, Rick, have just continued to find the winner's circle here on the NYRA circuit, as you heard Brittany mention, with claiming horses, finding the right spots for them, or if it's the likes of their Grade 1 winner, Maracuja.
Yeah, they really do a great job, and it's good to see a couple like that spend most of the time together at the barn, go home together, and come back at 4 in the morning the next day and do it all again. They do a fantastic job. Their percentage is outstanding, and you know, like when they win a Grade 1 stake like that, I mean, it's just the icing on the cake with an operation that's just getting started. He learned really well from Mr. Didorio, and obviously knows the claiming game really well. He's got a great sharp eye, and Brittany, like Rob said, does everything.
She does. She is a powerhouse, that's for sure. And there's Rob as he has Musical America coming up in this next race at Belmont Park. We'll talk more about that, Son of Malibu Moon, and the rest of this third race field after this break on America's Day at the Races.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you with us as we're moving along on this Saturday afternoon. And our next order of business is the third race at Belmont Park. Taking a look at the field here. Favorite is currently to the outside in Flowers for Lisa. We've been singing the praises of Jose Gomez, Rick, and this is an apprentice rider who had a different type of trip with Flowers for Lisa last time, a horse that typically runs his best races on the lead. And Jose last time took him off the pace, and it paid dividends.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Had him in, but a good stalking position. Just had the horse in good position. And I don't know whether it was that tactic or whether they decided before or during the race that they were going to change tactics. But he's just a cognizant rider. He knows where he is and knows the pace. And they went 46-2, you know, going long. So he had the horse in a perfect position.
Saved ground as long as he could. It tipped out in a huge step forward for Flowers for Lisa for trainer Jeffrey Engelhardt. Can he repeat that performance now? That's the big question.
Well, you know, dropping down to 10 off the win, you know, it's kind of, again, it's like a lateral move. The 10s and the 12s are kind of the same horses, but it's a smart move, and Jeff's a really sharp trainer.
Here's the post parade, starting things off with the long shot Blood Moon.
Yeah, this horse is coming off of basically the same race last time. Got beat a ways. Maybe can move up for a minor share.
Looking at the number 3 Musical America for Rob Atras.
Yeah, look, horse is coming off a very short notice. Ran on the 24th of April, and is stretching out in distance. Has a shot, but I went against him.
Some questions in here. Here's Even Thunder.
Yeah, even Thunder's dropping down into a spot where he belongs, coming from Maryland. Sharp trainer Michael Gorham always does a good job when he comes here to New York.
Blinkers go back on the number 5 Playwright.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to find out what's going on with this horse with the blinkers on, blinkers off, and you know, the horse did with the blinkers on 3 or 4 back, so they're taking a shot.
Here's the number 6, Irad Ortiz aboard Magnetron.
Yeah, for a very hot trainer, Rob Falcone, who does a really, really good job. He's already won a race here at the meet, and this horse is running back to the conditions that he claimed him out of.
And last out winner, Flowers for Lisa.
Yeah, again, with Jose Gomez, a sharp rider. He knows the horse very well. Obviously, the horse is a little more diverse than you would think, but we can come off the pace. If the pace is quick, and if the pace is slow, he'll probably be right up there.
Well, for more on this field as they hit the track, let's go trackside check-in with Richard McLeroy.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Let's go right to the outside to the 9-year-old Flowers for Lisa, coming off a win where he rallied from off the pace. This 15-time winner at 9 years old was absolutely wild in the paddock. He was spooking from stuff. He was rearing up. He got away from the groom at one point. It was a real nice catch by somebody from Jeffrey Engelhardt's barn to get him, contain him. He settled down a lot here, but I can't get over how sharp he is. Last time I kind of questioned maybe if his enthusiasm for the game might have been waning a little bit, and then he delivered a huge performance from off the pace. And watching how he's acting and the way he's galloping off now under Jose Gomez with the pony, I think I was mistaken to question his enthusiasm for the game. And his coat is resplendent. He's dappled out. At 9 years old, he still looks like he's enjoying the game. So I was mistaken last time. Let's talk about the 6 Magnetron. Irad Ortiz aboard. Horse looks fantastic. He will be my top selection. I think Rob Falcone's got this horse as good as hands can make him. But let's talk a little bit about Irad Ortiz Jr. and the journey here. He was at Churchill Downs this morning to work Mo Donegal, his Kentucky Derby mount, for trainer Todd Pletcher. The horse went terrific. Talked to Irad about that. You know, 48 and change, 101, out 3/4 in about 14. He couldn't have been happier with him. But with the assistance of Walter Johnson, who has been a godsend to jockeys for probably as long as I can remember, 35, 40 years, getting riders to where they have to be to fulfill assignments, he was able to get a flight out, get to Kennedy, get back here in time to, you know, honor his commitments. And his enthusiasm never wanes, Irad, but let's give a big assist to Walter Johnson for getting him here after working his Derby horse.
Well, we're glad to see him here, that's for sure. Richie, thank you. And yeah, Rick, these riders, especially this time of year, you see them traveling all over the country, all over the world, and going to Kentucky to work his Derby mount this morning, come here to ride races in New York. It takes a lot out of any person traveling, and you have to be able to perform physically and mentally at a high level.
Yeah, sure. And Stretch has been there for everybody for as long as I've been here. And it's great to see Irad back in the saddle. The one thing I have against this horse is he's run 46 times. He's got 4 wins, but he's got 12 seconds.
Yeah.
So he might want to be the bridesmaid a little bit more than some of the other horses here, like Even Thunder's won 10 out of 49. But, you know, it is Irad, and maybe he'll change his mind a little bit. He did win 2 back.
Speaking of the number 4, Even Thunder, he ran for 12.5 at Laurel Park 2 starts back. And we'll take a look at that performance where he won it 28-1. He was a big price that day. Even Thunder was. Trevor McCarthy going to be aboard as he comes here to New York. And it does seem like trying to transfer that form from the Mid-Atlantic coming here to this level is the spot that suits him.
Yeah, they definitely have him in the right spot to try and tackle the New York tall buildings. But like I said, Michael comes to New York quite a bit. He runs a lot in Saratoga, and he always does a good job. And, you know, sometimes it's hard to handicap these horses from Maryland. But if you know the connections and you know that they know what they're doing, they're not coming up here just for 4th or 5th money. They're up here to try and win this thing.
And you would think, too, you know, each horsemen, the trainers, have a condition book. You have the types of races available for you in Maryland, the types of the races available in New York, and sometimes you have to search a little bit for a spot that suits your horse best.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm one that usually likes to stay here in New York.
Right.
I have mostly New York breds in my barn, but there comes a time where, you know, you may look in your condition book and you're 3, 4, 5 weeks away and you can't find a spot. So, you know, to ship down then, and you got to ask permission to do it here in New York, and I understand that. But if you can't get a race to go here in New York, or there isn't a race, then, you know, then there might be a race down at Laurel or Parks or whatever. But it's a whole different atmosphere. You're shipping into a different place, and it's a different surface and different riders and things like that. So you're taking, plus the shipping.
Right.
You know, the horse has to be able to take, and most of them do. Most of them are fine shippers, and they usually run well off the van. But it's another variable.
And New York racing is so competitive here, too. And sometimes it is tough to gauge how that form from other tracks will stack up coming here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But like I said, he's coming off a win for 12.5.
Right.
Basically the same type of race, but when he entered in a race here for 10,000 up here in New York. Purse is a little bit better up here for 10 than it was for 12.5 down there, so I don't blame him for taking a shot here. And he certainly engaged a top rider with Trevor McCarthy, who's won races for me over the winter time here, and he's just a gentleman and a top rider, and he certainly knows those Maryland guys too.
Yeah, he certainly does, where he got his start and was dominant there in the Mid-Atlantic, taking his tack here to New York. Always a tall order, and he has more than made a name for himself riding here in New York. It's been fun to follow his progression as well. Favoritism shifting over to the number 7, Flowers for Lisa, once again 9-5 on this horse. And that versatility that you alluded to, I think, is a real benefit for him. Also, he's drawn to the outside. Do you think that gives Jose Gomez more opportunities to see how that pace is going to shake out?
Yeah, no doubt. When you're outside in a field like this, you know, especially at Belmont Park, you have a little bit of time to see what the inside horses are doing. Maybe a main speed horse inside you has one of those hiccups and doesn't come out of the gate real good, and you can find yourself on a clear, easy lead. Or maybe 2 horses break from the 1 and the 2 hole, and they want to go out there and battle it out early, and you have the opportunity to. It's a big, wide racetrack. You can stalk on the outside in the clear without dirt in your face, and then you have plenty of time, and then that wide sweeping turn.
Plenty of opportunities for Jose Gomez aboard Flowers for Lisa. And I have to say, I agree with Richie. I mean, last year, it kind of seemed his coat was dry. He just looked a little bit dull. He looked like he wasn't really into it. Yeah. He looks the best that he's looked in a while. And it's kind of cool as a 9-year-old to see him really coming back and flourishing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, Richie and I talk about a firm success at 9 years old and being able to get some time off, and then he'd turn it around and jump up and run good in those races at Aqueduct. But, you know, sometimes, you know, maybe just a change of venue. You know, everyone thinks it's a big secret in the claiming game and things like that. Sometimes the horse just goes in and it just sparks their interest, you know. They're just something new, different surroundings. It just sparks them up.
Into the gate they go. Flowers for Lisa, the favorite. Here's race 3 at Belmont Park. We'll send it up. to John and Brielle.
Race 3. And the rough. Flowers for Lisa breaks well, goes right out for the early lead. Musical America now quickly moves up to challenge. Musical America has taken the lead from Flowers for Lisa. Blood Moon is down at the rail. In between horses, Even Thunder, Magnetron's on the outside, and Playwright trails the field in 6th. Musical America in front here by a length and a half, with Flowers for Lisa in pursuit in 2nd through a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Then it's the trio of Magnetron, Even Thunder, Blood Moon at the rail, and Playwright is at the back. Musical America has the lead here by 2 lengths, now by 2.5. Flowers for Lisa continues to give chase in 2nd, with Magnetron up into 3rd. The half mile was 46 and 4/5 seconds as they race around the far turn. Musical America with the lead. Magnetron on the outside of Flowers for Lisa. They are right together, 2nd and 3rd, and it's 5 lengths back to Blood Moon and Even Thunder, and way back is Playwright. It is Musical America, the one to catch, as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:11 and 3. Musical America with the lead in the stretch. The lead is 4 lengths. Flowers for Lisa in 2nd. Magnetron has dropped out of it. It is Musical America with the lead by 3. Flowers for Lisa driving on the outside. Musical America trying to hold off the late charge of Flowers for Lisa. Musical America, Flowers for Lisa. Musical America holds on by a half length. Flowers for Lisa was 2nd. Blood Moon came on to get 3rd.
Musical America able to hold off the late run from Flowers for Lisa. As you looked at me shortly after the gate opened, you said Kendrick doesn't take back very much, does he?
No, Kendrick likes to stay clean, but it was a good tactic here. But isn't it great? There's 17 years between those two horses.
That's amazing.
You had an 8-year-old and a 9-year-old putting on a great show like this. Jose rode a great race. He unfortunately got engaged by another horse at the quarter pole. Might have taken a little bit of the sting out of him, but he makes a great run to make a great horse race. We did a feature on Rob Atras and his wife Brittany, and there they did. They're in the winner's circle.
Yeah,
How
they
about
should
that?
be sure to give us some credit every
Yes.
time we play the
Yes.
feature. Rob seems to find the winner's circle, but owned by Michael Dubb. Musical America on the quick turnaround, stretching back out and gets the pace set up today, able to hold off Flowers for Lisa, who made it exciting coming down to the wire. Musical America, the winner, will bring you prices in a little bit. We'll also talk more about some of the connections at Oaklawn Park. He brought us Whitmore. Ron Moquette certainly knows his way to the Oaklawn Park winner's circle, and it truly is home for Ron.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Got Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we are getting ready for race 2 at Oaklawn Park for the Arkansas Breds. This maiden claiming coming up next. Everyone looking for the first win of their career, and we will start off the post parade with a first-time starter, Royal DD.
And these are all Arkansas breds, maiden claiming 16,000, so they're all looking to get in that winner's circle for the first time. This horse will be running on Lasix for the first time.
Here's the 2, Tapped Out.
This horse ran a decent race last time. Laid second the whole way, ended up third, but didn't run a bad race, didn't give it up. 6 furlongs. You know, this horse started out running longer, so 6 furlongs might be too short.
Here's Cybertown, the 3.
Yeah, and this horse, again, these horses have run some good races. Men last time ran for 12.5, ran third. Not out of it, though.
Here's Peripatetic.
Yeah, this horse, he hasn't really shown too much. Probably looking for a soft spot here. Ran for maiden 12.5, finished 7th. Probably looking for a minor share here.
More Than Amazing. The 5 went by. Here's the 6, Concoction.
Yeah, this is Ron Moquette's horse. Ron's having a great meet down there. Good guy, works really hard. I saw him down at Ocala last week, and we'll root for him here.
Here's the 7, Max's Heart. Tepid favorite at 3-1.
Yeah, coming off a good second, had the lead in deep stretch and just gave it up a little bit, but it had 3 seconds and 6 starts, so I would say that this horse is a deserving favorite.
3-1 on that one right now. Big price other times going by. Here's another long shot, Young O'Dane.
Yeah, this horse has shown some high speed and opened up on the field last time in the slop and ended up chucking it late in the game and ended up 6th.
Boston Wally is lightly raced.
Yeah, this horse run one time, 57-1 last time out, dropping down from cutting in half from 30 to 16.
Here's Risky Situation who went by, and the 12, Kiss of the Nile.
Yeah, Kiss of the Nile has run a couple of good races, run third twice, and you know, looks like it's right in the right spot. Used to be trained by Wayne Lucas, now trained by Brian Calloway.
That's the field for the 2nd at Oaklawn Park. Tepid favorite right now on the number 7, Max's Heart, as they're behind the starting gate. The 2, Tapped Out, taking some attention as well. Those 2 getting some intrigue here. We're going 6 furlongs, and the number 12, Kiss of the Nile, finished 3rd last time. He's 4-1. What kind of trip does this horse need to work out sprinting at Oaklawn Park from that outside post?
Well, I mean, you got to have to come out of there running. But, again, the outside post gives you a chance to make a decision when you look inside to see what the other horses are doing. This horse has some decent speed, laid 4th last time, had the outside post last time, too, out of the 8 out of the 9. So, yeah, this horse certainly has a chance. And, you know, maybe a young trainer, I don't know, Brian Calloway. But the horse was trained by Wayne Lucas last time, and maybe this was looking for his first win.
The number 7, Max's Heart, has that speed and is the favorite as they go into the gate for the 2nd race at Oaklawn Park. We'll send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer for the rest of the load and call.
Tapped Out. Young O'Dane. Boston Wally. Cybertown, Risky Situation. Peripatetic. More Than Amazing. Two more now, Concoction and Kiss of the Nile. They're at the post. Kiss of the Nile has backed out. Kylie Jordan jumped off Kiss of the Nile. They'll try to load him riderless. That worked perfectly. He went right in. They're set. They're off. Slow start, Royal DD. Good start, Max's Heart, Young O'Dane, Kiss of the Nile, and Risky Situation. Peripatetic and Concoction are next, then Boston Wally and Tapped Out. More Than Amazing, Cybertown, and Other Times are next, and the slow start has Royal DD at the back of the pack. 5 of them across the racetrack. Peripatetic, Concoction, Max's Heart, Young O'Dane, and a 5-wide Kiss of the Nile. Now, Concoction backs out. Risky Situation is 7th, but only about 4 from the front with Tapped Out next. 2 back to More Than Amazing and Boston Wally. Another 5 back to Other Times and Cybertown. And desperately last, it's Royal DD. And they run to the top of the stretch. Kiss of the Nile puts ahead in front of Max's Heart. Peripatetic drops back. Risky Situation in striking position if good enough. 2 back to More Than Amazing. Then comes Tapped Out at the rail. Max's Heart is the leader now, and he's 2 lengths in front. Risky Situation has moved into second, then Kiss of the Nile, and a late run from Other Times, but it's Max's Heart, a 16th out, and he's got a 3-length lead on Risky Situation in second. Then comes More Than Amazing through the inside. Max's Heart, Risky Situation, Max's Heart in front. Max's Heart beat Risky Situation a length and a quarter. More Than Amazing finished 3rd, and Other Times was 4th.
Max's Heart, the favorite, a winner, as there was quite a pace stool going on up front early on in the race, Rick, with 5 of them across the track.
Yeah, it got a little dicey there, and but it was a very formful race, though. I mean, this horse is a logical favorite. Like I said, 3 seconds and 6 starts, and the horse that was second had been 3rd 3 times in a row, so that was logical on the first 2.
Number 7, Max's Heart for Kenny Smith. Rider Emmanuel Esquivel in the saddle gets the win as the favorite over the number 11, Risky Situation, who has certainly been good in picking up those checks and finishing in the money in these Arkansas-bred races. Back at Belmont Park, meanwhile, there's a look at Musical America setting the pace and holding off a late run from the 9-year-old Flowers for Lisa, as that horse is obviously in very good form right now, but the aggressive ride on Musical America paid off.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the fact that we did a feature on the Atroz
That's
family
right.
usually makes things happen on the racetrack, too.
That's your new betting angle moving forward. If we do a feature, pay attention. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle in those Michael Dove colors, and Musical America gets his picture taken, the 8-year-old gelding with the 6th win of his career. Prices, $7.40 winner. Flowers for Lisa ended up going off at 9-5. Long Shot Blood Moon at 31-1, checking in 3rd. That's the 3rd at Belmont Park. Still plenty of action to come here in New York. But continuing on with our Derby spotlight, Brad Cox has plenty of chances, and that does include the talented and lightly raced Zozos, as we'll learn a little bit more about him and his unique name.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. So glad to have you with us as we are 1 week out from the Kentucky Derby, and trainer Brad Cox has plenty of opportunity to cross the wire first this year, including a lightly raced horse in Zozos. Maybe it's a name that's fun to say, but he'll have plenty cheering for him, especially in St. John.
We name a lot of our horses down. We have a home in St. John in the Virgin Islands, and we've named them after different bays and different areas. But we were sitting at Zozo's restaurant, and we just thought, what a great horse name. And fortunately, we know the owner well enough that we talked to him, and he blessed us, so we're very honored that he allowed us to use the name of his restaurant.
Because it's one of the better restaurants down there, so we had to at least provide a reasonable horse for the name of the restaurant.
Zozo's on the outside, stayed in for half, jinked in. Zozo's gains the advantage. Zozo's gets it.
We were in St. John, actually. St. John at a little beach bar type of place, and we have them turned on. They actually can get the racing channel, so we have them turn the racing channels on, and song break is made in there, so it was sort of fun. Of course, the second race was insane. It just blew them out. It was pretty impressive.
Zozos is now clear. He is 4 lengths in front of Barossa.
Normally I'm pretty quiet, but I was hollering the whole way.
But it's Zozos, and now he is just running up the score. Zozos clear to the wire. He's 10 in front.
Couldn't believe how much he'd improved just in the second race.
I mean, he called me and said, okay, we're going to go 1 of 3 races. We're either going to do the Bluegrass, Arkansas Derby, or Louisiana Derby. So where do you want to go? I said, Brad, I don't think you pay me to make those decisions. So he came back and we said the Louisiana Derby would be the best spot.
And they're off. And the TwinSpires.com, Louisiana Derby, and Zozo's broke sharp.
Unfortunately, we had friends that came down. 2 couples came from Minneapolis to cheer Zozo's on, so that helped relax me. But yeah, this is our first time in a race like this.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby. Zozos was second.
You had to be happy with it. They have set a track record, and you're a length and a half behind, so. I'll be talking to John at Zozo's. He's the most excited one of everybody. But him and his wife, his 2 kids go to school in the States. They're all, the 4 of them are coming in. He's coming in for 1 day. But he apparently, everybody that walks into the restaurant now, he's telling them he's got a horse running in the Derby. That's all what it's all about, is coming out here with 10, 15, 20 people and having friends out here and then taking people to the backside.
Taking them back so they get to experience the horses.
Well, what a journey Zozos has taken his team on, and of course all the cheering squad at Zozos restaurant in St. John, learning about the story behind his name, and a talented horse wreck who's very good in his first couple of starts and second behind Epicenter in that Louisiana Derby.
Yeah, and if he wins, there'll be drinks on the house. I'm sure about that. What a wonderful story.
So fun to learn a little bit more behind the scenes, and I loved what they said too. It's all about that, is enjoying the ride, enjoying the experience, and being able to say, hey, got a horse in the Kentucky Derby, as Brad has 3 chances. His Mandaloon last year, through the disqualification, elevated to first, but I'm sure it'd be very sweet for him to have a winner cross the wire first in this year's rendition.
That would be sweet for any one of us, no doubt about it. But yeah, no, he's got a great shot to win the Derby this year with those 3 horses. And this horse is a talented horse. He's only run 3 times, and he most definitely has a right to improve. He ran against Epicenter last night, who's likely to probably be the favorite. And you know, all he has to do is improve a little bit. And again, there's 20 horses in the race, so it's going to be a lot about the trip and a lot about the ride and how things go when they open the gates.
A lot of things can happen with a 20-horse field. Looking forward to that, as we'll be following Brad Cox's 3 chances in this year's Derby. Back here at Belmont Park, we're on the turf for the 4th race, a mile and a 16th on the inner for 3-year-olds and upward in this $25,000 claiming race. More on the rest of this field after this on America's Day at the Races.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we are into the post parade for the 4th race at Belmont Park. Off on a warm-up under Irad Ortiz. Here's Big Agenda.
I like Big Agenda in here, and I also, Richie will get a chance to talk about this, saving ground on the inner turf course. You know, the inside definitely has an advantage when they break on the turn.
Here's the 2, Grand Journey, second off the layoff.
Blinkers on for Mike Maker, certainly a move forward. Again, we'll be able to save ground with Javi Castellano.
Here's a 4, American Lincoln, back on turf.
Yeah, probably an interesting move here. It's a long shot, and they're probably just looking to take get a minor share in here.
Rob Atchison and Kendrick Carmouche look for their second win with FF Rocket.
This horse is undefeated over this turf course. That's the one thing that I did like about him. I did not throw this horse out.
And here's the number 6, Summer to Remember, first time in 2022.
Again, this horse has run good race, hasn't won over this turf course, but run very good buyer figures over this turf course, and Rudy does a fantastic job.
Number 7, Prioritize is next.
Yeah, that's another Rudy horse here with our friend Mr. Gomez in the saddle, and looks more prone to for the dirt than the turf.
Desolator, second off the layoff for Jamie Begg.
Yeah, this horse ran a decent race last time, kind of got in a little bit of trouble, maybe moved forward, coming down from Woodbine to Gulfstream and then trying the Belmont turf course.
Here's Hieroglyphics.
Yeah, this horse, if you look at his last 4 races, it's hard to like anything, really, but dropping down in class, and if it likes a firm turf course, 3 wins over this turf course doesn't hurt.
And back to the turf, here is the 10, Smile Brian.
Yeah, this horse has an affinity for softer turf courses, and it's pretty firm out there right now. That being said, 5 times over this turf course, got a win, 2 seconds, 2/3.
Well, you can earn a 20% bonus on your winning Exactas opening week at Belmont Park. To qualify, go to NyraBets.com to opt in on the promotion, then bet Exactas at Belmont. If your ticket hits, you'll earn a 20% bonus. Visit NyraBets.com for details on the bonus and all Nyra Bets promotions. That's the field for the 4th race as we head down to Richie McLeroy. Richie, I want your take on this race, but first, touch upon a little bit what Rick was saying about saving ground on this inner turf course.
Well, absolutely. It's a very unique configuration, the start of the mile and a 16th on the inner. They're actually breaking on the outside rail of the outer turf course, and they'll kind of come up over a little bit of a hump in the ground and a little bit of a dog leg to the left, and the horses that are on the outside are taking a distinct disadvantage. They're losing ground. They're kind of out there in the middle of the track, middle of nowhere. Some horses tend to break out. Horses like Water kind of tend to run to empty space. And even if they break cleanly, they're just out there trying to maneuver to get position towards the inside, and it's just a very difficult spot to be in. Having inside posts, huge advantage. I elevate Big Agenda because I like the horse a little bit on paper. I love the way he looked from a physical perspective, but the rail is a distinct advantage, and he should get the best of it from that draw, as should the 2 Grand Journey, who came back off of basically a year layoff, ran on synthetic, ran well, looks very fit today, adds blinkers, has run good enough races on the turf, and gets a good inside draw. The 6 horse coming off the layoff I'm sorry, excuse me, I skipped ahead. The 5 FF Rocket. Wasn't overwhelmed with him in the paddock. Rob Atch's horses tend to look really good, but I really did like the way he warmed up under Kendrick Carmouche. I like that Rick pointed out he's 1 for 1 over this course, and the warm-up really kind of elevated him in my eyes. The 6, Summer to Remember, coming off of a layoff, hasn't been seen since December when the turf season ended. Man, the horse looks good. He probably will be better with a race. Maybe he's carrying just a touch more weight, but I couldn't get past his overall physical good health. I mean, his coat is great, resplendent, very hydrated look to him, making a nice impression. And then the 10-horse Smile Brian, who I actually did like and making a nice impression on the track. They gave him a sprint, kind of like a workout, if you will, public workout, adds blinkers. But I downgraded him because of that outside draw. I just think it's a lot to overcome, and I just don't see him being able to do that because he's not a horse that's very slow where he'll drop out and drop in, or very fast where he could clear. He's kind of projects to get cast out there in the middle of the course, and it's just too hard to win turf races being wide throughout.
A challenge to overcome for Smile Brian. Richie, thank you, Smile Brian. This is 2 back for him, and last time out for Summer to Remember, they met back in December at Aqueduct at the very end of turf season here in New York, and Summer to Remember, the winner that day with a strong buyer speed figure on that big drop in class.
Yeah, and this turf course is a little bit different than at Aqueduct. Aqueduct tends to have a little more give to it than they do. I think it has to do with the water table at Jamaica Bay. And this horse, obviously, Smile Brian, again, as Richie pointed out, has a little disadvantage breaking from the outside. And Summer to Remember is parked a little bit more towards the middle of the track. But they put on a good show here at Aqueduct, and both horses should run well here, I believe.
Richie mentioned Summer to Remember maybe just needs a race off of the layoff. Of course, he's a turf horse. He was put aside at the end of turf season in New York after winning that race in December, comes back now in April. We did see Smile Brian run once on the dirt in March. Obviously, he's a turf horse. This is the right spot for him. These horses really seem to kind of flourish in having some time off over the winter and coming back when they can run on the grass.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, the one thing about having turf horses, they last longer because, A, turf is maybe a little bit easier on them, but they have limited number of starts a year, unless they do the New York to Florida and back, the snowbird thing. But, yeah, both these horses, like you could see how good the 7 horse, that's prioritized right there. But Summer to Remember, like Richie said, he looks fantastic. He's carrying a little extra weight, but good. That gives you something to work with. We're trying to get through Saratoga and then the fall here in New York. So to have a little extra weight on isn't a bad thing.
Looking at the number 2 now, the favorite, Grand Journey for Mike Maker. We haven't talked much about him. This is a horse with some back classes. He does take a drop in class today.
Yeah, interesting. He hasn't run over this turf course. He's been all over the world. He's been at Tampa and Gulfstream, Indiana, and here he in Turfway Park, and here he is showing up at Belmont. And certainly can't. You don't want to throw anything out that comes out of that Mike Maker barn.
Blinkers going on today as they go into the gate for the 4th race, our first turf race of the day. All about saving ground on this inner turf course. Here's John Imbrial with the call.
And Smile Brian. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Summer to Remember, American Lincoln, and Grand Journey. The 3 of them go out for the early lead. Now it is American Lincoln and Summer to Remember as Grand Journey backs off and sits in 3rd. Smile Brian is on the outside in 4th, followed by Big Agenda next in 5th. Desolator is running in 6th. On the outside is Hieroglyphics. Down at the rail, FF Rocket. It's 3.5 lengths back to Prioritize, who trails the field in 9th. The quarter 23-1, Summer to Remember opens up here. Summer to Remember has a 3-length lead. American Lincoln running in 2nd with Grand Journey next in 3rd. And then it's a little more than 2 lengths to Big Agenda, who's down at the rail running in 4th, followed by Smile Brian on the outside. Then comes FF Rocket and Desolator. Farther back, it's Hieroglyphics, and Prioritize continues to trail as Summer to Remember opens up even more. Summer to Remember by 6 lengths through a half and 46 3. Summer to Remember on top here. Down on the inside is Big Agenda. On the outside, moving up, is Grand Journey, and they're getting closer now to Summer to Remember. 3/4 and 1, 10 and 1. Summer to Remember. On the outside is Grand Journey. In between horses, Big Agenda. 3 of them across the track as they come down for the 8th pole. Now it's Big Agenda and Grand Journey, with Summer to Remember back running in 3rd. Grand Journey on the outside, Big Agenda on the inside. The 2 of them will fight it out to the finish here, and it is Big Agenda by a head. Grand Journey was 2nd. Summer to Remember faded to 3rd.
Big Agenda and Grand Journey posted to the inside. Just what we said about that benefit of being drawn inside. Rick, you liked these 2 horses to get the right trip, and that they did.
Yeah, they did. I saw turning for home. You could see that Irad had a ton of horse, and you could see that Hobby had a ton of horse too. And listen, take nothing away from the 6 horse. He opened up and he held on, and but you know, having those inside posts really does make a difference. And Irad had just enough to hold off the 2 Grand Jury with Hobby Castellano on the outside.
They made it exciting, that's for sure. Richie, you talked about the benefit of being drawn inside as well, and these 2 horses getting the right setup in here.
No, absolutely, and that was a perfect example of what we're talking about. They didn't have to maneuver or, you know, work their way in a position. They broke, and they were in a ground-saving position. Javier got a good start, hustled a little bit, eased back, was getting that perfect pocket trip. When he eased out, Irad assumed his position with Big Agenda, was able to save a bit more ground, came up the inside. His horse switched to his proper lead in the stretch, where the 2 Grand Journey kind of hung on his left lead. but they were both very good and a very fast race, a fast pace throughout. The 6th, Summer to Remember, hung on gamely, setting that fast pace, maybe a little fresh off the layoff. But I think this was a perfect example. Anybody asks about inside post positions, particularly on the inner turf, just show them this replay, Acacia.
Perfect example indeed, Richie. And Irad Ortiz in Kentucky this morning working Mo Donegal, back in New York now, and finds the winner's circle here in the 4th race with big agenda for Joe Sharp, taking that drop in class and getting the right kind of trip. Nice performance there. As want to remind everybody that tickets are on sale for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Belmont Stakes this year, of course, will go as June 11th, but that whole weekend, Rick, is full of tremendous races.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We got some big races coming up. June 9th to June 11th with obviously the culmination of the Belmont Stakes going once around Big Sandy. It's really a fantastic time to be here, and hopefully the weather will be like today.
Hopefully a little bit warmer too.
Maybe a
I got
little
a nice
warmer.
dress I want to wear for the Belmont Stakes, but tickets
so do
are on
I.
sale. Go to BelmontStakes.com. Last year's winner, Essential Quality, put on a show with Hot Rod Charlie. Here's a look at some of the stakes prior to Saturday, Thursday, and Friday. Some terrific races to look forward to too. And real mainstays, the New York Stakes now at Grade 1, and then of course on Saturday a bevy of Grade 1s to look forward to.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of talented horses, a lot of talented horsemen, great jockeys, and a lot of fun for the whole family. No doubt about it. Come on out.
Attendance capped, so make sure that you get your tickets now. Don't miss out on the opportunity to be here to witness history, the test of the champion, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 9th through 11th. We can't wait for that. It'll be a terrific weekend of racing. Of course, a marquee event for us here in New York. Turning the page back here today at Oaklawn Park. Coming up next will be the 3rd race of the day, 6 furlongs on the main track. Arkansas breds in the spotlight, $12,500 for 3-year-olds and up. Here's the post parade with the number 1 Rubiginous.
Yeah, Randy Moore's horse. He claimed it for 10-2 back, and he's running them back probably about the same level after not being very competitive on the rise. But this is a good move here, and they got the inside post, save some ground.
Here's the 2 Rusty Cage.
Horse has some pretty high speed here too. He's jumping up in class from 8,000, but the horse has some really early gas, so he's probably going to show early.
501 is first off the claim and your favorite.
Yeah, off the claim, Diardino with David Cohn. Great jockey-trainer combination, and he's really good off the claim.
Here's the 4 CHJ.
Yeah, not a whole lot to be enthusiastic about with this horse, but probably looking for a minor share in here, too.
Big price on the board. Here's the 5 Trophy Daddy.
Didn't run bad last time out in a limited claiming race, a little bit lower company, but the numbers aren't bad. They're competitive enough to get a piece.
Here's the 6 Leo Del Rio. Leo Del Rio, I would guess.
Leo Del Rio, okay. Leo Del Rio's up against it in here, but probably looking to jump up and get a piece of this.
Perhaps a fringe player. Here's Marvelous Thunder.
Yeah, Marvelous Thunder, another one with some pretty high speed early on. Just needs to hang on. Ran 3rd last time out in a similar position.
Here's Reef's Destiny.
Yeah, this is a horse that I liked somewhat. It doesn't have a lot of early speed, but has run in a little better company. It's dropping down, kind of look for a little softer spot for the 7-year-old.
And here's My Dominator off a win.
The horse is coming off a win for 20,000 2 lifetime, so this is a logical step. Actually, it's a lateral move here. Numbers are okay, pretty consistent.
And the 10 Funny Actor.
Yeah, this horse is probably looking for a little softer spot than this. Been running in the 5,003 lifetime. Change of trainer change here, but you know, again, another horse is probably looking for a minor share.
The number 1 Rubiginous. We'll take a look at the race from this one. 2 starts back with the win. This was when in the barn of Robertino Diodoro. The question is, too, Rick, is that this one, that was for a condition claiming race, non-winners of 2 lifetime, now stepping up to face some other horses in the next condition. It's the next level and has to show that he can improve.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you win races. You usually step up in class a little bit. But Randy knows this horse. Diodoro claimed this horse from Randy.
Right.
Randy claimed him back. When Randy had him, he ran second in this same race, and then he got the win by a neck, and he claimed him back. So he knows this horse really well, and I think this horse has a pretty darn good shot from the inside.
I always find that an interesting move, too, when a trainer claims a horse back to run at a comparable level of competition.
Yeah, I mean, you know the horse, so you know if he has any issues, you know, you're familiar with him. You know, sometimes it's a good move, and sometimes the horse was a little bored with you. So maybe they were happier in someone else's barn. I've seen you enough.
Oh, you again.
Yeah, you again.
6-5 on the number 3, 501. Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen for M&M Racing. A very potent combination, chasing Steve Asmussen in those trainer standings.
Yeah, they got a pretty competitive group of trainers down there. These two are obviously at the top, and they're battling it out, and it's coming down to the wire.
Into the gate for the third at Oaklawn Park. 7-5 right now on the 3, 501 as they start to load in. We'll go up to Vic Stauffer with the rest of the load and call.
Risky Situation and 501. My Dominator. CHJ. 2 more now, Trophy Daddy and Funny Actor. They're at the post. They're off. Rusty Cage and Marvelous Thunder break well. Funny Actor and My Dominator with Rubiginous on the move at the rail. Risky Situation, 501, CHJ and Leo Del Rio are next, and the trailer is Trophy Daddy. It is Rusty Cage, a 3-wide Marvelous Thunder and Rubiginous to move through at the rail, and these 3 will match strides. Rubiginous puts his head in front. Those 3 have sprinted about 6 lengths clear of Risky Situation and Funny Actor. My Dominator has 7 lengths to make up. He's 2 in front of 501, who has 10 to close. Then comes CHJ and Leo Del Rio, and the trailer is Trophy Daddy, and the leader is Rusty Cage. Rusty Cage to the quarter pole, a half length in front of Rubiginous in second. Marvelous Thunder is third, but now he's 2 from the front. Risky Situation catches the eye, and here's Risky Situation up into fourth, and he's about to split horses and coming on, and he might not get through. Risky Situation in a tough spot. Meanwhile, in the center of the racetrack, Marvelous Thunder is moving up. 501's got a chance as he's coming through between. Rubiginous is still there, and Leo Del Rio in the center. Risky Situation, Leo Del Rio. 501 between horses. Risky Situation rides the rail, gets through, and wins it. Risky Situation beat Leo Del Rio. 501 was third. Rubiginous finished fourth.
Looks like that was the
Reef's
number
Destiny.
8 Reef's Destiny, who did cut back in distance. What a trip for this one under Kelsey Hard. Ducked down to the inside. Reef's Destiny, the number 8, and able to get out the victory from down there.
Yeah, this horse is dropping down from tougher company and run some very competitive races. Had a little bit of trouble in the stretch, but dropped down into some clear sailing down on the rail and got up and won this race.
We had a bit of a pace duel going on once again. The number 2 Rusty Cage, as we knew would be the case, set the pace. Rubiginous keen on being forwardly placed today, and it ended up setting up for your eventual winner, Reef's Destiny, able to sneak down the inside. Back at Belmont Park, race 4 in the books. Here's a look at that ground-saving trip once again for the number 1 Big Agenda.
Yeah, both these horses, the 1 and the 2, set perfect trips here. They got to save ground on both turns, and it's a distinct advantage. The 6 horse opened up and hung on very well for third, coming off a layoff like that. But it's a good battle here between Irad and Javi Castellano. And like we talked about earlier before, saving ground on those tight turns really makes a big difference.
Summer to remember, the number 6 set the pace. Richie mentioned maybe just carrying a little bit of excess weight off of a layoff. Certainly a race that horse can build off of. But the number 1 Big Agenda on the drop-in class for Joe Sharp gets the winner's circle. Pays $10.20 to win for Irad Ortiz Jr. giving out winners and plenty of terrific insight. Trainer Rick Strasberg, it's such a pleasure to share the desk
Thank
with you
so
today,
much.
too. It was a lot of fun.
No, it was a lot of fun. I love handicapping races here in New York and at Oaklawn Park, and some of the features have just been fantastic. You know, talking about the Derby horses, and then a young trainer like Robert Tross and his wife and all the work that they do paying off like that. It's great to be here and talk a little bit about aftercare also. You know, every once in a while we got to take care of our retirees, and I know you and your mom handle that for us up here in Connecticut, and it's just a pleasure to be here.
Well, we really, really enjoyed it. I enjoyed getting a chance to work with you for the first time up here. That'll do it for Rick today, but stand by. Andy Serling coming to join me on the desk as we have a lot more racing to come. And how about apprentice jockey Jose Gomez? We saw him in the winner's circle already earlier today at an interview with Richie, and he's looking to keep that momentum going.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Run Happy was going to be the last horse I ever owned, and I was getting out of the business. I had so many disappointments and heartbreaks and lost so much money at it, and then came Run Happy. So I guess the lesson there is persistence, never give up.
His performance in the Breeders' Cup Sprint was one that people will talk about for years to come. I mean, it was another, yet again, freaky performance, set the track record. The way he did it was pretty incredible.
He won at Keeneland, he won at Saratoga.
Run Happy!
He won at Santa Anita, he won at several of the legendary places in horse racing.
Run Happy is simply super! He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu!
What a great horse, what a great thrill it was to be around Run Happy and now to follow his stud career. We couldn't be prouder to have Run Happy and have him stand at Claiborne Farms. That is myself and my daughter's happy place. We love Claiborne Farms, and Run Happy loves being there.
We put him in stall number 1 for a reason. We have a lot of confidence in this horse. We think he has all the capabilities and characteristics that you kind of look for in a great stallion. You know, he had the speed, he had the form, he had the freaky talent, the athleticism, and he's really throwing it in his foals. And we're over the moon with what we've seen. We feel like we're in a great spot, and now it's up to the offspring to prove it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter of 2015, now standing in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. As I'm pleased to welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper and analyst Andy Sterling. Andy coming on for the middle part of the show as we continue on with the marathon show on America's Day at the Races and the Elusive Quality later today.
Yeah, looking forward to the Elusive Quality. Really looking forward to the card. I think the first race we're showing here from Belmont, the 5th race, is a wide open race. Favorites, I think, 9-2 right now. And value proposition, he's the horse to beat. He is a horse that's occasionally sort of his own worst enemy. I shouldn't say occasionally, frequently. I do think the one-turn Belmont, 7 furlong to a mile races, are the races where he's managed to sort of settle the best and behave perhaps the best. He had this field last time in the Mercy, the 7 furlong distance today in the Oyster Bay late last October. But I will say, I think he's in a tougher field today than last time. Horse to beat, but there are plenty of horses that are competitive in here.
It's a big field, a competitive field as well. Really looking forward to that Elusive Quality a little bit later on. Goes as race number 9. The 5th race, meanwhile, is our next order of business. As Andy alluded to, it's wide open right now. It's this New York bred allowance for fillies and mares, going 6.5 furlongs on the main track, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, it's a tricky race coming up, 4-1 favorite right now. What do you make of this field in the paddock?
Yeah, it seems as though the betting public doesn't really know what to do with this race either. But I want to start with a mare who is second off the bench, and that is on the outside with number 9, Banker's Daughter. Look, she definitely has the bridesmaid look, as she has 16 starts, 7 of which finishing second with only 1 win. But she came back and I thought ran well behind Snicket, who would return as a winner too, and then Pretty Clever put away a field quite nicely in her subsequent start after that. And I just thought that because she is a bit of a bigger, heavier type of mare, that she probably needed the start, and I think it's put her where she needs to be. And I like the fact that she kind of had that abbreviated 2021 campaign. Now with the 1 start, she comes right back. So it feels as though that whatever was plaguing her last year might be behind her. She looks strong, she looks solid. She's one I want to watch warm up. She kind of indicates how she's going to run and how she moves out on the racetrack prior to going in the gate, but I like what I see a lot here in the paddock. Moving on to a layoff runner, making her 3-year-old debut is number 3, Adversity, the brilliantly bred filly by Arrowgate, out of Artemis Agriterra, graded stakes winner, who has also produced Chestertown. She comes back. She hasn't changed much from 2 to 3. She's filled out a little bit, which I appreciate, but funny enough, both of her dirt races came on tracks with moisture in them, and I'm wondering, is she a horse that appreciates moisture? We don't know. She could be much better on a fast track, in which she gets here today. But I like her disposition coming back here. And typically with Mark Casse, with the horses that he prepares at his training center down in Ocala, they come back fit. And she looks very fit here. So a horse that I'm really interested to see in how she returns. I like the 6.5 furlongs for this first start back. Number 2, Fancy Feline, one that I can't necessarily overly endorse on paper, but she does get back to a fast track, which is where her last win came and her best figure to date. And I know she's been the beaten favorite in her last 2. She was wired last time by Towering Orbit, and before that, Witch Hunter, who has put back-to-back wins together. But honestly, she was a horse that just caught my eye walking into the paddock. She looks as though she's doing better than ever for the Jimmy Bond barn. Just a great coat, great flesh. She's always a filly that has carried her weight well, but she just looks as though there isn't any extra of it now. Everything is chiseled. Everything's where it needs to be, all that muscle mass. So I like her disposition here too. Acacia, she has her game face on.
Love to hear that. Maggie, thank you. Fancy Feline, 5-1 right now on the board as we get ready to kick off the pick 6 here in this 5th race. 4-1 on the number 5, Thinking It Over for Ray Handel, as she was a beaten favorite last time out. Looks to make amends today, and she's intriguing, as you can kind of make a case for a lot of horses in here.
You can. I mean, I think edges are betting against horses like Fancy Feline, who's just not good enough to compete in a race like this in all likelihood. But thinking it over, I'm not sure what to do with her. I mean, yeah, she caused her own problems to start last time and broke a length slow. But the reality was the bump was because she came out into another horse, and she had a very good trip after that and kind of stunk, to be honest. So I used her defensively, and I think she does have races, but I'm a little skeptical of her in her races. I like the 3, Adversity, in this race, Acacia. I know she wasn't that fast, a 2-year-old, but she gets Lasix first star as a 3-year-old. Obviously couldn't run it last year. And I think her race in the Joseph Jimma last time was better than it looks, dueling for the lead, trying to go 7 furlongs. And sometimes these Cassie runners seem to run their better races off of layoffs, especially in New York.
She won her first dirt start. It was a wet track, albeit, as Maggie mentioned, a high-profile family for sure out of the talented Artemis Agraterra. Chestertown, her $2 million son, a stakes winner for New York breds. He wants to go long. This filly seems to be one of those more athletic sprinting types.
Right. Well, she won the Grade 1 Frisette, but she also won the Grade 1 Ballerina and was a very, very good sprinter that the Bromans owned. I'm hoping this horse can run a little more towards her breeding, frankly. But I thought it was an interesting race because there's horses getting bet that I think are dubious, like Fancy Feline, like the 10 Blame It on Mary. I know Blame It on Mary is the speed here, but she's not a dirt horse. When she's been effective on dirt, they've been off the turf, sloppy track races. And while she may have the lead, I don't think that makes her effective. And I'm kind of hoping my 3-horse Adversity is able to stalk her and maybe take over if she runs well today.
You're getting a nice price right now on Adversity. We'll get into the post-parade, though, starting with the number 1, Poncho Song.
I thought she was a little interesting. If you're looking for a horse, if the race falls apart, I mean, she has that 1 race 2 back that's very good. The rest of her form, not quite as good.
Cutting back from 1 mile and an 1/8 last time out. Here's Fancy Feline.
When she won, she got a gold rail trip, and since then, she's had pretty good trips. I mean, listen, her figures say she's okay. I'm just not a very big fan.
Beautifully bred filly by Arrogate. Here's Adversity.
Yeah, I'm hoping she can improve in her first start as a 3-year-old. She'll have to.
She's 7-1 right now, as is the number 4, True Empress, off a maiden win.
Finally broke her maiden in her 5th start last time with a good trip. The horse that she beat was coming off a layoff while she came back to win. She came back to win while taking advantage of the racetrack.
Here is this tepid favorite still thinking it over.
Yeah, I can understand she's stake-faced. People are betting her. But her last race concerns me because I don't make the start a good enough excuse for her to lose. But still, she can win.
Here's the other one for Ray Handel, Salsa Aparte.
Yeah, broke her maiden actually last time out. I believe I want to say, or first time, I'm sorry, beating True Empress was in this race. She was over her head last time out with a wide trip in a paceless race. We'll see if she can run back to her first start, which frankly wasn't that bad.
Here's Moam cutting back in distance. I thought intriguing.
Yeah, she is a little bit interesting. She ran fast enough in her first race to be a contender. She had a major excuse wide against the gold rail in her next start. And last time, something may have gone wrong after the stumble, and she gets Lasix. Maybe she needs it.
Here's a big price, Captivating Cara.
Yeah, the funny thing is that she's got races that give her a little bit of a chance. She might be a little better with a little moisture in the track, though it's not clear.
She's 23-1 right now on the board. Banker's Daughter got some good notes from Maggie in the paddock.
Yeah, listen, she has consistently some of the fastest figs in here, and she's second off a layoff. The problem is that she's been second 7 times in 16 starts with just the 1 win.
As a New York bred, it's a good way to make some money and pick up checks, but tough to trust as far as a win candidate. Here's Blame It on Mary, the 10.
Yeah, I think she's a horribly overbet in this race. A lot of people named Mary betting. Last time out, she kind of had the run of the race in there on a wet track, and the only time she seems to have been reasonably effective on the dirt have been when they've been off the turf races. I prefer others.
And Know-It-All Audrey to the outside.
She looks like she's just a little bit overmatched in here.
Had the win last time out. Well, we have the whole team out in full force today for all of the racing we're bringing you on the show as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin here with us at JK. What do you make of this head scratcher of a race?
Yeah, this is a tough spot. I mean, I kind of lean a little bit towards Andy's choice with the 3 Adversity. I don't know if it's because I want the horse to be good. I loved the mom and dad so much as individuals. I think maybe it's got me a little bit biased if I'm being honest. But this horse has shown some talent, has shown some early speed. And as Andy pointed out, a lot of times with these younger horses that aren't able to run on Lasix that show a bunch of early speed and happen to fade, I do think that that's one thing maybe you can expect to change when they do get Lasix, to help them kind of through that race and to be able to finish their race and to not kind of have those lopsided races where they run really fast early and they basically stop to a crawl. So she's shown some ability. She gets Kendrick to the inside. I'm assuming Kendrick will probably try to send her away from there, and I do think that she makes some sense at 7-1 on the board. And then the other horse I thought was at least just kind of interesting, but don't necessarily trust and don't like the price. If you're playing the pick 6, maybe a horse you might want to include is the 10 Blame It on Mary. It's a horse that also has some early speed. And when I say that, I'm talking about the pace figures, some nice pace figures early in the races. And horses like that have talent. If they can somehow figure it out, somehow grow up a little bit, or their trainers can tweak some things to help them finish their races and not to kind of let it all out in the early parts, I think sometimes those horses can kind of turn it around and run well at nice prices. But like I said, I would want a little bit better than 5-1. If she stays at 5-1 here, I do think she's interesting. But ultimately, I'll go with the 3 Adversity. But like I said, it's probably a little bit of my heart over my brain.
Jonathan, thank you. As we get ready to kick off today's Pick 6, we had a nice carryover in the sequence yesterday already, and it's a tricky sequence today.
No, I think it's a very good sequence. I mean, there's competitive races in big fields, and that's really what more can you want?
Horses on the track finishing up their warm-ups. Let's go back to Maggie.
As we approach post time, guys, it seems as though number 5, Thinking It Over, is holding steady as your favorite. She looks a little bit better than when I've seen her in the past at Aqueduct. You know, she does get to run out of her own stall here for Ray Handel. Her weight's always been my biggest concern about her, and it looks pretty good relative to what I've seen in the past. I just don't think she's a very good favorite. I mean, her last 2 races, okay. So I'm not going to be surprised when she wins. Obviously, people love betting Joel Rosario as well. So I just can't endorse her. But I do want to talk about number 1, Poncho Song, whom I love the turn back in distance for. And she comes in here sharp. But, and while she's a huge price, so I don't want to be too critical, she's just a little too sharp. And she's gotten herself fairly wound up. She's gotten a bit washy. But I like the way she's come back. When I last saw her, I did not like the way she was moving behind. And it seems like she is moving better out there today. It just feels like she's going to need a start. But I think keeping her at a shorter distance is better. But Acacia, I'm probably going to go against my better judgment here and pick the bridesmaid, number 9, Banker's Daughter. I just love what I've seen from her, though she'll probably run second again.
We'll see if she can break through today. Maggie, thank you. Hey, she finished behind Snicket last time, who seemed to have a habit of finishing second, and all of a sudden, she's paired back-to-back wins together.
She has, but this one hasn't gotten the 1 win to do it together, so we'll see, you know. Listen, I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be shocked by a lot of results in this race, to be honest. For me, as a bettor, I think your edges are playing against horses like the 2, Fancy Feline, and the 10, Blame It on Mary. Maybe you want to make that cold anti-Andy exacta box, but I think those are the 2 horses that are taking money in here that are very, very dubious.
There's a look at the number 1, Poncho Song, who Maggie had some interest in, cutting back in distance, 3-1 on Thinking It Over, who looks to find some improvement today. Pick 6 starts here at Belmont Park. We're sprinting on the main track with these New York bred fillies, and we send it up to the voice of New York racing, John Imbrial, for the rest of the load and call. We do have a slight delay loading in the 5th. Let's go to Maggie.
I think, Acacia, from what I saw, you know, it's really impossible unless you're really high up to see what's going on. I think there's a loose pony on the racetrack. The coloring looked as though it was a paint horse, so there's a loose pony, so the outriders are tied up trying to catch that pony. So they're going to hold off loading the racehorses here for this 5th race.
Maggie, thank you. And yes, indeed, we did see that one of the ponies was loose on the backstretch. A buckskin pony got away from his rider, and it looks like from our vantage point, at least up here on the 3rd floor, they've tried to corner him in the chute, and hopefully we'll be able to grab him then. But of course, a major safety concern, Andy, they can't load the horses into the starting gate if there is a loose horse on the track. And so luckily we do have our top class outriders on the case, and it looks like the pony has been apprehended. We are back into the starting gate, and let's go to John and Brielle for take 2.
Waiting for Blame It on Mary and Know It All Audrey. All set for race 5 and the start of the pick 6. And the rough. Captivating Cara, along with Banker's Daughter, and now moving on through Adversity, along with Thinking It Over. Adversity has the lead. Thinking It Over is running in second. Banker's Daughter is next in third. And on the outside is Blame It On Mary. Captivating Cara is towards the rail. Know It All Audrey is next in sixth. And then comes True Empress, who's running in seventh. Fancy Feline is down at the rail in eighth. Moam is next in ninth. Salsa Aparte is in 10th. Poncho Song trails the field in 11th. The quarter in 22 and 4. Adversity by a half length. Thinking It Over running in second, with Banker's Daughter on the outside in third. Then we come back to Blame It On Mary. Captivating Cara is down at the rail. And farther back is Know It All Audrey. True Empress begins to pick it up as the field comes for the top of the stretch. The half in 46 and 4. And it is Adversity with the lead, with Banker's Daughter on the outside. And in between those two, it is Thinking It Over, then Captivating Cara and True Empress. They're coming for the 16th pole. It is Adversity, still there, Thinking It Over. And on the outside, Banker's Daughter. Then comes True Empress and Captivating Cara. But Adversity has won it in front-running fashion. Adversity the winner, photo for second. The time was 1:19.1.
Adversity, the number 3. She faced no adversity today in this race, aggressively handled by Kendra Carmouche and able to get the win in the first start of her 3-year-old season.
And she benefited from the number 10, Blame It On Mary, coming out of the gate a little bit slowly, so it enabled her, and I'm not saying she set a particularly slow pace because she set a very honest pace and was a very fair winner of the race, but it changed a little the complexion of the race. And listen, she did what we hoped. I think John and I were both hoping that this was a horse that could improve. Yeah. And she did improve, and it's funny, they're right at the back. So she said to me, she was kind of small last year. Maybe she grew up. And I said, I don't know. She looks kind of tiny to me even right now. But her talent was bigger than her size.
Yes, it was. Yeah, you saw Banker's Daughter, who is a big, solid mare, come up alongside her and just absolutely dwarfed her. But she dug in gamely and certainly has a lot of talent. That big pedigree, hopefully some bigger things to come for her down the road, but a nice win today, an encouraging start to her 3-year-old season.
I agree. No, absolutely. You have to be happy with it. I do think, being the speed helped a little bit. Yeah. You look at this race, the 5, who looked like she might back up through the field, actually came back for second. Banker's Daughter she made her move, and she loomed. It's probably a horse you want to avoid going forward, Banker's Daughter. This was the day that she was supposed to at least be there at the finish, and she didn't finish it off. Maybe you're looking for horses that made the move from the back, horses like the 4 who made a bit of a move, and even the long shot Captivating Cara, but more the number 4 horse, True Empress. She actually has picked up some ground. Nobody else closed an inch.
She ran a very big race indeed. Yeah, one to watch moving forward. Back at Oaklawn Park, we get ready for the 4th race of the day, 6 furlongs on the main track, and this nice allowance for fillies and mares. Let's go to Gary Stevens. Gary, nice race coming up here.
Yeah, it really is. Acacia, 6 fillies and mares in here, all quality. This could very easily be a stakes race. Southern Grace, she's being bet on right now, as well as Joy's Rocket, the 2-horse for Steve Asmussen. Joyful Cadence. Joyful Cadence probably in the best form of any one of the 3 that I just mentioned. And then down on the bottom, Perfect Happiness, the 6-horse. She was claimed last time out by Chris Hartman. She's come back with 2 bullet drills. She had faced Southern Grace and Joy's Rocket. She finished 3rd to them the last time she faced them, but I'd expect her to show some more speed off of these works that Hartman has put in her. But for my money, right now, Joyful Cadence, she's coming off of 2 fantastic wins here at Oaklawn Park. She's in good form. The time is right. She's had plenty of time since her last win from John Ortiz, but this is a good one, guys.
Gary, thank you. 8-5 right now on the number 3, Joyful Cadence, as the 2, Joy's Rocket. She's interesting, an overlay to me right now, Andy, as she's coming out of stakes.
I completely agree. I like the 2 with the 6 and the 3 and 6 in this race. I think Joyful Cadence can win, but the competition might be a little bit sterner. And I'm going to try to go a little against the Joyful Cadence. And I mean, Nothing says our winter. And, you know, while you were down in sunny Florida driving 4 hours a day on Route 95, we were experiencing true hardship in racing, okay? You know, just because you were the highway a little bit down in sunny Florida, that's what racing's all about.
How dare I?
Poor Gary.
That's for the tough ones.
Gary was indoors, by the way. In case you're worried about him, Gary was indoors.
Gary was indoors, yes. Joyce Rocket, though, coming out of the carousel as we'll bring in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, what do you make of this fourth race?
You know, look, I think the three inside horses all make a ton of sense, right? And I look on paper, and I think that all three of them can win, and I wouldn't be shocked if any of them do win. But they don't feel like the types that you can fully trust at kind of shorter prices. I'm going to try with the 6 towards the outside. This horse is taking a little bit of money into the teeth of those 3 horses, especially off the claim of Brad Cox. I'm typically not interested in betting horses off of Brad Cox. High percentage trainers, I don't have a lot of interest in that. But if there's anyone to claim the horse off of Brad Cox that maybe you would think could maybe change some things or you could expect to get the same performance, I think it might be Chris Hartman. I like the outside draw with the main competition towards the inside. I'm going to give the 6 Perfect Happiness a little bit of a look in here. Like I said, not cutting in line, trying to beat the 1, 2, or 3. I just don't necessarily trust them enough to pick them at short prices.
Jonathan, thank you. Interesting race coming up here. Joyce Rocket and Joyful Cadence. Some talented fillies going postward. They load in for the 4th at Oaklawn Park. Here's Vic Stauffer with the call.
The last 2 to load are Joyful Cadence and Perfect Happiness. They're at the post. They're off. Joyful Cadence and Southern Grace break best. Southern Grace sprints to the front. Joyful Cadence will sit second from Perfect Happiness and Someone Said So. Joyce Rocket away in 5th, and the early trailer is Headland. Here's Perfect Happiness outside of Southern Grace, and she'll challenge for the lead, but Southern Grace is a neck in front. Perfect Happiness is second, 3/4 of a length to Joyce Rocket, and Joyful Cadence, who's in a tight spot, she shuffles back to 4th now and 2 from the front. Someone Said So has 5 lengths to make up. She's joined and passed by Headland in the pink at the rail, and they round the far turn. Southern Grace still in front. She's just ahead in front of Perfect Happiness in second. Joyful Cadence is in the clear now, and she's on the move. Here's Joyful Cadence, 3 deep within a length of the lead. 2.5 back to Joy's Rocket. Headland has 5 to make up, and Joyful Cadence off the top of the turn is challenging Southern Grace. Southern Grace is still there, and she's strong past mid-stretch. A 2-length lead now on Joyful Cadence and Joy's Rocket. Then comes Perfect Happiness, but Southern Grace, the 16th out, has a 2.5-length lead. Joy's Rocket just took second. Joyful Cadence third. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. Southern Grace in front. Southern Grace beat Joy's Rocket. Joyful Cadence was third, and Perfect Happiness finished 4th.
Right in a row in the 4th at Oaklawn Park, the number 1 Southern Grace with Ricardo Santana in the saddle makes it 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, I mean, you thought there might have been at least a little more pressure from Joyful Cadence, but she was able to sort of get away in the front end, but she was much the best in this race and gets it done under Ricardo. Joy's Rocket, who I liked, she had a good trip. She was merely second best.
1, 2, 3 under the line at Oaklawn Park. Southern Grace picks up the 4th win of her career. Now 4 for 11 for Brad Cox. Ricardo Santana in the saddle. We'll bring you prices in a little bit, and a lot more live racing still to come from Belmont Park as well. Stay tuned for more after this.
Run Happy was a number 1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire, and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Welcome back to America's Day at the races. There's those sunning turtles again in the infield pond. Got a nice spot on a beautiful Saturday afternoon.
So I was in Center Park with my brother, and there were all these turtles on a rock. This is this past fall, and I was taking a picture of them. We were looking at them. It was really cool. And this woman comes by and starts laughing at me and says, they're statues. They're like statues. They're not real. And I'm feeling like the most idiotic tourist in New York, the city I actually live in.
Did you get a nice picture, though?
They started moving.
Oh,
I
so
was
they
right.
were real.
Yes, I threw her in the pond. No,
well done, as I would expect. We owe you some prices. 5th race at Belmont Park's in the books. It went to the number 3 Adversity, able to hold on and showed a lot of tenacity there in her 3-year-old debut for Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick does what he does. You know, he does a lot of things well, but he put her on the front end, and she improved off from her last year's races. I mean, that's the best thing you can say. And I think this barn will, the assistant trainer here for Mark Cassidy really seems to have these horses ready for their debuts. They've been training down in Ocala at the Cassie farm, and she was ready to go.
She certainly was, as she faced Classy Edition in the Joseph A. Jimma last time out back in September. Comes back now as a 3-year-old and pays $13.20 to win over your tepid favorite, Thinking It Over. At Oaklawn Park, we'll take a look at the stretch of what happened there in the 4th race, sprinting on the main track. Easy as 1, 2, 3, as it was the number 1 Southern Grace, who was able to set the pace and is very good form right now for Brad Cox.
Yeah, no, Brad Cox. Big weekend obviously coming up for him and others next weekend, but they continue to run well for Brad. And she basically was unchallenged in the front end and dominated this race.
Brad Cox with 3 Kentucky Derby chances next weekend. Cyberknife potentially the leader of that pack. But Southern Grace, the winner here with Ricardo Santana in the saddle to make it 2 wins in a row. And boy, she had a lot of people at the racetrack for her today. $9.40 winner.
How about the exacta? Only $22.20. The 1-2s, we had one earlier today.
Yeah.
1-2 is always, it's bad if you like, even like prices that are 1s and 2s, because the 1-2 exacta, you know, it used to be a big harness thing because of the, the gate, you'd have an advantage breaking inside. But it's always true that the 1-2 exactas are underlays.
Very interesting. Not something that I thought about, but an intriguing angle for sure. Back here at Belmont, we continue things on with race number 6 coming up next. And it's a fun one, a maiden special weight, going 7 furlongs on the turf. And this is for fillies and mares. Here's a look at the field. Wide open field, a couple of horses at 7-2 right now. Tepid 3-1 favorite on the number 9, Big B, off the layoff for Bill Mott. We'll talk more about her and the rest of this field. Get a paddock report from Maggie and kick off the late pick 5 after this.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 6th race coming up next. A nice maiden special weight. A couple of first-time starters, some well-bred fillies up next as we head down to the paddock. Get a paddock report from Maggie. What are you seeing from these maidens, Maggie?
Well, we'll start, Acacia, by talking about the lukewarm favorite, and that's at number 9 in here, Big B. She's not a big B. She's not big of any sort, as she comes back off of a long extended layoff of a little over a year and is turning back to the 7 furlongs. I don't really love less ground for her, and she looks like a filly that is just incredibly weak behind. I mean, her hindquarters are totally peaked. She does not carry much weight or conditioning. If she wins, she definitely beats me. I cannot endorse her, especially at a short price. As we'll move on to the first-time starters, an intriguing grouping of 4 firsters in here. We'll start by taking a look at number 2, Gather the Facts, a daughter more than ready, and there's not that much immediate turf pedigree, to be quite honest, for a Chad Brown runner. But the dam I have to Akalina, who's a stakes winner on the turf, watching some of her works down at Palm Meadows. She was on the inside of a unraced filly by Lope de Vega called Camp Vega. She was never going quite as good as her, but really splitting hairs. She's a beautifully put together filly. Gather the Facts here. Comes in well conditioned. She's just very elegant looking, and I like everything about her except the way she's acting here in the paddock. She just seems a little bit green, a little bit bewildered, as she does ship in here from Palm Meadows. Maybe hasn't had the most time to school, but we'll see how she behaves out on the track. A lot of times, if a Chad Brown horse is acting green in the paddock, they act really professional out on the racetrack. So like her as an individual. As we'll move on to number 7 with bells on for Todd Pletcher, daughter of American Pharaoh. The dam went 2 for 2 on the turf, including a stakes win. And it's weird that all the other progeny that she produced hasn't really run on the turf much. And the dam was trained by Todd, and I like American Pharaohs on the turf. And this gal looks like a turf sprinter, although this is the 7 furlongs. And honestly, of all the firsters, she's by far the most fit and the most well prepared. The only thing is, I don't love her from an individual standpoint, in that she's just a little small. She's just not the most powerful looking, but still, I respect her coming in here, given her pedigree as well. And then acting just weird, for lack of a better way to put it, is number 10, Broadway Boogie. Prior to getting the tack on, and maybe she behaves, now, thereafter, she was freezing, but not freezing in the sense of when horses are worried about something and they look like they're about to explode. She just wasn't moving. It was like she forgot how her legs worked, and connections actually had to get behind her like they do with horses that balk at the gate and push her forward from behind. Now, watching some of her workouts down at Palm Meadows, she is one that was wearing that Sherwin, that rubber piece that is affixed to the top of the pole of the bridle across the head, the crown piece, and comes down and splits onto either side of the bit. It's to keep that bit up in a horse's mouth, and she does wear that small shadow roll. Watching her workout, she moves just like a turf sprinter. I mean, she kind of has that rapid leg movement, and she's built just like a turf sprinter. So I'm actually not in love with the fact of 7 furlongs first time out. I prefer 6. I'll watch how she behaves out on the racetrack, Acacia. And she comes in here fairly fit overall. As far as pedigree is concerned, the dam broke her maiden on the turf. The dams actually have to Campaign, who ran well on the turf, but was more accomplished, a multiple graded stakes winner going long distances on the dirt. So she's an intriguing runner, but one that I'm going to keep my eye on as these preliminaries continue.
Maggie, thank you. Broadway Boogie, an interesting one to the outside homebred for Joe Allen, debuting for Barclay Tag. They've got her moving now, but certainly an interesting note there on her. But Big B, Andy, 3-1 right now. I wasn't sure what to do with her.
I actually am. See, that's the difference between you and I. I just pitched her. I don't get it. I don't particularly like her cutting back in distance, even though it's 7 furlongs. I don't think either races she ran were particularly good. And I just think off the long layoff, she's very dubious. Now, maybe she's short because they're not really betting a ton on the 8 Dame Time, who I mistakenly thought would be favored. Gather the Facts, the Chad Brown first-time starter, is not super live on the board. I just thought game time off the second career start, the first time on the turf, was logical. Now, she came back and ran poorly in her next start. Then she was laid up a long time, and she came back in a respectable race on synthetic to prep for this. Maybe 7's a little far for her, but she does feel like a horse is going to be forwardly placed, and I think she has the most obvious form, I felt, of the horses that are running here. Now, the horse I like in here is the 6, Snow Loves a Fight. I didn't show her last race, but if you're interested in watching it, and you're a member of Naira Bets, you can always watch every replay for free on Naira Bets, but anywhere, I mean, I don't know what, maybe it was instructions or what the plan was with Snow Loves a Fight last time out, but Kendrick was determined to drag this horse. I don't think I've ever seen him be that, strong, dragging a horse out. And she was 2 wide in the turn, angled out 5 wide in the stretch. It was a day and a race. It was first turf race we ran where you really had to be saving ground to be effective. The winner wired the field. So I think in the context of the race, she actually ran pretty well in there. So I think she's a very, very interesting alternative, Snow Loves a Fight. And for me, I generally look to bet on horses that have experience over firsters. And this is a race where, I mean, Chad Brown has a Klarovich first-time starter, and it's 4-1. More than ready. They paid a lot for money for as a yearling. Todd Pletcher has a reasonably well-bred horse that's 7-1, not taking any money. Barkley Tag, frankly, the 10, who Maggie was just talking about, that's probably the livest, relatively speaking, firster on the board.
Yeah, very interesting point for sure. Tepid favorite, 3-1 on Big B, who does cut back in distance off of a big layoff. We haven't seen her in nearly 13 months. Filly by Air Force Blue, who did not get, to put it lightly, a ringing endorsement from Maggie, back in the paddock. We'll learn more about this field, though, starting the post-parade with the number 1, Not So Grim.
Probably this is the one that has the best pedigree of anybody for turf. I mean, she's a half the very talented Vision Perfect, who was a sprinter, but also was effective going long. She was effective going long when David Donk trained her.
Second Damn Rough that Dave Donk trained was very good on the turf as well. Here's the 2, Gather the Facts.
Yeah, this one, it's a Chad Brown firster that has a modicum of dam side turf pedigree, but a more than ready, and right now is pretty tepid on the board.
Number 4, Dolce Sarah tries the turf for the first time.
Yeah, this is a first foal and an unlikely player in this race.
Big price on the board, as is the number 5, Mostly Harmless.
And she's tried the turf, and she ran respectably in one race, but she's a long shot against this group.
As she is 23-1 on the board. Here's the horse that you were intrigued by, Filly by Rainbow Air. You won't see many of those. Here's Snow Loves a Fight.
Yeah, and I guess in this case, I'm rooting for another one of those uproarious Noda Roots. We had one earlier today in the second race. I could hear him from my office.
We did indeed.
Yeah, it was impressive.
9-2 on that one. Here's the firster for Todd Pletcher with bells on.
It just feels to me like this horse is awfully chilly on the board for Todd Pletcher. And he can win with horses like this, and she has the pedigree to handle it.
A filly by American Pharaoh out of a Giants Causeway mare. Here is Dame Time. My notes from last time, Andy, to be fair, did say that thought 5 furlongs was too short for her, so maybe she can handle the 7.
Well, I don't know. She had the lead at the 8th pole, so are you sure?
Well, we'll see. Physically,
but
anyway.
Hey, I give you credit for mentioning that.
I'm trying to fill up some conversation here, Here's Big B.
Been on for almost 3 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna make it unanimous that this is a bad favorite in this race. So we'll all combine to get her home. Jonathan will probably love her.
Here's the 10 Broadway Boogie.
Maggie talked a lot about this horse, and I think if you look in relative terms at the firsters, this is the one taking money.
For more on the number 8, Dame Time, let's go to Jonathan. But first, Jonathan, I have to ask, do you like the number 9 Big B?
I mean, I use the horse in the pick 5, but I don't love. I'm not. I don't want to bet the horse at 7-2, or I think probably just a tad bit short and a little bit more to figure out. I'm going to go with the 8 Dame Time, not only because I like Dame Lillard, but I like the horse a little bit because this horse ran well back in June. Got a nice speed figure that day, then came back and didn't run well, but then got a break. I always forgive bad performances when a layoff follows that bad performance. Just draw a line through it. Something clearly went wrong in the race. It's why she wasn't seen for so long. Then she came back on a synthetic surface down at Gulfstream Park, I would think kind of as a prep race to kind of get her back going again. And now she's back here running at Belmont on the turf where she ran her best lifetime race. I'm hoping that will happen here as well. I went with the 4 outside horses, just to be clear, in my pick 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. When, like Andy said, with Chad not taking money, with the year that he's having on a firster for Klarovich on the grass, those horses just don't win. When they do win, they're 9-5.
Gather the Facts. Now the Tepid favorite actually at 7-2. Jonathan, thank you. But still, nobody really capturing the hearts of the public in this race.
Right. I mean, this is a wide open board, and you know, a lot of that is because the first timers are relatively cold in here. I'm going to say with the Chad Brown Clarvich first time starter, they've won. You know, on Belmont Stakes Day, they won with a European first-time starter named Soft Power, and he paid $11, and he ran very well. So I don't want. Yes, this horse is not taking much money. I think like the Todd Pletcher firster is much colder at 7-1. That horse is taking no money. I'm not sure that the 2 is supposed to take a ton of money in this race. So I don't want to declare this horse completely dead in here. I'm not going to be surprised when she runs okay.
Well, Maggie was telling us about the odd activity of Broadway Boogie back in the paddock. Maggie, what are you seeing from this filly out on track?
I think she's a little weird, but I'm not too concerned about it because since they put the tack on her, she started acting a little bit more normal. She's just kind of like that, I don't know, I don't want to say sulky type of horse, but she's just kind of odd. I don't know, but she moved well. Javier took her away from the pony. She did everything right once out on the racetrack. So I think she's a little interesting. And like I said, I really liked her and what I saw from her in those workouts down at Palm Meadows. Moves like a true turf horse. Turf sprinter. 7 furlongs concerns me, but I think she's interesting. As I do want to talk about the other firster I didn't mention, number 1, Not So Grim. Her and the 7 were probably the most professional, did everything right. Looks like the 7 furlongs on the turf is ideal. As you guys were mentioning, her pedigree being a half-sister to Vision Perfect. It might be more of a starting point. I think she could handle some longer distances moving forward. She's a little bit of a lighter framed type with that longer back, but she's very fit in here. Like I said, she didn't do anything wrong. So I think she's probably a bit intriguing, but I'm going to ultimately go with number 2, Gather the Facts. I agree with what Andy's saying. I don't often factor in ownership when dealing with price. But I mean, I remember a horse like Haughty last year went off at a huge price for Chad Brown and won so impressively only to get DQ'd, but it proved to be a decent horse. So it doesn't scare me too much with the price. I really liked her as an individual Acacia. She is just a lovely, lovely physical.
Maggie, thank you, as this looks like it's going to be a fun race. It's a wide open race, and there could be some talented fillies in here. It's always fun to see who's going to take to the grass, who could potentially improve today.
I agree, and I think this is the second straight. I know this is the second straight race we've had where we've seen a wide open board like this. You think of the last race, and those are the competitive kind of races you want to see, and those are the kind of races we'll often have here at Belmont Park. New faces showing up, and wide open races. You want to have races where there aren't definitive favorites in those cases, unless you have a very strong correct opinion against that definitive favorite.
Yes, that is the opportunity to find some value. But we are going 7 furlongs on the grass here in the 6th at Belmont Park. Here is John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Set for the start. And they're off. It is Dame time, and on the outside, Broadway Boogie. Those two are right together in the early going. Then it's the gray. Snow Loves a Fight, and right alongside is With Bells On. They're together 3rd and 4th. Big B on the outside runs in 5th. Gather the Facts is next in 6th. Mostly Harmless running in 7th. Not So Grim off a step slow is down on the inside and in 8th and had a steady there. The trailer is Dolce Seta in 9th. The quarter went in 23 and 1. Dame Time is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Broadway Boogie on the outside in 2nd, With Bells On at the rail. Then comes Big B next in 4th as the field races around the far turn. Dame Time the leader. Now clear by 2. With Bells On moves through on the inside to grab 2nd. Broadway Boogie has dropped back to 3rd. Then the Big B on the outside, followed at the rail by Snow Loves a Fight. Then comes Mostly Harmless and Gather the Facts. Half mile in 47 seconds with Bells On. Now moves right alongside of Dame Time. And here comes Snow Loves a Fight on the outside as Mostly Harmless darts down to the rail. Then Gather the Facts. It is Snow Loves a Fight who has the lead. Gather the Facts continues to gain, but Snow Loves a Fight is the winner. Gather the Facts from off the pace to complete the exacta with Bells On was third.
Great cold numbers.
Andy Sterling's been on fire since he's come on set here. A good call with Snow Loves a Fight. And we do hear the jubilant celebration downstairs. Irad Ortiz aboard this filly by Rainbow Air.
You know, I find that the jubilation annoys me less when I actually bet on their horse. I don't know, it's like an odd thing. You could see with this horse that she was loaded on the turn. And you and I sort of looked at each other and said, Irad gets a path, she's going to win this race. Perfect ride by Irad, not taken out of her game, hard held down the backstretch, but much closer. She probably needed that race as well and won. Nice performance by Gather the Facts to get second. Frankly, Todd Pletcher's first-time starter ran very well in finishing third. Good trip or not. But this horse had the edge and experience, and Irad got the money.
A couple of those first-time starters, ones to watch moving forward, but it was the experienced turf runner Snow Loves a Fight, fourth last time out, and into the winner's circle today, the gray filly with the victory. We'll take a quick pause to welcome in Regional Network. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. If you're just joining us on SNY, we're very happy to have you with us. Acacia Clement alongside Andy Sterling, Maggie Wolfendale, Jonathan Kinchin, and Gary Stevens with us as well, as it's a marathon day for much of the team today. But we are having a great time covering racing from Belmont and Oaklawn Park, and just saw a nice maiden race at Belmont.
No, I agree. It's great to be back here at Belmont. It's the first day we're actually able to be outside during the afternoon. It's a nice, pleasant afternoon. The wind has died down, and the racing is good, and it's going to get better as the day progresses.
It certainly is. Of course, opening day at Churchill Downs coming up a little bit later on for their night card today. But here's a replay of the sixth race at Belmont Park. The number 6, Snow Loves a Fight, who Andy had interest in off of her last turf trip, finds the winner's circle today.
In case you've forgotten why Irad Ortiz has won as many races as he has, I mean, this is vintage Irad Ortiz, right? Saving ground, angling out, getting it done. It seems to be some sort of inquiry. I have no idea what it would be about. She saved ground on the turn, angled out in the stretch. It's third and fourth is the claim, because the winner, Irad, did nothing wrong. And Gather the Facts, the first-time starter for Chad Brown, ran very well to be second. Just ran to a horse that had the experience.
Yeah, had that foundation, did Snow Loves a Fight. And again, that inquiry with the 5 over the 7. We'll talk more about that in a moment, bring you the results. When we come back, though, we'll talk about jockey Isaac Castillo at Oaklawn Park, making a splash and getting a lot of business from trainer Steve Asmussen.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Glad to have you with us as we move on to the 5th race at Oaklawn Park. 6 furlongs on the main track in this maiden claiming race for the Arkansas breds, 3-year-olds and upward. Macho Ronnie, Andy, is currently the even money favorite on the board.
Named for a former coworker of yours, I assume.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Ronnie Nicoletti, of course.
Who doesn't love Ron Nicoletti?
Of course.
One of the most popular men in horse racing. One of the nicest people in horse racing as well.
Yes.
I have nothing clever to say here. I think the 10 Macho Ronnie is just way the horse to beat. Just looks to be faster than these horses. And the 3 Hard Scrabble seemed like the other one, but the reality is that Macho Ronnie's running in better races. Hard Scrabble ran fine last time, as you can see in this race. You think about, she was on top of the pace. The speed horses ran 2-3. The winner came from 8th. The winner horse who was 3rd was 6-5. So kind of outran that horse first time out. Took money first time out. The knock for me in Hard Scrabble is not just that the 10 is faster. This was a horse they had ready to win first time out.
That's a very good point.
And they just so frequently come back and don't repeat it. By the way, we did have an inquiry in the 3rd for 3rd and 4th, or the 6th at Belmont. There was no change.
It will bring you those prices in a little bit at Belmont Park. At Oaklawn, though, as Andy mentioned, does seem to be between the 2 horses, the 3 Hard Scrabble, whose replay we just watched, and the 10 Macho Ronnie, who is currently 6-5 on the board. And I think it's a well-met point that you bring up, too. The fact, if you're planning to have a horse win first time out, takes a lot of money. We see it at Saratoga, for instance. You want to win first time out with a 2-year-old at Saratoga, and sometimes if they don't, when they're ready to, you do wonder if maybe it takes a little bit of the starch out of them and takes them a little time to get back on track.
Well, is it really that different than horses that win their debuts?
Right.
How often, especially younger horses, they'll come back and not run back to their debut performance. They ran the winning race. They didn't get it done, but they're still going to come back. I mean, it doesn't always happen, but a lot of times they were supposed to get the money first time. They ran a winning race. It just tough beat. But coming back, and now in this particular case, I mean, the reality is that Macho Ronnie is just faster than these horses, has speed with Chelsea Bailey, and I'm not somebody who likes to, give big stories on 4 to 5 shots, but I'm not playing against this horse.
Also a very big drop in class versus what he faced in his debut, and especially last time out was favored on debut for $30,000, running for 16. Today, Macho Ronnie, the favorite as they go into the gate for the 5th at Oaklawn Park. Everyone looking for the first win of their career. These are Arkansas breds, and we'll go to Vic Stauffer with the call.
Serendip Ruler. Macho Ronnie. Hightail Cowboy. Diesel Fuel. Cat's Got a Chance. You can't make this stuff up. Hard-headed Argy. They're at the post. They're off. Macho Ronnie and You Can't Make This Stuff Up, Hard Scrabble, Hightail Cowboy, and Cat's Got a Chance all break well. Hard-Headed Arky and My Kind of Teton with Royal DB, Diesel Fuel. Next, Serendip Ruler, followed by Cyber Monday, and the trailer is Mo Vodka, and the leader is Macho Ronnie. Macho Ronnie just in front of Hightailed Cowboy and Hard Scrabble tightly at the rail. Hard Scrabble's in a tough spot right there. He's going to have to get in or out, and he's going to shuffle back to 3rd. Then comes to the outside, and You Can't Make This Stuff Up. Cat's Got a Chance has 4 lengths to make up. He's a length in front of Diesel Fuel. My Kind of Teton and Hard-Headed Arky have 10 to make up. Cyber Monday is unwinding. Here's Cyber Monday, about 10 behind, but he could get a piece of it. 5 back to Royal DB. Then Serendip Ruler and Mo Vodka. Macho Ronnie in charge at the top of the stretch. It's Macho Ronnie now 2 lengths in front of Hightail Cowboy in second. Diesel Fuel is third, then Hard Scrabble. To the outside in Cyber Monday, Macho Ronnie dominating. Macho Ronnie and Chelsea Bailey in charge by about 6 lengths. Then comes Hightail Cowboy, Diesel Fuel, and Cyber Monday. But it's Macho Ronnie far in front, and he's got it. Macho Ronnie in front. Macho Ronnie won by double digits. Call it 11. Hightail Cowboy was second, and there's 4 across the track for third. Cat's Got a Chance, Cyber Monday, Diesel Fuel, and Mo Vodka.
Never in doubt about the winner, though. Macho Ronnie, the heavy favorite, delivered and won like a heavy favorite should.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm not sure. I think one of the reasons she was using the crop, the horse was lugging in a little. Oh, yeah, he was kind of lugging in a little bit towards the rail. But this horse, I mean, you could see top of the stretch. He was going to win by whatever he needed to.
Yeah. 3 to 5 and won like a 3 to 5 shot should with the victory. As you heard, Vic, there were a lot of horses behind, pretty tight for third there, but no doubt about the winner as this gelding by Macho Rocket gets the first win of his career. Back at Belmont Park, as Andy had mentioned before the break, we did have that inquiry between third and fourth, no change, but it was the winner who was clear in the clear and gets the win. Snow loves a fight in her second turf start.
I mean, you can't sort of draw up a better trip, right? Get position, save ground, the turn, angle out in the stretch. That's like, how should you ride turf racing? It doesn't always work that way.
Right.
Sometimes you're saving ground, you get buried on the inside, you're yelling at your jockey. In this particular case, it just opened up. And that's one of the things about Belmont, these wide courses, they'll often open up. This horse was best, though I do think it was a very good performance by Gather the Facts, and probably going forward, that's the horse you want. She was really running at the end. They both got good trips. They both ran well.
A nice performance from Snow Loves a Fight. Irad Ortiz in the saddle, $11.40 winner. As that means it's time for me to say farewell for the day. You're sticking around for a few more races, and I'll have Greg Wolf up on the set here.
But it's going to be a tough act for him to follow.
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
I'll see you Thursday.
I will be here. Looking forward to it. But don't you go anywhere, as we have a lot more racing from Belmont Park, Oaklawn Park, and Churchill Downs coming up a little bit later on as well. Chad Brown, a big chance for his first Kentucky Derby with Zandon 1 week from today. A horse that is really impressed in the mornings. More on that after this.
it's fun. You know, obviously he tries to do that stuff right there, you know, every now and then, but he's not overly aggressive about it. He don't try to chew your arm off or anything like that.
I like more than ready. I like the fact that he was versatile, dirt and turf. I mean, to be able to win the Belmont Derby and then come back and win the Travers. I mean, you know, the Travers is a midsummer derby. It's a big deal.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers!
Breeders really like that versatility and that stallions offer, like Catholic Boy, where you have multiple graded stakes winners on turf and dirt, short distance, long distance. You add the looks and the pedigree that he has out of more than ready out of a Bernardini mare, and you have two really good sires on top and bottom. His looks back him up as well as his race record. So we love what we've seen from the foals. Quite a compliment that my dad gave the foals the other day. He told me that he thought the Catholic Boy foals were the best foals we've had here at the farm since Warfront's foals for freshman crop sires. So, you know, that says a lot. He's been around and seen a lot of good stallions in his years that he's been around the farm. So that's quite an endorsement for Catholic Boy.
We are back. Good to be with you. Gorgeous Saturday here in Elmont, New York. Our program brought to you, of course, by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. It, of course, is opening night. Churchill Downs are a week away from the Kentucky Derby. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, good to see you. You can feel the buzz, can't you? I mean, I'm excited.
I'm actually kind of mad at myself. I was going to go to the Derby. I canceled my plans, and now I wish I was going. But I'll be here with you, so that'll be fun.
It's not too late to reroute?
Yeah. You know, you got to make a decision. You got to live with the decisions you make, Greg.
Well, Zandon, Chad Brown looks like he is coming to the Kentucky Derby with best chance he's ever had to win it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all smiles yesterday with this workout that he had yesterday. And obviously, you know, getting it done in this race impressively as he did. And it's not that he had a terrible trip in here, but I think he had the kind of trip you want for the Derby, right? Shuffled back a little bit, bumped around, trying to come between horses and drawing off authoritatively against the horse that was his chief rival, Smile Happy, who had beaten him in his prior race. It's a horse that a lot of us have been high on for a long time. Chad Brown has been very high on him. You know, he confidently felt he had a real Derby horse for a long, long time. You're a week away, and I think, like every trainer, especially when you have a horse that doing well and train as well as he did, you're counting not the hours, not even the minutes, but the seconds until they get in the gate.
Yeah, when you have one doing as well as he has, who's progressed like he has, getting to that race, you just want to get in the starting gate and have it go off without a hitch.
Sure.
He's been impressive. He has improved start by start. The Kentucky Derby will be start number 5 for Zandon for the Grade 1 winner of the Bluegrass. He's looked pretty sharp in the mornings, apparently, as well. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more on how Zandon's been doing in the AM.
Yeah, Greg, we saw that Chad Brown opted to work him Friday instead of the typical Saturday before the Derby, just because there looked to be some wet weather in the Louisville area, and he opted to, work him yesterday, and in which he went 1 minute and 2/5 by himself with a regular exercise rider up and the exercise rider motionless. And this guy looked as though he was just galloping, not as if he was working that quickly. So he's always been a horse that's just been such a beautiful and proficient mover from day one, and I think that was on full display too with his Bluegrass victory. And you know, some people, well, I don't want to take a closer. I don't think this horse is necessarily a quote-unquote deep closer. I think you can't label him that such, because he's kind of a horse where wherever the pace is developing in front of him, he can be where the rider wants him to be. And I think that is so important when dealing with 19 other rivals in the mass cavalry charge that is the Kentucky Derby. As we take a look, though, at the present, and that is a Chad Brown horse here in the paddock. That is number 3, Southern District, as he looks sensational yet again, coming off the back of his best career performance to date, albeit over a muddy surface, but I think that's okay. I don't mind him getting back to a fast surface. He's only been on it twice in his career. My one problem is that I'm not totally sure that he gets better with more ground, but it's kind of apples and oranges, where I was really enthralled with him going from the 2-turn mile and an eighth to the mile last time. This is a 1-turn mile and a 16th, so I don't want to put too much pressure on that. that, but he looks great. As we'll also check in with a horse second off the bench, number 1, the Reds. He's going to be a price in here, I would think, but he's taken a step forward with that comeback race, in which he ran okay, going the 1 1/8. Not an easy distance to come back in. He's tucked up. He looks great in the flesh and kind of shook off that ring rust. So he's a little bit edgy in the paddock last time. He's nice and composed today. Let's also take a look at Waxman. He comes back off a little bit of a freshening. He ran that stymie without Lasix. He's back on it here. He's a horse that I do think longer is better, but I'm also wondering about the 2 turns. He might prefer the 2 turns. That's where his best race to date came from, but always a horse that struggled to carry a lot of weight and conditioning. This is the best I've ever seen him look. And Greg, too, he was always one that earlier on in his career was distracted. He'd kind of run his races a bit oddly, run in spots, and he's just been so much more focused today, which I think I really appreciate, and he's making all the right impressions with that brief freshening under his belt.
Maggie, thanks. There he is, Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 this afternoon. And Waxman, he will get more ground, but as Maggie talked about, is not going to get 2 turns today.
Well, I don't have an issue with that at all. I mean, his first start at 7 furlongs was an exceptional one. His 1-turn mile maiden win, 3 back, was exceptional. He did run well in this race, and this is probably the best race he ever ran. My problem with him, and I know Maggie, and it's encouraging to say that she sees he's acting well today, but I'm sorry. This horse is a horse that's been a bad habit horse, and bad habits reared their ugly head last time out, and I'm a little dubious. And frankly, I know he beat Southern District, but I think Southern District came alive last time and is better, and I think Tiergan, the 5 inside of him, is extraordinarily dangerous on a dry track.
Beat Winter Pool in that race we showed you. That was at 1 1/8. He'll get 1 1/16 today. Here's the Reds. John Kimmel and Dylan Davis team up.
Yeah, this is a horse that I don't know that he's good enough to win in here, but he could improve second off a layoff, and he's not untalented.
Big number on a horse that can be forward. Sibelius going the longest he's ever gone.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine he's going to be in front here, and he lost to a very good horse in Sound Money last time I believe is running the Westchester next week.
He's won 3 of his last 5 Sound Money. Southern District, Chad Brown-Klarovich.
Right, same connections as Sound Money, as a matter of fact. He runs back to his last race, and this field is in trouble. The question is, can he run back to it?
Here's Tiergan, Rudy Rodriguez, Jose Lezcano.
If you just look at his fast track races and his PPs, you'll realize that he is a much, much different horse now on a dry track, and I think he is a big contender.
14 of his 27 starts, he's been first or second, 6 of those wins. Waxman, so here he is. Last time we saw him, that was in the stymie, and there was no match at 1 mile for that group.
And he was awful. I mean, he's a better horse than that. The question is he going to bounce back? If he does, he's one of the horses to beat along with Southern District. I'm skeptical.
Next door, we jumped to the 8, at 5 to 1. Wow, Harvard taking money here. Jose Ortiz, Rudolph Brissett.
Yeah, I can see why he's taking money. He's run some fast figures. I'll tell you my problem with him. His only 2 wins are on the front end, Greg. And I wonder if he's the kind of horse that really wants to pass to win, and he's not getting the lead with the 2 unless the horse just, doesn't come out of the gate.
Yeah, it wouldn't appear so. And here's the 7. This is Market Alert. Jimmy Ryerson, Jorge Vargas Jr. team up.
Yeah, he ran a career best race last time. The problem is it's still not good enough to win here.
So he is 9 to 1. Pick 4 pool, $232,000. You can, of course, play it with Naira bets. Jonathan, how are you going to play it?
I'm going to start off with a single. I'm going to single the 3 Southern District. Look, does come in off a little bit of a break, and if you've been following the entries, this horse was entered a couple times. And so I think maybe some people might be concerned. Maybe the horse is a little bit over the top. If the horse was ready to run back in April, early April, and then now we're back here. Look, I don't have a problem. If Chad Brown is bringing a horse in off a break, the horse is going to run well. 27% in his career with horses coming in off of layoffs. I'll lean on the 3 Southern District. I'm going to use 3 horses, 4, 8, and 10 in the second leg, Rally Squirrel, Lord Flincher, and Umbria. And then I'm going to spread a little bit in the third leg. I didn't think that race was as easy as it might appear. Value proposition should be good on the cut back to 6 horse, but I'm going to use the 9, 10, and 11 as well. I think that the 9, Milton the Monster, very interesting getting onto the turf. Of course, it has a nice figure last time on the dirt. And then to wrap it up, 1, 6, 7, the 1 Sinful Dancer. I'm looking forward to seeing this horse run back again. The 6 George's Gambit, and the 7 Basis Risk.
So here's the one that JK is going to single. This is the current favorite, Southern District.
Yeah, I want to say a couple things. First of all, when he's been entered since his last race, I believe they were MTOs, hoping he'd get up there. But he actually did miss time for a slight reason. Nothing majorly physical running. I think he had a minor issue in the stall, which affected him, not a physical issue, but it kept pregnant from being entered. I think it may have involved his eye or something, but I don't think it was anything substantial.
Well, this race showing the kind of talent he has. It was a muddy track at Aqueduct, and he just blew this field away.
But look at how much dirt they're kicking up. This is a muddy harrow track. This was not a muddy seal track, a very different track. And I think you look at how much they were kicking up and the dust was being kicked up, it was probably very much on the good side of muddy, because there's a big difference between muddy sealed and muddy harrowed. So I think it gives me more confidence he can produce this race on a dry track. But to be fair, when you see a horse with moisture in the track run a career best race, you always have to wonder a little when they get to a dry track, where did that race come from? Because he got 100 Beyer. He could have won by, this horse was taken in hand. I mean, this was a joke how easily he won this race.
I'm curious, and you may know better, but his maiden win at Churchill, I mean, he showed that he had big ability, and then they went back to the grass with him.
There was a difference of opinion on what surface he would prefer, and I think some people thought that he'd be better on the turf. It turns out that the dirt was the right surface, and he eventually got back there, and now he's showing what he can do.
Well, this is a good field. He's going to try and beat as the 9-5 favorite and go back to back. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Take a look at the outside runner in here. That is number 8, Harvard, for trainer Rudolph Brissett. And I feel like we're familiar with Rudy because we watch all of his horses over at Oaklawn, but doesn't ship that many in, especially here at Belmont. We see him more so up at Saratoga per se, but I think it's interesting bringing Harvard here. They've kind of targeted some tough races throughout his career. He must be a horse that does show a good bit of talent. He is third off of that layoff. And I remember last time when he showed up at Saratoga for the Curlin, I just thought he looked kind of heavy, to be honest. Maybe that was because he didn't receive Lasix that day, which could have been a factor. But I think he looks better here. I don't like the fact that he's been clipped and he's been wintering in Oaklawn, which, yes, can be cold, but overall, is, at least as of late, has been much warmer than, let's say, here in New York. He's kind of a fringe player to me. It's kind of put up or shut up time because he definitely didn't put up in his last effort, which was quite lackluster. But then again, it was a track that had moisture in it, Greg, and maybe he will prefer the fast going here at Belmont.
All right, Maggie, thank you. This pick 4 pool getting up there, 328,000 and growing. Public squarely on Southern District. Did you get another look there at Harvard? It's good to have all these big names back here as well at Belmont.
And great, I think that you'll agree with me. This is the closest you and I will ever get to being at Harvard.
I've been to Harvard.
Have you?
I've walked
been
on
to
the
Harvard
grounds.
Square.
Some news came out about that school. I'm actually okay I didn't go there. 8-5 favorite. Southern District hasn't raced since early February. Manny Franco, again, getting big mounts for this barn.
Yeah.
And it's great to see.
Well, he's ridden so well for them. I think they're staying with the guy. I mean, you're not going to take him off after last race. And it'll be interesting because it really is, there was some moisture in the track last time, and he ran so much better than he's ever run. But to be fair, he's run well in all of his dirt races. So it's not like he hasn't shown ability, but he also got easily beaten by Waxman 2 back. So he's coming off a big effort. Waxman's coming off a lousy effort. It'll be interesting to see how each horse runs. And I still think that the 5 Tiergan, now I picked the 3 Southern District, but I think Tiergan is a major player in this race because this is what he wants. 1-turn, mile, dry track. He doesn't have the class of the other ones. The 3 and 6 both look like they're potential sort of stake types, but Tiergan kind of quietly is doing the dirty work and running some big races.
Race he ran 2 back. Yeah, he's got some others in there as well, but that one, the rest of this field could be in trouble.
Yeah. And I mean, last time out, he looked last time out like he was going to finish last in the turn, and he sort of re-rallied. He handles a wet track, but he's much better on a dry track. And I think that happens when horses get older, especially. Some horses will be better on it when they're younger, and they get older and they get more finicky.
There's the favorite. Wow, nice appearance from Southern District. 4-year-old son of Union Rags, trying to collect his 3rd victory. First time on the track since early February. 7th here from Belmont. Kicks off this late pick 4. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off at a quick start there for a Market Alert, who is right out for the early lead. Sibelius is racing in second. And then comes Waxman, and on the outside it's Harvard, so the four of them right together, with Southern District racing in fifth. Tiergan's on the extreme outside. The Reds is down at the rail, up the back stretch. Market Alert and Sibelius, two long shots right together. They've opened up 2 lengths on Waxman, who's running in third. The Reds down on the inside, and Tiergan is alongside. Then Southern District running in sixth. Harvard is the trail of the quarter, went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Sibelius on the inside and Market Alert on the outside. They remain right together with Tiergan and the Reds just in behind, and in between horses is Waxman. Then comes Southern District, who's about 3.5 lengths from the lead and moving up on the outside. The trailer is Harvard. Market Alert has come away with the lead. Tiergan now moving into second. Sibelius has dropped back to third. Then Southern District on the extreme outside, followed by Waxman, Harvard, and the Reds. Market Alert leads through a half in 46 and 3. It is Market Alert with Southern District on the outside. Tiergan is there. Sibelius. And on the far outside is Harvard as they come off the turn and into the stretch. 3/4 up in 1:11 and 3. Here is Southern District now to take over the lead. It is Southern District in front. The Reds moving up on the outside of Market Alert. A 16th to the finish. It is Southern District in front. The Reds has moved into second. Southern District with the lead. The Reds second. Southern District is the winner. The Reds run second. Market Alert held on for third.
Southern District, he goes back-to-back. Manny Franco, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables with the favorite.
You could see that Manny was just sort of sitting in abeyance, waiting for his chance to make a move. And I don't know that he ran as big a figure as he ran last time. I haven't seen the final times as much, but this horse really ran. The Reds improved a lot. Second off the layoff and got a very, very nice ride from Dylan Davis. Southern District is the goods. Nice performance. And I'll tell you something, Waxman, he just didn't run. I mean, he got good this winter, but he just can't. It's too bad. He's talented. How about the sevens break?
Like a cannon.
I mean, he looked like, those people say, oh, the 7 beat the gate, and that's why I wanted to show you the head. And he didn't beat the gate. He just blew out of the gate quicker than everybody else.
Perfect.
And ran a good third.
Break.
Yeah,
gave him a big shot to be a factor in this race. He winds up third at 15-1. 3-1-7-5. And, back to Waxman for a moment. Maybe he does need 2 turns to be at his best.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it because he's run well at 1 turn in 2 races, and it's his he ran to his last race, right? I mean, that was the question. I don't listen. Maybe Todd will think that, and he'll give him a shot at 2 turns, and there's no reason not to if he can. It's not going to happen at Belmont Park. I gotta say, he ran a 91 buyer, breaking his maiden, and a 91 buyer in his debut at 1 turn. So it's one thing if he ran second to this horse. At what point in this race did he ever have any run?
Yeah, it's hard to find it because it wasn't there. Mile and an eighth at Saratoga might be effective.
Well, we'll see. I'll bet against him at any distance. But
6th at Oaklawn. Here is our post parade. And 7-2, leading west, David Cohen, John Ortiz.
Yeah, I thought leading west was a bit of a player in this race among many. I didn't like him. I preferred others, but not impossible.
So 50,000 starter allowance at a mile and a 16th, by the way. Here's Akati's Verve, just claimed.
Yeah, we'll have to improve off the claim to be effective.
Mr. Thunderstruck, 8-1.
He's 1 or 2. He, believe it or not, has a potential speed in this race. Now, I don't see it on paper. Timeform US says yes. I think Tomo Tato, Tudu, is going to be the favorite.
It's his right time.
Speed.
Even money favorite here on a horse who was a winner 2 back at Oaklawn.
Ran well off the claim from a tough barn to claim from Chris Hartman, but that was 13 days later. I don't like this horse. I'm against him big time.
Yeah, here is Toma Toto. He definitely wants to be forward. He's 2 for 3 at Oaklawn.
I think he's the one to catch in the front end.
Centurion, just 1 for 14, facing multiple winners.
Yeah, I'm not taking him off a maiden claiming win in this bunch.
Tough spot to be in, no question. And then Unidentified Man on the outside moves to a new barn, Brett Calhoun.
I like the name, but Calhoun does not have great numbers off trainer switches. Horse is coming off a substantial layoff in this race. I don't know. He's the fuzzy in here, right, Greg? He's got some races that give him a chance. I'm really skeptical for his ride time. I'm against him. He wins, I lose. I think he ran back on the training last time, and I'm not going to be surprised when he takes a step backwards, having time away now from the Hartman barn.
Well, not scaring the public away. Even money on this one right here. Let's check it with our Hall of Famer with more on the jockey colony out there. Gary Stevens, what do you have?
Yeah, guys, today's my last day here at Oaklawn Park. I'll be headed to Churchill Downs covering the races out there on Derby week on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Looking forward to that, but I've really enjoyed my winter out here in early spring at Oaklawn Park. Saw a lot of talent here. David Cabrera, he was the runaway leader in the jockey standings. He was injured about 3.5 weeks ago. Tough fall for him. I spoke to his agent this morning, Jose Santos. He said that he was looking for clearance in the next week or two so he can start back riding again, so he's doing well. He's on his way to full recovery right now. Listen, he's still 6th in front in the standings, which is amazing right now. Ricardo Santana, 2nd. He's got 12 mounts, including his 4 mounts today, 6 mounts tomorrow. And it's going to be literally almost, he's going to have to win at 50% to be able to tie Cabrera. And then Francisco Arrieta, outstanding meet by him, 52 wins. But these guys, they've worked hard all winter long under some tough conditions. But coming out and working the mornings here is where it's at. If you don't come out in the mornings, you don't get the mounts in the afternoon. These guys, a lot of the young riders as well. We've seen Chelsea Bailey come out with an outstanding meet. She's the leading rider for the girls here at the meet, far and away for the apprentices as well. So it's been a lot of fun being out here. It's been fun to watch these guys progress. They're still improving, a lot of them. Ricardo Santana still got it, still trying to get on top of the standings, guys.
I'm jealous of that tan. I just don't think it's right. We're like ghosts over here.
Yep. We are pasty white. Gary has definitely gotten some sun. That's a nice assignment he's had. And look, Gary's given a lot of props to some guys who've had tremendous meets. Should give himself a pat on the shoulder, too. He had a tremendous meet representing Tiago Pereira and Giovanni Franco, and those two had a lot of wins at the meet.
Couldn't agree more. Absolutely. Tip of the hat to him. Those guys have done well, and Gary's done a good job with them. And I got to say that one of the things, I've seen a lot of good riders down there, and nothing against Ricardo. You know, I'm always rooting for Ricardo Santana to do well, and see a chance, and I think Arrieta rode well. I'm rooting for Cabrera to hold on for the title. Yeah, just rode so well with the injury and everything. But I think we saw a lot of good riding. I think we saw very good women riders there, improved women riders as well, and that's a nice thing.
Chelsea Bailey, Kelsey Haar, a couple of them. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way. Would love to see Cabrera, without the opportunity to finish it out, be able to still be that leading rider, and good chance he's going to be. It's going to be a tall order for Santana with the limited mounts he has remaining. Tiz ride time, 6-5 favorite. There he is, 5-year-old son of Tiz now, 2nd start of the new barn. Short price in here, and talked about the 3 with his speed, the 3 and the 5, the 2 to kind of watch early on in here and see who can grab command.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, the 5 is sort of more speed showing on paper, but the 3 is quick enough. Be interesting to see if the 5 clears. I think the 5 can wire the field.
Vic Stauffer, race 6 from Oaklawn, kicks off this Saturday program. Late pick 5 in Hot Springs.
They're off. Good start for Toma Toto, who wins the break, leading west, and Akati's Verve alongside. These 3 are quickest. Then comes Tiz Ride Time and Mr. Thunderstruck, followed by Unidentified Man, and the trailer is Centurion. Leading west rides the rail too shortly, but now moving to the front is Akati's Verve, and Akati's Verve takes over the front from a Toma Toto in 2nd. Leading west takes back. 3rd now and 2 from the front with Tiz Ride Time moving up 4 deep. Then comes Mr. Thunderstruck. Centurion is at the rail, 2nd to last and only about 4 behind. And outside of him, it is Unidentified Man, a compact field up the backstretch with Akati's Verve and Toma Toto. Akati's Verve, a neck in front of Toma Toto in 2nd. 2 lengths to leading west and Tiz Ride Time. They watch each other and the front runners 2 behind. Mr. Thunderstruck is 5th with Centurion just inside of him at the rail, and Unidentified Man is still the trailer, still only 4 lengths first to last, 3 furlongs from the money, and Ikati's Verb and Toma Toto are still 1-2. Toma Toto outside of Ikati's Verb. Here comes Tis Right Time, and Tis Right Time draws within a length of the lead as Toma Toto takes it over. Then Mr. Thunderstruck and Centurion. Leading west is second to last. Unidentified Man is the trailer, and the leader is Toma Toto. Toma Toto is about to be confronted by Tis Right Time, and Tis Right Time now puts half a head in front. Mr. Thunderstruck threatens to run a big one. Ikati's Verve is at the rail to the outside leading west, and it's Tis Right Time and Toma Toto. Toma Toto and Tis Right Time. Tis Right Time now a half length in front. Toma Toto leading west in the center. Tis Right Time. Toma Toto leading west. Tis Right Time. Tis Right Time beat Toma Toto. Leading west was 3rd. Mr. Thunderstruck finished 4th.
Favorite gets it done to kick off the late pick 5 in Hot Springs. Tis Right Time. Francisco Arrieta aboard 4-5-1 finish.
Well, I had this one wrong. This horse gets the job done at even money. I don't think he won like an even money shot should, but he got the job done. The 5 took a little more pressure from the 2 than you would have expected, but no major excuse. I don't think they were going that fast. Was game to be second. And frankly, a nice close by the 1, considering nobody closed, but this horse gets it done at a short price.
That was leading west. That 1. Tis Right Time, though, picking up the 3rd win of his career and 2nd in his last 3 starts. 5-year-old son of Tiz now for Chicken Fried Racing. Interesting name of that ownership group. Celebrating getting their picture taken on this Saturday in Hot Springs. Well, the prices for you when we come back. The big guns, they're back in New York on this Saturday afternoon. Leading earner in the history of the sport, Hall of Famer John Velasquez, and man who won 3 straight Eclipse Awards as the outstanding rider. Irad Ortiz already having a big day in his return. Stay with us.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Cyber Knife, here comes Secret Oath. Cyber Knife, Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyber Knife.
From the outside, and here's Caba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Caba.
Gun runners on top of the world! New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us. 7th at Belmont, Southern District stepping up and running a big one again. For Chad Brown-Klarovich with Manny Franco aboard, much too good for this group.
Yeah, he's a really nice horse. And, you know, as you say, once he's gotten a chance to sort of get his legs out of the dirt and showed that he wasn't a wet track last time, a very similar type performance. And aside something else, the Reds really stepped it forward, you know, in his second start this year. Very nice performance, a good ride and a good trip, but he really stepped forward here. But Southern District, he's the goods, and at this point, he's probably going to have to find a stake he can run in.
It's 3 for 5 on the dirt, and one of those defeats stumbled and steadied in the race as well in his first time against winners.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that he's better. And maybe you talk about the 2-turn, 1-turn thing. Well, I mean, he has won going 2 turns at Churchill, but he has gotten better in these 1-turn races, and that's good for him because we're going to run a lot of them at Belmont.
$5.50 for the win. Back at Oaklawn, Francisco Arrieta with the victory. Picture time for him, for trainer Tom Van Berg. Second off the claim, gets his 5-year-old by Tisnow to the winner's circle. Again for Chicken Fried Racing. Third win from 19 starts.
I want to know the genesis of that name. Maybe Gary. Gary could do a little detective work. Chicken Fried Racing.
You know what they're having for dinner.
You a big chicken fried steak guy? Eat that a lot?
I honestly don't think I've ever had it.
A friend of mine made me stop on a drive back from Lexington. He said, we have to stop for food. So we went in a diner, and he looked at me and said, you order first. And I looked at the menu, and I saw, I'll have a chicken fried steak. And I looked at him, and he said, I'll have a coffee. I didn't want to eat. I just wanted to stop.
4-5-1. And that 6 from Oaklawn. Again, that start to that pick 5, pick 4, obviously. Coming up next as we return to Belmont and race 8. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf. New York bred entry level allowance. We'll talk more about this field in a minute. We're going to step aside for a short timeout. Still ahead. He's back. He's bigger, better, stronger, faster, according to his trainer, Wayne Catalano, the Breeders' Cup Sprint Champion. Aloha West gearing up for his return.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NYRaBets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. It was a night Downs Under Dark at Churchill when we, at least when I first sort of learned about Aloha West on our program, on our air. He just progressed steadily throughout the year, and this Breeders' Cup Sprint was magnificent. Jose Ortiz looked like he had no chance to win this race top of the stretch.
Yeah, a very sweet ride by Jose, saving ground the turn, angling out. He really came alive at Saratoga with those terrific performances up there as well. Second in the Phoenix at Keeneland, but got it done here. He's going to come back in a tough spot. Grade 1, going 7 furlongs on Derby Day. I believe Jackie's Warrior had been pointing to it, so I'm assuming he's going to run. I think Reinvestment Risk, who was second in our car, is going to be there. But I think everybody will breathe a sigh of relief if they don't see the name Speaker's Corner in that field.
He just worked 5 furlongs Aloha West, 59-2, quickest to 44 in the morning. And yeah, Wayne Catalano, as I said going to break, says he has come back way better than he was last year. That's a good sign. Hopefully a big year from Aloha West. We love to see our stars continue to run big races and be in the spotlight. And if this horse can continue to produce, it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, how he runs in there and how well he runs. And if he runs well enough, would they be interested in stretching him out to a mile for the Met Mile? It's really one of the biggest races in the country. If not, maybe they look at a race like the True West here on Belmont Stakes weekend at 6.5 furlongs.
He would, for a moment, he was thinking Cigar Mile the end of last year.
He was, yeah. Well, I think they felt it could win the Sprinter of the Year for him. They didn't feel they had enough to get over Jockey's Warrior, but they decided against it, and probably the prudent move.
Loaded day, not just the Derby on May 7th. So many big races. It's going to be a tremendous program. Got the 8th coming up next year at Belmont, mile and a 16th on the turf for New York breds. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll start with the horse that has been vying for favoritism and returning to New York Bred Company is number 4 in here, Rally Squirrel, who does come off a little bit of a break, but he is a horse that I obviously know. But if I didn't know him, I'd say, oh, he looks a little heavy, a little paunchy, but that's him. That's how he's always been. His coat looks fantastic. And with him running well, in that non-2 for 35, I think they realize that maybe we do protect him and put him away just until we can get back to New York for the A other than condition. So all things looking good with Rally Squirrels. We'll move on to number 3, Timbuktu, who does return as a 3-year-old, and he was a favorite that day. I was dubious of his chances. He ran a glacially slow fire speed figure, but I think there's always room for improvement when you come back as a 3-year-old. And look, I was not enthralled with this horse as a favorite that day whatsoever, but let me tell you, he has done exponentially well from 2 to 3. He has grown, he has filled out, he looks like an entirely different horse. He looks fit and well prepared. He has a great demeanor here in the paddock. I'm really intrigued to see what Timbuktu does here coming back as a 3-year-old. As we'll move on to number 8, Lord Flinchers. He's the other horse taking money, rightfully so. This horse looks better than ever. Yes, he's a 4-year-old, but he ran fast enough races towards the latter half of his 3-year-old year that he's a major, major player, and it looks like Jorge Abreu has him primed and ready for this comeback effort. He's so well muscled, he's filled out, he's grown again. I really like what I'm seeing from Lord Flincher. As a little bit of a wild card is one trying the turf for the first time in number 6, Mr. Breadwinner. Both of his dirt races have been on wet tracks. Now, this is actually the first time I've been in the paddock to see him prior to a race, but I like what I'm seeing from the overall perspective. Big, good-looking horse, excellent coat on him, and I think it's intriguing that he breaks his maiden and gets a decent figure, and they immediately go to the turf with him. So they obviously want to try it, despite this horse really not having that much pedigree. But watching him move over the muddy, sealed surface last time, he kind of has that extra bounce to his stride, which is indicative of turf horses. So he kind of has a turf frame to him. So I'm kind of intrigued to see what Mr. Breadwinner does switching to the turf for John Terranova, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 13-1 for his turf debut coming up. The 6-horse Kinder Carmouche will be aboard that one. Late pick 3, it is next. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back. Get set for the 8th here at Belmont on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Elmont, New York.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Betts.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
Back on America's Day at the Races, just in time for the start of the post parade here in race 8, coming through the tunnel. There's a look at the current odds. It is the 8 right now, favored Lord Flincher, Jorge Abreu. We're going to kick things off with the horse who inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1, Sandro the Great.
Well, did run a good second behind Umbria the last time he ran on the turf, and Umbria is 7-2 right now, and this one's 23-1. Food for thought.
Yeah, interesting. Timbuktu, here's the Brad Cox second-time starter that Maggie says physically has moved forward.
And he better move forward significantly, but you have to be happy with what, if you like him, with what Maggie said.
Rally Squirrel, Joel Rosario, Mike Maker.
I think he's going to be very tough to beat in this race. He showed he could rate when he switched the Maker bar, and they waited for this New York bred spot. He will be favored by post time, and he should be.
Tom Morley, runner, first on turf.
Listen, if he had more turf pedigree, I'd be interested in him, but it's not really a turf pedigree that says he's going to move up on grass.
Here's another one who's trying the lawn for the first time, Mr. Breadwinner.
Supposed to be the controlling speed in here, and there really isn't a ton of turf in the pedigree either. Otherwise, this wouldn't be interesting. Speed.
Saratoga Flash, he broke his maiden sprinting on the turf at Belmont.
That's what concerns me. I wonder if a 1.16 is a little far for him, and maybe Barkley needed a spot off the layoff, and he'll cut back a little in distance next time.
Here's the current favorite, Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3.
Yeah, that squeeze back at the start is not completely accurate because he's also a horse that comes from way back. And I think his last race looks better on paper than it is. He needs a collapse in here. I'm not confident he'll get it.
Son of Dialed In, who gets on the grass for the first time, Amadeus Music.
It actually is a half to a turf winner, though it's not a huge turf pedigree.
Umbria, Jose Ortiz at 7-2.
He's a very logical type horse in this race. He's run reasonably well in all his races, turf and dirt. My concern is the outside post on the inner turf course. He's giving up a little bit of a tactical advantage.
I'm with you. There's no reason for the 2 to be 24-1 and for him to be 7-2.
Right. I'm not in love with the 2 here, but I think if you like the 10, make sure you've taken a look at the 2 at that price, right?
5 minutes away from this 8th at Belmont. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, look, I agree. I think the 4 Rally Squirrel is definitely one that you want to use, but I do kind of feel like the 3 Timbuktu at this price is a little bit interesting. I had a feeling the horse was going to go off a little bit shorter, didn't even use in my pick 4. But I do want to mention, sometimes you got to zig and zag. I think the price is okay here for a horse that broke slow as a 2-year-old and ran a number that on paper doesn't look fast enough, but if you can kind of get that improvement, there's the opportunity there with the with the 6-1 on the board. I would take a look at the 3 Timbuktu, but I agree with Andy. I think the 4 Rally Squirrel is going to be tough to beat in here. This horse has the figures. It's Mike Maker. You get Joel Rosario. That is definitely the horse to beat in the 7-2. You can't go wrong with. But I think I would take a look at the 3 at that price.
There he is. Jonathan, thank you. He won his debut. He did it at Saratoga. He didn't do it in the quickest time.
And he didn't do it against a particularly strong field. But I will tell you something. You have to be careful about 2-year-old turf figures going long in their debuts, early in their years. These aren't horses that are ready at that time of year. We've seen plenty of horses that have gone on to do some very good things that ran 60 buyer figures in their debuts in the turf. It's just not, that's not a figure that I want to hang my hat on. I'm not saying they're necessarily wrong, but I'll tell you something else. Looking at the field he ran with, I thought there was an argument the figure could be closer to 60. Now I look at the Time Form U.S. figure, and they have it even slower in relative terms. So that makes me question it a little bit. Still, if you like him, maybe he can improve. Maggie had good things to say about him. I just think he's supposed to be more than 6-1 if you like him.
Meanwhile, Lord Flincher, who for a while was favored, and here's the beginning of that race last out.
I know the door kind of shut, but it's not like he was ever steady. You know what I mean? You see the door closes. He doesn't have any speed. He's going to take himself out of the race, and this was a race that featured, in relative terms, a very quick pace. And as we watch them come down the stretch, the field just collapses in the last 16th mile, and Irad saved ground. I mean, Irad gave him, or Jose rode him, excuse me, the exact same kind of terrific ride he gives the vast majority of the horses he rides. This horse has every chance to motor by, right? Now, he lost to a pretty good horse in Great Nuts Warrior in relative terms, but it's not like he lost because he was too far back, right? I think when you look at the race, you actually watch the race, it's a different picture than the running line on paper. Because on paper, you go, oh, he was squeezed back at the start. He was way too far back. He just ran out of real estate. No, he had every chance to win this race. He simply wasn't good enough. And he's 1 for 10 with 4 seconds. And deep closers are horses that are frequently at the mercy of the dynamics of the race. And the mile and a 16th turf races on the inner turf course at Belmont Park usually feature pretty tepid paces, which isn't going to help a closer. So while I think he's good enough to win this race, and I picked him third, I just feel like he's the kind of horse, especially in this course, it's always going to be up against it.
3-1 on him right now. Let's head back down to Maggie.
We'll take a look at another first-time turf runner whom, yes, I am very familiar with, number 5, Salute to America, and a horse that I love because he's just such a lovely horse to ride. And it's been so fun to kind of watch and feel his development from when he came in as a 2-year-old last year, because he's just always been such a dude. Like, nothing bothers him. He goes out there and does his job, but he was kind of a weaker type. And now you get on him and he jumps into the bridle. He likes to target horses in his gallops to try to get to and beat at the end of his gallops at the wire. So it's just been fun to kind of feel and watch that development with him. A horse that I always felt as though had some promise. Now, as far as getting on the turf, there isn't much turf pedigree to speak of. You know, up on the bottom side, there's some horses who have handled it. He does have a bit of a turf hoof to him, and Tom Morley, my husband, has been adamant that he thinks he should move okay and get over it well. We'll see. It's a bit of a shot in the dark, as we'll take a look at number 7, Saratoga Flash. He returns as a gelding for Barclay Tag. Last time out, we saw him going the 6 over at Aqueduct. He never switched leads. He kind of lingered on that inside lead, kind of head came up. I've always, though, been under the impression that maybe a little less ground is better for him, and he comes out really well prepared from the fitness standpoint, but he's also very, very sharp. So I don't necessarily love this distance coming back to the races, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. They are on the turf course, about to load up here. Now the 4 has become the favorite, Rally Squirrel.
Yeah, he's a heavy favorite in the doubles. Doubles are not as linked to the win prices the way they used to be. In the old days, he would have been around 2-1 in this race, maybe less. I think he's supposed to be favored here. I just thought he was a super logical horse. To be honest, I don't have a strong opinion in this race. I picked the race 4, 10, 8, which means I have the 3 favorites sort of in order. And when I do that, I'm never overly excited about the race because it means that I just see the race logically like everybody else. And for me, I like to bet if I think I've got a sort of different idea than a lot of people.
Rosario back in town, teaming up with Mike Maker. And first off the claim, Maker got this horse right in the winner's circle. We'll see if he can do it again here as the 3-1 post-time favorite. 8th from Belmont. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. From the inside, it is Sandro the Great. And right alongside is Rally Squirrel. Rally Squirrel has taken the lead, and now Saratoga Flash moves up on the outside to take second. Sandro the Great back running in third, passed on the outside there by Umbria. Then comes Mr. Breadwinner, who is running in fifth, followed on the inside by Timbuktu in sixth. Salute to America is next in seventh, followed by Lloyd Flincher in eighth. Amadeus Music is the trailer in ninth. The field is racing up the backstretch after a quarter in 23 2. Rally Squirrel by a half length. Saratoga Flash on the outside in second by a length and a half. Sandro the Great down at the rail, runs in third, and alongside is Umbria next in fourth. Timbuktu on the inside in 5th. Right now, about 5 lengths from the front. As the field approaches the far turn, the half went in 48-1. Rally Squirrel continues to lead with Saratoga Flash still in 2nd. It is Rally Squirrel by 3/4 of a length. Saratoga Flash on the outside in 2nd. Umbria is in 3rd. Sandro the Great down on the inside next in 4th, followed by Tim Buck 2. And on the outside is Salute to America. Here is Saratoga Flash to draw right alongside of Rally Squirrel. It's Rally Squirrel and Saratoga Flash. They are right together with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. And now Saratoga Flash has taken over. Rally Squirrel is back running in 2nd. And then comes Timbuktu in 3rd. It is Saratoga Flash off the layoff to win by 3. Rally Squirrel was 2nd. It's a photo for 3rd.
Well, Joel Rosario put Rally Squirrel on the front end in here. Missed Saratoga Flash, though, in his, as you heard, 4-year-old debut, finding much more in the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely no excuse for Rally Squirrel. He was simply 2nd best in this race, and the answer is no. Saratoga Flash did not have an issue with the distance here. These interturf races, as we talked about so often, are dominated towards the front end because the paces are fairly moderate and they kind of sprint home. But Greg, the winner won by what? 2.5 lengths to 3 lengths? The second horse was 2nd by about 3.5 lengths. So yeah, they had the race in their favor, but they also buried the rest of the field.
Yeah, no one else making a bid. And Saratoga Flash, this is a horse you, before the gates opened, thought maybe this would have been the horse in front.
Yeah, well, the Forest had speed before. I think he rated before, and I just think with Joel, he just felt like nobody else was going. But you know what? Dylan Davis had a ton underneath him. He stalked, and it turned into basically a match race top of the stretch. 2 horses had an advantage with the 2 best horses in the race. And Saratoga Flash, this is the best race he ever ran, Greg.
Usually, Joel Rosario in that situation, he has a lot more when he's on the front end, doesn't he?
I said to you, top of the stretch, you know, Johnny, I said the 7 through its side. I said, Joel's going to win. He's just going to have more horse, and he just didn't. This horse was just too good.
2 wins today. Dylan Davis, Saratoga Flash for Saratoga Stable. Of course, campaign Tis the Law. Belmont and Travers victories for that son of Constitution. And Barclay Tag, of course, as well. Back to Oaklawn, 7th. Maiden special weight, 2-turn mile to start of the pick 4. Let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, I never get tired of watching these 3-year-old maiden races going around the ground here at Oaklawn Park over this winter into this spring. And I was asked by the higher-ups to pick a horse that I liked on the racetrack, what they looked like. Well, I had not only looked when they were on the racetrack, but I looked as they were going into the paddock. I like the 1, the 3, and the 7. No surprise that I like Steve Asmussen. Most all of his horses have a certain look to him, and he's definitely got the Asmussen look. Rider Special looked great when he came out onto the racetrack. And then, believe it or not, the 6 horse taking a huge jump in class. He was just 3rd for $40,000. Bentley Combs running back for maiden special today, but he looked great going into the paddock. Looks great out on the racetrack. And then the 7 horse Speed Bias. He's by Uncle Mo, good-looking colt, and he's kind of refined. He looks like a colt that wants to run long. He run really well first time out, going 6 furlongs here. Came running, he was back in the pack. Came running, got beat 4 lengths that day, finished 4th, but looks super out on the racetrack. Big, long colt. He's not over big. Like I said, more defined. Not big old girthy or anything, but just looks like a horse that's going to enjoy this stretch out to a mile today, guys. It's a good field of maidens here.
Gary, thanks. So 8-5 on this 7 here, Speed Bias. Brad Cox, 2nd-time starter. He has Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard, the horse you're looking at. This horse was sent off as the favorite in the debut. Made up some ground, and second start, they have every right, especially out of this barn, to move forward.
I got a 6-5 shot home last race by not liking it. I'll give you a stat. Brad Cox stretching out a maiden in its 2nd start at Oaklawn Park over the last 5 years. Drum roll, please. 1 for 17.
Wow.
With a 19-cent ROI.
That's shocking.
Well, it's incredible because now he's 24% overall at all racetracks. But the $1.16 ROI. So it's sort of saying a lot of them are going off at this kind of price, and they're winning at a relatively high percentage, but they're not living up to the prices. So for my money, you know, this is another horse that I thought he ran okay last time, but I think it looks a little bit better on paper. And people love this, he closed in a sprint first time, and now he's going longer. And
it doesn't always equate,
the world is not that simple. And he's okay, and he ran okay first time out. But Riders Special, who has the rail, has just run a much faster race last time out. And he's the same price, basically. And I just think he's a much more likely winner. And I also think the 8 could be a more likely winner.
Yeah, who you're looking at, who's 9-2. Let's get Jonathan's thoughts.
Yeah, I agree with Andy. I like the 8 Magnificus. This is a horse, if you look back, was in a sprint race, kind of fell a little bit far back, didn't really get there. Then the first time going 2 turns, this horse ran well, missed the break. The pace in front was pretty quick. But what I'm more concerned about is that I believe this horse improved with the added distance. Now, if you could erase that slow start that probably cost the horse 3 to 4 lengths, maybe he can be a little bit closer and then can finish the way that he finished last time. He could be right there. And this is more of a price play for me. I understand the 7-speed bias. I also agree with Andy that you don't want to get carried away trying to bet, closing sprinter stretching out. Never seems to quite work out. And I also thought the inside horse, the 1 was interesting too, with a little bit of, it seems with the inside draw, I like horses that kind of hustle away from there. Does need to show a little bit more speed. But I think the 8, Magnificus, is very interesting off of that last effort. Does need to break better, because if they don't break well, they're going to kind of be in the same predicament last time, trying to catch up late.
Jonathan, thanks. That's been the problem with this horse. So we're looking at 2 starts. Both starts he has gotten off slow, and once okay.
No, that's a very, very valid point. He's got to break cleanly. Though maybe if he gets left, it'll be easier to get over the rail because he doesn't draw very well. I constantly am seeing Chart, to short comments, traffic, and Chart calls it Oaklawn. And I watch these replays, as I'm guessing you do, and I have yet to see it once when the horse actually encountered traffic.
Well, this
horse had no traffic.
There's a horse in the feature today, and it says rated when he was on the front end.
Well, rated on the lead, Well, when Swale won the Belmont Stakes, I'm almost sure the Chart read closed off his own fractions or some case like that because he was walking on the front end. And that was back in the day when riders actually ran. They went aggressively up front. But this horse had no traffic. But he also got a blistering pace to close into. 23, 46, and 4. They're moving.
That one horse stepping in, by your own handy logic.
The 1 should be over
But you can't take this horse because you 23-1 last time. Now you're going to get 2-1.
I agree. But in this race, if somebody said to me, you have to make a bet, the 1 is 2-1 and the 7 is 3-2, I'd bet all my money on the 1. But I'm going to make a prediction. That's the prices now. Race is over. I bet the 1's a shorter price. And I haven't even looked at the will pace, so maybe I'm wrong.
Isaac Castillo for Steve Asmussen, and Isaac will be aboard K-Rama for that barn in the feature in the Bachelor. Asmussen's got 2 in that race, which is still to come. Should be a good one. 3-year-old sprinting. Right now it's the 7th, start of the pick 4. Let's go upstairs. Vic Stauffer, the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Portsmouth and Speed Bias. Riders Special was a bit slow into stride, but he moves. Wildwood Z and Pudge Boy Palace make it 4 across the track, and Speed Bias is going to get caught out wide at the clubhouse turn. Then comes Pinch Hitter, followed by Red Devil, and now Portsmouth third last. Blame Eli is next, and the trailer is Magnificus. It's Wildwood Z pumped up to the backstretch and opening up a 3-length lead. Wildwood Z in charge from Riders Special and Pudge Boy Palace. 2 lengths further back to Pinch Hitter and Speed Bias. They've got about 6 lengths to make up. They are 2 in front of Blame Eli. Red Devil at the rail in Portsmouth, and then 6 lengths last to Magnificus as Wildwood Z is moving on the front. On the backside, Wildwood Z to the half-mile pull. A 2.5 length lead on Riders Special. The finish line is the 16th pull. Pinch Hitter races in third. Speed Bias is asked for more from the outside, and Wildwood Z has been caught leaving the backstretch. We're about to have a new leader, and that is Riders Special. Speed Bias immediately goes after him, and here we go with these 2. Riders Special leads a length and a half from Speed Bias in second. Then Pinch Hitter in third. Magnificus is gathering momentum. Here's Magnificus up into third. Rider's Special and Speed Bias with Magnificus. Top of the stretch. Rider's Special cuts the corner and leads. He's got a 2-length lead on Speed Bias in second. Magnificus in third. They're to the 16th pole, and Rider's Special trying to hold off Speed Bias won't be easy. Rider's Special, Speed Bias ducked in and may have made contact. Rider's Special, Speed Bias, Rider's Special, Magnificus, Speed Bias. I think Speed Bias hung it on Rider's Special, half a nose. Magnificus was right there as well.
What a finish. We're going to have to look at the head-on and see if Speed Bias did come in and make contact with the one Rider Special right there.
I don't know if he made contact. He ducked in. Weird. It does seem like he got his nose down in front, and the 8 coming a little too late. You know what? This horse Speed Bias wins. He was best because he was wide in the first turn. The 1 had a perfect trip. The 1 had no excuse not to win it. The 7 horse gloved in the stretch. He was a little bit green, and it feels like he got the job done. I don't know if there'll be an inquiry. I don't know if he made any contact. Didn't seem like he did.
Yeah, looking at it again, perhaps not. We'll try and get the head on, get a clear-cut shot of it.
8 just a little late, right? Just a little late.
Yeah.
Good play for John. But that's the thing, you know, like you, Jonathan, you bet the 8, he's 5-1. You made a good bet, but you lost. It's annoying.
Speed Bias, start number 2, stretching out to mile. Brad Cox overcoming those numbers this time around.
That's right. This is big. Now 2 for 18, and this will really get that ROI. That ROI, what's that, 18, 30 some? That ROI is going to be right around 50 cents now.
This game.
Turning it around.
Game of inches. Ricardo Santana Jr. creeping ever closer. We know he's running out of chances to try and catch David Cabrera. Now he's, what, 4 back?
Sounds right. You know what? He's had a good meet. Regardless.
As usual.
And it's nice to see. But it's nice, you know, after the situation with the Asmussen barn and everything, I'm glad to see, and none of us are surprised. They have posted an inquiry, and they're saying there's an objection. Without seeing the head-on, there's absolutely no way we can tell if. And the thing is, it's not like, and you know, we're waiting for them to send us the head-on, but it's not like you saw the 1 react. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Now, without seeing the head-on, you can't see. But it is 718. If you live in the Brooklyn, you have that as an area
All right,
code.
we'll try and bring that to you as soon as we. Oh, here we go.
Look at this. Okay. 7 is in pink.
Hot pink silks, black cap.
Oh, he did. His back end went out a little bit.
Did.
Let's. Well, yeah, he's coming in again here. Let's see this. Hang on. Let's
so
see.
again, those bright. And wow, and with the right-handed
He knocks
prop.
his foot. No, he knocks his back end, and he keeps coming in on him.
Yep,
Now,
continual.
no, this horse should come down.
I agree with you.
This horse should come down. It was too narrow a margin. Come
and
down.
Santana was going right-handed.
Yeah. Well, that could be days. Oh, he's leaning
Again.
over. What is he doing?
Again, yeah.
I mean, the horse was giving him problems. To be fair,
Yeah.
It wasn't. You know, and to be fair, the initial lug-in is not Ricardo's fault, but I don't know. He's compensating. I mean, based on that,
several times impeded the progress of Rider Special.
And he won by, what, about 2 inches at most?
Yeah.
I mean, you're supposed to come down in that situation. I'm sorry. You just are, and I have no dog in this fight, except for the stat.
Looks like it will be a change. One more time here. Right-handed.
You see his legs. You see the back legs go out, right?
And again, continually leaning on him right there. I mean, brings him almost another path in.
Oh, easily a path or 2, right?
Yeah.
Sure. And you almost wonder if one of the reasons the 8 was gaining on the outside is that whole shenanigan was going on. But, oh, look at his back legs. Come on. This is one that it feels like if you had a back angle view, it would look worse. You know what I mean? We need the MIG here.
And it's
for this.
almost, that's almost the worst part of it right there.
I'm assuming Richie's watching, and my guess is the MIG would, maybe he'll text one of us, will say this horse should come down in here. I how can he stay? Wait,
I'm with you here.
It didn't even look that bad in the head. See, that's the
Yeah,
thing about the
didn't at
pan.
all.
You couldn't see any of that.
Pan shot, you couldn't tell any of that. From seeing that, you would think there's going to be a change. We will find out. Extremely unofficial. 7-1-8-2. We're going to take a timeout. Feature still to come here in New York at Belmont, the Elusive Quality. As we take a look at value proposition for Chad Brown and Klarovich, 4 for 7 on the Belmont turf, and Snapper Sinclair, 3-time stakes winner, getting back on the lawn We'll be back.
Like father, like son. The start of Palace Malice's career at stud closely resembles that of his sire, Curlin. Curlin was the sire of 2 first crop graded stakes winners, while Palace Malice was the sire of 3 first crop graded stakes winners. Subsequent to Structer's Breeders' Cup victory, he attracted a stellar group of 200 outstanding mares who will shape the future of this promising young son of Curlin. With his best crop of yearlings to date, now is the time to breed.
Churchill Downs, 1, 2, 3, 4. I do hear myself. 5, 6, 7, 8. Churchill Downs. I hear myself. Churchill Downs, Unity 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. I do not hear myself at Churchill Downs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
They changed it. We are back on America's Day at the Races. Drama as we went to break. 7-horse Ricardo Santana Jr. coming in, impeding the progress of the one-rider special. Stewards say down. Change made, yeah, indeed. So 7 placed behind the 1.
This is a very legitimate takedown. And it's tough for the 7 because he ran a winning race, but it's hard to believe based on the narrow defeat and what we saw watching that head-on that the 1 had a fair chance to win the race.
There it is. So change made. Rider special, Steve Asmussen, Isaac Castillo, Willis Horton Racing, who had that big win in the Oaklawn Handicap.
That's right. And now it's 1 for 18 and a 16-cent ROI.
We'll give you those prices from the 7th at Oaklawn momentarily. It's back to the feature on this Saturday at Belmont. The Elusive Quality, 7 furlongs on the turf. Value proposition, Chad Brown. Klarovich, 9-5 favorite. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll see what value proposition the often bad actor who wears that burr because he loves to lug in so much will do today. Again, he looks the same as he always does, but I'm going to take a look at a couple horses that are bigger prices, including number 1 Penalty in here for trainer Bill Mott. It is odd to see a 7-year-old returning as a fresh gelding, but I get it. You want to keep these horses around, and with turf horses, you generally can keep them around because they get breaks like he is coming in off of. But when you do geld him late, it doesn't change him much whatsoever, and it hasn't changed this horse who is typically very brawny and robust and just a heavier type. But with that being said, he actually looks fit to me coming off the bench, and he is a horse that can run well at times coming in off layoffs. I love the 7 furlongs for him too. He hasn't gotten to do it much in his career on the turf, but I think 7 just suits him down to the ground. He makes an excellent impression on me here in the paddock. Moving on to the outside with one of our venerable New York breds, Therapist, who has won this race in the past in 2019. But I've always thought that the 7 furlong distance is his optimum trip, as he is 3 for 5 over it in his life. And I think coming back having, as opposed to last year when he didn't have that prep race coming into this one, I think it suits him very well because he's just a horse that doesn't seem to get quite as fit, or they don't press him as hard getting ready for his races, because he only had 3 works going into the Danger's Hour, and it showed. He looked heavy, got a little hot, just usually an indicator of a horse needing a race, and he looks completely different today, in the good sense. So much more fit. His coat's all come around. It wasn't out when he showed up in the Aqueduct paddock. Therapist looks very good today. As we'll also take a look at a wild card. That's number 9, Milton the Monster, whom I have respect for. I think this horse at times has run some really good races, albeit on the dirt. And yes, he has run some of his faster races when on sloppy sealed tracks, and a lot of times those will mimic the turf. And he is by Jack Milton, who is a proficient turf sire. There isn't much turf, though, on the bottom side, and while he looks outstanding, he's always a horse that I like when he shows up here in New York, there's nothing about his conformation that suggests turf. So I can't feel too confident in suggesting him in this spot, but I know that connections are excited to see what he may do, given Greg being by Jack Milton.
And Frankie Pennington up on Milton the Monster. And we were just talking about it off air. This horse has been so good on the dirt. Interesting move to switch him to grass here.
I mean,
back to grass.
It is unusual, right? He's in great form, but maybe the argument is there wasn't really a great spot for him. And he is a Jack Milton, and they think, he's doing really well. He's a Jack Milton. Let's take a shot, see if he runs well on the turf. And so I can't really blame him for that, but it is unusual. The 10's a funny horse to go back to the turf, because here he showed that he's not a dirt. But to be fair, he ran a 73 buyer in his debut at Long, so maybe he is better. Maybe he's improved. So I don't really like those horses, but I guess you could see an argument for them.
Meanwhile, value proposition, here he is, the favorite right now. 9-5, and that's probably because of who these connections are. He deserves to be favored probably, but 9-5 is a little short.
He is the best horse in this race on his best race. And the best buyer speed figure he ever ran was this day, going 7 furlongs in this course. And I think if you dissect his form and you only look at his 1 mile and 7 furlong, 1-turn Widener turf race at Belmont, they're the best races he's ever run. I think he's a quirky horse. He's got head issues. He throws his head around. He's his own worst enemy, because in there is a good horse that just doesn't always show it. And it seems like he settles the best in these 1-turn races at Belmont. But listen, there's a lot of sort of fuzzies in this race and interesting horses that have races, including the horse outside of him. It's a huge price.
Snapper Sinclair, 4-1 morning line, 3-time stakes winner on the grass. He's 11-1 right now. We'll get to him in a moment. Here's Penalty, as Maggie mentioned, 7-year-old who is now a new gelding.
You see 2 Belmont runners, and this is the one that's the longer priced, yet he's proven to be good at 7 furlongs. His best distance, and he's a new gelding. He's a player.
Big package, a New York-bred next door who's run some big figures for David Donk.
Huge win at 7 furlongs, 2 back, but that was against weaker. David's really seeing if he's stepped forward in his first start this year.
Hall of Famer John Velasquez rides. Here's the 3 for Mark Casse, Proven Strategies.
He's a horse that can be forwardly placed. It's not clear how strong the pace will be, and 7 should work well for him.
Majestic Dunhill, I still feel for him in that defeat against Therapist.
Yeah, he should have been put up that day. That was a bad non-DQ. The problem is he can handle the turf. It just seems like his form just completely fell apart.
13-1, Scuttlebuzz, Rudy Rodriguez.
I think he's better at 6 furlong races, and he too has improved, but this isn't even a gigantic class move. This is a gigantic class leap.
Value proposition. So what happened to him last start when he was on the lead?
Well, they got aggressive, and they ran him with Rinaldi, who was basically eased in there, so he actually didn't run that badly. I don't think his effort was bad, considering how strong the pace was. Contentious.
Snapper Sinclair, again a 3-time stakes winner on grass. He's 11-1.
His last turf race, a 6.5 furlong race at Santa Anita, he was second to the horse that ran second in the Breeders' Cup turf sprints of that Wesley Ward freak show. See that Wesley Ward freak show yesterday, the first-time starter at Keeneland?
Oh, yeah, impressive.
Gosh.
Milton the Monster going to try grass for the first time despite being in tremendous dirt form.
Can I steal Richie's favorite line? They're checking a box.
Yeah, they are. John Service, Frankie Pennington. Here's American Monarch, another one in very good form right now, getting back to the lawn.
And in fairness, this horse ran okay in his first 2 starts in the turf. And now he's improved. Why not? I don't like him, but I could see the case.
And Therapist, 1 turn definitely he thrives at, and he'll get that today.
It's been a while since Joel Rosario has ridden him, and he really fits a horse like this like a glove. 1 turn, make a big run. If he can still run, he can win.
7 years old now. $733,000 in earnings. He's 9-2 on the board. We're 4 minutes to post. Here in our feature, the Elusive Quality will be back right after this with the Saturday feature.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2 and SNY. Good to have you with us. We have our Saturday feature here in New York coming up, the Elusive Quality. Of course, who was the world record holder at the time for a mile on the grass when he won the poker, trained by Belmont. Belmont going to have a couple of chances to win this race. Let's get Jonathan Kinchin's thoughts here in the feature. JK.
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously the 6 value proposition off of the last effort, showing all that speed, cutting back, makes a ton of sense when you look at a race like this going 7. But I'm not telling you anything you already know, the price on the board. I think the 9 is kind of interesting, Milton the Monster. This is a horse by Jack Milton, obviously, who was proficient on the turf. There is a little bit of turf there. The sibling has one on the turf. But this horse has some big numbers, speed figure numbers, as of late. The last number was fast. The number 3 races back was fast. So I'm just kind of hoping at a price at 10-1, maybe this horse will take to the grass a little bit. I'm not cutting in line to bet this horse to win, but I do think the horse is interesting. But I do want to get Maggie's take on the 7, Snapper Sinclair, a horse that has one on the turf.
Yeah, but most of his turf wins, JK, interestingly enough, have actually come at Kentucky Downs, which is a place where horses either love it like he does or they don't like it too much, which I think was the case with Penalty the last time actually these two had met. Because Snapper Sinclair is actually a little bit of a smaller, handier horse, and I think horses built like that have a propensity to be able to handle the undulations, the weird turns and everything like that. They're just easier to handle. They're more agile to get over courses like that. Now, not to steal, Andy, your term, but he is DOB. I mean, he's 10-1 right now, and he did ship from, as far as I can work out, because I know he's been here. I've seen him a while. He's very recognizable with that huge white face. He's been at Belmont, which I like, and I like the way he's been training, but sometimes getting over the Dubai ship can be a little bit of a tough task, and I just wish he looked just a bit more defined overall. He's interesting, but again, he's almost a horse for course grace, Greg, called you my daughter's name, Greg, when it comes to the turf course, and that he loves Kentucky Downs. We'll see what he does here at Belmont.
Yeah, surprising, thank you, Maggie, to see Snapper Sinclair 10-1. We'll find out. Meanwhile, horse for course here, value proposition, the 6, 4 for 7 on the Belmont lawn. Chad Brown, going to Manny Franco here in our Saturday feature with a 6-horse value proposition. Favorite on the board. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Set for the start of the 9th race, the Elusive Quality. And the rough. From the outside, it is American Monarch. Down towards the inside, Proven Strategies. Value Proposition now moves up. And Milton the Monster is there. It's 4 of them stacked across the track here in the early going. And they've opened up 4 lengths on Snapper Sinclair, who races in 5ths. Then comes Scuttlebuzz in 6th. Therapist is next in 7th. Down on the inside is Penalty in 8th, followed by Big Package and Majestic. Dunhill is the trailer in 10th. Proven Strategies now has the lead here with the favorite Value Proposition right alongside the quarter. 22 3/5 seconds. It's Proven Strategies by a half length. Value Proposition runs in 2nd. Milton the Monster on the outside in 3rd. And it is now a big break, 8 lengths or so. Back to American Monarch and Scuttlebuzz. Then comes Therapist as they come for the top of the stretch. Proven Strategies, Value Proposition, Milton the Monster. It is Proven Strategies who has a narrow lead. Milton the Monster on the outside. Value Proposition is now back in 3rd. American Monarch, and on the outside here comes Scuttlebuzz. It is Scuttlebuzz and American Monarch. Scuttlebuzz narrowly. Then American Monarch. Therapist now moves up. It is Scuttlebuzz with the lead, and Therapist driving. Scuttlebuzz has won it. Therapist was 2nd. A New York-bred exacta in the Elusive Quality Stakes.
How about that? Well done, John Imbrial, catching the 2 New York breds here. 1-2 Scuttlebuzz. For Rudy Rodriguez, Javier Castellano stepping up to face tougher, delivers.
Wow, Rudy took a shot in here, and this horse has never run against a field like this, and he really delivered in this race. A very cool horse who's shown up in a lot of races, but never got competition like this. The pace really heated up. Value Proposition, just a kind of a runoff going up the front end like that. He had nothing left in the stretch at all. Therapist made a run, and he ran well. American Monarch ran well in here also, but Scuttlebuzz, get a lot of credit. Javier Castellano, a perfect ride on this horse as well, getting the money. This horse, he's a neat horse. I never thought he could beat with these kind of horses, but this is a horse that's really taken a step forward. And you got to think Rudy Rodriguez is thinking, you know, 6 weeks from now, they're running the Grade 1 Jaipur at 6 furlongs, where he may even be better.
Yeah.
Why not?
This horse has now won 3 in a row. 4 of his last 5. And this one, obviously, as you mentioned, the toughest he's ever faced. I mean, his previous win was allowance optional 80, and that was the toughest he'd ever faced. Now he's a stakes winner. 15-1 here in the feature. Scuttlebuzz, Therapist, American Monarch, 1, 2, 3. Winning trainer. Rudy Rodriguez, Javier Castellano, while Marcus Stable. We'll have the prices from this one when we come back.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Feature on this Saturday card at Belmont in the books, 15-1 on Scuttlebuzz. We'll get back to it in a moment. Right now, the 8th at Oaklawn. 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming field, and Cumberland Avenue. The 2, Robertino Diodoro. We'll see him in a minute, coming off a win. He's 3-1 right now. Here's Rolling Fork, though.
Coming off an uncharacteristically bad effort, is a huge favorite last time out. Can he bounce back?
As for the aforementioned Cumberland Avenue, 2 back-faced Greeley and Ben, who's, I think, 20 for 32 lifetime. Then he came back and won, got away from him.
He's the horse to beat in this race. I don't love him, but he is the one to beat.
Herd immunity, Robertino Diodoro as well.
He's the fuzzy Diodoro, right? A big price. A horse whose form left him, and he's a trainer change. Same owner, but a new trainer, Diodoro.
Graded stakes placed in the past. Joe Frazier, Tim Martin trains.
I can't recommend him off his recent form.
0 for 4 this year. He's only hit the board once. Reed can. He's 9-2, and he has early speed.
Can he?
11-time winner.
He is fast, but I question his stamina off the Asmussen claim.
Devil's Tower, he is taking a lot of money. 2-1 right now for Chris Hartman.
Yeah, well, Chris Hartman, right? But he did not run at all last time at a short price. And I thought this was a tougher spot, but Chris Hartman always scares me.
Tough spot for Deflator, tackling a lot tougher.
I agree. It may be a deflating experience for him, Greg.
Well put. Derby date, we have one next Saturday.
The trainer does not have great numbers off the claim, though I thought he was a little interesting, but drops off the claim.
Wrong Way Highway, 38-1, Chelsea Bailey.
I mean, this horse, probably an underlay at 38-1 based on his PPs.
Hard to find. Won the first 2 starts of his career, Louisiana bred. 32-1 on Storm Advisory. 10-year-old, still running, start number 89.
Yeah, I know. This horse used to run in New York. This horse has been all around the world. Yeah, he's still showing the New York lines.
And Ribbons and Medals, Giovanni Franco, 17-1 from the outside post.
I'm expecting him to get neither in this race, though he has some back races that are fast enough to give him a sniff.
Only a nose behind Reed Can last time out, who's, 5-1 right now. We'll return to Oaklawn in a moment. Here's your winner. Upset score in the Elusive Quality Scuttlebuzz. Not just a big upset, but now setting the stage for a very different rest of the year for him.
Oh, I agree. I mean, this horse, Rudy Rodriguez claimed this horse about a year ago for $30,000. He's now made about $275,000. And you run a race like this, you run as well as he is, and he's not, he's not a mile type cutting back to 7. If anything, you were wondering, is he better at 6? So win or lose, you got to try the Chiper.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Rodriguez and Tom LaMarca of LaMarca Stables. And Rudy, let's talk about this guy, because you've actually put an extension blinker, so a blinker covering his right outside eye, and that's when we saw him winning. I mean, he's won 4 out of 5 starts since you put that on him. Talk a little bit about this horse and what made you do that.
He always tried to drift in the morning just a little bit, and when I put the blinkers in the morning, he's just nice and comfortable, and he's running good, so why we change it?
3rd win in a row. How difficult is it to get a horse to come back off the layoff and continue that winning streak?
All the credits go to the guy in the farm, the Harem. He did an unbelievable job. We got the horse 4 weeks. And I watched the horse breathe in Ocala. I mean, the horse looked pretty good, and we just trying to baby him and make it happy. And thank God it happened.
Everybody's happy now, huh, Tom?
Very happy.
And a horse that you picked up, you claimed, and as Andy was just saying, he ran through his conditions last year, but to kick off this 2022 campaign with a stakes win against Open Company, you have to be elated.
I'm extremely excited and proud. Rudy is a master of his trade. Obviously, he did a wonderful job in Florida getting him ready, but Rudy put the final touches on him, and we're just thrilled to have him. A few years ago, he had a wonderful horse compliance officer, which you may remember. So this is kind of reminiscent, and let's hope we can go that same trail again. But I give a lot of credit to Rudy. He just knows how to fine-tune a horse. So it's been an exciting day for us. We're thrilled we came here today to be here, and thank you so much for the interview.
Well, thank you for doing it. Congratulations. Do you have any kind of spot in mind for his next start?
I think we're all kind of taken back today. To be honest with you, he just exploded today, and I think at this point we're just going to simply take our time and see whether or not we want to stretch him out a little bit, and all that's kind of in the cards coming. So thank you so much for allowing us to be interviewed, and thank you, Rudy, for just an incredible job. Incredible. Rudy's an incredible trainer.
He is. I think he's blushing over here. Yep, he's definitely blushing over here. But, guys, what a performance we saw from the New York bred in Scuttlebuzz as he makes it 3 in a row to kick off a big 2022 campaign.
What a way to kick it off, too. Thanks, Maggie. And this was his stakes debut. Never faced a field this tough. And, wow, did he step up. Take a look at this cross-country Pick 5 follow-along. Big number, and there are a couple of big numbers. Saratoga Flash as well. It's going to be outstanding.
I believe that Anthony Stabile put up a ticket. He may be alive to 156, so to monitor that.
Back to Oaklawn here for this 8th race coming up in Cumberland Avenue for Robertino Diodoro. The 2-horse has become the favorite. He's 2-1 right now. 3 wins from 10 starts, including a win last time out as the favorite. Let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, this is just one of those races. There's 11 horses in here, but I feel like you could run this race 9 different times and get 9 different winners in here. That's how closely matched. It's going to turn into a trip race. I like Reed Can in here just because of the speed that he possesses. Yeah, I wonder about his stamina as well, Andy. And also, ribbons and medals. He might get a ribbon or something in here. He's doing well. Giovanni blew him out the other day on the 26th. Loved what he felt. He doesn't usually tell me that, so I know we're late going into the gate. Back to you guys.
16-1 on ribbons and medals from that outside post with one of Gary's riders, Giovanni Franco. It's Cumberland Avenue, though, the 2 for the Diodoro barn. The favorite, let's go to Vic Stauffer for the 8th from Oaklawn.
Last to load, ribbons and medals. They're at the post. They're off. Devil's Tower broke beautifully from Deflator and Reed Can. Joe Frazier's close up. Ribbons and medals. Storm Advisory in the mix. Derby Date as well, and Wrong Way Highway. Rolling Fork moves through at the rail. At the back of the pack are Cumberland Avenue and Herd Immunity. Reed Can and Ribbons and Medals quickest. Ribbons and Medals and Reed Can are a half length in front of Devil's Tower. Rolling Fork moves through inside of Deflator and Storm Advisory. The top 6 separated by about 3. Joe Frazier joined and passed by Cumberland Avenue at the rail. 6 off the lead, 2 in front of Herd Immunity and Derby Date, and now the trailer is Wrong Way Highway, and the leader is Ribbons and Medals. Ribbons and Medals just ahead in front of Reed Can in second. Rolling Fork moves through at the rail. He's alongside Devil's Tower. Deflator has 5 lengths to make up. Cumberland Avenue is 7 off the lead. Top of the stretch, Ribbons and Medals and Reed Can. Rolling Fork, the Arkansas bred, threatens to run a big one. So does Devil's Tower in the center. And here's Devil's Tower and Rolling Fork to join Ribbons and Medals. Ribbons and Medals. Rolling Fork between horses. Devil's Tower to the outside. These 3. Devil's Tower puts his head in front. Rolling Fork, Ribbons and Medals. Late run, Derby Date. Devils and Tower wins. Devil's Tower beat Rolling Fork. Ribbons and Medals was 3rd, and Derby Date finished 4th.
Devil's Tower, Francisco Arrieta with another one. Teams up with Chris Hartman, and this horse 6 for 13 in his career.
Yeah, gets the job done, and they were moving up front, but nobody really gained any significant ground in this race. Nice race by the 1, who looked like he had a shot to get it done. Rolling Fork, who bounced back from that race, but Devil's Tower, Chris Hartman gets it done, and a tip of the cap to our friend and cohort, Anthony Stabile, who gave out a $108 ticket in this cross-country Big 5, and Naira Betts. I think it paid about $2,800. So,
Anthony
$2,800.
Stabile, well done. He's going to be on the program
Impressive.
later tonight with a lot of harness racing.
It's too late.
Coming up for the Meadowlands.
So what have you done for me lately? You better have some Meadowlands winners tonight.
Exactly. This is
He's
over
got a
and done
bankroll
with. Well
for
done.
it, so
We'll give him the props, but
absolutely.
Let's move on.
Yeah. It has been at this point.
Saying goodbye to Andy Yearling. Going to be joined by Richard Migliore after a short break, but enjoyed it.
Thank you.
And
I enjoyed it as well. No, I'm not in tomorrow. It's my mom's 90th birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday,
Yep.
Mama Yearling.
Lucy, yep, thank you. And I'll be back Thursday. I'll see you then.
Okay, look forward to it.
Yep, as do I.
Quick timeout. We'll be back. Miggs joins me on the set. We got the opener of the Churchill Downs meet when we come back at the top of the hour. Be joined by our crew out there in just a moment. Stay with us. More America's Day at the Races coming up.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. SNY with us as well. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Joined on set by champion jockey Richard Migliore. Good to see you. Feature in the books here in New York. Still have the feature to come at Oaklawn. More immediately, we got the opener of the meet coming up at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, very exciting, and Derby's right around the corner. The Oaks 6 days out, Derby a week from today, and I always like this night card to kick off the Churchill Downs in the dark. Always a fun night.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We're going to get to Paula Duca coming up in just a moment. They're going to kick off their card this evening, and this meet with a claiming race, non-winners at 2 lifetime. Feature later tonight. Took a bit of a hit. The Roxalana, a couple of scratches in there, so it's now a 3-horse field. Oaks Day, though, as Mick mentioned, right around the corner on Friday. For Saturday, of course, Kentucky Derby Day, May 7th. First Saturday of May. Some big ones still to come. We're going to have the entire meet for you. Looking forward to it. But first things first, the opener right around the corner. Live on site in Louisville. It's been a while. Paula Duca, how you doing?
How's it going, Wolfie? How's it going, Meg? It has been a while, and great to be here at Churchill Downs. And the atmosphere is electric already with the smaller cards a little bit earlier in the card. We do have a great late pick 5, the early pick 5, a little shorter fields, but as you can tell already, I got my great cameraman here, Richie Hayes, old friend of mine, and the atmosphere is unbelievable. Everybody's still got their outfits out and cannot believe we are 1 week away from the Kentucky Derby. We're going to have a pick 5 ticket for you. I'll be here for you all meet, give you some information, and hopefully we can hit some tickets here at beautiful Churchill Downs. I couldn't be more excited, guys.
Paul, thank you. It's going to be a fun meet. It's such a great time of year to be out there, to be able to cover this meet. We're very privileged and glad to be able to bring it to you. But knowing that the Derby's just a few days away, it's so exciting. Here is Brondo as we kick off our post parade here in this 6.5 furlong sprint.
Yeah, Brondo's been racing on synthetic over at Turfway Park. Dirt races maybe leave a little bit to be desired.
Tyler Gaffleone on Terawatt for Ron Moquette.
Yeah, Terawatt closed boldly at Keeneland last time in a similar condition.
Haney Boys comes off a 3rd place finish, going 7/8 at Keeneland.
Yeah, and drops in class. Seems to me, why is this horse this big a price? Maybe just a little light on the buyers?
5-1 on Fireman Dan.
Another one that's been racing on synthetics, but has a good race for maiden 20 back in September at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, that one kind of stands out. Speedboat, 3-5, was a 7-5 morning line favorite.
Yeah, turning back in distance, probably getting back to what he wants to do, and certainly has some gaudy buyer speed figures.
And 19-1 big price outside Formal Order. Keith DeSormo trains.
Yeah, outside post could help this horse. Sometimes this horse is just not the quickest or not the handiest away from the gate, but is going to have to turn it around in a big way at 19-1.
Speedboat obviously going to be extremely tough in this spot as the board reflects. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Twin Spires take advantage of their bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs today. You'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. You do have to opt in. Bonus funds credited every Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or go to twinspires.com. So the favorite Speedboat, the turn back in distance, a horse who still can be forward too, despite even having gone long last time.
Yeah, showed speed sprinting, and maybe that long race just puts more air, more foundation in him.
Got the nightcap coming up back here in New York on this Saturday card. 6.5 furlongs. New York bred maiden special weight to close things out on a gorgeous Saturday. Ted, downstairs to Maggie.
It has been a gorgeous day here for the weather, for the racing, and there's so many fans here today. Greg, it's so nice to see and to be back here at Belmont. As we'll take a look, though, at a first-time starter taking a lot of attention on the board. That's George's Gambit in here, number 6, for Christophe Clement. Professional as they come, which is typical of the Clement runners, and he's got some size to him, and he's got some substance as well. He's not a horse that strikes me as a true sprinter. He might want to go a bit further, but he has a solid work pattern and some decent times too, albeit down at Payson Park, that suggests that he should be okay. Ooh, at 6.5 furlongs, number 4 in here, Tapping to Bank is acting up a little bit. But like I said, he hasn't done anything wrong. So, and he's taking a lot of money. I think that's a good reason to be confident. His number 7 is Basis Risk, son of Classic Empire. Looking at him, he looks like a sprinter. He's smaller, typier, really well put together, has been hollering and fairly vocal here in the paddock, but not acting up, although possibly thinking about being a bit studdish. He looks as though he should be quick. If he minds his manners in the gate, he could be running coming out of there. As we'll also take a look. There he goes at number 8, 2 for Charging. He is a big price, but this horse just grabbed me for his sheer size. This guy is huge. He's tall, leggy, he's scopy. I think he's going to need longer than this, but Jorge Abreu brings his first-time starters over looking fit, looking as if they've had starts under their belts prior. So I'm going to watch this guy with interest. Like I said, 6.5, Greg, a little possibly on the shorter side, but we'll see how he does here, and maybe we'll get him going longer next time.
Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade in just a little bit. We're 10 minutes away from a start. Get signed up, started, play with Naira Bets just in time for the Kentucky Derby. You'll get a $25 Derby bet for free just by signing up, plus a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that promo code right there, Derby25 at Naira Bets, or by downloading the Naira Bets app. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Back to Churchill Downs, opener on the card coming up. And, of course, a pick 5, early pick 5, starts here right off the bat. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to start off with a ticket that's not too expensive. You know, we got short fields here early, and it looks like the 5 in here is going to be very, very tough. I do like the 2 Terawatt a little bit. A horse that got left in the gate last time out and has had trouble at the gate, but looks like the lone horse that maybe can pass horses in this field. So I'm going to use 2-5. Speedboat, definitely the horse to beat. Diano in race number 2, the 1. Robertino Duradoro is so good off the claim. Claimed this horse at Fairgrounds. Worked this horse at Oaklawn Park. 7 on the outside for Tommy Amos, a horse that he reclaimed back. That's probably going to be the speed of the speed. Race number 3, it looks like a 2-horse race. Frills and Delta Gamma Cats, they ran 1-2 last time. those two fillies look like they're going to be the two horses to beat. Race number 4, Bryce Canyon, is going to be tough. Now, let's not forget now, the Matt Wynn turf course, the rails are going to be out, so speed could be dangerous. They save the rails are out because they want to save the turf course, obviously, for later in the week. But I'm going to go 2, 5, 6 there. Stitch with a little bit of speed. Ginsburg's going to be my little bit of long shot. I think it's over and out in race number 5, guys. 1-5, Old Foe for Albert Stahl, and 5, Altered Shot, who I like, for Gregory Foley. So a nice little cheap ticket to start off. JK, what do you think of race number 1?
Hi, Paulie. It's good to see you, buddy. Hey, if you have time, run to the window. You might want to add the 1 in there. I think the 1 is a little bit interesting. This horse ran well last time on the synthetic, worked over the racetrack last time at Churchill. I get it. The 5 speedboat makes a lot of sense in here, but that's a little bit too short for me. From a speed figure standpoint, the horse is cutting back. You definitely want to use if you're playing a pick 5, but I do think the 1, Brondo, is a little bit interesting. Feels like maybe they found out what this horse wants to do, send away from the rail, try to make the lead. It's tricky because the horse ran on synthetic last time, but has a couple of back dirt numbers that make me think that he might have a little bit of a chance.
Ollie, JK, thank you both. Pick 5 starts here. And it seems like most are leaning heavily here on Speedboat with good reason.
Yeah, I think with good reason, particularly on the turnback, a horse that is, flashed good speed, whether it was sprinting or going longer, and drops in class as well after being claimed for maiden 20, back in for the $20,000 claiming tag, but it's a $50,000 purse.
You've been in Kentucky Derbies. You get a look at that's not the starting gate, obviously, they'll use for the Derby. But, the week leading up to it, when you knew you were going, was that just consume every thought?
Oh, absolutely. There's just such an excitement level. It's America's race. You get in a cab anywhere in the world, and they know you're a jockey or a trainer or involved in racing. And the first question is, did you ever compete in the Kentucky Derby? And, I was fortunate to say yes. And then the next question is, did you ever win the Kentucky Derby? Unfortunately, I had to say no. But at least I got to compete in it, and that's what people, basically think about when they think about our game, the Kentucky Derby.
A week away. First race of the meet under the Twin Spires here at Churchill Downs is coming up. 6-horse field. Again, we're going to be with you the entire way at this meet here at Churchill. So we hope you tune in on Fox Sports to catch it all.
Good to see Paul's smiling face, huh?
Absolutely. It's great to have him back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he'll be out there, as he mentioned, the entire meet. 3-5 favorite here. Chris Landeros, Brittany Van Berg, and Speedboat cutting back in distance, coming out of a race at Hawthorne. Travis Stone to kick things off for the meet in Louisville.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Speedboat breaks alertly toward the outside. Haney Boys is there. Tarawant is showing speed, and at the rail, it's Brondo. 4 across the track early. And Speedboat on the outside comes on to take the lead. Here comes Brondo toward the inside, up into second. Tarawant settles into third. Haney Boys on the outside is 4th by 2. Fireman Dan is out racing 5th, and it's 5 or 6 back to Long Shot Formal Order, who's already 8 lengths off the lead. 22 and 2 for that opening quarter mile. There's 4 furlongs to go. And Speedboat barreling along onto the far turn in front by 2 now. Tarawat comes on to grab second. Brondo is toward the inside, racing in third. Haney Boys is under pressure, 4th, 4 lengths to make up there. Then it's Fireman Dan and Formal Order. Coming for the top of the stretch. Speedboat still the one to catch. Tarawat cranks up the pressure. Here comes Tarawat on the outside of Speedboat, and these two head and head off the turn. Brondo cut the corner down inside, closing in from third. Haney Boys switches outside 4th. Fireman Dan is 5th. There's 1 furlong to go. And Brondo squeezes through down inside. Brondo to the front. Haney Boys runs up into second. Tarawat is back into third. 16th pole. Brondo's in front. Haney Boys finishing fast. Time running out. Brondo does it. Brondo wins the opener. Haney Boys was second. It's tight for third among Tarawat, Fireman Dan, and Formal Order.
Brondo the win. JK said head back to the window, throw this one in your pick 5. Nice call, Jonathan, for Gennaro Garcia. And now 2 for 9 in his career, son of Speightstown.
Yeah, what a nice ride. A horse that was coming off of races on synthetic, but obviously found his form, bred by Green Lantern Stables, the Masson family. They talked about them the other day. They breed a good horse. This horse was game, rallied inside. Marcelino Pedrosa did a really good job, and the shortest distance between the start and the finish line is on that rail, and we've seen the rail be pretty strong at all of the current Churchill Down meets we've had the privilege to cover.
Speedboat finishing last to kick things off at Churchill is the big favorite. Back to New York. This finale on the Saturday card again coming up, 6.5 furlong sprint here, and the favorite, a first-time starter for Christophe Clement, George's Gambit, son of Lauban. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, well, if I'm going to stick with the theme of the one horse, I'm going to go down to the inside with Sinful Dancer. It's a horse that ran extremely well back at Belmont in June, ran a fast figure that day, running third, has some tactical speed, can get away from there. And I like, we talk about it often, I like when horses with tactical speed draw towards the inside because you kind of know what you're going to get from the rider. You kind of take a little bit of the thinking out of it. Eric Cancel doesn't want to take this horse back, send away from there. And I'm hopeful that the cutback might help the one Sinful Dancer as well. But Maggie, I know, wanted to talk a little bit about the two Patrick the Great, who's making the second start of his career. Maggie, how does that one look?
Great. Honestly, JK, I wasn't in the paddock that day when he debuted, but he was entered for the turf first time out, much like the eventual winner of that race. And during that race, he did break a touch slow. He was kind of hustled up there, stayed on while wide the entire way, and the winner just having a much more comfortable and advantageous trip. So I think Patrick the Great looks great. My problem is, and I like that effort, is that why was he entered for the turf first time? And he's meeting better horses here from what I can work out. As we'll move on to number 5, Majority Partner. Speaking of meeting better horses, he did first time as I don't know why they're putting horses at the gate with 2 minutes to post on the board, but okay. Majority Partner, I still think he looks a touch soft considering that this is his second start and he's been gelded, but one that just exits a way better field. But I see Mig went with number 11, Ouster. This horse is gorgeous. Now, he's very big, but he was also very green in that debut. I'm wondering if he does want to go even further than the 6.5, but he had his mind on business. He was professional in the prelim so far, and there's got to be some ability in there. And I think he showed it while staying on and being very green in that debut, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Now they're backing horses out of the gate.
Jumped the gun a little bit and started loading maybe a touch early. And I'd be thankful if I'm a rider, I wasn't one that went in and went out. I just, when you got a horse revved up and keyed in to what we're going to do, backing out is for schooling in the morning when I want a horse to take that extra breath and relax more. Right now, I want one to kind of keep that pump that he's got going, that he knows what's coming. I think I agree with Maggie so much about the 11 Ouster. Watching his replay, he was just very green. He didn't break particularly well. He hit the gate, but I thought he settled and finished with interest. And I'm not usually a big fan of the far outside post, particularly with not a huge run to the far turn. But I think for this horse to kind of unravel his legs and get in a good rhythm, it might be a blessing in disguise.
He's 4-1 from that outside slot. Of course, Kazmike, who he beat, came back and won New York Stallion Stakes, Statue of Liberty division. So that flatters his form big time. Finished just ahead of him.
Yeah.
He was a half length behind him.
But, he's also a half to a very nice horse that showed a lot of precocity around here called Sal the Turtle. For you Howard Stern fans, Sal Gubernale, they hypnotized him and he thought he was a turtle. So hence Sal the Turtle. And actually a bunch of that crew came out to watch him run a few times.
I think we had them on the show, didn't we?
I don't think I was on that day. Okay. I would have loved to have seen that, though.
This first-timer attracting a ton of attention. When there's this kind of money on a first-time starter, usually means they can run a little bit. And this one from the Christophe Clement barn is the current favorite for his debut.
And I like the ones from Christophe Clement's barn that trained at Payson Park. They feel like they've come out of there with a little bit higher fitness level than some of the ones that trained here in New York up to their 2022 debut.
Tapping the bank, moving in. Brad Cox, second-time starter, took money in his debut. He was about 4.5 to 1. That was back as a 2-year-old, September at Belmont.
They reach out for Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez. I don't think Brad Cox is looking for Johnny Velasquez with an empty wagon.
Hall of Famer. It's been a fun afternoon having these big names back. Irad Ortiz Jr. had a couple of wins today. Johnny V. Joel Rosario, reigning Eclipse Award winner.
How about the pedigree in the 9, Sugar Bank out of Spun Sugar, Grade 1 winner.
Cutting back in distance, making start number 3. We're set for this Saturday finale for Belmont. Here's John Imbrial.
Number 11, Ouster, broke through the gate. We'll have a delay.
So Ouster, one of the main contenders in this race, breaking through the gate. Good news. Never got into a gallop. Didn't get very far away. As you see the outrider there up to him. They'll bring him back behind the gate. But you never want to see that.
I don't like it. It feels like, to me, the air goes out of the balloon. They drop a bunch of white blood cells. You know, that flight mechanism gets into play. But he didn't go very far, and he didn't go very fast. Trevor McCarthy did a real good job to keep him contained. And, as always, our outriders do a stellar job right on top of it.
So they'll take him back behind the gate, get a quick look over. And again, didn't exert too much energy. I would think they load him right back up here, assuming everything is okay with him. And it looks like that is the case. Trevor McCarthy aboard. We will try again. Let's go back to John Imbrial.
Set for race 10. And they're off. It's Tappin' the Bank out for the early lead. Kaz Sugarbank runs in second as majority partner now moves up. And on the far outside, it is Ouster. And down at the rail, it is Sinful Dancer. Then comes Basis Risk, who's running in 6th, followed by 2 for Charging in 7th. Then it's Patrick the Great at the back of the pack, along with George's Gambit. Tappin' the Bank and majority partner. They are 1-2 through a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Tappin' the Bank on the inside, majority partner on the outside. They've got a length and a half. Sinful Dancer is down at the rail. Ouster's on the outside. Big break back to Basis Risk and 2 for Charging. They're coming for the quarter pole. It is Tappin' the Bank with the lead. Sinful Dancer is looking for a way through. On the outside is majority partner and Ouster, the half in 45 and 3. It is Tappin' the Bank and majority partner. Tappin' the Bank has opened up here by 2.5 lengths. Sinful Dancer now coming on through to grab second. It is Tappin' the Bank. Sinful Dancer giving chase. Tappin' the Bank in front. Sinful Dancer, one last try on the outside. They come for the finish. It's going to be tight. It's going to be Tappin' the Bank and Johnny Velasquez to win the finale.
What did you say right before the gates opened? Brad Cox going to a Hall of Famer. John Velasquez in the second-time starter with a win.
You know, you just got to think, if a guy of Brad Cox's stature is reaching out to a rider like Johnny Velasquez, a Hall of Famer with one of the most impressive resumes in racing history, he's got to think a lot of this horse. And this horse took money on debut, and here he was. Johnny hustled him along every step of the way. The horse kept finding. Might have got a little bit lucky that Sinful Dancer kind of got blind switched a little bit. You could see Javier Castellano, another Hall of Famer, kind of leaving a little space between him and the winner, Tappin' the Bank. And Eric Cancel went in, and then Javier kind of shut the door a little bit, and he had to steady and wait for room. And then when he got clear, he finished with run. But Tappin' the Bank, pay attention when they reach out for Hall of Famers to ride their horses.
And, well, you know, for Sinful Dancer, too, I mean, this horse who has shown so much ability, but has yet been able to break his maiden in 7th start. Now, he was 3rd a length behind Grade 1 winner American Revolution. And he ran an 83, 82 Beyer, first 2 starts of his career. He just hasn't shown to be that horse since.
Well, and also it just doesn't seem like maybe he's handy enough to make spots quickly. He had some room, but again, Javier kind of baited them there, squeezed him back down, and you know, he got a little bit unlucky.
Tappin' the Bank, meanwhile, your winner at 9-1 to close out this card. Hall of Famer John Velasquez for trainer Brad Cox on his 3-year-old son at Central Banker. Outdueling Sinful Dancer, the much more experienced runner, the 1. Completing the exacta 4-1-8-11. 14-1 shot, by the way, in 3rd, that 8 horse. 2 for Charging as we head back to Oaklawn And here is unified report for our feature here, the Bachelor for Dallas Stewart.
Yeah, it went to Keeneland, didn't run so well there, and comes back off a win previous at Fairgrounds. This is a lot deeper, but we've seen Dallas pull off some big upsets, or at least hit the board at big prices.
Bigger price next for 14-1. This horse just won 2 in a row, and Iowa bred Ain't Life Grand.
Yeah, it seemed like he really ran Iowa breds off their feet, although 2 starts back going a mile. He beat Open. That was his best race, but that was going further.
That was at Prairie Meadows. This horse, what a monster forward move he made last time out. Fastest race, the numbers I look at, that anyone in this field has run.
Turned back in distance and really fired a big shot, had that foundation from the long races.
Steve Asmussen, he's sitting on 97 stakes winners at Oaklawn career-wise, closing in on 100. Here's Mowens, Mike Lauer.
Indiana bred also turning back in distance, little light on the buyer figures.
Stablemate of Kairama for the Asmussen barn, and the horse who should be alone in front, Cogburn.
Perfect complement to each other. Kairama, a little bit of a closer, stalk up the pace. Cogburn should be in front.
And Wayland Springs outside, an Arkansas bred runner who's won 2 in a row.
First time stepping out of Arkansas bred company, but has some fast races. Last race was the best yet.
So he's 5-1 from the outside post. Saturday feature, this Bachelor 3-year-olds sprinting 6 furlongs here in Hot Springs. You can play it with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. You can download the app. The offer, $25 Derby bet, plus the sign-up bonus, $200 deposit match for new members. With this code right here, Derby25. Take advantage with the Derby just a week away at nairabets.com or by downloading, again, that Naira Bets app. Let's get Jonathan's thoughts. JK, what do you think of the Bachelor?
Yeah, I like the 3 Kairama. And it's this time of year where we start to see these horses that were on the Derby trail trying to make it to the first Saturday in May, and then the connections and everyone else realize, okay, maybe they don't want to go that far, and we get horses that are starting to cut back. Kairama is one of those horses. Tried the Rebel, didn't go well, but then you see shows back up in an allowance race sprinting and runs extremely well and wins by 7. If you look at Kairama's past performances, all the races sprinting are pretty darn good. And what we'll notice is, Kairama reminds me not of this horse, but just the idea of a horse like Jackie's Warrior last year. Jackie's Warrior tried the Southwest, a 3-year-old prep at Oaklawn, going 2 turns. That didn't work out, and then turned into a freaky sprinter. I don't think Kairama is Jackie's Warrior, but I do think that you'll see this very often. You'll see it in the Pat Day Mile next week at Churchill. You'll see it in the Woody Stevens. There's a lot of opportunities to see that. And, when you're on a horse that you finally find out what they want to do and they want to sprint, I'd imagine it gives you a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, it really does give you some more confidence, JK, but I know you do this for a living. I used to ride these things for a living. And Kairama, yeah, he's fast and he looked great in the cutback and distance, but I'm interested in the other Asmussen, in Cogburn. Love this horse. I love this comeback race. I think he's freaky fast. I don't think we saw the best of him when he came off that layoff on March 25th when he basically won in a gallop under Joel Rosario. Very composed out on the racetrack, all business under Ricardo Santana. I actually want to touch on one little point here. Is there was actually, in the inquiry earlier today, they took down the Brad Cox and moved up to Asmussen, and I think Ricardo thought that Steve had claimed foul on him. He came back and he said, what, did I do something wrong? So anyway, there was some words, but they smiled and everything. So it's just kind of cool to see Ricardo back on Cogburn today without Joel being here. But I think we're going to see something special from Cogburn today, guys. Listen, this is my last hit for the meet here. At Oaklawn Park, I've had a great time working with you guys, even though it's been by a long distance. Oaklawn has been great to me, treated me great, and just had a great time. And I'm looking forward to getting together with all of you this summer at Saratoga. But before that, going to be on my way to Churchill Downs and be working there with Paulie all next week. And anyway, that's it for me, guys. Take care of yourselves.
Gary, great job. It's so much fun having you out there. And what a great job, not only that he did on the air, but what a great job he did as the agent for Tiago Pereira and Giovanni Franco as well.
I don't think people appreciate just how difficult it is to bring riders into a new venue, and a venue that has established relationships and basically open doors for them. And that's what Gary was able to do because of the respect that he garners in the industry, because of the connections that he had. And he had 2 good riders, product to sell, but definitely did an outstanding job with both of them. He brought up Ricardo Santana, Steve having, some words after that. It's always been a little bit of a contentious relationship. They're both extremely highly competitive guys. That's why they're successful. That's what they do. And now Steve's teaming up with Ricardo Santana on a very fast horse. I find it interesting, the relationship that Steve has kind of forged with Isaac Castillo, who rides Kirama. This is a kid who hasn't even ridden 230 winners yet in his career. Has never won a graded stake, but he's obviously showing enough ability to get an opportunity for Steve Asmussen, the winningest North American trainer of all time.
All right, 3-5 on Cogburn, who this is an interesting race. I mean, he's going to be alone in front, but Kairama's race last time out, it was just out of this world. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with those two from the same barn for Asmussen. Meanwhile, back at Belmont, tap at a bank, $20 to close things out here. Whew. John Velasquez, Brad Cox, and a 3-year-old son of Central Banker. Pick 4 was over $3,000.
Yeah, get Johnny Velasquez at 9-1 in the nightcap. I think he could have gone in worse directions.
Pick 5 over $28,916, and got a carryover in the pick 6 for Sunday.
Not leaving with that after a ball game.
No, you're not. We'll see. What can Kairama do here with Isaac Castillo? I mean, you're playing Cogburn's game because everyone's got to try and run this horse down. He might just be too quick for this group. Kairama's number, at least thoroughgraph number, he ran. Cogburn's not in the same ballpark.
But he's not slow, so he could be in a stalking position. Yeah. I think the key to the race for him is what is the 2 Ain't Life Grand, who showed good speed last time at Prairie Meadows against Iowa breds. I understand all that, but he still is capable of going 22-1, 45-2. If he's sent hard and at least keeps Cogburn honest, don't you think that obviously he's second choice? The most likely beneficiary of some scenario like that would be the 3 Kairama, who I loved the way he responded to the turn back last time.
It was a huge effort, but somehow he's 5-2 right now. Public all over Cogburn, who is likely going to be alone in front. Let's take a look at his second of back-to-back wins, and this was his 3-year-old debut as well. He's just too quick for this field, as was the case in his maiden win as well.
Yeah, and you can see Joel Rosario aboard this day. One thing that Joel does so good, when he's on the lead, he sits so quietly. And this little loop in the reins, and then as he asks him to run, he actually tightens the reins up, puts the bit in the horse's mouth, and then asks him for their best. When you see Joel Rosario in front with that loop in his reins, sitting quietly, he's got a ton of horse underneath him.
So 1-2 on Cogburn, and the only horse that looks like, I mean, I guess you brought up a good point. Kairama's not going to be too far out of it, but I would doubt the stablemates are going to be pressuring each other on the front end. But Ain't Life Grand, I guess the Iowa bred, is that the one that tries to put any kind of pressure on Cogburn?
I think if anybody can, it's that horse.
Right hand side of your screen, post parade from race 2 out at Churchill. While we have a moment, 8,000 claiming race, 6 furlongs. And I guess Soul Street is 7, probably the one to beat in this race with the scratches.
Yeah, Tom Amos with his main man Jimmy Graham aboard, and Tom winning at 21% on the year, always wins at a high percentage. And he knows his way around Churchill Downs, doesn't he?
Yes, he certainly does. Won a Kentucky Oaks there with Serengeti Empress in a career-defining moment.
And then it was like a tackle afterwards, the celebration.
He got shoved and tackled basically to the ground on top of his poor wife, Colleen. But he was so happy, I don't even think he realized it. And what a moment. But one of the all-time top 20 winningest trainers in the history of this sport, and among the top 20, he has the highest winning percentage of anyone.
And to me, that says the most right there.
Loading up for the feature here at Oaklawn, Bachelor Stakes, 6 furlongs. 1-2 favorite, the speedster, Cogburn. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
And Wheeling Springs. They're at the post. They're off. Cockburn broke beautifully and goes immediately to the front. Wheeling Springs away in second, then Mo wins. At the rail unified report, it ain't life grand, and the trailer is Kairama. It's Cockburn up the backstretch. He's a measured length in front of Wheeling Springs, the Arkansas bred, in second. Mo wins is third at the rail in the green and 2.5 off the lead. Kairama's out of last place. He's up to fourth now and 2.5 from the front. Then comes Ain't Life Grand. Unified report is the trailer 3 furlongs from the money in the 35th Bachelor, and Cockburn is doing it well. Cockburn around the far turn, a length and a quarter in front of Wheeling Springs, who comes after him, and Wheeling Springs is put to the test, and he's within a half length of Cockburn. Those two have sprinted 4 lengths clear of Kairama. Then comes Mo wins. Cockburn and Wheeling Springs at the top of the stretch. Cockburn leads by a half length. Wheeling Springs has every chance to run him down in the final furlong, and Cockburn and Wheeling Springs are right together. Cockburn still that half length in front. The Arkansas bred Wheeling Springs is running his heart out. Cockburn, Wheeling Springs, Cockburn, Wheeling Springs, one final surge. Wheeling Springs! How about that? The Arkansas bred Wheeling Springs nailed Cockburn on the money. Kairama 12 back in third.
Well, the Arkansas bred that everyone was talking about all meet long was Garhole until he finally got beat last time out in open company. Wheeling Springs, Arkansas bred's now the talk of the town.
Wow, this was some effort. I mean, Cockburn was fighting him off, holding him off, and he was relentless. This son of Street Sense, bred by John and Anthony, Shortleaf Stable. What a performance from this Arkansas bred.
Beating a horse who was alone in front. Had put together back-to-back wins, both against open company, but it's the Arky bred who gets it done for John Ortiz. We'll be back right after this.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Good to have you with us for opening night coverage from Churchill Downs under the Twin Spires with the Derby just a week away. Good to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Race 2, $8,000 claiming race coming up here in just a moment. Want to remind everyone, Twin Spires bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs today. You'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. Don't forget to opt in. Bonus funds credited every Monday. 4-5 favorite. You're looking at them right here for Tom Amoss. Want to say to those watching on SNY, thanks for being with us. That's going to be the end of our program with you on SNY. You can continue to watch on YouTube at New York Racing Association or on the Naira Bets app or on the Fox Sports app as well. Those still with us, we're getting set here for race 2 at Churchill. JK, what do you think of this 4-5 favorite for our colleague?
You know, look, I love Tom, and I think Tom does a phenomenal job. I think this is a negative drop. This is a horse that Tom has had big wins with, fast speed figures, and the fact that he's giving up so quickly after claiming makes me kind of think that maybe we're not going to see the best Soul Street that we've seen. No, I'm guessing. That could be completely different. Maybe just being realistic. This is where Soul Street fits now. But I think for claiming him last time and then dropping him here for 8, it makes me feel as if possibly he's going to look elsewhere. I'm going to go with the 1 on the inside. I think that's the one you want for Diodoro, first-time Diodoro.
Yeah, that's Dino from that inside post. Favorite for Tom Amoss, stepping in last. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Soul Street hustled hard for that outside post. El Venue is flashing speed as well. Druzano down toward the inside. Up the back stretch they go. Soul Street's in front. Opening up by half a length. Now it's a length as El Venue backs out of there to be second. Druzano keyed up racing third by 3. Dino comes away in 4th. Are You Talking to Me is 5th. Spen Benjamins is at the back in 6th. 6 lengths off the lead as they chase Soul Street to the far turn run. The opening quarter whipped through it in 21-3. Soul Street down the far turn, fleet-footed in front of length and a half now. El Venue's on the chase from second. Druzano's just 2 lengths farther back, racing in third. Another 2 back to Spen Benjamins, who's 4th and down inside. Dino's under pressure while 5th. Are You Talking to Me is at the back in 6th. At the quarter pole, El Venue comes on to take the lead. El Venue's off the turn in front. Soul Street's under pressure. Druzano's now second. Spen Benjamin's trying to rally up in behind. There's 1 furlong to go. El Venue in front by 2. Spen Benjamin's trying to rally down inside. Druzano's back to third. 16th pole. El Venue's in deep water. Here comes Spen Benjamin's, and Spen Benjamin's up in time to nail El Venue right on the wire. Druzano is third. Are You Talking to Me or Soul Street?
Spen Benjamin's going best of anybody late in this race. 4th win from 20 career starts.
Yeah, got a real nice ride from Rafael Bejarano, who's really kind of refound his form recently. Kind of went through a couple of years where things were a little bit slow, and he rallied down towards the inside. He splits horses, comes through on the inside. Now, I don't think it's as pronounced as we saw in some of the times last year, but I still think you want to be closer to the rail at Churchill Downs, and Spen Benjamin's finished best of all.
Dirt debut for this horse. He was a total X factor. Primarily had been, you know, a turf horse in his career. Had been on synthetic as well. Looked pretty good on the dirt here. Rafael Bejarano, Reina Gonzalez, back in the Bachelor. How about this story? Arkansas-bred Wayland Springs getting by the powerful Steve Asmussen barn and the speedster Cogburn for the victory.
He was all in here at Wayland Springs, and Cogburn looked like he was going to get away from him again, but he was a relentless rally. And now watch, he's going to jump back to his left lead late. Like, the horse wants to get by so bad. He's just trying to find a little bit more, and he jumps back to his left lead, and he's able to get his head down in front. And Wayland Springs, John Ed Anthony names his horses for towns and places in Arkansas. This is in Clark County, Arkansas. The census said there were 84 people that live in that town, 1760 on Wayland Springs. I hope some of them got fat today.
Yeah, I hope all of them had a little win money down on Wayland Springs. Son of Street Sense. They're doing it for Hot Springs and for Arkansas. It's a big win for a state-bred runner in open company in that field. Steve Asmussen had talked about, first of all, Kairama, we know how huge he ran last time out. Yep. But he had talked about Cogburn coming into this race as a horse who was going to be a major player in this division.
He had every chance. I don't think he had any excuses. He did what he wanted to do, show his speed. Wayland Springs was on the hard chase throughout. That discourages a lot of horses. It says a lot about this horse's tenacity that he refused to yield and that relentless rally.
3 wins in a row, and this one against Open Company in a stakes race for Wayland Springs. Well done. One of the great stories of this meet, trainer John Ortiz keeps it going here. And as you mentioned, John and Anthony Shortleaf Stable. We're going to take a timeout. We will talk Kentucky Oaks when we return. Todd Pletcher and his daughter of Curlin, Nest. She's put together 3 consecutive victories, including that Grade 1 Ashland win. She's taken a big move forward as a 3-year-old.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Kicked it into high gear and Smile Happy with a powerful performance. Wins by 2.5. Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by the one-of-a-kind sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Now standing in legendary Claiborne Farm in stall #1. Spend Benjamin's dirt debut. And I think he likes this surface.
It sure looked like it. He was in behind horses. You see Rafael Bejarano angled out a little bit, but spots that gap in between horses. He angles for it. Horse did not hesitate, and he rallies along the inside to get it done in his dirt debut. And if you had him, you got some Benjamins to spend, no?
Yeah, well, it's, what, 12-1, I believe?
And we've had 2 races at Churchill, 2 favorites that were beaten that showed good speed. Both kind of got weak through the stretch, but Spend Benjamin's actually paid $18.60. Rafael Bejarano, good ride.
6.53 finish. 4-year-old son of Competitive Edge, winning in his dirt debut. Race 3. Starter allowance, 10,000 starter allowance, 6.5 furlong sprint, and Frills even money from the inside coming in off a win. That was a Keeneland.
Yeah, good win at Keeneland. Beat the 3 Delta Gamma Cats, who gets Rafael Bejarano back in the saddle. Those 2 are very logical, but we've seen 2 fairly illogical results the first 2.
We have a tough start to the meet for a lot of handicappers, probably. We'll see what happens the rest of the way, but yeah, Frills, Delta Gamma Cats. Paulie alluded to it at the top of the show when we went to him for the first time at Churchill. It's going to be a fun rematch between those 2. Kentucky Oaks, first Friday in May. And Todd Pletcher coming back with an intriguing prospect in Nest, who for the very first time we saw her, she was supposed to be very good. She ran to those expectations and won the Demoiselle, and she's come back though as a 3-year-old, just really next level. She has gotten so much better from 2 to 3.
She really has, and she took that step that we always talk about, but being by Curlin, you would expect that there would be that continual improvement.
This was the Demoiselle, how she ended her 2-year-old campaign in a duel with Venti Valentine, New York bred, who's going to be going on to the Oaks as well, who's shown that she's very talented, out-dueling her for the win.
Yeah, and this was a good effort, but it was a workmanlike effort. You know, she had to keep grinding and get it done, and she had to work for this. But then she went away for a little bit of a freshening. She came back with a nice win at Tampa, and then her race in the Ashland was scintillating.
Well, this was the 3-year-old debut, so since the Demoiselle, this was the return off a little bit of time off, and she came back immediately showing she's improved.
Oh, absolutely. You know, for me, you watch this race and you go, well, all right, it was impressive, but really what was she beating? Well, obviously the fashion she did it pointed out that she had improved from 2 to 3. I loved her professionalism. I love that she won with something left. It was a prep, but the Ashland was her coming out party. This was incredible. She swallowed a good field coming off the turn, and you could see Irad Ortiz, he's still kind of sitting on her. Now he's going to start asking her to do a little bit more. She's going to jump to her right lead very professionally there. And every stride, she's putting separation on the field. Visually, you could see every stride, she's another foot or 2 in front, 3 feet in front, 5, and so on and so forth, and wins geared down late.
Yeah, doing it so easily, too, is the thing. Gaining ground with each step against that group in a great one. I mean, the Ashland, one of the premier races there is as a prep for the Kentucky Oaks. She is obviously an extremely exciting prospect. Owned by Rapoli Stable, Eclipse Thoroughbreds. Echo Zulu, of course, is going to come in undefeated. Questions
champion.
about her, about distance,
sure,
that she'll have to answer. Kathleen O is going to come in undefeated for Shug McGahee.
Secret Oath coming back with fillies after trying the Arkansas Derby with a tough trip.
Great Oaks this year.
I think it's deep, strong Oaks. Ness certainly a major, major contender, though.
Going to be fun. Daughter of Curlin, expensive daughter of Curlin. Let's take a look at how she was working in the morning. Churchill Downs, this was yesterday. 4 furlongs in 48-3. She's on the inside.
Yeah, Irad Ortiz aboard for this work. Todd works a lot of his good horses in company. He likes them to stay in the bridle. This is what we call a maintenance move. You're just trying to maintain their fitness level. They're not looking to break track records in the morning. They don't pay you to go fast in the morning. This is just what the doctor ordered. 48 and change in hand, just as easy as can be. She's getting over the surface well. I don't think she could be coming into the Oaks in any better fashion whatsoever. Gallop outs. We always talk about gallop outs. I love these long, strong gallop outs. That's what puts the foundation in these horses. That's where they get the air that's going to see them through to get the 1 1/8, and in the Derby, of course, the 1 1/4. Think about Irad Ortiz. He worked her on Friday. He worked Mo Donegal on Saturday morning, jumps on a flight, gets back to New York to start riding the 3rd race. I mean, it's a whirlwind. It's a jet-set lifestyle. And this time of year, these guys add, so many frequent flyer miles. And they should all have a big thank you to Walter Johnson. Everybody calls him Stretch. I call him Walter. He's a dear friend. Without him, a lot of these guys would have been stranded in places. I know I would have through my career. He is a jockey's angel, getting us onto flights and, getting our itinerary straight and getting us to and from where we need to be.
You want to be as hectic as Irad is this time of the year. That means things are going right in your career. Nest, too. I'll say this about Nest. She'll obviously have to do it a lot faster than she did when she won before, but she's already won at 1 1/8. She did that as a 2-year-old. So nice to have that feather in your cap.
Oh, no doubt. The distance isn't going to be an issue. If she's already done it, she's got the pedigree that says it. She's training. Coming into it to win a race like the Ashland, it's a grade 1 in its own right, but still a prep for the Oaks. But to win it as a building block, not as a race that you were all in, I love that.
It'll be a fantastic Oaks and Derby. So much intrigue with both these races this year. A lot of ways, I think these two races back-to-back together, the best we've seen in a long time.
So deep, so many ways you can go, so many horses coming into it seemingly in good form, watching them train. I've seen more horses in the Oaks and in the Derby training so well and forwardly coming into it, where there's years past where you see some horses training, you go, okay, this is one I can eliminate. Not so much this year. A lot of horses doing well at the right time.
We got the nightcap still to come from out at Oaklawn. Race 10 is going to close out their card. Of course, just getting started at Churchill Downs on their opening day of the meet. We'll get back to Paula Duca in just a little bit. 6 furlong sprint, Arkansas bred runners, and a maiden special weight to close out this Saturday card coming up. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Good to have you with us on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you, or you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com. You can download that NYRABets app as well and get ready to go for the Triple Crown just a week away. Of course, all the great races we have coming up at the Belmont meeting, Saratoga this summer, and more. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We go to Oaklawn, race 10. To close out their Saturday afternoon, 6 furlongs. We just saw an amazing performance by an Arkansas-bred runner against Open Company in a stakes win, Wayland Springs. We got Arkansas-bred maidens in this group. This is Evie Sherman.
Look who this horse faced the last 2 times. Wayland Springs was third, beaten 3.5, second, beaten 5 in the Rainbow. Back to maidens.
Could it be that easy? Allo Henry, start number 9.
Start number 9, rallied last time. Would like to see a fast pace and come with that late rally.
Bill Hill, 3-year-old son of race day. Tiago Pereira rides.
Yeah, put a line through the first race when this horse got lost in the snow. That was the conditions were miserable that day. Improved in the second start.
Dudley, it seems like a tough spot here. This horse jumping up, faced a lot easier last start in the debut.
Yeah, from maiden 20, but you know you're starting to get closer towards the end of the meet and less opportunities for Arkansas breds to stay with Arkansas breds. So you understand why they stepped up.
Traffic Controls had a lot of chances. A 6-year-old maiden, you don't see that very often. 0 for 21.
0 for 21, 6-year-old maidens. I got to look elsewhere.
Secret Survivor, we'll see next at 45-1. Debut, took very little money and did not show a lot.
No, broke slowly, didn't show a lot, didn't take money that day, not taking money today.
Moonshine Surfer, Giovanni Franco at 35-1.
Yeah, another one that feels like they're just getting the opportunity to, again, to run in that Arkansas bred company.
Skyped Kelsey Haar 8-1, who has 3 seconds in 7 starts.
Yeah, has run some good races. Better races certainly make this horse a contender.
First time starter at 13-1. This is Salty Jones. Smarty Jones first start.
Yeah, Smarty Jones took down 2/3 of the Triple Crown, and horse is actually not completely dead on the board.
Well, if you want the one who faced Wayland Springs, it might be this one, who was, by the way, just Well, third in the stake, but missed by a head to Wayland Springs prior to that.
Yeah, I mean, ran him to a head, then came back with a third-place finish and outrunning that horse for the lead.
Should be in front.
I think this horse will be in front. Eves Sherman, the horse down in the rail, and this horse, both chasing Wayland Springs, are the horses to beat.
Yeah, 23-1 outside Morning Drive, the 11.
Moving up in company after a troubled trip first time, but would have to vastly improve.
All right, so the two who faced Wayland Springs, co-favorites at 2-1 on the board. You can play this race again by taking advantage of this offer with Naira Bets. Derby code 25, promo code to use. And sign up for new members at nairabets.com or by downloading the app. Of the two that have faced that horse, who do you prefer?
Well, I think you got to go towards the outside. Betty's Cash. You know, the horse has the outside post, has a little more natural speed, where you got to think the horse down on the rail. Eves Sherman is going to have to work out a trip and maybe some traffic.
Back to Churchill Downs and multiply this scene by about 20 next Saturday.
Yeah. Long day when you're covering the races, Derby Day. It was a long day even if you're riding. You're in the room so early and all day. And then trying to get out of there after the last race is always fun.
Impossible.
Yeah, about 10 o'clock.
We're going to see Frills first. Yeah, we talked about the rematch in here. Frills the 1, Delta Gamma Cats the 3. They were 1-2 when they faced off at Keeneland back on April the 13th. It was Frills who won that race by a length. And yeah, they both can be forward. Delta Gamma Cats, though, in that race, maybe surprisingly got the lead.
Yeah, I outfooted her that day at Keeneland coming off of synthetic races. Maybe that's an angle we start looking at. Horses performing well off of synthetic races, getting to dirt. We saw the winner of the last race do that.
Well, 6-5 favorite Frills, who had that win over Delta Gamma Cats, and the public saying the 6-year-old mare is going to do it again.
She's pretty worked up. She's a win machine. 9 for 23 lifetime. She's strung together 3 victories in a row. She likes to get her picture taken.
And she wins every racetrack she goes to. She went all over the place. Brunella, trained by Jason Cook, who just claimed this one.
Turns back in distance and is getting off of synthetic. Let's keep an eye on that.
Here's the one who was the runner-up to Frills last time out, Delta Gamma Cats.
Yeah, certainly the horse to beat. She's 5 for 17 lifetime with 7 seconds up.
A lot of spunk. Mitch Murrell rides at 9-2.
I think a player wasn't that far away from Frills and Delta Gamma Cats.
Yeah, beat just a length and a half for all of it. La Turista at 17-1, the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, it would have to really turn it around in a big way from the current form.
And Foreign Exchange, who most recently has been on synthetic and dirt. It's been a long time since we've seen this one. Or, sorry, synthetic and turf. Long time since we've seen this one on the dirt, but she has won a couple of times on the dirt.
And has races that are certainly good enough to contend here. Interesting with the rider, Farron Peterson. She's also a veterinarian. You know, someone to go through that schooling, get her vet's license. She was accredited in Kentucky, but she's riding as well. It's a pretty impressive resume.
Mint julep's already flowing, and we're still a week away. 5 minutes away. Race 3 here at Churchill Downs. Take advantage of their bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs today. You'll get your bet back up to $10. If your horse runs second or third, you have to opt in. Bonus funds credited every Monday. Download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com for more information. So there's Frills. Even money now on Frills. This 6-year-old mare, as you said, look, she loves to win. 9 times she has crossed the wire first, 23 starts, including last time out. She's put together 3 in a row at 3 different racetracks also.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seemingly matter surface either. Synthetic, dirt, she just shows up. I like my horses the way I like my people. Honest and hardworking, and she embodies that. She just shows up and does it every single time. And she's tactical. From the rail, she's probably going to have to maintain her forward position, and guard from somebody dropping over. I think last time Delta Gamma Cats showed a bit more speed than normal. Maybe this time they flip-flop. Frills holds her rail position.
Yeah, I mean, Delta Gamma Cats was drawn to the inside of her when they made last time. This time it's a reverse.
Exactly.
So from the rail, Frills has to go, right?
Well, I think it just sometimes the post position simplifies things. It dictates your strategy. You know you have enough speed to maintain that forward inside position. You don't want to allow the outside horses to kind of fold over like that wave on the beach and toss you around in the sand. Hold your position.
And that's the thing with Frills as well. She can win sitting off or she can win on the front end as well. She's 6-5. Meanwhile, Delta Gamma Cats going to get another crack at her this afternoon. 5-2 on the 3. There she is with Rafael Bejarano. Tried new tactics, trying to take it to her early in that race last time out. It didn't work out. And what do you think being drawn outside today?
Well, I think she's probably going to be getting more of that stalking trip. I don't think she'll be far away from Frills. I got to say this, and this is full disclosure. I don't know what's in character or out of character for these particular mares. Delta Gamma Cats is a filly. But Frills was very worked up, very agitated. And watching them warm up, I'm more impressed with the 3 Delta Gamma Cats. Now, again, full disclosure, when you don't know what's in character or out of character for a horse, maybe it means nothing. But watching the 2 of them warm up, I'll go with the 3 Delta Gamma Cats.
5-2. There she is. 4-year-old filly by Vancouver with Rafael Bejarano in the saddle. And we'll see if she can, maybe just, I would think, a better performer stalking. And that's likely the trip she can get this afternoon as we look at Foreign Exchange, who, again, the last almost as far back as you can see, it's been turf or synthetic for her, although she is a multiple winner on the dirt. You talk about Farron Peterson, too, who you see right there, who's aboard, was in here in New York for a little bit, but a very talented young rider with a bright future.
Absolutely, and a horse person, somebody that knows horses, obviously practiced veterinary medicine. On her days off from riding, she was working in a veterinarian clinic. I mean, I think that's a great story. People think of jockeys as one-dimensional. She's certainly got a lot more than one dimension to her.
Well, we got the nightcap still coming up at Oaklawn. We're going to bring that to you when we're done at Churchill with race 3. So stay tuned for that. See how that 10th at Oaklawn plays out, where, again, Evie Sherman the 1 and the 10 Betty's Cash, the 2 that had gone up against Wayland Springs and gave a pretty good account of themselves in not 1 but 2 performances. Looks like that's the way to lean there. I'm with you. The speed of the 10 and Betty's Cash is where I'd be leaning.
Yeah, and it just feels like projects to get a smoother journey with that speed from the outside. So he's going to be forward, but it's not forced into the race and shouldn't encounter any sort of traffic problems.
Saw a couple of really good Arkansas-bred sprinters at that meet. Wow. Wayland Springs and, of course, Garhole put together 3 in a row, both for John Ed Anthony, John Ortiz.
Yeah, and John Ortiz, too. You said it correctly. He's been a major story out of the meet at Oaklawn. Just really does tremendous work. His horses look tremendous on the racetrack, and they perform to their looks.
Young trainer with a very bright future. So, yeah, really coming out party for him this year in Hot Springs. 6-5 favorite here at Churchill. Frills, 3 in a row, has won 4 of the last 5. 13 of her 23 career starts has been first or second.
Hickory. Just
love
tough.
Horses like that.
Honest, they show up and they very rarely throw in a clinker. They show up and they perform. I think back a lot just to briefly getting back to John Ed Anthony when it was Loblolly stable. Joe Canty was his trainer in New York. He had so many good horses. Eddie Maple, Hall of Famer, was his rider. Temperance Hill winning the Belmont here, winning the Travers. And Joe Canty at the time was married to Charles C. Canty, who was on the Frank Wright show. And so many of us that have followed to do TV owe people like Frank Wright and Charles C. Canty, certainly Dave Johnson, a debt of gratitude because they kind of paved the way for what we're doing now.
Want to let those watching on FS2 know we're going to be leaving you at the top of the hour. You can continue to watch the program on our YouTube page, New York Racing Association. NyraBet's app as well, and also on the Fox Sports app. So a few ways where you can continue to watch our program when we sign off the air here in just a couple of minutes. Going to be bringing you this entire card tonight, a long night for this crew, by the way, who we need to say thank you to, doing a tremendous job behind the scenes. And yeah, we still got the Meadowlands coming up. Anthony Stabile going to be joining me here in just a moment. We'll have that opener from the Big M coming up shortly in East Rutherford, New Jersey.
Well, we would be remiss not to thank our crew behind the scenes. These people get here earlier than anybody else, and they leave later than everybody else, and they work tirelessly to make us look good, or as good as we can look, in front of the camera, but behind the cameras where the real magic happens, and thank all of you and all your hard work.
Yeah, great job, everybody. And with a lot more still to come tonight as they head to the gate right now. Frills, inside post. And what will this 6-year-old mare do being drawn inside? Did have the rail 2 back and got a win at Turfway on synthetic and was able to sit and stalk on that occasion.
Got to catch me from the rail. I'm not waiting for anybody else.
Especially if she has speed.
Yeah.
Use it. Travis Stone, the call. Here's the third from Churchill Downs on the opening day of the meet.
And for an exchange. They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Frills, so too for an exchange. A lot of spunk between them is up close as well. Crossing onto the main track, and for an exchange is up for an arrow lead, but Frills for that inside post comes on through, and these two will share the lead together. A break of 2 lengths back. Brunella up on the inside, grabs third. A lot of spunk is racing in fourth with Tourist is fifth and outside. Delta Gamma Cat settles in at the back of the pack. Down the backstretch run. For an exchange takes a clear-cut lead past a half-mile pole, and that forced Frills to switch outside from second. Lost about a half a length there. Frills with 2 lengths to make up on for an exchange now. Another 2 back to a lot of spunk and Brunella. Latourist is under pressure, and Delta Gamma Cats is at the back of the pack. So round the far turn, 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. For an exchange opens up to lead by 2.5. Frills is angled outside for the stretch drive. A lot of spunk is now third. Delta Gamma Cat switches outside fourth. Racing for the 8th pole. For an exchange is still in front a length and a half. Frills fights on. Frills is trying to run down for an exchange. For an exchange down to half a length. Now it's a neck. Now it's a head. Now it's gone. Frills to the front. For an exchange back to second. Frills won it. Length in the end. For an exchange was second. Delta Gamma Cats was third. And a lot of spunk was fourth.
Frills just doing what she always does, coming back to win. She was in a tough position. Again, you can watch the rest of this program over on the Fox Sports app, also on YouTube, New York Racing Association page, or at NYRABets.com. Angels White Sox coming up next on FS2. Thanks for watching, everybody. More racing coming up. That was something else we just saw in that performance. Talk about the peril that Frills was in.
She got put in tight going to the turn. Alvin Jimenez decided that he was going to back out of the spot. And you don't have ownership of a spot going to a turn as a jockey. If you're 3/4 of a length behind a horse, even though you've got your head in there, you've got to get out of there. You've got to be all the way up in there or all the way out of there. That horse is going to change leads, come over and take your ground, which is exactly what happened when the rider decided to start easing back. I think he would have been better off trying to hold his ground and stay there, but she was able to get to the outside, and as she is her wont to do, drop her head and run her down. She's Hickory. She just does not want to lose.
Incredible performance. We're going to go over to Oaklawn. We owe you their nightcap on the Saturday card. Race 10, 6 furlongs, Arkansas bred, maiden special weight. Here's Vic Stauffer.
They're off. EV's Sherman and Betty's Cash break well. Alo Henry, Bill Hill, and Salty Jones close up. Skyped is next, then Morning Drive and Traffic Control, Secret Survivor and Dudley, and the trailer is Moonshine Surfer, and the leader is Betty's Cash. Betty's Cash a half length in front of Salty Jones and Alo Henry at the rail. Those three are 2 lengths clear of Bill Hill, who had to check off heels at the half-mile pole, but now he's on the move inside of EV's Sherman. 2 lengths further back to Traffic Control and Skyped. They've got about 6 lengths to make up, then Secret Survivor and Morning Drive. 5 lengths back to Dudley, 3 more to Moonshine Surfer. Betty's Cash gets away at the top of the stretch. Aloe Henry is after him now in second. Betty's Cash leads only by a half length as Aloe Henry threatens to run a big one outside. These two are now 4 clear of traffic control. Skyped is in fourth, and Betty's Cash has now turned away Aloe Henry and once again leads by 2.5 lengths. Aloe Henry is a second. Then comes Skyped and Dudley with a late run, but it's Betty's Cash and Aloe Henry, and Betty's Cash is clear, and he's got it. Betty's Cash in front. Betty's Cash beat Aloe Henry 3/4 of a length. Skyped was third. Dudley finished fourth.
Betty's Cash, maiden breaking win, again flatters the form of Wayland Springs.
He looked over and said, wait a second, you're not Wayland Springs, you're Aloe Henry. And he kicked on again.
Yeah, 6-5 favorite. Mo for the money, 3-year-old for Don Von Hemel. Sanders brothers and Luis Quinones aboard for the victory. Mig saying goodbye, enjoyed it. I'm going to have Anthony Stabile with me, and we have racing coming up for the Meadowlands right after this, and of course more from this Churchill card.
That's a big treat to have Anthony Stabile jump on board, and he knows harness racing almost as well as he knows starboard racing, so pay attention.
What a performance we just saw back in the third at Churchill Downs. Frills not to be denied in a very tough position. Did not matter. Re-rallies to get the win. 6-year-old mare now 10 wins from 24 career starts. We'll be back right after this.
Cyber Knife, here comes Secret Oath. Cyber Knife, Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyber Knife.
From the outside, and here's Taba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Echo Zulu, gun runners on top of the world.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Son of Warfront, the sons have done well. War Command, the Factor, Declaration of War. There have been a number of sons now that seem to be getting it done. He himself was, again, versatile like Catholic boy. I mean, he won the Preakness.
But nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
He came back at 4 and won a Grade 1 on the turf, going a mile. You know, he's got a big page that's from one of the good Niarchos families.
Look, he was a Grade 1 stakes horse at 2. He was a classic winner on dirt at 3. He won a Grade 1 on turf at 4. He offers that versatility. He looks a lot like Warfront with a little more stretch and a little more leg. And I know a lot of the knocks against the Warfronts are that sometimes a little small, a little racy. If he throws Warfront's ability and talent with his kind of physique, I think we'll be in really good shape.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Third partner I've had on the desk on this marathon Saturday afternoon. Anthony Stabile, good to see you.
How are you, pal?
Not as good as you.
Oh,
You've done well for everyone today. You gave out the cross-country Big Five. Well done. And I heard you played it yourself, too.
I always play my tickets. If you're not putting those if you're putting those tickets up, you should be playing your tickets. If I'm telling people to play tickets, I am playing them. Of course, like the degenerate that I am, could have used the 1 for 8,200, but we take it. A little 2,800 in the kick.
Nice
Plenty
score.
of fire for the triple play tomorrow. So, yeah, ready to roll. Ready to roll. A big night coming up, too.
Got the Meadowlands out in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Looking forward to it. Action from the Big M. And they got a big one later on in the card. We're going to be handling race 3 here. And then you're going to be tackling the rest of the card with Lafitte. Back in the third at Churchill. This was a great performance from Frills. Put into a difficult position here by Alvin Jimenez. Able to overcome it.
Richie said it best. You know, he made a decision that could have cost him the race, but this filly just has a will to win. That you really don't see that often anymore, right? More often than not, we're talking about horses that are 1 for 16 with 8 seconds, and she's the other way around. She finds a way to win. Like she knows, you know, one of the old adages, she knows where the winner's circle is. She knows where the finish line is, and here comes Frills running them down once again.
4 in a row, 5 of her last 6.
Amazing.
10 for 24 lifetime. Frills, 6-year-old mare, and she's in the form of her life right now.
And you would think with the resume you just painted, the picture you painted, 540 is pretty generous
good,
on
yeah.
a filly that's as hard knocking as she is.
1-6-3. It's been difficult, even with Frills. Look at that pick 3. A couple of monster upsets, first 2 races of the meet. Form holding in the third. We'll see what happens the rest of the way here. Race 4 is on the turf, on that new turf course at Churchill Downs. We've been waiting so long to see entry-level allowance in this spot, and Bryce Canyon and Ginsburn, both at 2-1 right now.
Yeah, so a couple of 2-1 shots drawn, well, towards the outside, right? The entry kind of splits Bryce Canyon as well as Ginsburn. But yeah, we'll see which one of these two. Jimmy Toner, always good to see Jimmy's name in the entries, and he's down at Churchill. And Ginsburn, Rusty Arnold, a couple of familiar faces here in the New York area. It's still the Matt Wynn turf course, by the way, folks. And yeah, it looks great. Got the rails out. Of course, they have this big thing there next Saturday, so I think they try to preserve
protecting
those
that turf for
paths.
a few stakes races that they're going to have on Friday and Saturday next week. Oaks and Derby Day. Do you have a Derby horse yet?
I do. It's Zandon, and the biggest problem with Zandon is when I pick a horse, he or she automatically gets a lot of weight. But there's a lot more weight on Zandon than me right now, Greg. This is the horse that everybody's talking about. He is tearing it up in the blue. Here is the bluegrass. He's tearing it up in the mornings down in the bluegrass state. Horses just don't do this. He's last. They're at the 5/16 pole, and he is last. And you're going to see Flavien Prat give him a nice, patient, flawless ride. He's going to find a little traffic, but he's never going to lose momentum. Right in here, it looks like the path is going to be taken away. He doesn't hesitate. He doesn't steady. He just keeps forward progress, forward march. And he goes by Smile Happy in 3 or 4 jumps, and he really inhales them, and then he leaves them.
Do you want a horse that's going to have to come from that far back and weave way through traffic in a 20-horse field in the Kentucky Derby, though?
You never do. And right, everybody's been talking. It's going to be a lot different when he's in a bigger crowd on the first Saturday in May, when there's 19, 20 horses in the field. Is that trip going to materialize? More often than not, it doesn't, but man, he's the goods. And I know Chad Brown, his trainer's been high on him since day one, and he's really shown that he is living up to all of that praise that was showered upon him early on, even before he started. And horses that make moves like that, they always scare you in the Derby, but they scare you in the Derby because of what you said. What are the odds of him pulling that luck? Because there's a lot of luck in that trip from the bluegrass. What are the odds of him getting that lucky? Again, they're probably pretty high, but he gets an extra 1/8 of a mile, and he certainly is one of the ones who looks, anyway, like that extra distance will be his friend rather than his foe.
Working lights out in the morning as well. There's several horses, though, that have been turning heads in the morning. A couple of horses, Simplification, I know from Florida has been as well. Epicenter's been training lights out. Epicenter, Zandon, probably the two that are going to vie for favoritism on Derby Day. probably depending on where Mattress Mac makes his wager. He's probably going to have the deciding determination of who's the Kentucky Derby favorite this year. Going to be fun. We're going to talk plenty more about it as we get closer to next Friday and Saturday. And we have the third coming up. 1 mile pace from the Meadowlands ahead. Harness action we'll have for you live when we return from this short timeout on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to Naira Bets. Get signed up just in time for the Triple Crown. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. You can also, of course, play the Meadowlands. We've got a mile pace coming up. $25,000 claiming handicap here in this third. Let's get more from Jessica Otten. Hi, Jessica.
Hey, thanks so much. Yes, race 3 is up next at the Meadowlands. It's a claiming handicap 20 to 25,000. There's a few competitive horses in this race. These horses race against each other each and every day. Each and every week, excuse me. 2 claims in on Winsong Jack. The 6, Joe Bondorno, is aboard that horse, and he's already won the first 2 races of the night. This horse has been pretty consistent, pretty sharp the last couple of starts. He's been the hot commodity in the claim box. Post 6, Winsong Jack for Dan Morrissey and Joe Bondorno. A few others you could probably consider and take a look at. The 7, Cools Bluesman, has been up and down the claiming ranks as well. Mark McDonald gets the call here, just made it in time.
Jessica, thank you. I believe got cut off there. This third race here, tell us more about this condition, Anthony.
So this condition, Greg, 8 horses entered. 5 of them are entered for 20,000. The 1 through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 of them entered for 23,000. The 6 and the 7. So they'll take 5 pills. They'll put the 5 horses in for the 20. They'll shake the pills. The entries will come out. They'll take the 6 and 7. They'll shake the pills. They'll come out. The 8's in for 25,000. Automatically assigned post 8. Chuck Grissman Jr. has both the 4. Game of Change and the 8 Raptors Flight. I think there's a chance they could run 1-2. Game of Change probably going to show some speed, and then Raptors Flight should come running late.
Closer, the 7, Cool Bluesman, the favorite right now. Ken Workington, the call. Here's the 3rd from the Meadowlands.
1 on the 7, Cool Bluesman. 5-2, the 5, Undertaker. And the 6, Winsong Jack with 2 claims entered. Here they come. They're off. Win Song Jack out of there fast. A game of change. A left hard. So does Manhattan Beach on the inside into the first turn. And Undertaker's put in play. He's in the top 4 around that first turn. Raptors Flight to the outside, advancing into 5th position. Then Select Friday, followed by Sweet Truth at the rear of the field, and Cool Bluesman trails. It's Winsong Jack and Joe Bongiorno leading it. Manhattan Beach is second, 26-4. Toward opening fraction there. Game of change on the inside, 3rd. Undertaker on the helmet in 4th. It's Raptors Flight, 5th on the inside. Now he's fed racetrack and goes on. And Select Friday hoping to fill the gap, and then comes Sweet Truth at the rear of the field. It is still Cool Bluesman trailing at the half, and it's Winsong Jack. 2 claims entered in front, 2-1 on the board. It's Manhattan Beach in the pocket spot. It's a grind for Raptors Flight, 3rd, 56-1 the rated half. Second over is Undertaker, stride for stride with a locked-in game of change right now. Then it's Sweet Truth on the inside. Sweet Truth followed on the outside by Select Friday. He's trying to inch in closer, and Cool Bluesman still at the rear of the field. Midway on the final turn, Winsong Jack is the target. It's Winsong Jack. Raptors Flight on the outside. A tough trip hangs in there. Manhattan Beach will need to shake loose from the box here as they turn for home. Undertaker is 3 deep and trying to find more. Game of change needs racing room on the inside. 3/4, 124 and 2. Well rated here. Winsong Jack in front by 2, trying to sprint off from Manhattan Beach, who angles out. Late move, and then Raptors Flight 16th out. Winsong Jack and Joe Bongiorno appear home free. Manhattan Beach is second. Final move, Cool Bluesman. Winsong Jack and Joe Bongiorno sweeps the first 3. Then it's Cool Bluesman, followed by Manhattan Beach, and then a photo. 151-3. Winsong Jack and Joe.
What a start to the night for Joe Bongiorno. Takes the first 3 on the card. And this one has been very workmanlike and consistent now. 43rd win of the career for Winsong Jack.
Fantastic drive from Joe Bongiorno. Wins the first 3, like you said, Greg. It looked like the 2 Manhattan Beach in the 4 game of change had some speed. They obviously had position on him. He put the pedal down, leaving out of there 26-4. A real fast opening quarter. He was able to back it down then. Second quarter in 29-3. Third quarter in 28 and a piece. And it was history. Excellent job on the 2-1 favorite.
And that closer, Cool Bluesman, just running out of room late, got second in the end. So we go back to Churchill Downs, 4th race. Starts to pick 4 here. And our first look at this brand new revamped turf course that they spent so much time redoing. We're looking forward to seeing it. First level allowance condition race. And 5-2 favorite is the 5 in here. And that's Bryce Canyon, Jimmy Toner, Flavian Pratt, who we're going to be seeing a lot of here in New York.
Yeah, we are. Wide open board, though. 5 of the betting interests laid from 5-2 to 5-1 right now.
Here's part of the entry. Bakwina, Adam Beschizzo aboard.
Yeah, a couple of polytrack races at Turfway Park since the June layoff. Gets back to the grass where he won his maiden.
Entry mate has been in a couple of stakes on the grass.
Yeah, first time Lasix comes out of that Columbia with Fort Washington finished second last week over at the Big A. We'll see if Jimmy Graham can get him a good trip.
Stitched is going to get the rail in here for Greg Foley.
Yeah, he broke, he won at the fairgrounds 2 starts back, then tried to go gate to wire at the fairgrounds last time, tired late.
Maiden win for Mount Kenya last start.
Couple of layoff lines here. He broke his maiden at Tampa back on January 29th, so another 3-month break.
Stretch out for Evansing.
Yeah, 5.5 furlongs in his debut down at the fairgrounds. Now the son of Hardspun goes to Flat Mile.
Here's the favorite.
Yeah, second start off of a September layoff. Just missed down at Gulfstream Park against similar competition.
Ginsburned, Rusty Arnold at 5-2.
Another making his second start off the break. He didn't get a lot of pace to run at Keeneland. Comes back in just 3 weeks, 22 days really, and looks to get a little bit more pace in here maybe.
Orso was grade 1 place in the Bruce D at Arlington last year. That 6 horse at 5-2.
Yeah, big race and just the 3rd start of his career. His race last time, he broke from the rail. I know he had a good setup. He had a good position, but I didn't have enough pace in there last time. I'm wondering if Stitch can put some on today, and maybe even Evan Singh stretching out from the 5.5.
Wide open board, as you can see, 2-1, 5-1 separate everybody with the exception of that 2 horse who's 8-1 on the board. And you can play this race along with all of it we're bringing you this evening. with Twin Spires, their bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs. You'll get your bet back up to $10. If your horse runs second or third, you do have to opt in. Bonus funds credited every Monday. So 3 minutes to post here. Coming up, there's Mount Kenya. Took a little while to break through and get that first maiden win, and did it from, as is usual with this 5-year-old, from the clouds last time out.
Yeah, he was far back. He got a little help, Greg. 22-1, 46-4 over a course labeled good. Those are wicked fractions down at Tampa Bay. And he was able to pick him up and lay him down late under one of the leading riders down there, Danny Centeno. He gets Rafael Bejarano, who's familiar with him. They've teamed up 5 times in the past, 3 seconds, 2/3. So Bejarano familiar with him. Again, I think Stitch and Evan Singh can put a little pace on it here. If that pace is going to help Ginsburn like I think it could, it'll certainly help Mount Kenya as well.
Yeah, definitely going to need a hot pace for this one to set it up for Mount Kenya. 5-1 right now. You got a quick look at that 4-horse Evan Singh stretching out. Start number 2 here. We're going to take a look at Bryce Canyon, who is still your favorite right now for Jimmy Toner. Flavian Pratt, terrific rider all around, but terrific on the grass as well. This was back on March 27th, going 7.5 on the lawn.
And I would imagine he's going to get a similar trip. Miggy Vasquez rode him here, and he gave him a brilliant ride. He saved all the ground, the hole opened. He made the lead off of the turn, and then he just got out game to the wire. That was his first start in almost 7 months. And this was a big, big effort. He was 27-1, almost 28-1 down at Gulfstream Park. And that's the biggest problem with him, Greg. He was 28-1, almost 28-1 last time. And now they're going to ask you to take 2-1 on him tonight. He had a brilliant trip last time. He should get another good trip. He should be right behind whoever goes to the lead in here. Because Pratt, you know, that's his want. He likes to find the trip. This horse should work out the trip. I don't know if you want to take 2-1 on him.
Value evaporated after it ran so big last time out in his 4-year-old debut. With more on the pace of this race. How's it going to shape up, Paulie?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Anthony in here. This is a tough race to try to figure out who's going to be the pace in here. Is Stitch going to go to the front end? You have the 1A in here that has a little pace. And if you look at Bryce Canyon in the 5 in here, he has shown speed in the past and has been up on the pace. And I sort of agree with the Big A that the 3 in here, Mount Kenya could draw at a trip. I also think the 6 could draw at a trip. Those are the 2 horses to me that are going to be laying back, and whoever gets first run could have a big shot in here. Again, new turf course, rails are out. We'll see how the speed holds. If they let Stitch get an easy lead here, I don't think that's going to happen with Bryce Canyon. Flavian Pratt might be able to lay on top of the 2, and it might set up for the 3 or the 6. I think the Big A likes the 3. I like the 6 a tiny bit from off the pace.
All right, so Ginsburn for Paulie for Rusty Arnold. But, yeah, there's a few that look like they could go in here. You got to think Stitch from the inside has got to be forward.
I'll tell you what. I would imagine Stitch is going to go to the lead, protect your rail position, especially with those rails out, right? When the rails are out, speed has that much more of an advantage. And inside draws have a little bit more of an advantage. In this instance, you get both with Stitch. Now, he's the longest shot on the board. There's a pick 4 that starts here. If I were playing the pick 4 in here, I would try and beat Bryce Canyon to kick this thing off. And I would use 2, 3, and 4. Stitch, who's going to be on the lead. Mount Kenya, if Stitch gets some company. And the horse I like on top is the 4, Evan Singh. I'm a big fan of lightly raced horses, especially in a race where most of his rivals have had multiple chances already to get out of this condition and haven't. So he ran well enough in his debut from just off the pace. Now, coming out of the sprint, you would imagine he's pretty sharp and he has some speed. So I would think Colby Hernandez, his rider, would be able to position him on or close to the lead. Whether that means putting a ton of pressure on Stitch, maybe he gets aggressive, Colby Hernandez, and just puts the sprinter on the lead. That's what I would do. But I haven't ridden any races in a while. So I would put him on the lead. Worst case scenario, I think he's sitting second. I just hope they don't hit. But in case they do, I do think Mount Kenya could pick these horses up if they hit up front.
That's the 3, Mount Kenya. Yeah, Evan Singh for Al Stall. Of course, Al Stall, big scratch later tonight in the feature. Roxalana is the feature on this opening day card here. 6 furlong sprint, fillies and mares. And Unfortunately, won't get to see Caribbean Caper for the stall barn, who had come in 5 for 5. It's going to be her 4-year-old debut tonight, but we'll have to wait for another day.
Yeah, she'll wait for another day, or maybe in the case of Churchill Downs, evening.
Yes, indeed. So with that, it looks like with who came out, Euphoric scratching in there as well, Bayerness, the New York, in the Shine Again, I should say, who won that race at Saratoga last summer. Looks like she could be very tough.
Yeah, she's returning from that. That was her last race back on August 4th. Looking forward to seeing her return tonight for Cherie DeVoe. Like you said, a little bit of just a field of 3 in there now, but Club Card's a useful filly in there, and yeah, should be a fun opening night feature. Can't believe it's here already.
By what we've heard from trainers out in Louisville, all the trainers giving this turf course here at Churchill Downs rave reviews so far.
Looks like a pool table.
It looks beautiful. Long time putting this together. We remember the meet when we saw that pile of dirt. Putting this thing together. No turf racing. Was so strange to not have it at Churchill. Finally back and just in time with the Oaks and Derby and those tremendous cards right around the corner next Friday and Saturday. 4th from Churchill here. Starts a pick 4. It's the 5 Bryce Canyon, the favorite. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And Ginsburg. They're in the gate. And they're off. Some crowding down toward the inside. Mount Kenya took the worst of it and is off near the back of the pack. Stitched breaks alertly and is heading out for the lead. Bryce Kenyon is right there running in second. Evan Singh with a coveted spot toward the inside, saving ground from third. Gingrich comes on to be 4th on the extreme outside. A break of 3 from there back to Bakwina, who's running along in 5th. Mount Kenya's now 6th, and at the back is Ginsburg, about 8 lengths off the lead as they head for the backstretch run. The opening quarter on the board in 25 and 1/5 seconds. And it's Stitched heading to the backstretch in front by half a length. Bryce Kenyon is prompting on the outside second, in no hurry to go by so far. Evan Singh is tugging at the bit, 3rd and down toward the rail. Gingrich is racing in 4th while in the clear. Ginsburg has moved up a couple of spots. Bakwina's to that one's inside, and Mount Kenya is the trailer as they head for the far turn. Stitched is still in front, heading for the far turn in control. Bryce Kenyon alongside in 2nd. Evan Singh is set to strike inside while 3rd. Gingrich is moving up on the extreme outside, up into 3rd now. Evan Singh is bottled up in cramped quarters there, had to steady briefly. Ginsburg is picking it up from the far outside. Bakwina is there, and Mount Kenya circles to the far outside. At the top of the stretch, they still have to catch Stitched. Stitched is off the turn and kicks clear. Spurts away by 2.5 now. Evan Singh comes off the rail up into 2nd. The rest with a lot to do. 1 furlong to go. Stitched is still there. Evan Singh's trying hard, but is still 2nd. Time's running out. Stitched, Evan Singh, that way on the wire. Stitched wire to wire. Evan Singh was 2nd, Bakwina was 3rd, and Mount Kenya finished 4th.
Stitched with the win, forward early, and it pays off. Top trip for the 4 Evan Singh. Big effort here, first time stretching out.
Yeah, it's a Hernandez exacta. Stitched. A flawless ride from Brian Hernandez Jr. here. Able to get to the top, walk the dog 25 and 1. You could almost say, Greg, the race was over right there. He was able to really put this field to sleep. Favorite never fired. Bryce Canyon had a perfect trip. Flavian Pratt actually threw a cross at him going around the first turn. And you couldn't have felt happy about that if you bet on the favorite tonight. Stitched got a great ride. Evan Singh had a little bit of a tough trip. But the truth of the matter is, once Colby Hernandez brought him to daylight, he had every chance to run down the winner. He just couldn't get by him.
Look out of the gate right there. And even...
Yeah, he was just looking... I feel like it was on Colby Hernandez's mind to not go to the lead. And as soon as they had that little bit of cramped quarters when the gate opened, he just married himself to the inside, which ordinarily is a good thing to do. But when you take a horse's speed and throttle him down and then get him jammed up a little bit in traffic and you get beat a length, it's frustrating.
25 and change going as slow as could be for that opening quarter. That, again, was pretty much the race there for your winner. You're going to continue on. You got a long night ahead of you. Enjoy. Good programs.
I've pulled plenty of all-nighters, my friend.
I'm sure you have. He's going to be joined by Lafitte coming up. A lot more from Churchill Downs and, of course, from the Meadowlands. Still ahead on our coverage. Roxalana's the feature. And Bayerness, winner of the Shine Again from Saratoga last summer. for Cherie DeVoe. Back in action, set to make her 5-year-old debut. That's race 9 on the card tonight under the lights in Louisville.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
This show never stops. This is America's Day/evening at the races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sun setting in Louisville. About time to fire up the lights at Churchill Downs, opening night of the spring meet. No attendance restrictions for the first time in 3 years. Energized crowd, enthusiastic crowd beneath the Twin Spires. And welcome everyone to Belmont Park, about 780 miles northeast of Churchill Downs. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So by this time next week, we'll know who the winner is of the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Many already feel they know who's going to win next week's Kentucky Derby. But while the Derby week doesn't officially start until Monday, it kind of feels like it starts today, right? With the racing having returned to Churchill Downs, racing back beneath the Twin Spires, and that's why we're going to be here until 11 o'clock tonight. 7 races still remain, including the featured Roxalana. Fillies and mares, very fast fillies and mares, but field reduced to 3. Big Scratch, favorite, defected this morning. Caribbean Caper, trainer Al Stahl told the Daily Racing Form she tied up after training. That's like severe cramping for us, right? Stahl adding, we're hoping she rallies out of it short term. So now we turn our attention to Bayerness, and like Caribbean Caper, she hasn't raced in a long time, nearly 9 months. This was the Shine Again Stakes last summer at Saratoga, and this was impressive. Bayerness down inside with Luis Saez, who rides tonight. She looks trapped, but she finds a seam, takes advantage, accelerates without hesitation. Bayerness puts away the favorite, and Cat outruns Casual to the wire. First stakes win at Saratoga for trainer Cherie DeVoe. So Bayerness now the morning line favorite with the defections in tonight's featured Roxalana. And this is an important race, even with the small field. You have to think of the recent winners, some of the fillies and mares who ran in this race. Bell's the one Grade 1 winner. Mia Mischief, Grade 1 winner. Kafefi was defeated in the 2019 Roxalana, and she wound up capturing the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint and a championship. The Roxalana opening night feature at Churchill Downs. Only a field of 3, but still an exciting stakes race to kick off the brand new spring meet here at Churchill Downs. Meantime, race 4 just moments ago. And an upset here, 11-1, I believe it. Post time, Stitched coming through. Had that inside post position. Brian Hernandez in the saddle. Third career win. Stitched for trainer Greg Foley, the son of Mizzen Mast, coming through with a victory at a price in the fourth race at Churchill Downs. We'll have those results. You're going to probably be able to see them. I can't. Stitched 25-60 for the win. 11-1 at post time. Stitched in the fourth race at Churchill Downs. Opening night bugs from time to time. Predictable. Fifth race, turn the page. $50,000 claimer. Non-winners 2 lifetime. All for sale, all one for something. Fillies and mares sprinting 3/4 of a mile. Number 5, the current even money favorite. That makes sense. Altered Shot with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. Trainer Greg Foley looking to go back-to-back. Speaking of Tyler Gaffleone, when we come back, I'll be joined by my co-host, and it's not Tyler Gaffleone. Anthony Stabile up next. Gaffleone, too busy racking up riding titles in Kentucky. And next week, Gaffleone to pilot the Florida Derby winner, White Abarrio, in the Kentucky Derby. You know what Florida Derbies do? Florida Derby winners do in the Kentucky Derby? They win. More on that when we come back. Much more on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Live coverage opening night. Churchill Downs. 1 week from the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. We also have live racing from Meadowlands, standardbred racing, and thank God I have this gentleman to lean on this evening. Anthony Stabile joining me on the stead. This is a first for us. I've been looking forward to this.
I've been looking forward to this for a few days since I was told that it would be you with me here tonight, and an honor and a privilege you are.
Stop it.
One of the best, if not the best,
you're not
going to
be saying that after you listen to my standardbred commentary this evening.
I'll handle it. We got listen. One thing we got, we have plenty of stories, and we have plenty of great on-air harness stories. So we'll be fine. On air, we got off-air ones
glad
too.
You arrived. I was drowning on my own. I'm always interested to learn how, like, racing fans became racing fans. I asked you earlier today, like, how did Anthony Stabile become a standard best friend? Like, this is like 30 for 30 stuff. Like, how did this happen? When did this start?
So we used to do, when I was a kid, we used to do double headers, Aqueduct, Belmont to Roosevelt Raceway, which is now a mall, second biggest mall in the country. You had to be 6 years old to get in. My parents were very young when I was born, and my mom still looks very young. So they were never going to believe that I was 6 and my mother's son, so we would lie and say I was her little brother. And at 3 years old, my parents would sneak me into Roosevelt Raceway.
I don't think I had been to a racetrack at 3. And, like, my old man rode.
I had
I don't think I did.
I had a triple by the time I was 3. I had a triple by the time I was 3.
Harness fans, you're in very, very good hands with Anthony Stabile this evening. Live coverage from Meadowlands as we shift to Meadowlands in East Rutherford, capital of harness racing. Field for the 4th. Pacers, Anthony. What do you make of this field? What can you tell us?
It's an interesting. This is an interesting 4th race here, Lafitte. This starts at pick 3, if you dare to try one, and yeah, the number 1 American Mercury had some good form before he went to the bench for trainer Virgil Morgan. He hasn't raced since December 18th. Now, you'll see 2 races on his card at the Meadowlands. They're qualifiers. They're practice races. Those are races when horses have layoffs. They have to come back and they have to run a certain time and be able to qualify for parimutuel racing or stakes racing. So he's one of the ones. Well, Let's Roll, the number 2, is the one who's getting a lot of post relief. He was in post 10 last time. And he's also shipping up from Pompano Park, which just closed their doors for good a couple of weeks back. Yeah, unfortunate. But yeah, going to go to the Mile Oval now at the Meadowlands. Aren't too many Mile Ovals around, so he's going to go to the Mile Oval, and we'll see if he can transfer his form against open company horses, which is like high-level allowance minor stakes horses, to the Meadowlands tonight.
Did you have a strong opinion?
This was a pretty wide open race for the simple fact that I don't know what American Mercury is going to do from the December layoff. I don't know if Let's Roll is going to bring that form from South Florida. The 6 Rockin' M. It's funny, the 6 Rockin' M I thought had a little bit of a live long shot look, and then Joe Bongiorno wins the first 3 races on the card, and you figure he's going to take some money now here. Yeah, he dropped in. He's coming in from Yonkers. He has 1 race at the Meadowlands. It's not the best, but he gets some post release. He was post 9 that night, post 6 tonight. So I would mess around with the 1, 2, and 6 in here.
1, 2, and 6 says Anthony Stabile. Field for the 4th race at Meadowlands. See another reason to join us at Naira Bets, top class thoroughbred and standard bred racing. Join us and receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Betting track anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus $200 deposit match.
You want to know who a team player is? Richard Migliore is a team player. He just sent me a text saying we have him betting the Meadowlands.
Then there you go.
That's it.
Then you have done your job.
I have converted a thoroughbred jockey.
And we have more insight with Jessica Otten on site. Meadowlands handicapper standing by. Jessica, welcome to the show. Who do you like in this upcoming 4th race at Meadowlands?
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be spending this beautiful Saturday night with you guys. I like the 4 in here, Decision Day. I actually made him my best bet of the night. I'm going to throw that last start out. He was uninterested from an outside post.
We lost Jessica, Anthony, and I blame you.
You're the 4th person that blamed me for something today. I'm responsible for none of them.
I won't be the last.
You won't be the last. You're right.
Trying to reconnect with Jessica. Jessica, are you with us?
Yes. Yes, I am with you guys. Back to my thoughts. I like the 4 in here, Decision Day. I actually made him my best bet of the night here at the Meadowlands. Throwing that last start out, he was uninterested from an outside post. It was a sloppy track. This is a drop and pop situation. The Bruce Saunders stable has been hitting on all cylinders. He already has 1 winner on the card tonight. Rockin' M as well in here. The 6, Joe Bongiorno, has won the first 3 races of the night. He's coming back from Yonkers after a few okay starts there. I think he's a mile track horse, but I like Decision Day in here, the 4 for Corey Callahan and Bruce Saunders.
Jessica, thanks so much. Decision Day. Anthony, look at it's amazing when you look at the lifetime statistics. Like in thoroughbred racing, we fall in love with horses that run and run and run and that can build a fan base because they're a while for an extended period of time. Decision Day is about to make his 170th lifetime start, a 27-time winner.
That's pretty amazing.
You know?
The durability, and when you consider, like you said, 169 starts, he's 7 years old. You do the quick math, that averages to about 28, 30 starts a year if he's raced from 2 to 7, right?
He
just into his 7-year-old year.
$388,000, and then like the hard way.
The hard way.
That's the hard way.
You took the words right out of my mouth, my man.
We're ready to go. Let's see how Decision Day performs. All set for this 4th race at Meadowlands. Mr. Workington, do your thing. It's post time.
They're off. Gamblin' Mo's out fast, and Grand Cayman blasting off for the money man on the far outside. American Mercury on the rail, and Let's Roll's put in play into the top 4 into the first turn. Tyga Hanover takes a seat in 5th, just in front of Decision Day. And then it's Rockin' M, the early trailer, heading to the opening quarter. It's Grand Cayman. And now a quick dart hits Gamblin' Mo. Gamblin' Mo takes the lead for Andrew McCarthy past the opening quarter. Grand Cayman pockets up there in a hot 26 3/5. American Mercury is 3rd, wheeling off the turn across the backstretch they go. Let's Roll's a loose 4th on the inside. Then it's Tyga Hanover on the inside with Decision Day and Rockin' M. Single file as they head towards the half and follow Gamblin' Mo at 8-5 on the point here. Grand Cayman a 2-hole ride with American Mercury on the inside 3rd. Let's Roll stays in 4th. To the outside, Tyga Hanover. Picking up that one on the outside is Decision Day. Looks to get going. And then Rockin' M at the rear of the field. The half was 55-2. On to the far turn. Gamblin' Mo getting his own way. Perfect trip. Grand Cayman on the inside 2nd. That's Tyga Hanover first over in a grind 3rd, soon to be 2nd. A live toe for Decision Day 2nd over. Bit of a shuffle here for American Mercury on the inside. Let's Roll shuffle to the rear of the field. And Rockin' M trying to gear up from 3rd over. Past 3/4, it's Gamblin' Mo trying to go all the way. 124 flat. Gamblin' Mo trying to polish it off. But it's Tyga Hanover on the outside with dead aim. Tyga Hanover, tough trip, but steamrolling past Gamblin' Mo is trying to battle back, squeezing on through. Grand Cayman. Cayman, and here is Rockin' M up on the far outside. Grand Cayman rode the rail to win it for the money man. And then it was Rockin' M, then close Decision Day, or Tyga Hanover. Grand Cayman at 4-1. 151-1.
For the money man, says Ken Workington. 4-1 at post time. Number 7, Grand Cayman over Rockin' M in the 4th at Meadowlands.
Scott Zirin with a daredevil drive here, rode the pylons and was able to sneak up the inside to get the job done. Joe Bongiorno looking to bust things open with a 4-win night, came flying late on the outside with Rockin' M. As the great Tom Durkin would say, too late, not enough.
Grand Cayman in that 4th race at Meadowlands. We'll have those results as soon as they're available. Really shifting gears back to Churchill Downs now. From the standardbreds to the thoroughbreds, opening night program rolls on 1 week from the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Horses on the track, field for the 5th. Start of the Derby City 6, $50,000 claiming sprint for fillies and mares. Non-winner to lifetime. Premier Wish is out. Post parade. And Old Foe, Colby Hernandez, Al Stall. Disappointed we won't see Caribbean Caper tonight.
Yeah, blinkers on for this horse. Run turn into the dirt after a failed turf attempt last out.
JL's Rocket, Umberto Rispoli, new face in the Churchill riding colony.
First time Lasix for this daughter of Into Mischief. She was a maiden winner on debut and then finished off the board in the Adirondack up at the Spa.
3, Mucho Macho Mama, Rayla Gutierrez making his Derby debut next week. Berbina, Anthony, unraced since last July.
Yeah, Berbina off a 9-month layoff. Lone win came on the all-weather over at Turfway Park.
Odds-on favorite, Altered Shot, Keeneland spring riding champ, Tyler Gaffley on a board.
Yeah, like the number 1 and 2, like the numbers 1 and 2 to 5 Altered Shot, in for a tag for the first time in her career. If she brings one of her races from last year, she's going to be ultra tough.
Field of 5, fillies and mares about to sprint in this one. That's next. Churchill Downs, Derby City 6, far from the only reason to get involved tonight. Twin Spires also offering the bet back offer. Here's how it works. They're going to place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill tonight, and you'll get back your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do is opt in. With bonus, funds credited each Monday. Download the TwinSpires app today or visit twinspires.com. Maybe you're placing a win wager on Altered Shot. There she is with Tyler Gaffalione. Gaffalione, who's captured the last 6 riding titles here at Churchill Downs. As for Altered Shot, Anthony, this was her maiden win right here a week after last year's Kentucky Derby. Altered Shot, looked good graduating on that afternoon.
I'm going to cross over here and give you a little harness parlance. She jig-jogged that night. Yeah, I don't know what's happened here. She ran well at Churchill Downs last year and then went that one-turnish mile at the Pea Patch and then ran into the aforementioned Caribbean Caper. The layoff race, Lafitte, is of trouble. It's troubling.
I hear you.
It's a troubling race. And you would have liked to have seen her do a little bit more running. Hey, look, Greg Foley off to a good
Trying
start.
to go back-to-back. Had the long shot 11-1 in the last race. Altered Shot yet 1 for 1 when she makes the lead, 0 for 7 without it. Softer company today. We'll see if she can register that elusive second career win. And while her Jockey is piling up Kentucky riding titles after Kentucky riding title, next Saturday, Tyler Gaffalione rides in his 5th Kentucky Derby. Aboard this break colt, Anthony, White Abarrio, Florida Derby winner at Gulfstream, where White Abarrio does not lose.
No, and that's the big question he's going to have to answer, Lafitte. Can he take the South Florida form for a trainer who does fantastic things in South Florida, in Saffie Joseph Jr., and turn it into Kentucky Derby gold? I don't know the answer to that question. I am not the biggest fan of the South Florida contingent.
I gotcha.
In Louisville this year. But Tyler Gaffalione has found a home in the Bluegrass, and he knows that course as good as anyone riding right now.
And White Abarrio exiting the right prep. In 2005, look at this. Gulfstream moved the Florida Derby to 5 weeks from the Kentucky Derby. Since, 5 horses have swept both. Barbaro, Big Brown, Orb, Nyquist, Always Dreaming, not to mention Maximum Security, who was disqualified but did cross the wire first. Team White Abarrio really hoping that trend continues 1 week from today. We know this trend will continue. Paul LaDuca on site at Churchill Downs. Paul, it's been way too long, not since Saratoga. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you, Lafitte. And Big A, before I end this interview, you got to get me in a sulky in a celebrity race, please, one time. Okay, let's go to race number 5. And, when you look at the one Old Foe, this is a horse that's gone 21-1 multiple times, and the blinkers are going on this horse. So I think she's going to go straight to the front. When you look at the 2 JL's Rocket, here's a horse that won first time out for Bill Mott in the maiden special weight, and he stuck this horse in the Adirondack, so obviously he thought a lot of her. Now she comes back for 50. She does have a little speed. She gets Lasix, but when you look at the 5 horse on the outside, Altered Shot, seems to lay in the right spot. I think the public has this right here as the favorite. But Old Foe, if you look at Old Foe, every time that she gets to the front end at the top of the lane, she's very, very tough to catch. And with the blinkers on, how fast is she really going to go?
And how fast? Old Foe from the inside. And you got to, it's hard not to, we're supposed to be objective here, Anthony, right?
Yes,
no,
of course.
No rooting from the set.
Yeah.
Right. Colby Hernandez, Al Stahl, they were, it's a big deal having a favorite run in a stakes race. Opening night, Churchill, 1 week from the Derby, and it doesn't work out. Caribbean Caper tied up earlier today, scratched from the Roxalana. This was the team, Hernandez and Stahl. I'd be pleased with the result to see them win this one with Old Foe in the 5th.
I agree. You'd love to see them, when you're a prohibitive favorite, right, in an $80,000 stakes race, to kick off a meet that is very important to you, both professionally and personally, especially for Al. You'd like to see it, right? It's the beginning of Major League, the movie Major League, right? You could tell the season's going to go by the first at bat, and Willie Mays Hayes hits the 43 chopper to second base and beats it out by a half a step.
You want to see Jake Taylor make the team.
Correct.
You want to see him make the team.
Right, exactly right. So you'd like to see them get off. You think you're going to get off on the right foot by taking the opening night feature with a filly who's 5 for 5. Man plans, the racing gods laugh. She ties up. Thankfully, nothing too...
Just cramping.
Yeah.
For you and I, just cramping.
Right. Exactly. Now, cramping for me is probably a lot different than cramping for you, my friend. It's a little bit more of me. But, yes, just cramping. Hopefully we see her sooner rather than later. Yeah, and you know what? Old Foe, the funny thing is, this race kind of goes through Old Foe. With the blinkers on, the return to dirt, she ran well. Now, unlike Altered Shot off the layoff, Old Foe ran well off the layoff. Now, it wasn't as long a layoff, but she ran well off the layoff, got the maiden win. She ran at this level, the optional 50, on the turf. She didn't take to the turf. This was her second turf attempt. She actually debuted in Saratoga. But she has a lot of speed. And now the blinkers go on, and she draws the rail. And she's almost under the gun from the inside draw. That could really hurt Altered Shot's chance in here.
So, you know, I don't bet a lot. If somebody called right now, hey, I just turned on the TV, and I want to get involved. I'm going to bet this 5th race. What do you think? Field of 5. Whoever you like, aside from the 4 to 5 favorite, like feel good about it. Altered Shot with the combination of she's not that quick to begin with, and her only win was when she made the lead. Again, 1 for 1 with the lead, 0 for 7 without it. So if somebody's quicker to the punch, she hasn't proven that she can win without the lead. Softer competition, yes, but not enough to concede 4 to 5.
No, and it's not like she's dropping in against horses that are at this level. Old Foe and JL's Rocket are in the same boat as her. They've never run for a tag. They've never been entered for a claiming price. Right? JL's Rocket, Belmont thought so highly of the 2 JL's Rocket that after she broke her maiden at Ellis Park, they shipped her to Saratoga to run in the Grade 2 Adirondack. And then they took her to Kentucky Downs for a minor stakes race. She didn't run well. 2-year-olds don't get Lasix. She gets her Lasix tonight. She gets the drop. Umberto Rispoli spending his first meet down at Churchill Downs. She'd be the horse with a gun to my head, proverbially. I'd put a few dollars to win on.
JL's Rocket, 9-2 for the Hall of Famer Belmont. New face in the Churchill riding colony, Umberto Rispoli. Compact field of 5, sprinting 6 furlongs. Altered Shot, 3 to 5 at post time. Travis Stone standing by.
Waiting for Altered Shot. They're in the gate. And they're off. Altered Shot hustled hard for the downside post. JL's Rocket is there, and Old Foe down at the inside. 3 across the track early. And Old Foe comes on through to take the lead. JL's Rocket is running in second. Altered Shot not far behind. Third in the outside. A break of 5 from there to Burbina. The trailer is Mucho Macho Mama. So down the back stretch they go. There's 4 furlongs remaining. Old Foe through to the front, heading for the far turn with JL's Rocket right there. The opening quarter scorching 21 seconds flat. Old Foe flying around the far turn. JL's Rocket is right there. Altered Shots up close, third and outside. 5 lengths back, Burbina. Mucho Macho Mama's at the back. Racing for the top of the stretch. JL's Rocket takes charge at the quarter pole, but Altered Shot is looming with a 3-wide sweep up into second now, and Burbina's on the scene late too. At the top of the stretch, Altered Shot to the attack and takes the lead at the 8th pole. JL's Rocket fights on, but is back into second. Burbina's on the wrong lead in third, down to the final 16th, and it's Altered Shot kicking away by 3. JL's Rocket and Burbina. Altered Shot in a heads-up ride from Tyler Gaffleone to score by 2, maybe 3 in the end. Burbina was second, JL's Rocket was third, and Old Foe was 4th.
Guess she can win without the lead, Anthony. Altered Shot delivers in the 5th at Churchill.
Yeah, she was the 2 runners on the front end, Old Foe and JL's Rocket, a little softened up by a 21 opening quarter, and she was able to pick up the pieces pretty easily.
Remember, remind me never to handicap on the show again, all right?
Got it.
Back-to-back wins. Trainer Greg Foley, take a deep breath, pause, joined by new viewers as our coverage continues. Opening night from Churchill Downs. Night side edition of America's Day at the Races. Welcome to our viewers on Bally SoCal. Opening night from Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky. 1 week from the 148th Kentucky Derby. Alongside Anthony Stabile, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We're at Belmont Park. The racing here ended like hours ago. But we have so much live racing still coming your way. Live racing opening night, Churchill Downs. Standard bred racing from Meadowlands, Anthony, and all the hype the build-up, the lead-up to the Kentucky Derby a week from tonight at Churchill.
Fantastic. I'm in my element tonight. 2 screens, right? Doing a little harness, a little thoroughbred action. I feel like I'm in my 20s again. This is where right. All the way listen to some greyhounds and some highlight. Maybe throw some CeeLo dice in the corner in between breaks. You'll make me feel right at home. Yeah, ready to roll. We got our TV back, and we got
our monitor back.
Yay, Veronica. Yeah, looking forward to this. Looking forward to sharing the set with you and giving out some winners and making some money. No more handicapping for you,
no, none. I told our viewers to bet against this 4-5 shot in the upcoming 5th race Churchill.
I did too.
It just aired. So tonight at Churchill, style under the stars. That's the theme. As we take a look at some of the highlights of this brand new spring meet, 44 days of racing. Kentucky Oaks next Friday, Derby Saturday. Prestigious Stephen Foster, July 2nd. Churchill's biggest race for older horses. Closing day, 4th of July. A little later, you'll hear from Darren Rogers, Senior Director of Communications. Get you caught up on everything new at Churchill Downs. Anthony, as a handicapper, how do you treat opening night of any meet? Differently? Do you do anything, or what are you looking at?
Yeah, I think you want to tread a little lightly. I mean, let's face it, I'm not going to not play. I'm going to play. But, you want to see how the track's playing, especially now, and you and I will discuss this a little later on, a brand new turf course down at Churchill. So you want to take a look and see how things are playing. We've seen a race already over the turf. Stitched went wire to wire as the biggest price in a short field. So, the rails are out. They're protecting those inner paths for Kentucky Derby week and next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So you want to see how the courses are playing, I think, a little bit. And then, you never – no absolutes in horse racing, so you want to adjust on the fly a little bit.
But not just for tonight, for all those stakes races, all that races coming
Correct.
up, all those racing coming up, on the undercard of the Oaks and the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. 5 down, 5 to go. Opening night, Churchill. For our viewers just joining us, in the 5th race moments ago, that's the filly who came through, attacking on the outside with Tyler Gaffleone, Keeneland's champion jockey. The jockey who's captured 6 straight riding titles at Churchill Downs. Trainer Greg Foley, back-to-back wins. Altered Shot registers that very elusive second career lifetime win.
Yeah, and Greg Foley, like you said, a rolling double. One with the longest shot on the board, one with an odds-on favorite. So a good night so far for the Foley barn.
It's all working opening night. Altered Shot, 4-5 at post time over Burbina. JL's Rocket, 5-4-2. 5th race, Churchill Downs. About the early pick 5, 14,000 for the early pick 5, for $2, for $2.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll take the 3,550 cents. I'm not gonna scoff at it.
Look at the fans so excited to be out at Churchill Downs. First time in 3 years where there's no restrictions in terms of attendance. Massive crowd expected, 160,000 for Saturday's Kentucky Derby. We turn the page, race 6, Kentucky Derby distance of 1.25 miles. Maiden race for these fillies and mares, Anthony. How rare is this?
Yeah, they do this a lot at Churchill this time of year. They start to run. I know Keeneland has the 1 3/16 race, and now they move over to Churchill Downs, and they'll do the 1 1/4, one for the fillies, one for the boys. Now, for a while, they did it just for the colts and geldings. I shouldn't say that. They just carded it for males, and you'd have a filly or two enter just trying to get that 10 furlong distance and, try different things. I think a lot of people feel that way, that when horses are entered in this race, it's kind of like the trainers and the owners are throwing their hands up. Let's try something new. Nothing else is working. Let's try something new. I got a funny feeling that's not the case with one of the horses in this race.
You're not going to unveil that just yet.
Not just yet.
Now that is the definition
stay tuned in.
Of a tease for our viewers from Anthony Stabile. Start of the late pick 5. When we come back, also the brand new Matt Wynn turf course at Churchill. Complete overhaul replaced with Tahoma 31 Bermuda grass. In case you were wondering, that's not all. Plans for a new state-of-the-art paddock have been unveiled. Very cool. Darren Rogers joins the show. All things leading up to the 148th Kentucky Derby. Stay tuned.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This is America's Day at the Races. It's always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Welcoming in our viewers on Fox Sports 2 who just watched the White Sox shut out the Angels from California. Good thing I'm a Dodger fan. He's Anthony Stabile. That's my phone that I didn't turn off. Rule number 1 in television.
I'm a Mets fan.
Yeah, so that'll be later in the show. Mets fan, Dodger fan. He's Anthony Stabile. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The live racing from Churchill Downs, the standard racing from Meadowlands, Anthony. But for our viewers just joining us, the excitement tonight about the fact that we are 1 week out from the first jewel of the Triple Crown, the 148th Kentucky Derby next Saturday.
It's here. 1 week away, opening night at Churchill Downs, right? The floodgates have now opened. They have plenty of live racing there starting Tuesday. We'll cover it all here on America's Day at the Races. Looking forward to covering that action from Churchill Downs. And, yeah, I mean, the Derby's 1 week from right now.
We'll know who won.
That's it.
Have you made a selection?
I have. I'm picking Zandon. Yeah, I'm going to pick Zandon. In fact, well, some breaking news here. This is just because you're here tonight. I finally get to share the stage with you. I'm gonna go back to the 1-2 from the Bluegrass. I'm going to go to Zandon's Smile Happy. I think Smile Happy is going to run a big race next Saturday at Churchill Downs.
What's the sales pitch on Smile Happy?
I feel like he needed the last race more than Zandon did. I think Zandon was ready to fire a little bit more than Smile Happy was, and I think Smile Happy now gets the 2 races under his belt, and I think he might be poised for his best effort. I don't know if it's good enough to beat Zandon, but Zandon's going to be 4 or 5 to 1. He's going to be 18, 20 to 1.
Zandon is electric, and I feel like the bandwagon, there's like people like holding on as best as they can.
I know.
So I think he will be favored. And I think from a value perspective, he'll probably be a little bit shorter than he should be. I feel like
fair enough.
Lot of steam behind Zandon. That's next Saturday, the Kentucky Derby. Chad Brown trying for a first ever win in the Run for the Roses. And look, Churchill, prestigious meet, important meet, not just the Kentucky Derby, important dates. With the stakes racing that you see there, the Triple Crown starts with the Kentucky Derby. The Oaks the day before, as always. Stephen Foster, most important race for older horses at Churchill Downs. All winds down on the 4th of July, closing day from Churchill. Thrilled to be covering the racing action from the Downs in Louisville and all the lead up to the Kentucky Derby next Saturday. Meantime, it's a hard left turn, Anthony, from the Thoroughbreds to the Standardbreds, but we have live racing from Meadowlands, and you can play with it here at Naira Bets. You join today, receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. It all ties back together. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. You bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match.
You know, if you're at NairaBets.com today, this good-looking handicapper they have, they gave you the cross-country pick 5.
Oh, that's right. I heard that. What'd it pay?
$2,800.
Jessica Otten, if you played Anthony's pick 5 today earlier, you got $2,800 to play with at Meadowlands this evening.
It is nice here at the Meadowlands this evening. Race 5 is up next. Fillies and Mares, 9 runs at 5,000, last 5. I really like the one in here, Lori Lee. You know, I was a little going back and forth between a few of these horses in here. 3 starts back, she put in a nice speed mile on the front end. She came up 6. She was scratch-tick the next start. 2 starts ago, she was up in class a little bit, and Uptown Lady, and it was mares dropping out of the open. Last time out, she was able to drop down in class, and she put in a nice effort. First time Dexter Dunn. She gets Dexter Dunn in the bike again tonight. She gets a key inside post, drops in class. I think Dexter gets along with her great. Back to you guys.
Jessica, thanks so much. Moving into line at Meadowlands, 7-5, Lori Lee, Anthony.
Yeah, I didn't think anybody should be that short in here, Lafitte. This is a...
So where's the value?
This is a wide open... You know, it's very funny you say that, my friend. I wanted to wait to see the tote board in here. And I was going to let the tote board be my guide. And I thought the 7, Green Hill Hanover, at that price, would offer the value. Ran at this level earlier on, ships in from Yonkers. A couple of races at the Meadowlands back in March were pretty good. So I'm going to take a little chance here. Brian Sears aboard, Hall of Famer. 7-1 on the 7, Green Hill Hanover, that's where I land.
I hope our Fox Sports 2 viewers get to hear the story of how Anthony was introduced to harness racing. His family was smuggling him into a racetrack when he was 3, pretending he was 13 or something insane.
6. Smuggling in.
Ken Workington standing by with the call. Lori Lee, the favorite at post time, race 5, live from Meadowlands.
5-2, 6, Stellan Bosch, Mark McDonald. At 5-1, the 2, Caitlin, fresh off a win, Yannick Gingras. On gate, race 5, here they come. They're off. Stellan Bosch fires hard. Ideation Hanover on the outside. Caitlin and Lori Lee from the inside, pushing hard on the rail. Lori Lee and Dexter Dunn. And Stellan Bosch on the outside comes on to take over with Mark McDonald. On the move up is Ideation Hanover, soon to be 3rd. And Caitlin yields for the 4th spot on the inside past the opening quarter. Then it's Western Showgirl, followed by J. Rockin' B on the inside and Green Hill Hanover, and it's Mesmerized. Take a Chance is the trailer at the opening quarter in 27-1. Across the backstretch they go, and it's Ideation Hanover took the lead, took her 3/8 of a mile to do it. Stellan Bosch 2nd. Here comes Dexter Dunn and Lori Lee taking aim and looking for the lead now. So Caitlin tightens in from 4th on the inside, close to the half. Western Showgirl 5th on the cones. Then it's J. Rockin' B, followed by Green Hill Hanover. It's Mesmerized on the outside, and Take a Chance still trails. Lori Lee lands up front past the half, 4-5, 55-4, 28-3 second quarter. Lori Lee is now the target onto the far turn. Ideation Hanover 2nd. Stellan Bosch of the inside 3rd with 3/8 to go. Caitlin still on the cones in 4th. Western Showgirl needs to shake loose from 5th. Locked in at the rear of the field is Take a Chance racing 6th. And then on the outside, backing up there was J. Rockin' B. At 3/4, it is Lori Lee looking strong. Ideation Hanover 2nd, 1:23 and 3/5, 27-4 speed. In the 3rd quarter, it's Lori Lee going well in front by 2. Ideation Hanover's full out 2nd. And then it's Stellan Bosch doing all she can. And Caitlin is 4th inside the 16th. Lori Lee and Dexter Dunn home free and just cruising. Lori Lee dominates here over Ideation Hanover. Then really tight, either Caitlin or Stellan Bosch. And right there was It's Mesmerized. Lori Lee in 1:51.
Good as advertised. The favorite, Lori Lee, delivers in the 5th at Meadowlands.
Yeah, easy as it comes, really. Just a first over brush and rated on the front end for the last 3/8 of a mile and gets the job done under Dexter Dunn. In front of Dexter Dunn, I should say.
Lori Lee. Results coming up in just a moment from the Meadowlands. We shift back to the thoroughbred racing opening night from Churchill Downs, and we touched on some of the innovations, some of the new aspects of racing that we can look forward to at the Downs as we send it back out live to Paul LaDuca. He is standing by with Darren Rogers, Senior Director of Communications. Paulie.
Yeah, Dale, you didn't even have to give me an introduction. Darren Rogers is Senior Director of Communications here at Churchill Downs. And Darren, pleasure to be here on behalf of Fox. And I want to tell you what's new for this meet.
Well, right behind us here is the new $45 million Homestretch Club. You know, we spent taking time to remove sections 120 to 123. They were bleacher seats, converted them into 23 rail-side lounges. This is like VIP bottle service at a club meets NBA floor seats.
Right.
We got 2,600 stadium-style club seats, and then up top, you'll see 73 terrace dining areas. And when they go inside, 18,000 square feet of VIP hospitality space and Kentucky's largest bar. It's 95 feet long. So this is the latest and greatest investment at Churchill. I think it's one of the best views at the track, especially up there on those terrace dinings. But, I mean, this is a great way to take in a day or a night of the races.
Well, you walked us down here to show this, and it's absolutely gorgeous. The Matt Wynn course has not changed the name. No. Obviously, the course is new. What would we suspect? We've heard rave reviews.
Yeah, it's really great because you know the original course was from 1985. So I was told in layman's terms it was like having an Apple iPhone that was the 2.0. We needed the upgrade to the 12. This is the iPhone 12. It's wider, 85 feet. We're able to run 4 lanes of racing. So, you know, it's well overdue, and it's now banked. So that gives us 4 lanes. You can have more runners per race. That's what the bettors want.
Okay, now let's talk about the Oaks and the Derby Day. What do you expect attendance-wise, and what are going to be the restrictions?
Well, there's, you know, the best thing is there's no restrictions right now. We're wide open. It should be a normal Derby. One thing we did learn during the pandemic is the all-inclusive packages for all reserved seats. That went over great. No lines to wait, no transactions of money. So we built those packages, but by doing that, we're going to limit the general admission to the infield only. It's 26 acres. Usually get 50, 60,000 people in there, but they can't come to the front side anymore. So I think the days of 170,000 fans at the Derby are probably over, but you're going to be more in the 150,000 range. Still a great day, but it'll be a greater customer experience for the guests that have reserved seats.
And tell everybody about the spectacular paddock you guys are trying to finish.
Well, in 2023, we're going to build out the first turn permanently. Right now, there's always been temporary seating, but 2024, it concludes this massive multi-year plan of major investments. It'll be unveiled for Derby 150. The paddock area is about 5,000 square feet now. It's going to go to 12,000 square feet. It'll allow you to get more people into the walking ring, a beautiful walking ring. And then we're going to be able to seat about 3,600 people around the paddock, along with 3,200, you know, standing room only type of area. I think this is going to be the most transformative project we've done at Churchill Downs. And the great thing is we flip the paddock to underneath the twin spires, refocuses the spires as a focal point. And when horses enter our admission gates, the first thing you're going to see is that beautiful paddock and the horses.
Well, what you guys done is absolutely beautiful. These seats down here, but I can't let you go because last year I watched a video and you 2 horses that you like were Hot Rod Chari and Mandaloon. You're sharp as can be. Give me your couple horses that you like for the Oaks and the Derby.
Well, I have to admit, I'm down in pool 1 on 56-1 on Zandon.
Wow.
So I love my chances there. And the way he's trained coming out of the bluegrass, that workout at Keeneland was spectacular. His breeze yesterday at Churchill Downs, which was an audible, was as strong as could be. I mean, if you like to win, you're going to zero in on Zandon. I mean, I'm just telling you, he's tipping his hand that he's the play. Epicenter, I hate to get chalky on you, but Epicenter has checked all the boxes. I just thought his, he's going to be forwardly placed. That's the advantage I think Epicenter has over Zandon. He's more of a mid-pack type of horse. If he can get more forwardly placed, I like his chances even more. But Epicenter is going to be up close, and he rated so beautifully when he didn't have to in the Louisiana Derby last time out. Hate to get chalky on you, but it's a 2-horse race, but I'm down at the right odds.
Well, it's a pleasure talking to you. And by the way, Lafitte, his son, 9 for his last 16 with a couple home runs, and I'm about to get him in a cage, and he might be playing for the Dodgers or the Mets pretty soon.
Good ball player. Good ball player, Dan Rogers. Before I didn't hear a word after 56-1 on Zandon.
Yeah.
56-1 on Zandon.
I'm jealous. Darren also brings these amazing donuts every morning during Derby and when they have the Breeders' Cup down there. So he gets the donuts. He's got 56-1 on Zandon. Better than this guy right now.
If Darren doesn't have the answer to a question regarding Churchill or the Derby, like nobody has it. 56-1 on Zandon.
Good for him.
The Derby next week. Meantime, riders up. But the 6th race here at Churchill Downs, post-parade 1 week come back as our coverage continues. Opening night from the Downs, 1 week out from the 148th Kentucky Derby.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
You're watching America's Day/evening at the races. Hey, everyone. Opening night, Churchill Downs, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Enthusiastic crowd on hand, an energetic crowd. And they get to see this 6th race run at the Derby distance, a mile and a quarter. Post-parade, fillies and mares, maiden event, $120,000 purse. There's Bayou Win. Quick turnaround, race 7 days ago at Keeneland.
Yeah, quick turnaround for sure. Off a 2-month break. Going to need to maybe show some speed tonight, coming out of a pretty quick opening half mile over at Keeneland.
Runaway wife. She's yet to run beyond 7/8 of a mile.
Yeah, but she is a daughter of gun runner, and until they can't do it, I'm not going to say they won't. She had Lasix last time, Lasix again today. She might be dangerous stretching out.
Take a stand, G. Watts Humphrey homebred for Vicky Oliver.
Yeah, and most of these G. Watts Humphreys horses, Lafitte, especially the homebreds, they can go a route of ground. She's 7-2 for a reason.
Big scratch, 5 prizes out, inviting Phipps homebred for Shug McGahee, Tyler Gaffleone in the black and cherry red.
And speaking of distance in the pedigree, you certainly know when you see the black and cherry red, they're going to have it. Tyler Gaffleone gets the riding assignment tonight.
Miss Yearwood.
Yeah, she makes sense. Finished second last time. Looks like she's improved a little bit more distance and with some more racing experience.
Summer mate, last year's Kentucky Derby winning jockey, Florent Giroux.
You know, a filly that we mentioned earlier on the show, you mentioned actually before I joined you, this filly is a half to Bell's the One.
Mm-hmm. One of the best sprinters.
You would think sprinting, right? You wouldn't think a mile and a quarter, but this filly's never run at a distance shorter than 7/8 of a mile.
And maybe you like Bell's the One when she next races in a Grade 1 race, Churchill. Use this, the bet back offer at Churchill through Twin Spires. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill. You'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. Sun's setting in Louisville. We'll step aside, but we promise you'll see this 6th race live. Derby distance of 1.25 miles. Maidens chasing the winner's share of $120,000 purse in front of this big crowd at Churchill. Opening night from the Downs. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Gorgeous night in Louisville, Kentucky. Welcome back, everyone. This is America's Day at the Races. Opening night from Churchill Downs for the 2022 Spring Meet. Time to build that bankroll. 3 minutes out till the 6th. Start of the late pick 5. Anthony, and while the favorite, 4-5, Miss Yearwood. Let's go back to her most recent. A little different here, though. She was 38-1. On this particular afternoon, coming from off the pace, closing stoutly in this at Keeneland 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, you know, we talked about that with a couple of runners so far tonight, right, Lafitte? Coming back off the less than 3 weeks, we don't see that much anymore. And now she's got to go from 8.5 to 10 furlongs. They're asking you to take prohibitive favoritism on her after being 38.5-1 last time.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going, and I was certainly wasn't going to tease a 4-5 shot, was I?
So, a couple of things. A filly that would have taken a lot of money, 5 prizes, is out, who was the 5-2 morning line favorite. Hence the attention on Miss Yearwood. But again, 4-5 does feel short. And Paula Duca, who's with us on site, Churchill Downs, you've put together a late pick 5 ticket. How are we attacking this thing?
Well, we're going to try to attack this thing a little deep. I'm with Big A. I can't take 4-5. I'm going to go deep in this race. 2-3. 5 sticks, runaway wife, take a stand, inviting. And obviously, I'm going to use the 6. Race number 7, I like 4, 7, 9, 10. Strong light for Dale Romans. Did not have a good Keeneland meet, but he is always dangerous at Churchill Downs. I like the 7 in that spot as 2, as well, the 9 and the 10. I think tricolor for Joe Sharp and Tyler Gaffleone's got a big shot. Race number 8, 2, 6, 10, and 12. I thought a very interesting race. Mamba Wamba, if you can throw out that race at Tampa, you can get that horse. Obviously, the 10 is the horse to beat in that race, Bay Storm. The 12, Richie's Great Girl, to me, is a horse. Never been over the Churchill Downs turf course, but I think it's got an absolutely big shot to win that race. It's tough to win from the outside, but I'm going to include that horse. Race number 9, listen, it got cut down to a 3-horse field. and I'm going to leave one out, guys. I think it's 3-4. I just think Baroness is very good, but you cannot throw out Club Car, a horse that loves this racetrack. And in race number 10, Lafitte, I'm singling the 6. I think out of work in for Michael Tomlinson. I get it 0 for 10, but his dirt races just stick out against the rest.
Could be the best $56 you ever spend. Best of luck, Paulie. Start of the late pick 5 here, Churchill Downs, race number 6. Mile and a quarter for these fillies and mares. Miss Yearwood, what bugged me in that last race that I couldn't tell if she swapped back to her left lead.
Yes.
Either A, she was just, misbehaving, a little immature, or she was tiring. If she was tiring and that was at a mile and a 16th, how will she handle a mile and a quarter? We're about to find out. It is post time. Started late pick 5, the 6th, live from Churchill. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Runaway Wife with a good beginning toward the inside. Summermate is there, so to take a stand. Inviting is in between horses. A bit keyed up is she. Bayou Wind is in behind them, and at the back early is Miss Yearwood, who settles in and is already 8 lengths off the lead. The early leader is Summermate. Summermate leads the way by us the first time. Inviting up into second now. Runaway Wife settles in toward the rail to be third. Take a stand is fourth and in behind them. 8 lengths back to Bayou Wind and 3 back to Miss Yearwood, who's been outrun so far. They are stretched out around that first turn, about 12 lengths from top to bottom. 7 furlongs to go. That opening quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds, they move around the clubhouse turn. And it's Summermate. Summermate clear by a length and a half, heading to the backstretch run. Inviting on the outside of Runaway Wife. They're together second and third. Take a stand is drafting in behind them fourth, only 2.5 lengths behind as they move down the backstretch. Now it's 8 lengths back. Miss Yearwood has moved up 1 spot. She started to make some progress inside of Bayou Wind. Moving down the backstretch run, 48 and 3 was the opening half mile. And it's Summermate the leader. Inviting is a little bit closer now, second on the outside. Runaway Wife right there in behind, running along while third. Take a stand, only 2.5 lengths off the lead in fourth. Miss Yearwood continues to make progress. She's angling toward the outside fifth and closing in quickly now. And then it's Bayou Wind at the back of the pack, so around the far turn. Inviting takes the lead. Inviting comes away with the lead and opens up by 2, but Miss Yearwood continues to close. Miss Yearwood's now second, and now she's first. Miss Yearwood has taken charge off the turn, and just like that opens up by 3. Runaway Wife toward the inside up into second. Inviting has flattened out in third. Take a stand is fourth, and it's all Miss Yearwood. Miss Yearwood with a sweeping move on the far turn is going to be wrapped up to the wire. Miss Yearwood last to first. Wins by 6 lengths in the end. Runaway Wife was second. Inviting was third, and Take a Stand was fourth.
Guess the mile and a quarter won't be a problem for Miss Yearwood. 38-1 when she was second at Keeneland in her latest, an odds-on favorite tonight as she graduates. Miss Yearwood at Churchill with Julian Leperoux for Ian Wilkes.
What an easy win, huh?
Wow.
They didn't even go that fast up front. Well, you and I were talking about this during the race, how this could be a pace you see a week from now. You said it. And I don't disagree. I wonder if Zandon's going to make a move like this filly just did. I mean, Leperoux didn't care about losing any ground, didn't care how slow they were going up front. He put her in the forepath, dropped her head, never turned a hair, and she was gone.
If you're a Zandon fan, you have to be thrilled that Leperoux is riding Classic Causeway, and that Classic Causeway is riding in the Derby to heat up that anticipated pace
Absolutely.
next week.
Absolutely.
Results coming up. Odds-on favorite delivers. Easy, impressive Miss Yearwood. For Margaret and Keith Long, Leperoux, Wilkes, results forthcoming. We have a post-parade Meadowlands race 6. There's the odds-on favorite drawn inside 6-5 here, Scarlett Hanover.
One of the 2 in here for one of the top trainers in harness, Ron Burke. It's Tim Tetrick from the rail draw. This horse is shipping over from Yonkers Raceway, qualified back at the Big M back in early March to get back onto the racetrack.
Demeter, am I saying that right?
I believe so.
Demeter?
That N means, Demeter N means this horse was originally racing in New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yeah.
See, I knew that.
That's
I
good.
did know that. Number 3, Darby Hanover, pictured 19-1. JM bet on 6 with Yannick Gingras.
The other Ron Burke, if you will, in here.
So irresistible.
Yeah, tough trip last week. and going to have to improve off of this. This horse might be in a little too tough.
19-time winner, Better's Heart.
Yeah, just got up last week, came flying down the lane to get the job done for our nifty Norman and Dexter Dunn. Square price at 7-1.
Marsala Hanover outside second choice, strong second choice at 2-1.
Yeah, trainer Noel Daly has the 3 Darby Hanover as well as Marsala Hanover. This horse was first-time Lasix last time, made the lead and got run down late in the game off of a December layoff. 2-1, I think, is a square price. She's the pick in here for me.
Marsala Hanover.
I didn't have too many circles on the Big M races tonight.
This is one of them?
Here it is. You see it right here.
There it is.
There's a circle on Marsala
I'm
Hanover.
done trying to convince our viewers to take a stance against heavy favorites, as I have done in the last 2 races at Churchill Downs. Done. Done, I tell you.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're going to win a third of the time. That's the math, right? So if we keep track tonight, let's see how many favorites win. If more favorites than, I don't know, 40% win, you're not allowed to handicap anymore.
Can't keep track. I already told you I'm done.
It's over?
I'm done.
Wow.
Just not going to. After Miss Yearwood did that.
Miss Julia Leperoux.
I don't know if she can get the mile and a quarter.
Yeah.
She'll run her in the Derby. How old is she? 6'2", 5'3", Churchill here, warming up at Meadowlands. So, Pacers here, 6-5, Scarlet Hanover.
Pacers all night tonight, actually.
All night.
Yeah. That's good.
Why no? Obvious question.
I don't know
why no trotters
tonight? I don't know.
Is it just a
I don't have a good answer for that. I think the handle's probably a little bit higher on the Pacers. A little more trustworthy. They don't break stride and go off stride as much as the trotters do.
Gotcha.
That would be my guess.
I'm learning more and more with each Meadowlands race we cover.
Yeah, that's purely a guess, but there's one of the favorites this one, you endorsed that one.
Jessica Otten is with us, Meadowlands handicapper. Jessica, we've reached post time. Your thoughts on this 6th race at Meadowlands?
It's a very competitive field of 7 here. I was chatting with Ronnie Burke earlier in the night and talked about his 2 contenders in here. Of course, he has the rail horse Scarlet Hanover. She was a 2021 Jugette winner in Delaware, Ohio. She dabbled in some stakes as well. She was the entire Ontario Sire Stake winner, too. He said, she didn't really get around the half well over at Yonkers, which he was a little bit surprised since she did win on the half-mile oval over in Delaware. He was excited for her first start back over the big track since qualifying back in April before she went over there. And he was looking for a really big rebound effort tonight. So Yannick Gingras has to drive the 6. He was, or the 4, excuse me. He was listed on both of them, but because he owns the 4, he has to drive the 4. So Timmy T will be back in the bike, and he was the one who was sitting behind her when she won the Jugette. JM Bet on 6 also making her second start back over the big mile track after facing some company over at Yonkers. It was a series over there. Made a few breaks, but still been racing well. Stretching her back out over the mile track last week, and she was able, to get a good pocket trip, but just felt a little tired there at the end of the mile. Ronnie said, going to be her second start back over the bigger track, it should benefit her as well. Better's Heart End for the nifty Norman barn comes in off of a solid win in a lower condition class. She goes back up the class ladder, but she'd been facing horses that had been racing in the Fillies and Mares Open as well. Darby Hanover, she's stakes eligible to the Graduate Mares pace here in a couple of weeks. She's dropping down in class. She pregnantly was racing over at Dover Downs and Harrington Raceway down in Delaware. She comes off of a 3rd place finish over from Yonkers. Had post 7 left out of there. It's quite hard to make the front from post 7 too. She's coming into this race super sharp, and she's honestly offering some good value, but I'm going to stick with the 1. I think, Scarlet Hanover coming back to the mile track after facing Stakes Company over at Yonkers will do her some well. Back to you guys.
The favorite, Jessica, right on cue. Scarlet Hanover, all set. Post time. Ken Workington with the call. 6th race live from Meadowlands.
Here they come. They're off. Marcella Hanover blasts off for Todd McCarthy on the far outside. JM Bet on 6 with early speed between horses. Scarlet Hanover leaves alertly on the rail into 3rd. It's Demeter getting away in 4th position around the first turn, followed by Darby Hanover. Then comes So Irresistible. Better's Heart is the early trailer. Pressing on is Marcella Hanover. Marcella Hanover takes the lead away from JM Bet on 6 at the opening quarter. It's fast, 27 3/5. Scarlet Hanover right on the helmet in the third position off that turn across the backstretch. Demeter is fourth on the inside, and Scarlet Hanover was overloaded. She's fed racetrack and sweeps up, grabs the lead. So Demeter tightens in from fourth, heading towards the half. Darby Hanover is a loose fifth, followed by So Irresistible, and Better's Heart continues to trail. So it's Scarlet Hanover here. The 7-5 favorites got the top. Marcella Hanover second. JM Bet on 6 is third. Half a rated 56 2/5. Demeter is fourth and taking a peek to the outside. Getting underway from the back is So Irresistible, stride for stride with Darby Hanover on the rail. And then it's Better's Heart. They're midway on the final turn, chasing Scarlet Hanover by a length. Marcella Hanover trying to gear up and come after her. Another length back to JM Bet on 6. Gapped in third here. Demeter is fourth at 3/4. It's Scarlet Hanover in 1:24. Marcella Hanover angles out and will take a serious shot. It's Scarlet Hanover on the inside. Marcella Hanover on the outside, right by. Marcella Hanover drawing clear from Scarlet Hanover. Late move from JM Bet on 6, and Darby Hanover fourth inside the 16th. Marcella Hanover at 9-5. Marcella Hanover and the hot toddy. Darby Hanover was second, then JM Bet on 6 and Demeter 151-1.
Have anybody else with the big circle around their name?
Yeah, we got a little
tonight
circle.
at Meadowlands.
We're going to walk it off tonight. We got one more circle tonight, the last race.
This one, Marcella Hanover, yeah, about halfway through, you're like, race over.
This got dicey too, Lafitte, on the first turn.
Okay.
Scarlet Hanover tried to leave from the rail. And then Jim Bet on 6 was in between horses, but Marcella Hanover and Todd McCarthy had the pedal down. Gingras made it really, really tight. And you could see Todd look over, and then he finally cleared, and then Scarlet Hanover came first over and took the lead, but this filly was ready to rumble tonight.
The favorite, Scarlet Hanover, ¿qué pasó?
Yeah,
that means what happened.
I didn't get her. I liked the other Burke a little bit more, who caused some trouble on that turn. JM Bet on 6, who re-rallied to get the show though here. Darby Hanover, the other, it's a Noel Daly exactor actually.
A what?
A Noel Daly exactor. He trains both the winner and the second place finisher. That's okay. It's late.
Marcella Hanover, well done, Anthony. 7-3-4-2. Results coming up. And back at Churchill Downs, where we just saw Miss Yearwood absolutely roll. Stretching out, 1.25 miles. Miss Yearwood, Julian Leperoux, trainer Ian Wilkes right here. Just gives her cue. She responds, and in a few strides, it's just a question of how far.
You know what's funny about this, Lafitte? I didn't notice it. I was paying attention to the Shug McGahee filly. Just how much ground this year would made up into. I mean, they went 114 and some change. They weren't going that fast, and she's loping along at the back of the pack. She's 5 lengths back with a half mile, 3/8 mile to go, and she just rolled home.
Something to build on by a former 3-year-old champion. Will take charge. Miss Yearwood over Runaway Wife and inviting 6-2-5 in the 6th race opening night. Churchill Downs. Paul with winning trainer Ian Wilkes.
Here with winning trainer Ian Wilkes of Miss Yearwood. And wow, Ian, did you think she was going to do this?
Yeah, she's been improving every start, and the filly's done extremely well since the last race. So, I told Julian, just ride her with some confidence. I said, she's the best horse here. Just ride her the way she let her travel and just ride her with confidence.
I want to know how she was such a big price first time out at 52-1.
They were betting. That was me.
Where do you go next with her?
Good question. We'll get through Derby here. This is great. It's great for Keith. It's the first horse I've had for Keith Long, and now we'll get through here, and then I'll look at it. Because she can go a good mile and a quarter. She just cruised today, so you're always in the back of your mind. Everything will lead. Long-term goal, Alabama. You'd love to get there, but between there and now, I haven't even looked at it yet. Mm-hmm.
Well, you got a nice Will take charge filly on his hand, and Ian Wilkes and Julian Leperoux. They're deadly together here at Churchill.
Pretty sure, Anthony, he just mentioned the Alabama.
I don't know why.
Ian Wilkes.
I don't know why you wouldn't after that race. Because you start thinking, right, if you think she's going to eat up ground the way she did tonight, now it's time to start figuring out. I'll tell you what, the way she ran tonight, Big Sandy. Be right up her alley.
Yeah.
A race like the Mother Goose, out of the chute, 4.5 furlong run to the far turn.
But
the only turn,
just
really.
to lend perspective, what her trainer Ian Wilkes, who's a realistic trainer, what he thinks of what he just saw and her talent moving forward.
And when you look at how she's progressed through her career, right? She never ran 6 furlongs. She went 7/8 a couple of times. The mile and a 16th at Keeneland. You know, probably had this race. If you're thinking Alabama, you have this maiden race. I wish I knew he was thinking Alabama. I would have taken even money. That's just smart thinking. Ian Wilkes is one of the best trainers in the country because it's smart thinking. Okay, I want to get to the Alabama. I got to work backwards now. He's thinking this about a maiden. I got to work backwards from the Alabama. You see this race, and his condition book's been out a long time. So he was able to point to this race, a race or two in between, and then you get to the Alabama.
I just feel bad. I'm telling our viewers, like, I don't know if she can handle a mile and a quarter. Look at her at the end of the mile and a 16th in her last race. Like, maybe she doesn't want to go this far. With ease, victorious at a short price, Miss Yearwood Churchill. Back at Meadowlands, Marsala Hanover. Anthony, all over this one. Second choice at post time, $5.80 for your would-be $2 investment.
Max Jingle. I don't think they give you 90 in Jersey. Take $5.80.
Get the breakage.
Yes.
And something Jessica brought up in her when she was pre-race, Yannick Gingras on JM Bet on 6. He's saying that, you know, the driver that owns the horse, there's something you don't see in thoroughbred racing.
Robbie Davis will do it every now and then. He hasn't done it in a while. Jacqueline Falk. You don't see it often. You see it a lot more over there. And when you're an owner in harness racing, it's not as difficult to get a driver's license as it. Listen, I've driven in 8 or 9 media races.
You were betting at 3.
I was
in
betting
case
at
you joined
3.
us late. He was going to harness tracks and betting at 3 and lying and saying he was 15. There's Zozos. What's behind the name? That's the story. Kentucky Derby bound. Much more coming your way on America's Day at the Races. That's how you earn your way into the Kentucky Derby, earning the points. There's the hardware. We'll make off with the hardware in next Saturday's Kentucky Derby. The leaderboard, epicenter you're in, 164 points. Will be maybe the morning line favorite. We'll see. Zandon, Modonegal. Zozo's down towards the bottom, 40 points for running second in the Louisiana Derby. There are so many different ways owners come up with names of horses. Like sometimes it's as easy as, a combination of mom and dad, the horse's mom and dad. And then it's something a little bit more personal, a person, place, or thing that really means something to that owner. And then the absolute best possible result, what if that horse winds up running in the Kentucky Derby?
We name a lot of our horses down. We have a home in St. John of the Virgin Islands, and we've named them after different bays and different areas. But we were sitting at Zozo's restaurant, and we just thought, what a great horse name. And fortunately, we know the owner well enough that we talked to him, and he blessed us, so we're very honored that he allowed us to use the name of his restaurant.
Because it's one of the better restaurants down there, so we had to at least provide a reasonable horse for the name of the restaurant.
Zozo's on the outside, stayed in for half, jinked in. Zozo's gains the advantage. Zozo's gets it.
We were in St. John, actually. St. John at a little beach bar type of place, and we have them turned on. They actually can get the racing channel, so we have them turn the racing channels on, and song break is made in there, so it was sort of fun. Of course, the second race was insane. It just blew them out. That was pretty impressive.
Zozos is now clear. He is 4 lengths in front of Barossa.
Normally I'm pretty quiet, but I was hollering the whole way.
But it's Zozos, and now he is just running up the score. Zozos clear to the wire. He's 10 in front.
Couldn't believe how much he'd improved just in the second race.
I mean, he called me and said, okay, we're going to go 1 of 3 races. We're either going to do the Bluegrass, Arkansas Derby, or Louisiana Derby. So where do you want to go? I said, Brad, I don't think you pay me to make those decisions. So he came back and we said the Louisiana Derby would be the best spot.
And they're off. And the TwinSpires.com, Louisiana Derby. And Zozo's broke sharp.
Unfortunately, we had friends that came down. 2 couples came from Minneapolis to cheer Zozo's on, so that helped relax me. But yeah, this is our first time in a race like this.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby. Zozo's was second.
You had to be happy with it. You have set a track record, you're a length and a half behind, so. I'll be talking to John at Zozo's. He's the most excited one of everybody. But him and his wife, his 2 kids go to school in the States. They're all, the 4 of them are coming in. He's coming in for 1 day. But he apparently, everybody that walks into the restaurant now, he's telling them he's got a horse running in the Derby. That's all what it's all about, is coming out here with 10, 15, 20 people and having friends out here and then taking people to the backside.
Taking them back so they get to experience the horses.
To that crew, Anthony, watching from the British Virgin Islands, like give them something to be excited about. Why should they feel confident about Zozo's chances in the Kentucky Derby?
I'll tell you what, if I could get a prop bet on which Brad Cox runner runs best in the Kentucky Derby, I would take Zozo's.
Really?
I would. That's Maggie Wolfendale's not going to be happy about that. She's a big Cyberknife fan. I got a dirty look today already. I would take Zozo's.
See, I kind of a Cyberknife fan.
Okay.
Myself.
Fair enough. He's going to be 3 times the price of Cyberknife.
He will be.
Yeah.
Be a big price, but improving. And for trainer Brad Cox, who is trying to win back-to-back Kentucky Derbies, a little bit different. Didn't have a chance to celebrate it at the moment last year. Learned about his Derby win 10 months after the fact last year. But in the Louisiana Derby, Epicenter, he's going to be one of the favorites. Zozo's on the inside, a step forward, indicating that he is clearly moving in the right direction, Anthony.
I don't think a lot of people could have imagined that Epicenter would be running by Zozo's in the Louisiana Derby. I would imagine it'll be the other way around. If Zozo's enjoys the 1.25 miles, I would imagine Epicenter is going to be in front of him in the Kentucky Derby, and that Zozo's will be the one trying to pick him off late in the game. But yeah, he's been the 1 mile and 3/16. I'm not a huge fan of the 6 weeks. That's not something I'm not so excited about.
Worked pretty well last year. Mandaloon, that big run coming off the Louisiana Derby for Brad Cox. And I guess the first question you would ask Brad Cox if you bumped into him, like, how's Zozo's doing?
Yeah.
Which he'll answer in a moment, Anthony. His 3 Derby starters, Cyberknife, Tawny Point, Zozos. Let's try it again, Brad Cox. How's Zozos doing?
6 weeks between the he will have 6 weeks between the Louisiana Derby and the Kentucky Derby, and I think he's a horse that can move forward. He's a good colt, and I think he hit the mile and a quarter with the right trip. Cyberknife, thought a lot of him for a long time, and I thought his race last time in Arkansas was really good. I thought he made 2 moves in the race. I think that's something that you probably have to do in the Kentucky Derby, and he showed the ability to do that and the talent. So the Tawny Port's going to have to somehow get faster over the next 3 weeks. His numbers really don't stack up with the top tier. But listen, he's a 3-year-old. He's another one that's somewhat lightly raced. And if stranger things have happened in the Kentucky Derby, bottom line. He's earned the opportunity. He's going to get the opportunity, so we'll see.
And for Brad Cox, who was the answer to that trivia question now, the first Louisville-born trainer to win a Kentucky Derby. And remember, Meadowlands was a big, big price last year, 30-some-odd to 1 for Brad Cox. Zozos, Cyberknife, Tawny Port. Cox very good at getting his horses to compete to maximize their potential when it matters most.
I had Meadowlands at 26 to 1. At least he got to celebrate at some point. I didn't get paid. Yeah, Brad does a fantastic job. I remember talking to him last year when he had a handful of horses pointed to the Derby, and he had a plan for all of them. And the plan for Meadowlands was the mile and 3/16. The plan was the time between the races. It's all, we're talking about Ian Wilkes before, going backwards from the Alabama. These guys think these things out almost so methodically. And, it obviously works for them. It worked for him last year.
But he wants to experience it, feel what it's like to win a Derby in the moment. Of course, Cox also had Essential Quality, eventual Belmont Stakes, and Travers winner. Look, there's no better time to join Naira Bets. Join today, receive a $25 free bet for the Derby. New members can also earn up to $200 a deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match.
They are on the track.
They are on the track. And that is a dark picture of an empty room. Exciting stuff. Riveting, Anthony. 7th race from Churchill, opening night from the Downs. When we come back, you're watching America's Day at the Races.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. Good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back just in time for the 7th race, Meadowlands, moving into line, Anthony. 8 of them. And 8-5 on Hot Deuce. Final thoughts.
Yeah, this is one of these claiming handicaps where they assign them by the price they're in for. The 8 Motive Hanover, Joe Bongiorno looking for his 4th win of the night. This one's in for the highest tag, $55,000. I'll try him.
See how it all unfolds. Ken Workington standing by with the call. Post time, 7th race, live from Meadowlands.
They're off. Hot Deuce shoots out very fast there with Mock David from the inside, and on the rail, Colossal Stride gets away in 3rd position. Roger That Blue Chip, and up on the outside comes Motive Hanover now 4th. Roger That Blue Chip settles in 5th. And then comes a Rhythmic Surge, followed by the Book of Life, and Banksy is the trailer. At the opening quarter, here comes Motive Hanover and Joe Bongiorno to take it away from Hot Deuce. And on the move up quickly is Colossal Stride. That first quarter contested 27 seconds. Colossal Stride now takes the lead. Colossal Stride across the backstretch for Scott Ziron. Motive Hanover now back in the 2nd spot. It's Hot Deuce tracking along in 3rd position. Mock David is 4th, looking anxious there, followed by Roger That Blue Chip 5th. Gapped in 6th is a Rhythmic Surge, and then it's the Book of Life, and Banksy continues to trail. Colossal Stride on the outside, parked out. Motive Hanover on the inside, those two together. 55-1, 28-1. Tussle up front here, Colossal Stride on the outside. Motive Hanover on the rail, those two trading blows now. Stay around the far turn. Hot Deuce is right there off those dueling leaders in 3rd. Mock David is 4th on the inside. Roger That Blue Chip is 5th. And a late move from Banksy from the rear of the field. Saving ground is a Rhythmic Surge. The trailer is the Book of Life. At 3/4, their heads apart. Motive Hanover, Colossal Stride, 3 wide. Hot Deuce 124 into the stretch drive. And here comes Hot Deuce and Yannick Gingras, tracked by Mock David on the outside. Fighting on is Motive Hanover on the inside. It is Hot Deuce between them, but Mock David on the outside is upset-minded. Hot Deuce on the inside. Hot Deuce, Mock David, and Hot Deuce hit the line together. Photo for win. Then Motive Hanover and a Rhythmic Surge, 151.
Mock David beat Hot Deuce, Anthony?
I believe so. I think the last jump Dexter Dunn and Mock David got there.
You were talking about what a big race the leader ran.
Yeah, Motive Hanover fought every step of the way. Colossal
not ran,
Stride.
paced.
Paced, yes. Paced every step of the way, thank you. And, yeah, he just got tired late.
I made the mistake. No running. No running.
No running.
Pacing. Mock David. Results coming up. Meadowlands back at Churchill Downs. Opening night. Updated odds for the 7th $30,000 maiden claimers. All for sale. Post parade Moondog. 14-1 pictured.
Yeah, first time dirt. Source ran twice at Tampa going long on the turf for a similar tag. Rafael Bejarano going to get in the irons.
Renee Diaz, the apprentice, riding for Steve Asmussen, my favorite uncle.
Yeah, 0 for 14. A couple of second-place finishes at Oaklawn Park. Your lukewarm favorite right now.
Gray, strong light.
Gets back around 2 turns after a failed 1-turn mile attempt at Gulfstream Park.
Vandermeer now with Rudy Brissett.
Yeah, blinkers on. This horse making his main track debut, having raced on the all-weather and the turf at Gulfstream Park.
Big paper, blinkers on.
Yeah, first-time main track as well. This horse ran at the paddock over at Turfway Park. Dan was 0 for 9.
Number 9 at 18-1. Levy Proud, 6 race maiden, now with Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, trainer change back to the dirt. 2 dirt races, not that good, stretching out now.
7-1. Tricolor for trainer Joe Sharp. Tyler Gaffley on a board.
Turned around in his last 2, going the 2 turns. We'll see if he can continue that forward progress.
Hold the line, a non-factor in his debut.
Second time starter, looked like he needed the race. Winner came back to repeat. He's a square price at 7-1.
Long shots towards the outside. Here's another one. Down to business at 36-1. Mitchell Merle.
Barn looking for just its 2nd win of the year. Dropped in for the tag to no avail with the blinkers last time. Gets back around 2 turns.
Competitive race. 7th race, $30,000 maiden claimer, mile and a 16th, 3-year-olds and up. Current favorite at 3-1. Of course, there's a great time to get involved here at Twin Spires for the Kentucky Derby, just on the Horizon. You have that bet back offer where you place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill and you'll get your bet back up to $10. If your horse runs second or third, all you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the TwinSpires app today or visit twinspires.com.
Simple enough.
That easy. And the right time to do so. Right time to do so a week out from the Derby. We'll be checking in with Paul LaDuca in a moment. But yeah, wide open, $30,000 maiden claimer.
A little surprised at the favorite. I'm not surprised at the price, but I'm just surprised this is the horse they anointed the favorite.
Paulie, who graduates here in the 7th at Churchill?
Well, this is a tough race, guys. And I'm sort of with the big A that the 3, my favorite uncle. I get it. The horse has had many chances, but when you lose it 3-5, I got to go against. And right now, you know, he is the lowest in the will pays. The 4 to me is a price I just don't understand from drop from maiden special weight. That first race, I think, wins this race. I know there's not a lot of speed, but the price horse for me is the 10. Tyler Gaffleon, already a couple wins. If you look at the race 2 races back, it was a maiden 30. The horse ran a nice little race, came back for the maiden 50 on an off-turf event. If you look at the purse of this race, it's a $50,000 purse. That's a nice lion's share, so we can drop back down for 30. And 7-1 to me is a nice little price. I've been ice cold tonight, so let's try to get out with the 10 here and Tyler.
Paulie trying to heat up here. Tyler Gaffleon, Anthony, amazing. Having captured the last 6 Churchill riding titles yesterday by 1 win over Arad Ortiz, a Keeneland Spring riding title.
That's not his first at Keeneland as well.
Oh, it's Kentucky riding title after Kentucky riding title.
He's amazing. He's amazing. And yeah, this is the kind of race where you'd want to take some value. Like I said, I don't understand the price on the favorite here. I don't understand the price on the 3rd choice, the number 4 Strong Light. I wouldn't take 7-2 on an 0 for 14 like the 3 My Favorite Uncle. I think Paul's on the right track here. I would use a little tricolor. I would use Hold the Line a little. Half is 15-1 on the morning line. I bet a few dollars on the 2 Moondog, who raced on turf twice. Had some forward position. Draws the rail now. It's Rafael Bejarano. He's too big of a price for me at 17-1. Son of California Chrome. I bet a few bucks on him.
Moondog, Rafael Bejarano, you were just looking at.
Did you have a favorite Moondog? The old tag team? Moondog Rex, Moondog Spot? Negative.
That might be.
I need a wrestling co-host at some point. Andy doesn't know any wrestling. Swing and miss with everybody.
It was Junkyard Dog.
They were.
It was Andre the Giant.
Sure.
It was Iron Sheik.
The Iron Sheik's the greatest.
Superfly Snuka. Always pulling for the bad guys.
You were bet? Wow, really? I'd have lost a lot of money on that bet. Wouldn't be the first time, though.
Moving into line. 7th race here, Churchill Downs. Hold the line. Anthony expecting a better performance from him in his 2nd career start. Steps forward. Travis Stone with the call. Post time for the 7th, live from Churchill.
Working from home and down to business. They're in the gate. And they're off. Leffy Proud, good beginning toward the inside, and here comes Hold the Line. Down at the rail is Moondog. Up there's Working from Home, and down to business for that outside post. Tries to get a forward spot as well. Leffy Proud out there setting the pace, and here comes Down to Business now. Up to take over second, so these two go 1-2 around the opening turn. Hold the Line is racing in 3rd outside of Working for Home. They're together 3rd and 4th. The break of 2 back. Big Papers running up into 5th. Moondog toward the inside is running along in 6th. Tricolor is now 7th. Bandemir is 8th by 3. My Favorite Uncle is back in 9th, and Strong Light is the trailer down the backstretch run. And the opening quarter goes in 24 and 1/5 seconds. And it's Leffy Proud, the leader by half a length with 5 furlongs to go. Down to Business is prompting on the outside in 2nd. 2.5 lengths back. Working from Home is perched out 3 wide, while 3rd. Moondog sneaking through underneath from 4th. Strong Light with a backstretch move up to be 5th while down inside. Bandemir's right there too, running along in 6th. Hold the Line is now 7th. Big Papers wide in 8th. Tricolor 9th and toward the rail. My Favorite Uncle is the trailer. 3 furlongs from the wire. Leffy Proud, Down to Business, and Working from Home. Moondog is set to strike in behind. Strong Light toward the inside. Big Paper's putting in a run, but it's a wide run as they go by the quarter pole, where Working From Home turns for home in front, opens up a length and a half. Moondog to the attack. Moondog is coming boldly down the center of the track. Big Paper, My Favorite Uncle's late on the scene. Strong Light down inside the final eighth of a mile. Moondog comes away with the lead. Strong Light's coming up the rail, but it's Moondog in front. Strong Light finishing fast. Moondog, Strong Light. Moondog got it. Moondog the winner. Strong Light settles for second. Big Paper was third. My Favorite Uncle finished fourth.
Live at a price, Anthony. Moondog, 16-1. Rafael Bejarano, dirt debut, graduates in his third career start.
He gave this horse a brilliant ride tonight, Liffey. They left the gate. He left for some position. He held his rail position, and they kept letting him move up along the inside. Nobody ever took that path away. When he got to the far turn, he was loaded. He didn't know if it was going to open. He took the long way around. He had so much horse, it didn't matter. Strong Light and Joe Talamo, who gave Strong Light a flawless ride.
Yes.
He just got outrun by a horse that was a little bit better tonight. This horse ran well on the dirt tonight.
Bold late run from the favorite Strong Light, but too much Moondog, who you mentioned, dangerous as an outsider by a former Kentucky Derby Preakness winner in California Chrome. Moondog in that two-post, and Rafael Bejarano bounced around a little, leaving the gate, but right here, finding his best stride, opens up at the brave run. Strong Light on the inside, but still too much Moondog in the end.
Yeah. Third longest price on the board at 16-1 as well.
16-1.
Yeah, good job. Good ride. Really good ride.
Dirt debut by a Derby winner out of a Tisnow mare. All adds up to 16-1 on this evening. Moondog in an upset in the 7th race, Churchill Downs. Results, reaction when we come back. You're watching America's day/evening at the races, opening night from Churchill, 1 week from the Derby.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Great to have you with us on this Saturday night. America's Day at the races. Under the lights, opening night, Churchill Downs, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Think they're having fun out there, Anthony?
Can you blame them?
Blast.
They get thoroughbred racing on a gorgeous night. I know there's all sorts of concession deals out there as well on this night. I mean, what's better than that? You know, I spent a lot of nights at the Big M at the Meadowlands. My dad had a string of horses there for 7, 8, 9 years when I was a kid. Loved it. Loved night racing. Always been a fan.
And even better when you zero in on a 16-1 shot, as you did here with Moondog and Rafael Bejarano.
It helps. It certainly helps. Thank you.
Tim Gleishaw, winning trainer, Black Ridge Stable, homebred, Moondog, 35.60. That'll work.
Yeah, that'll work. It will. All day. We'll take the 35.60 all day.
Strong Light, Big Paper, 2, 4, 7th in the 7th race at Churchill Downs. Again, at this time next week, we will know who is taking down the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. In terms of qualifying, it's all about points, and this is what the leaderboard looks like. It looks like going in 1 week out. At the top, Epicenter 164 usually takes around 20, 25 points or so to qualify. Might take a little bit more this particular year. The pace, always interesting. This year, heated up in terms of the announcement that Classic Causeway, who has 66 points as a result of his couple of wins at Tampa Bay Downs, and how quick he is leaving the starting gate. Classic Causeway didn't run well in the Florida Derby, and has since been announced he will compete in the Kentucky Derby. He is quick. There he is training in the dark at Churchill Downs, and that's the thing, leaving the starting gate so fast, exiting the gate, and to heat up that anticipated early pace.
You're not going to believe this, but our colleague Andy Sermon and I had a heated discussion, speaking of heated debate, about what happened in the Florida Derby. I don't believe he ran his best race. I don't think it had to do with what his distance. I don't think it had anything to do with that, Lafitte. I just think something would have missed that day.
So in the Sam Davis, though, this is when Classic Causeway is. Watch him brake. He brakes like a sprinter. Look at that.
Like a shot. That's
in
what you
front,
want to see.
Establishes the lead, takes control, and the rest are chasing.
Yeah.
And took pressure on that afternoon and still drew away.
That was his first start as a 3-year-old, off the break, right? He did take pressure most of the way around there, and he handled it all with aplomb. That's not something he did well last year. He was able to do that in his first start as a 3-year-old, which was impressive enough that he went off a heavy favorite, and we'll see the Tampa Bay Derby. But you see right here, he's been hounded every single step of the way. And he's going to leave these horses late. See here, I take a little bit of a look back. All right, let me keep him at his business here. You never know who's coming. It's a nice New York bred and Shipshational running him down. Unfortunately, he's on the sidelines.
To be fair, Zandon's not chasing him. Messier wasn't on him early, but still, that's what he's capable of. Tampa Bay Derby, wash, rinse, repeat.
Yep.
Watch him shoot out of the gate.
Love seeing that. You love seeing him just lower his head just a little bit, like he knows what's coming. He hears the gate make its noise and pop, he goes. You love seeing that from a horse that has speed. That they're so in tune with where they are and what's about to happen, right? Horse racing is all about anticipation. What's going to happen? He is anticipating what's going to happen better than most horses racing right now.
Here's what's going to happen. He's going to blow this field away. Again, not the best competition. The race didn't come back all that fast on paper, but that's Classic Causeway doing what Classic Causeway does when he brings his best.
And again, he's leaving them. He's opening up on his rivals. And now look what happens in the Florida Derby. A horse that broke like a shot the first 2 races of his 3-year-old year. Kind of does it again, but he dropped his head a little bit more than he had in his other 2 races.
But you can't say he lost the race at the start.
No.
It takes a little more pressure. The competition was going to be stiffer in the Florida Derby. But right there, if you're Brian Lynch watching, his trainer, you have to feel pretty good about where Classic Causeway is. He's established the lead coming off those 2 back-to-back front-running scores and then just completely stopped, essentially.
But to argue it was the distance, I think is foolish, because he stopped with 7/16 of a mile ago. So he went from being a horse that can win going a mile and a 16th to a horse that can't go 5.5 furlongs. Something obviously was not right on Florida Derby Day. I'll give you Exhibit A. Maybe he didn't like Gulfstream Park. Maybe he ran for 5/8 of a mile, and the surface was a little different than Tampa. Maybe he didn't like Gulfstream Park. I don't know. I know one thing. If you like him, he's going to be 40-1.
Very strong breeze this morning, adding fuel to the fire in terms of pace. Classic Causeway, the audible Kentucky Derby bound. And, of course, there's no better time to join NARA Bets than now. Join today. Receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NARABets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Carryover time at Meadowlands when we come back. $26,000, the carryover for the Pick 6. That's next as our coverage continues on a Saturday night. Stay tuned.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign. What the Peter Pan?
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Now look at that shot. Great to have you with us on this Saturday evening. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Get started. $25 free Derby bet at nairabets.com or download the app. Spring in New York. Gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Great racing, Belmont Park. And as the sun has set, shifting our focus to opening night, Churchill, Anthony, and the Pick 6 carryover about to get underway at Meadowlands.
Toughest race of the night for me, this filly, a win sandwich between a couple of second-place finishes in her last 3 starts. Joe Bongiorno still looking for win number 4 on the night.
Just Philly, the mare named Philly. Iron Mistress, 38-1 would be a shock.
Yeah, 1 out of town, 3 back. First time at the Meadowlands last time. She dug in there. She got beat a length in 3/4.
Beach Moment, quick. Yannick Gingras in the bike.
Plenty of speed. We'll see if Yannick can take him flag faulter, that's all.
Woodmere Harriet at 29-1.
Scratched last time because she couldn't get to the Big M. 1-2 back.
How are we feeling about the favorite? Fox Valley Exploit 6-5.
She makes sense. Won this condition last out at 23-1. But if you didn't go to the wedding, why would you go to the funeral?
Uptown Lady. And then beyond words, Dexter Dunn in the bike.
Yep. Dexter Dunn, a couple of 4th-place finishes, hit the Super in her last 2, which she needs to improve a bit. She's a short price. That's too short of a price.
Cyclone Sister, 8-1.
Another horse that has some speed. We'll see if she didn't have it in her last start from the 8-hole. Gets the same draw tonight.
83rd lifetime start, Sports Flicks.
Yep, she came in from Yonkers and just kind of raced around there last time. She's going to need to improve at a huge price.
Cousin Mary, 2nd in her most recent.
Surprisingly, I don't have a Cousin Mary. She went over to the Hilltop, which is Yonkers, last time out. But, yeah, she has a lot of experience over at the Meadowlands going the 1 mile.
9-year-old mare, lifetime start, 177, Cousin Mary. That's the field. Jessica Otten standing by at Meadowlands. Gearing up for post time. Jessica, your thoughts in this 8th race?
It's quite the competitive 8th race we have here. Fillies and Mares non-winners at $10,500 the last 5 starts. It does kick off our Pick 6, double Pick 6 carryover of $26,870. I'm going to take you through the field. There's a couple of horses I like in here. Like I mentioned, it's quite the competitive field. We'll start from the rail horse. Joe and Jen Bongiorno have been having quite the day here at the Meadowlands, Freehold and Pocono as well. This filly does move up in class just a little bit, but she's coming into the race so sharp. She was only beat ahead last time out to Better's Heart Start, who is an open mare, as well as a few others in here that were in that race. Moving down the list here, post 3, Beach Moment for Jessica Fallon and Yannick Gingras. You see a lot of ones on those papers. Over at Yonkers was able to, leave out of the gate from post 6, post 1, 2 starts back, left out of the gate, and, kind of fell short there a little bit, like hit a brick wall, and came back and rebound nicely last week. Yannick was very aggressive with her from post 8 and was parked to the quarter, and they were all at the wire in that race, and she finished 3rd. I was a big fan of Woodmere Harriet last week before I found out she was scratched, but 2 starts back, she was really good. She was able to move past the quarter and was parked that middle half of the mile and won by 2 lengths with Corey in the bike in 1:51.4 against some nice mares. And she was going to drop down last time out, and then obviously she was scratched. So now she moves up the class ladder. She does draw a good post, but she likes Meadowlands, and Corey seems to get along with her. The 5 Fox Valley Exploit is a new addition to the Knoll Daily Barn. The owner sent him the horse after racing over at Hawthorne, and they shut down. I talked this mare up so highly 2 weeks ago, and she just finished 2nd to Uptown Lady. Last week, she goes off at 23-1 from post 7, and she couldn't have worked out a better trip. Post 7, she left out of the gate, let one go, and was able to sit the pocket, and then she just had plenty of pace left at the end of the mile. Under wraps, 26-4 last quarter. Uptown Lady, she's a one-move kind of horse. We usually see her pick up the pieces and come from off of the pace. Lately, she's been doing it first over or second over. She's kind of a horse that only has that one-run move, so you're going to have to rely on the hot pace set up front, or she's going to have to grind it out first over, and there's quite a few horses in here who definitely have the speed and ability. The 7 Beyond Words qualified back in March for Kelvin Harrison. First start off the bench, she was in against Watch Me Now, Annabelle Hanover, Double Delight Brigade. It was in a Fillies and Mares Open. Corey was loaded with pace with nowhere to go. She come back the next week and against Amazing Dream, who is a grade 1 winner down under. She came and she won her U.S. debut in wraps, and Dexter raced her from off the pace 26-3 on the last quarter. And she's, been racing in against tough horses. She was in against Fox Valley Exploit last time out, who's back in here again tonight. Annabelle Hanover, 2 starts back, and so she's been holding her own. I think she's a mare that's kind of got to race herself back into shape, so she makes her 5th start off the bench tonight. We were a little disappointed in Cyclone Sister when she showed up here at the Meadowlands from Dover down. You see a lot of 1s on your program page. Her first start here, she left aggressively out of the gate and just was tired at the end of the mile. I know it says 26-3 last quarter, but it was more of a backwards 26-3 rather than a forward 26-3, and she really didn't get engaged last start out from post 8. Timmy T's back in the bike. He drove her down at Dover, but you could really go any which way in here. I think they're betting heavily on Fox Valley Exploit, but I've just loved the way she's been racing, so I'm going to stick with the 5 here in race 8 to kick off this pick 6 carryover. Back to you guys.
Jessica, Fox Valley Exploit, 7-5. Double pick 6 carryover. Anthony, something to watch for. Yannick Gingras on the 3, Beach Moment, how aggressive he is as they get things rolling.
Yeah, I'm going to try to 1 Philly. For Joe and Jennifer.
The mare,
Bongiorno.
Philly.
Yeah, the mare, Philly.
You didn't forget her name.
No.
That is her name.
Philly.
Philly on the inside. Ken Workington with the call. All set for the 8th. Live from Meadowlands.
Beyond words. They're set for race 8. Start of the pick 6. Here they come. They're off. Beyond Words and Cyclone Sister, and there goes Fox Valley Exploit out fast with Beach Moment on the inside. Beach Moment and Fox Valley Exploit, and Beyond Words is driving up there with Philly on the rail, leaving alertly into the top 4. It's Iron Mistress settling in the 5th position as they head to the quarter. Cyclone Sister is 6th. And then on the inside comes Woodmere, Harriet, and Uptown Lady at the rear of the field. Sports, Flicks, and Cousin Mary. Opening quarter for Fox Valley Exploit here at even money, 26-3 in front by 2. Looking for a second quarter breather. Beach Moment tightens in from 2nd. It's Philly on the inside 3rd, and Iron Mistress is 4th. Beyond Words in that 5th position, the pace slowing now. Cyclone Sister is 6th. And then it's Uptown Lady 7th. Shooting a gap is Cousin Mary at the rear of the field with Sports Flicks. Controlling it here is Fox Valley Exploit, repeat-minded here with Scott Ceron at the half in a rated 55 2/5. 2-hole ride for Beach Moment and Gingras. Philly 3rd on the inside. There goes Beyond Words and Dexter Dunn uncovered 4th on the outside. Iron Mistress stayed in 5th. Up with live cover is Cyclone Sister, 6th on the outside. Followed by Uptown Lady. Shuffled back was Woodmere Harriet on the inside. Then Sports Flicks and Cousin Mary over by 3/4. Still chasing Fox Valley Exploit. Perfect trip for Beach Moment on the inside. 3/4, 1:24 and 1. Well rated here. Fox Valley Exploit will try to outsprint them and win again. First over is Beyond Words coming at her relentlessly. Beach Moment on the inside is pinned in. Traffic for Philly, heavy traffic at that. Then Cyclone Sister, Fox Valley Exploit, Dexter Dunn, Beyond Words with the upset. Then Fox Valley Exploit, followed by Philly and Beach Moment. 3 for Dexter Dunn, 1:51 and 2, Beyond Words.
Big night, Dexter Dunn, as Workington pointed out. Strength of schedule. In her corner, she had been facing some high-quality mares. Beyond Words in the 8th race to kick off the pick 6 with a carryover at Meadowlands.
I wrote tough at the top of my PPs here. I crossed off one horse. The winner. That was it. That's the only one I didn't like. I'll tell you what, this is no sour grapes. Philly was much the best tonight. She was just locked in the box the whole way back.
All kinds of trouble.
Tons of trouble.
You could have kept the I crossed off Beyond Words part of it just completely.
Listen, I tell you about the circles, I tell you about the X's. It's like a tic-tac-toe game around here.
Who do you have a circle around in this 8th race? Churchill Downs, turf sprint on the brand new Matt Wynn turf course. 5.5 furlong dash with a $134,000 purse. Wow.
We should try and become thoroughbreds, sir.
Or own them.
Or own. That's not a bad idea either.
$134,000 purse. $62,500 allowance, optional claimer. They make the turn. We start with Southern Mama Adam Beschitza trying to pull off the upset.
Yeah, first start since November. Her last win came at Beltara Park. Take that as you will.
Classic Causeway Connections. Mamba Wamba, Julian Leperoux, Brian Lynch.
She looked really good in her U.S. debut, getting the job done at Gulfstream. Her last 2 efforts a little subpar.
In a jiffy, Gabe Saez aboard.
You're right to change to Gabe Saez. 2 starts with blinkers. One was good, one was not so good.
Limos Cuna, John Court aboard.
Second start off of a December layoff. She made up some ground late in the game at Keeneland, coming back in just 22 days.
Sterling Mist, trainer Greg Foley looking for a 3rd win on the evening.
Hasn't run on the turf in a while. A couple of off-the-turf tries. One resulted in a victory.
The 7 horse, Anthony, at 37-1 with Rafael Bejarano. Bejarano looking for back-to-back wins.
Has not tried the turf since a layoff from July to October. That effort did not go very well. 0 for 8 on the grass overall.
Muse, the English filly, Joe Talamo. The 9 here, Spicy Marge for Wesley Ward. Look out.
This is the horse I like in here. I think she'll be put right on the front end after not making the lead last time. Tyler knows what he has to do tonight.
Pedal to the metal. Bay Storm, the favorite. Warm out there on the track.
Yes, warm out there. She's a nice filly, Jonathan Thomas. I thought she was going to turn into a real stakes type. She won the Christie Cat here at Belmont last year.
Richie's Great Girl towards the outside for Larry Ravelli.
Yeah, a couple of long shots here with Competent and Richie's Great Girl, the number 12, Larry Ravelli, always dangerous. This one doesn't have any speed. That's a shock when you see Larry Ravelli's name.
11-1 currently, 35-1. Blissful Change draws in. Brian Hernandez aboard.
Tale of Two Cities off the year-plus layoff. She won at 12-1, came back against tougher competition at Keeneland and beat just 2 horses home.
Field for the upcoming 8th race, Churchill Downs. Lucrative turf sprint. Of course, the Twin Spires. Big reason to get involved is this bet back offer. You place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill tonight. You'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. Opening night, Churchill, you're looking at the even money favored. Wow. Anthony, and again, as we saw in the post-parade, very warm. Typically not the best sign here, but regardless, even money does, that feels short.
Love that you pointed that out, Lafitte. It is, she did get a little warm. Wish I had Maggie here right now. No offense to you. But Maggie can tell me if she's
none taken.
If that she, if she's gotten warm in the or Acacia, if she's gotten warm in the past, you don't like seeing that from your even money favorite in a race where she ran with some of these fillies and mares last time out.
So let's take a look at that. This is at Keeneland, another turf sprint. She and Mamba Wamba exiting the same heat. Bay Storm having to settle for second on that afternoon, but you didn't have to concede that kind of price here, Anthony.
Exactly. And that's the point, right? Lafitte, she wasn't even favored in this heat. She finished second. She ran well. But it wasn't like she left her rival. She's just a length in front of Mamba Wamba. And asking you to take even money on her in a race where you're not going to see Spicy Marge, but she was in this race as well. Something obviously went wrong that day with Spicy Marge. And I think of all of the fillies returning in 22 days from that race, Spicy Marge is the most interesting because she ran the worst. Now, this is a logical spot to come back. You mentioned the purse a couple of times. You're going to run in these races as often as you can. But I think it's different when Spicy Marge's case. I do believe last time proved one thing. She needs the lead. And Tyler Gaffalione probably realizes that. And I think he will make the lead at all costs in here. And I think she's going to get the job done tonight.
And the faster she goes, the better off, theoretically, for the filly you're looking at, and Mamba Wamba, who does her best work from off the pace. But Spicy Marge here, when she is on her game, when she brings her best fastball, breaks sharp, establishes the lead, this is what she can do.
Yeah. If they all bring their A race, Bay Storm's going to be awfully tough in here. But this filly has a race in her, I believe. She ran back-to-back races in Saratoga in August, and then this race that we're watching at Keeneland. I mean, turf sprinters, and this is over, right? Tyler just keeping it to her business. This margin is nowhere near as close as it really was. She could have won by probably twice as much as she won by. So
5-1.
Maybe she needed the race off the longer break, the October break. We'll see.
Check in with Paul LaDuca on site. Churchill Downs as we get closer to this 8th race at the Downs. Paulie, even money on Bay Storm. What do you think?
Well, you know, when you look at the will pays, she's almost 1-5 in the will pays. She's $187 in the pick 3. The next closest is $700. But I kind of agree with the Big A that Spicy Marge, the flow of this race and all the speed is on the outside. If you look at Sterling Miss, she's got some back numbers on the turf where she's very fast. Spicy Marge is very fast. The 10 has got some speed. The 11 is coming from 4.5 furlong races. So the flow of this race is all outside speed. So I think the 12, Richie's Great Girl, has got a good chance to sit in a decent spot. And some of the horses down on the inside are going to be pretty far back, and they're going to have to launch. Now, we've had a tiny bit of rain here in the last 15 minutes. Nothing special. I don't think it's going to affect the turf course at all. But the way the 10 is playing in the doubles, don't love the way she came out. She was washed out, like you guys mentioned. But I'm with Anthony. The faster Spicy Marge goes, the better she is. But I think Louis will stay on her with the 10. And I really do think the 12's got a big shot to sit a good trip. You're getting a good price. And I'm going to take a shot with the 12. Richie's Good Girl.
11-1, Paulie calling for the upset with Richie's Great Girl towards the outside. Anthony, it's a brand new turf course, newly installed. As a handicapper, are you factoring this in whatsoever? Maybe you've handicapped Churchill for 1,000 years, right? And that same traditional Matt Winn turf course. Are you staying back and watching for tendencies? Is this a factor at all, in your opinion?
Always going to get involved, but yeah, you want to tread a little lightly, a little more lightly than you normally would. See how the course is playing. Tough to get a gauge too. I mean, we saw Stitch go gate to wire earlier on the card, but 25-1 for the opening quarter on a firm turf.
Not fast.
Probably not supposed to get beat, right? Even if you are the longest shot on the board. Anyway, yeah, you know, these turf sprints, I don't know if the course matters as much on these turf sprints sometimes, because the gate opens and they're over.
Not suggesting it does. Just wondering in this rare scenario, brand new course, how much of a factor is it?
I'm always going to side with speed, so I will live and die by that sword. And if the course proves me wrong, the course proves me wrong. I think that's how you got to kind of play it, right? They're not giving us a lot of time till Oaks and Derby Day. We're not going to have a lot of turf races to gauge, so gonna have to make some decisions in the dark a little bit.
Brand new Matt Winn Turf Course, Churchill Downs, complete overhaul, replaced with, you already knew this though, Anthony, Tahoma 31 Bermuda grass.
I grow it.
In case you're wondering.
My side job.
Is that right? what I want to say instinctively, I'm trying to keep to myself. This turf sprint, it's on a Saturday night here, and great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2 opening night, Churchill Downs. This is exciting, this one. This turf sprint, $134,000 purse. And Bay Storm, odds on at 4 to 5. Let's watch number 9, Spicy Marge, and Tyler Gaffley on how quick she is leaving the gate. Post time for the 8th. From Churchill, Travis Stone standing by.
Waiting for Habanero. Richie's Great Girl and Blissful Change. Competent back there, too. They're in the gate. And they're off. Blissful Change, good beginning. Bay Storm is there. Competent. Spicy Marg from mid-pack fires out fast and takes the lead down the backstretch run. Spicy Marg in front, and Bay Storm is right there running along. In second, Competent is third. Blissful Change is fourth. Sterling Miss is fifth. Richie's Great Girl on the move from sixth. Lemos Cunha down toward the inside is seventh. Muse is racing in eighth, and a Jiffy is ninth. Southern Rama 10th and toward the inside. Then it's Mamba Wamba second to last. A trailer is Habanero. Round the far turn, chasing Spicy Marg. And Bay Storm is right there and trying to come after that one. Now it's 4. Back to Competent in third. Richie's Great Girl. Sterling Miss switched outside for the final quarter mile. Off the turn into the stretch. Spicy Mark cut the corners, holding on to that lead. Bay Storm is fully extended, but it's still second. Richie's Great Girl's closing in from third. Closing in stoutly indeed. It's Spicy Mark in front. Bay Storm gives way. Richie's Great Girl storming down the center of the turf to the front. The winner, Richie's Great Girl. 3 lengths in the end. 3-horse photo for second. Among them was Bay Storm, Sterling Miss, and Spicy Marg.
Ambushing the pace setter and the favorite, Spicy Marg and Bay Storm. Richie's Great Girl unleashing a furious run. Paulie zeroed in on this one, 10 to 1 at post time. Richie's Great Girl blows by him and cruises under the wire. Wow.
A rare Larry Ravelli trained runner that has 0 early speed, Lafitte. This horse, Gerardo Corrales, gave her a nice ride, too. Just kept her out of trouble in the middle of the course. So we've seen 1 win on the front end and 1 win from off the pace. We like to see that. We like to see
We've seen enough.
Yes.
Fair turf course. We've seen enough. We've seen enough. We were paying attention to Spicy Marg and Bay Storm trade punches in the stretch. Is Spicy Marg going to fend off the favorite? Towards the outside with Tyler Gaffley on there, you say she breaks clear with her speed, able to establish the running. The favorite Bay Storm made her run, had every chance, came up short late. And while those two were focused on each other, here comes Richie's Great Girl, and neither of them had a chance. She flew right by him.
Brand new hatchet to chop them both down. Right on by. Good price, too, for Paul.
10 to 1, and the winner's share of that $134,000 purse. Richie's Great Girl for Larry Ravelli. Gerardo Corrales, beautifully timed ride, easy win in the 8th at Churchill Downs. And when we come back, look ahead to the feature on this opening night from Churchill. Baroness, haven't seen her since last summer. Back then, she was winning stakes races. What will she do tonight in the Roxalana? Stay tuned.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Live look, Churchill Downs. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Fans excited to be back at Churchill. 1 week out from Derby, padding the bankroll. If you listen to Polly with this one, on the outside, Richie's great girl, quality mare. Anthony, relatively lightly raced, 18th career. That's her 8th lifetime win.
That is reminiscent of a Larry Ravelli trainee. They win an awful lot of races. They just usually do it going 21, 44, and 2 on the front end, but it's for 22.80.
And we saw a big smile on the face of Gerardo Corrales, exciting, winning any race, especially one with a $134,000 purse in front of an enthusiastic crowd opening night. Churchill Downs at 12, at 10, at 9. Baystorm having to settle for second. Spicy Marg made the run down late.
When do you think he started doing the math on that? 134,000, get paid on 55% California rules.
Inside the 16 full.
Get to the wire for 7,600. Got there.
Inside the 16 full.
That's what I'd be doing.
He just turned it on late, and the race was over.
She kicked in. Yeah. Those other fillies came back to her a little bit, but she ran well. I mean, she went after them, and she was, again, in the middle of the track and just kept running until she got to them.
Coming up next, the opening night feature, the Roxalana. This is an important race in this division for female sprinters. Mia Mischief won this race, Grade 1 winner. Bell's the One, Grade 1 winner. Kofefi lost in this spot before capturing the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint and eventually crowned champion, the Roxalana. Different feel than we thought going in, with all eyes on the undefeated filly, Caribbean Caper. She has scratched, tied up this morning. It just means cramps after she trained for trainer Al Stahl. Disappointing. We won't have a chance to see Caribbean Caper in the Roxalana. Just a field of 3, but that's next at Churchill. First things first, Anthony. 9th race here at Meadowlands, going through the post parade.
Yeah, they're up to the number 6, rocking the Aces, who's 10-1 right now. Alternated wins and on the board finishes. It's an in night for a win. You like this gelding, 10-1 right now, square price.
Strong second choice we saw. J.M. Mandabin. Dragon set on the outside, 18-1.
And a 2 for Jennifer Bongiorno. Joe drives the 7. J.M. Mandabin. David Miller. It's Miller time. Far outside.
Do you pay more attention to drivers in your handicapping with standard bred than you do jockeys in thoroughbred racing?
It's about equal. An opinionated fellow like myself, there are certain drivers I will not wager on.
Okay.
I don't deal in absolutes. I'll say never.
Any of them competing in this
or
race?
Any of them in here? No. This is. I'll tell you what. This is as strong a bunch as you're gonna find, my friend. This is Irad, Jose, Joel, Javier, Johnny V, Kendrick.
All right.
Jose Gomez. I'm gonna put Jose Gomez in that. That kid could ride, man. That's a flat out. That's a flat out race rider.
Now Flavian Pratt headed to New York. That's how good the drivers are in this race.
Yes, this is a good bunch. Unfortunately, there's a circle. I shouldn't say unfortunately. There's a circle in here, but he's even money. He's even money. Noel Daly looking for another win on the night. He had the exacta earlier tonight. This Ignatius A. So that means he's from Australia, like Noel. Source 1 from well off the pace 2-back in his second American start. Source was racing in Australia as recently as December. And then has only made 3 U.S. starts. Got beat a length flying late in the game. Made up 7 lengths in the last 1/8 of a mile. And then got 2 wins.
You're talking about the odds-on favorite.
Yes, the number 3. And now bumps up into the non-winners of 20,000 in the last 5 starts. He's just too tough for these horses.
How much more trip handicapping for you, looking at these races versus thoroughbred racing?
So the race we just watched, race 8, I'll make it my business.
Oh, the one you like, the one
Philly
who was in all that trouble.
I will bet Philly back next week. That's the one. So the sports eye is the DRF of harness racing. Okay. It was anyway. I used to do a pretty good job. I won't say I made a living at it, but I would play on Friday nights, and I would keep my sports eye every week. I'd keep 6 months worth, and I would take trip notes, and it was mostly trip handicapping back then.
With all that data available, do you expect, though, because of that trip Philly is coming, do you expect her to be really short price in her next
It depends on who she, if she races at the same level, where she draws. That's the biggest difference in harness racing as opposed to thoroughbred racing is the draw and the different ovals. So if Yonkers is a half-mile oval, if you draw 7 or 8 at Yonkers, you have virtually no shot. You draw 7 or 8 at the Meadowlands, you can win. But draw is the most important thing in harness racing.
The draw. Race shape. Jessica, how do you see this one unfolding?
Race 9 at the Meadowlands is a higher level condition class here, and I know everybody is on board with the 3 Ignatius. I talked to Andy McCarthy earlier in on the night, and when this guy showed up in the U.S. and at the Meadowlands, he got everybody by surprise. He paced his last quarter in 25-2, 50-4. He come flying out of nowhere. 2 starts in a row. He rattled off 2 nice wins, and he showed us a bit of versatility. And, you know, Andy McCarthy was talking about that when these horses come from down under, they have to learn to, you know, sprint home. They're really good at the distance, but they need to learn to sprint. He was really happy with the way he raced. I know he's moving his way back up the class ladder tonight, but he said that he could definitely handle it. So I'm going to have to stick on board with him as well. There were a few driver choices in here, too. Stone Hanover, Scott Zeron chose Stone Hanover over Rockin' the Aces. The Bruce Saunders barn has been super hot, and even though this horse is moving up in class, he's been racing pretty well. He just beat a half of length last time out, to Casual Cool, who's also in this race drawing the rail, and that was Brian Sears' choice in here over the 7 J.M. Mandaman, who is dropping out of the Open, and he's making his second start off the bench tonight for Joe and Jen Bondorna. Like we had mentioned, they've had a great day, let alone great night here at the Meadowlands, so he's dropping down in class. Joe's going to drive this one. And he's just been super sharp coming into the race. But I'm on board with the favorite in here, Ignatius.
Another vote for the odds-on choice, Anthony. Ignatius now 3-5 for Noel Daly.
We got to try and make some money here.
All right.
I'm going to make 2 exactas. I'm going to make a 3-2 with I'm a Big Deal. Contrary to popular belief, not named after me. And the 6, Rockin' the Aces. 3-2, 3-6 for me.
You firing over there? I see.
I am. Yeah, of course.
Don't make me take your phone
It's
away.
a race that ends.
Don't make me take your phone away.
It's a race that ends in E. Of course, I'm firing.
I understand somebody confiscated your phone on the air earlier today.
Yes, and it was because of you.
It's my fault.
Once again, your fault, Lafitte.
Ignatius, odds-on favorite, 3-5. Ken Workington with the call. 9th race live, Meadowlands.
Open here for Team Bongiorno, and they're set for race 9. Here they come. They're off. Rockin' the Aces. J.M. Mandaman shoots out from the outside. Ignatius put in play there with I'm a Big Deal on the rail with big time early speed. I'm a Big Deal. Ignatius and J.M. Mandaman 3 deep in driving. It's Casual Cool off the upset in the 4th position and reined in there. And then comes Sonny Weaver on the inside, 5th. Then Stone Hanover at the rear of the field with Rockin' the Aces and Dragon Said. At the opening quarter, J.M. Mandaman planted up front here by Joe Bongiorno in a hot 26-4 to open it up. Ignatius, the big favorite, drafts in the pocket spot, sits the 2-hole ride. I'm a Big Deal is 3rd on the inside. Casual Cool's a loose 4th. It is Sonny Weaver 5th on the cones here with Stone Hanover 6th. And then comes Rockin' the Aces. And Dragon Said we'll have to pass them all. We've got no right lines at the half. It is J.M. Mandaman has them seated. Ignatius right there 2nd with a 55.3 rated half mile. It's I'm a Big Deal 3rd onto the far turn. Casual Cool gaps in 4th. Inching up uncovered now is Rockin' the Aces 5th. He advances. Then Sonny Weaver shoveled to 6th on the inside. Underway from the back is Stone Hanover. And last is still Dragon Said. Midway on the final turn, it is J.M. Mandaman going after him. Is I'm a Big Deal. Commits to that first over attack. Right there, Ignatius will need to shake loose. 2nd over, Rockin' the Aces on the outside. Then Casual Cool. 1:24 for 3/4 into the stretch. Tactical advantage on J.M. Endeman, looking to outsprint them. Ignatius trying to rev up and angles out and takes his late shot. J.M. Endeman, Joe Bongiorno all over him. Here's Ignatius on the outside, trying to lunge late at him, and Ignatius gobbles him up. Ignatius 3 in a row. Then J.M. Endeman. Dragon said, then close, either Stone Hanover or Sonny Weaver. Ignatius wins again, 150-1.
Wins again is right. Locked in, razor sharp, 3 straight. Ignatius, 33 lifetime wins and 73 career starts.
Yeah, nice effort tonight. J.M. Mandeman, the second choice and the horse that took all of the pace in here, really dug in nicely. I thought Ignatius was just going to pocket rocket him and just go right on by. But
felt measured.
Yes, measured, but still, you know, a little bit of a grind. The second horse ran too good to lose tonight. Paced too good to lose tonight.
Don't run.
Don't run.
Don't run. Pacing.
Good effort.
Doing everything he can do. But look,
Top two-
Ignatius
top
just,
two
just,
ran-
just, again, a very measured half length or so there.
Top two raced
for the
really well
victory.
tonight. They raced really well tonight.
Favorite delivers. Ignatius, that record, again, 33 wins. 33 wins in 73 starts.
Doesn't make his way to the States until his 8-year-old season.
That'll get it done.
Gelding. He'll be around for a while. And so far, he's been the goods.
None of
Right up the ladder.
None of the fillies in the Roxolana have like that kind of experience. And we only have 3. A couple of scratches. Euphoric is out. Caribbean Caper, who was 5 for 5 coming in, trained for Al Stahl, had specifically pointed at this spot. She tied up. Again, that's cramps after training this morning, so she's going to miss the Roxolana. That's disappointing. Field of just 3 now, sprinting. 3/4 of a mile, $160,000 purse. So now Byroness, the odds-on favorite, 4 to 5 with Louis Saez.
Yeah, 4 to 5 on Byroness, 7 to 5 on Club Car. I wonder how this race shapes up now.
Jockey's race, right?
Yeah.
Everybody aware of where everybody else is. I say everybody, 3 fillies. Featured event, Under the Lights, opening night, Churchill Downs. When we return, you're watching America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. Stay tuned.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Bell's the one that's to go now. Bell's the one coming after Sconson. Bell's the one, puts a nose in front. Miss Mosaic switches outside. Then it's Four Graces down to the final 16th. Bell's the one in front of Sconson. Final try, Miss Mosaic, but it's Bell's the one still there. Sconson fights to the finish, but it's second best. Bell's the one, the winner.
Sprinting ace, Bell's the one. Grade 1 Derby City Distaff victory. Neil Pessin, who's done such a good job with her. She's a former Roxalana winner. Her big day in the sun. Grade 1 event, undercard of the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, Bell's the one. Wisconsin, you heard 4 races in there. Those are all graded stakes horses. All of them. We'll see what happens tonight.
Top class mare. Had a chance to see her at Saratoga. Corey Lannery, Lothenbach Stable. Bell's the one. And that Derby City Distaff, formerly the Humana Distaff, featuring some of the finest and fastest female sprinters in the game. In those, some of the names we can look forward to seeing. Glass Ceiling, Just One Time, Lady Rocket, Lil Tootsie, Obligatory. Bell's the one, the Derby City Distaff in the undercard of the Kentucky Derby.
Got to handicap the race, obviously. They'll draw those races on Tuesday, but I'll tell you, the New Yorker in me is rooting for Glass Ceiling. What a great claim by Charlie Baker. And getting her to the big time now, getting her, through all of our big races here at the Big A and Belmont this winter, and now going down there chasing Grade 1 glory. He did it with Joking, turned him into a Grade 1 winner. See if he can do it with Glass Ceiling as well. One of each.
Working his magic once again. Gorgeous shot there. Statue of Liberty, as always. Our program brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Naira Bets, bet anytime, anywhere. Naira Bets. Join us this evening as our coverage continues from Churchill Downs, and with Naira Bets in the Derby right around the corner. Get started with the $25 free Derby bet at nairabets.com or download the app.
Earlier we shown that the beautiful shot of Belmont.
Yeah.
If you stand Belmont up from long end to long end, it is as tall as the Empire State Building.
Taller.
Amazing.
That's when you think about it, how big Belmont Park truly is. Racing resuming here at Belmont. The spring summer meet, opening night, Churchill Downs, and some of the bigger events. Derby Day. It's like a Breeders' Cup program, Grade 1 event, Anthony, after Grade 1 event, featuring some of the very best thoroughbreds of just about every category in North America.
4 Grade 1s, 3 Grade 2s, and the Knicks Go Stakes. That's brand new.
Knicks Go Stakes amongst those Grade 1 events. 1 week from today, that's right, once the sun sets next Saturday, we'll know who the 148th Kentucky Derby winner is. Tonight, though, opening night, the feature is still ahead with the Roxalana. Just 3 fillies, still exciting. Bayerness, 4 to 5 horses in the paddock for the Roxalana. That's next from Churchill on America's Day/Evening at the Races. Skies have opened up at Churchill Downs. We saw some lightning there, downpour in Louisville just before the featured event on the opening night program, Roxalana. There you can see the rain falling. Track listed as fast, of course. Could there be enough rain, Anthony, in the next several minutes that would change your opinion, where you make any adjustments handicapping in terms of the course condition as a result of how hard it is raining right now at Churchill Downs?
Well, the number 2 Chitara has never run on a wet track, but the other 2 fillies, Bayerness and Club Car, have excelled on off-going. So I don't think it would affect.
But look at that!
Like look at that.
Absolute downpour. Not a first for opening night. Maybe 8-10 years ago, I remember on a broadcast, and everyone had to scatter with the lightning. And Churchill Downs, though, as we know, as well as it takes rain, as quickly as it drains. And now this is what we were waiting for, as hard as it was raining. Just announced weather delay. Weather delay before this Roxalana at Churchill Downs. We were supposed to be on until 11, Anthony, and it's going to be a little bit longer than that, my friend.
I've been to 2 Kentucky Derbies. I went in 08 and 09. The yin and the yang, Big Brown and Mind
That Bird.
Yeah, so a 2-1 favorite and a 50-1 long shot. It rained the day before, both days. One of the years there was a tornado warning. Mm-hmm. It was wild. There was a tornado
before
touchdown.
The Oaks and everything stopped.
Remember that? Yeah. So walked in 08, and track was labeled muddy or sloppy to start the day. It got so warm and dried out that they were adding water to the track by the 5th race. So the next year, same thing. Same exact thing. Sun never came out. Track stayed wet all day. So the weather and I guess after the weather plays a bigger role there than I've seen at any other racetrack I've been to or really handicapped.
You're not a weatherman. I'm not a weatherman. From what I understand, for the weathermen, very challenging, that part of the country, just trying to predict what's coming, when it's coming, how much of it. The year Justify won the Derby. That light mist was supposed to stop around. It never stopped. And then when Nyquist won, when Always Dreaming won, by the time they got to the Derby, as hard as it was raining earlier in the day, just like you just saw there, a fast track by the time the Derby was running at 6:45. It drains incredibly fast.
It does.
So for now, the weather delay before this Roxalana featured event on this opening night. And so while we have a break and a week out until the Kentucky Derby, why not look at some of the key contenders for the 148th Kentucky Derby, including the colt that could give Steve Asmussen his long-awaited first win in the Derby, Epicenter, whose stock, in my opinion, went through the roof after this effort, not because he won, but because of how he won, Anthony.
The fact that Joel Rosario was able to get him to quote-unquote turn off for the first half mile, 6 furlongs of this race, and then respond as nicely as he did for a horse who had been setting paces religiously, to do what he did, going the mile on 3/16, huge. Absolutely. It was a huge effort. I know he was even money. That doesn't really matter. It was the way he did it and what he did. It makes him a player.
It's not as Joel Rosario, as we know, one of the strongest finishers, one of the strongest riders in the country, one of the best riders. He didn't force anything. No. He didn't force Epicenter to rate. Epicenter just gladly dropped his head like he had done it a million times prior. That was
impressive.
I was more impressed with what he did the first time going by the stands than I was the second time.
So impressed. I could not agree with you more. Just melted into Joel's hands. And if you're able to do that and possess the speed and the kick we saw him put in at the 5/16 pole, he's a dangerous horse next Saturday.
And for everything Steve Asmussen has accomplished, yet to win a Kentucky Derby, in fact, the most starts for a trainer without a win. 0 for 23. He's had some good ones. He was asked, is Epicenter your best Derby? He's like, I ran Gunrunner, I ran Curlin. Curlin didn't break. They both ran third. 2 seconds. Looking at Lee was one at a big price. Nero, another one to Animal Kingdom. As we've mentioned, those 2 third-place finishers. And already the all-time leader in wins at Churchill Downs. 25 training titles, my friend. 25. The only thing missing, a Derby win on the resume of Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen.
It's really the only thing. He has everything. He has everything else.
Preakness Belmont.
Preakness Belmont. Breeders' Cup Classic.
No.
Does he have a Travers?
Right on the spot, you're going to ask me that.
I wasn't asking you, Lafitte. I was asking out loud, man. I gave you a little Big Lebowski there.
Can't come up with it if he has.
I don't
That's
think
embarrassing.
He has. I don't think he has.
He's won a Kentucky Oaks.
He has.
Untappable.
Untappable.
Couple of Kentucky Oaks.
Summerly.
Summerly, another one. He's trying for another. With Echo Zulu, who brilliant at 2. Grade 1 win after Grade 1 win, a championship, a win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. I feel, and here, this is her one race as a 3-year-old filly, where she was really forced to dig, claw her way to victory, call on all of her class. I feel like she will be a polarizing favorite, Anthony, going into the Oaks.
Now, you are a racing historian. I like to pride myself on knowing my stuff. You ever see?
I don't even know if Ashley's won a Travers, man.
You ever see a horse win and get as much disrespect as she has off of a win? Like you said, a gutsy effort for the first time she gets tested. She answers the test. I'm glad. Give me the 4-1 next Friday.
Isn't this typically
I'll take it.
As a handicapper, you're the handicapper. You don't love this combination. Long layoff, taxing race. Generally speaking, and she's had 6 weeks, but generally speaking, it doesn't bode well for the next effort.
Now, I don't like the 6 weeks for Epicenter. I like the 6 weeks for Epizul. She only has to go to 1 1/8, right? It's a little bit of a getting ready for the Derby is so much different than getting ready for the Kentucky Oaks. I like the 6 weeks. You know, she went back to she trained right away. She had her workout 9 days later on the Monday. That Steve Asmussen that is clockwork. I love everything about this. I know there's other speed in this race. I know that. I know she's the fastest horse. I know, more importantly, Joel Rosario knows she's the fastest horse. Come and get me.
It feels like you're in the camp that loves Echo Zulu.
I do.
And then just dead against. Dead again. That's what I'm sensing.
I'm in
we
the
get
former.
Closer. What's classy, champion, Breeders' Cup winner, Echo Zulu, undefeated, bound for the Kentucky Oaks. Steve Asmussen looking for a first Derby and another Kentucky Oaks. Weather delay. Please seek shelter, Paul LaDuca. Follow directions of venue staff. That's the situation right now on this opening night at Churchill Downs. It's an outdoor sport. Play the hand you're dealt. And for now, we wait. We'll wait some more. For the Roxalana featured event is next, eventually, at Churchill Downs. Stay tuned.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Cyberknife, here comes Secret Oath. Cyberknife, Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife.
From the outside, and here's Caba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Caba. Echo Zulu, gun runners on top of the world.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Weather delay, Churchill Downs, but you can still fire away. Meadowlands for the 10th race. Anthony, what are we doing here?
I just got a shiver when you said I could still fire away. Love it.
You've had a big day. You've had a good day.
This is a tale of two tote boards for me. I made a late pick 4. And we're not going to be on the air for the last 2. I made a late pick 4. I used the 5, No Losing. Great name, by the way. Great name, great spelling. Good job, folks that own this one. And Nifty Norman's favorite, the 6, Let It Ride. The greatest horse racing movie of all time after Boots Malone.
A pushback here, but a slight pushback. I'm not enough to argue.
Okay.
Love Let It Ride.
Me too, but Boots Malone is Boots Malone. Don't let me call him up. I'll wake him up for this one. So 5s and 6s for me. Now, obviously, if I'm going to bet a horse to win in here, I'm going to bet the 11-1 shot over the 4-5 shot.
Why 11-1 from a morning line of 3 for No Losing?
I don't know what's going on, right? So now this is the Open. This is the featured event of the night. And the way it works is the racing secretary will take the runners, in this instance 6. He will assign the horse that he feels is the least accomplished. That's number 1 in American history. And he will assign him the rail. He will then take the horse that is the most accomplished, and it was the defending champ of this Open from last week, the number 6, Let It Ride, and he puts him in post 6. Now, keep in mind, when he won the Open last week, he won it from the rail, from the 1 draw. Now he has the 6 hole. A little bit different, but he's been in such good form that you have to respect that. And then the other 4 get drawn. So the 2, 3, 4, and 5, Backstreet Shadow, Vettel, Charlie May, and No Losing go into the pill bottle. Yes, No Losing didn't get the best of the shake. But look at it this way, Lafitte. Let It Ride got the job done from the rail last week. No Losing was from the 6 hole. Now, No Losing's in the 5 hole, and Let It Ride's outside in the 6 hole. Should they be 3-5 and 12-1? That makes
serious
no sense
disparity.
To me. So I used them both. I'll obviously be rooting for No Losing to kick off. He's the one. And here's the more surprising thing. Not only is he 12-1, he's the longest shot on the board by 3 points. Makes very little sense to me.
What about, when you're looking at Backstreet Shadow, number 4, Charlie May, 2 qualifier wins, Anthony, in April.
Yeah.
Last year finished 2nd in the Breeders' Crown, won the Matron. Of course, as you know, one of the bigger races for 3-year-olds. The race here, like a starting point for his 4-year-old season, is they're gearing him up for some bigger championship races.
And maybe there was just a swing and miss on the morning line here. But, I mean, he faces other speed from the 3 Vettel and the Vettel and the 1 American history. They both have some speed.
There he is, Charlie May. Jessica, Let It Ride, 3-5. Does that feel about right to you?
You know, this is such a competitive open field that we have here. No, we only draw 6, but what we, lack in quantity, we have in quality here. Just to take you through the field a little bit, American history was in the open here last week, but prior to that, he was racing over in the Borgata series at Yonkers, which is the top pacers in the sport as well. And, he was on quite a hot streak here at the Meadowlands for a while, and he tailed off there a little bit over at Yonkers. But then, when you see him out on the racetrack, he can be a bit rank sometimes. So it's Todd McCarthy, has to keep him calm and relax on the racetrack. The rail can be a bit of a tricky position to get on out of there if he wants to leave. Backstreet Shadow tonight. I talked to Ronnie Burke earlier in the night, and this is first time Lasix for him. Second start off of the bench, having a little bit of a break, and he's just an amazing horse in his own right. Over $1.1 million in earnings, a mark of 147-3 right here at the Meadowlands. Ronnie was talking about how they were scoping him, thought maybe he was bleeding. They finally found some, blood in him last time out, so they put him on Lasix tonight, so that's a big thing as well. There's 2 in here for Team Bongiorno, the 3 Vettel, who was racing here in the Opens over the winter as well, but just look how sharp he's been racing here, Poconos and Chester down in Philadelphia. That finishing second from an outside post down at Chester, 49-4, 26-4. At the end of it is pretty sharp as well. Charlie May is the horse of the year in Ohio. This is his first start of the year. 2 super sharp qualifiers, both from post 8 with Brett Miller on the bike, and he went right down the road. 27-1, 51-2 last time out. They talked about, this horse is 4. He is facing older horses. He is eligible to the graduate pace. The graduate pace first leg is next week, so they're using this as a prep race over the mile track. David Miller gets the call tonight. It's kind of funny because Charlie May and Perfect Sting, battled it out there all season long last year, and David Miller drove Perfect Sting. So now he's picking up the drive on Charlie May. No Losing is a new acquisition to the Jennifer Bongiorno barn. Brian Sears will get the call tonight. That was a good start last time out. I talked to Joe after the race. He said he was running out just a tad bit more than he'd like, but he was really happy with them. He had 3 weeks off, 25-3 last quarter behind Let It Ride. And, Let It Ride is just an amazing horse in his own right. 49 mile after 3 weeks off. So second start, back-to-back weeks for him from post 5. And then, of course, Let It Ride, who is your favorite right now out of the Nifty Norman barn. And if you talk to Nifty about this horse, he just loves this horse. He's such a classy 9-year-old gelding by Rock and Roll Heaven. Over $500,000 made, and he loves the Meadowlands. His mark comes here 48-1. And last week, it can be a little tricky to leave on out of the gate, but he was able to get away third, and then you move to the front at the half and paced away from the field and 48-3, 25-2 kicker home. And it's so hard to keep these horses sharp all year long. They have such a long season. So, you could really go either way. I love Let It Ride. I think Charlie May is ready for a big mile as well, but you could pretty much go any way in here. So race 10 is the open pace here at the Meadowlands. Back to you guys.
Had me at Nifty. There are great names in sports, and there are great names in sports. Not trying to beat Nifty. Would Let It Ride 4-5. You're the favorite in this 10th race. Main event tonight at Meadowlands.
Yeah. I'm going to take a little swing with No Losing. What a name. Brian Sears.
That's a great name.
Brian Sears in the sulky. And we'll see. Jennifer Bongiorno has 2. Joe's going to drive the 3 Meadowland. And Brian Sears, who is going to pick up the drive on No Losing. So 8-1 now. Still big price.
But it sounded like with Jessica saying, is it a competitive race? It doesn't feel like an event where you'd have this there'd be this much of a discrepancy between Let It Ride and everyone else.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. I'm surprised as well, especially with that win from the 1 hole last week. Right? It's so advantageous in harness racing, and now he's he gives up 5 positions. We'll see if he can get it done. Go back to back in the Open.
It's dry. It's clear. Nice. In East Rutherford, not the case in Louisville. Weather delay, rain falling, lightning. They're saying maybe within the next 10 minutes or so we can resume at Churchill with the Roxalana coming up next opening night feature. First things first, post time for the 10th main event at Meadowlands. Ken Workington standing by.
And the Rob, Let It Ride's up fast. No Losing is trying to outsprint him in doing that. With American History put in play there with Backstreet Shadow, early speed on the inside. American History and Backstreet Shadow and No Losing, those 3. From the inside, Vettel gets away in 4th position, followed by Charlie May in his 4-year-old debut. Let It Ride, last week's winner, is the trailer. The speed past the opening quarter, it's American History and Todd McCarthy. Here comes No Losing and Brian Sears. The White Knight takes the lead, 26-1 opening quarter here for No Losing on the engine now. No Losing, American History back in 2nd now. Backstreet Shadow on the inside 3rd. It's Vettel 4th. They continue towards the half. And then it's Charlie May and Let It Ride. A give and go here. American History back to the top. A retake for American History and Todd McCarthy. No Losing 2nd now. Backstreet Shadow is 3rd. Vettel on the helmet in 4th. Then Charlie May and Let It Ride will have to pass them all. 54 3/5 onto the far turn. American History in front by a length and 3/4. It's No Losing 2nd by a length and a half. Backstreet Shadow is 3rd as they sprint the 3/4. Vettel 4th on the inside. Charlie May gets going. Let It Ride has work to do because American History is trying to give them the slip. He's opening up by 2.5, 3 lengths. American History, No Losing. Backstreet Shadow kicks in now, 2nd on the outside, trying to track down American History. 3/4, 1:21 4/5, 27-1 speed in the 3rd quarter. American History in front, but here is Backstreet Shadow bearing down, and Charlie May on the outside is open road for the Buckeye. Here is Charlie May in his 4-year-old debut. Charlie May came to play. It's Charlie May right by Backstreet Shadow. Then the 3-way photo for show. 1:48-3. Charlie May is back.
He means business. Onward and upward. Charlie May, dominant in his 4-year-old debut in the 10th race at Meadowlands.
Able to settle for David Miller and come with a big brush in the last 1/4 of a mile to get the job done. Let It Ride found out tonight it's a lot different winning the Open from the 1 draw than the 6.
Was it that, in your opinion, what led to his?
I think it was a big part of it. He just never, last week he was able to sit a perfect trip, came first over early on, grabbed the lead, and just made every pole a winning one from there. And now he had to come from, he was asked to come from last tonight, and he just ran out of real estate.
This is something we touched on at the top of the show. Like, Anthony, was the biggest difference in terms of handicapping?
That's
Thoroughbred v. like trip. The draw, trip, and trip.
That's it. That was it. Charlie May. You know what? Charlie May was so good tonight, I don't know if it would matter what trip he had. Charlie May came to play tonight. That was a big effort.
Now, you don't have to be a standardbred expert to see like how impressive that was. Like, impressive, dominant performance. Charlie May in the 10th race at Meadowlands. Again, we're in this weather delay at Churchill Downs, but we can see with the horses, as my IFB falls out, horses are in the paddock, so it looks like we're back.
All 3 of them.
On schedule, all 3 of them. Yeah, you can get them all in one shot.
It's great.
Roxalana coming up next with an update. Paul LaDuca on site. Paul, what can you tell us? This weather delay, what's going on at Churchill?
Yeah, what's happening, guys, is we had downpour was coming, but obviously that wasn't a concern. It's the lightning. Obviously, the jockeys don't want to come out here with the lightning. Lafitte, you know that. A lot of those guys got metal plates in their bodies, and they don't want to mess around with that lightning. But it has slowed down. The rain is gone. The tractors have gone over the track. They resurfaced it. It looked like they might have tightened it up a little bit. Looks like the horses are going to come out here in a little bit. They've taken the weather delay down. At one point, they said, seek shelter. I started thinking of the Rolling Stones song, but I stayed right here. But a 3-horse field and 3 quality mares are probably going to go to the post, I would think, about 5 to 7 minutes, guys.
You wouldn't have appreciated this, Paul. Anthony's like, get a report from Paul. They're like, there's lightning. They said to seek shelter. He's like, I get a report from Paul. I don't care if it's dangerous or not. Your friend, Anthony, just so you know.
Well, here's the deal. I don't have any. I've had so many surgeries because I played, but I don't have any plates. So I could actually ride in this weather. And so, but I don't blame the jockeys. It was coming down pretty hard, and there was some severe lightning that was coming down. We looked at the weather map. It really went by us quick. There is another cell coming, so I would think they're going to try to run this race. And then the 10th race, I would think, guys, it's going to be 9 to 10 minutes to post. So if you better have your tickets ready for the last.
Stay dry, stay safe, Paul. Thanks so much. Again, this has happened Derby Day.
I would never, ever put that man in harm's way simply for the walk he worked out before Beltran struck out in the 06 NLCS.
You are forever indebted.
You are forever indebted. He gave me one more out in the 06 season. One more at bat in the 06 season. What a walk that was.
If this was, we were on trial, that would have cleared you right there. That would have been the evidence. That would have cleared you. So, as you can see there, the 3 fillies and mares in this Roxalana, in case you're just joining us, originally slated for a field of 5, important sprint race for female sprinters. Euphoric is out. The undefeated favorite defected this morning. Caribbean, I was excited to see her tonight. Trainer Al Stahl mentioning that she tied up cramps after she trained, so she is out, not thought to be serious. So she is out, and maybe that opens the door for Bayerness, who has some rust to shake off in her own right. We haven't seen Bayerness since last summer at Saratoga in the Shine Again. This was trainer Cherie DeVaux's first ever stakes win at Saratoga. Watch Bayerness inside with Louis Saez, who rides tonight. She looks trapped, Anthony, and then she finds a seam. No hesitation right there. The acceleration, squirts on through, puts away the favorite, holds off the filly towards the outside, and Bayerness with some grit, determination, professionalism going on to a nice stakes win at Saratoga.
The most amazing thing about this replay is how Aunt Cat, who was getting tired on the front end, drifted in. And it enabled, right here, she drifts in, gives Bayerness just enough of a seam to run through. And Louis Saez, who is as gutsy a rider as anyone who gets a leg up on a regular basis in North America, just steered her through there and got her to the wire first. Big effort. We haven't seen her since this effort, and that's always a concern. Basically gone 9 months. Missed an awful lot of important races in those 9 months. But she comes back here in a lucrative spot, as Luis Saez gets his leg up on the 4-5 favorite and looks to start the season 4 months in.
That was so even with the favorite in Caribbean Caper, the time off was by design. That Al Stahl said, look, if we're going to have a filly fresh this fall for the Breeders' Cup, she had been in training for an extended period of time. Let's give her some time off. And it didn't make any sense to run in the Grade 1 at Keeneland or Grade 1 Derby Day. Like, this is going to be the jumping off point, which I could sense in the conversation he had telling the Daily Racing Form how frustrating it must have been, the patience, and how pleased he was with her training, and that she was sitting on a big race tonight and what that would have been a springboard towards.
And that's what stinks about her coming out tonight. The fact that he did the right thing by her last year. He put her on the bench. She crammed a lot of racing into a short amount of time, right? And you're going to prepare your 3-year-old turning 4 far more differently than any older horse.
Of course.
So he did the right thing. It's unfortunate these things happen. Hopefully we see her sooner rather than later.
Caribbean Caper for the 3 fillies and mares running in the Roxelana. Call to posts. Their connection's happy they don't have to deal with Caribbean Caper. Byroness, 4-5. And it does, look at Gary Stevens, Richie Migliori. First thing, more of a jockey's race. Small field where everybody is aware where everybody else is every step of the way.
For sure.
Post parade. Chitara, pictured. Nacho Correas, 5-2 currently. Winner last out at Fairgrounds in March.
3 North American sprints, a win, 2 wins and a second by a neck. She has route speed, Lafitte, but in this 3-horse field, she may be the one in front.
James Graham aboard. Chitara, odds-on favorite. Byroness, what will she do in her first race in almost 9 months?
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what Luis Saez does. Is he the one that goes after Chitara a little bit? Does he just sit off of her and hope for the best? The jockey's race comes into play most probably with the favorite.
Club car, Corey Lannery, incredible statistics lifetime at Churchill.
And I say that it affects Byroness most because Club car in all likelihood is going to be the trailer in this trio. Right, Chitara and Byroness, it should line up in number order, in post position order, 2, 3, 4. Club car, she does what she does. Last time she chased and she backed up through the field. Now you could argue it was the Madison. I'm going to argue it was the tactics. I don't know whose idea that change in plans were, but they obviously did not work. They failed miserably. So I would imagine she reverts to her old off the pace tactics.
That is an opening night jacket, my friend. One crowd tonight, Downs After Dark at Churchill Downs, opening night 1 week from the Derby. What better time to get involved with Twin Spires, and specifically with this Twin Spires bet back offer, where you place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill tonight, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. It's not going to be a problem in this race, theoretically. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. Just 3 of them, Anthony. Track listed as fast, as much as it rains. Again, as the handicapper, are you making, again, track listed as fast. Are you making any adjustments?
No, because as I look at that track, I don't know how, but that track is fast. I can't answer that question. That's like a borderline racing miracle that track is still fast.
So somebody just flipped on the show.
Yep.
Hey, racing Churchill Downs, you want to get involved. There's only 3 horses in the race, but no, we still want to play. What would your advice be for someone? How do you make money when you're dealing with a 3-horse field?
Try and find a late double. Right, this is a quintessential feature in the fact that it is the next to last race of the day. In this case, the evening. So I would try and find the double. I found the 10th race to be one of the tougher races. I know Paul on his pick 5 ticket singled out working the number 6. 0 for 10. I do not. That's not for me. 0 for 10. She can,
track muddy.
Can win.
Track
muddy.
Muddy now.
It didn't look. It didn't look. I tell you, where they were working, you saw a little kick up, and that's what confused me just now. You very rarely see that. And then you see the standing water by the gate, but still track's in really, really good shape. I would make a couple of doubles with the 4 Nightly Mischief and the 8 Super Brother, who I think is a live long shot look in the finale tonight.
10th and final, that $10,000 maiden claimer. Here, Byroness, and this now muddy track. It shouldn't be a problem. When the regret on a muddy track, she's performed well.
Yeah.
On a wet surface.
Should be very little concern as both Bayerness and Club Car.
Muddy track now, Paul. What are we doing?
I don't know, but they were just playing Whitney Houston, and I've been dancing my tail off over here with a 3-horse field. They're at the gate. You know what? The more I keep looking at this race, I like the 2 in here. I think Jimmy Grant's going to push to the front. I cannot get over Club Car's last race. Here's a horse that was very, very good on a muddy racetrack, was behind Bell's the 1 before in the TCA last year, and then this year threw in a little bit of a clunker. The 2 has recency. I really feel that if Jimmy Graham can push to the front, she might keep on going, guys.
We don't have video of Paul dancing to I Want to Dance with Somebody?
That's a terrible job.
Where are you guys when we need you most? Featured event. Roxalana, just 3 of them. Bayerness, the odds-on favorite. Travis Stone standing by with a call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Even beginning, Bayerness breaks out on top, grabs the upper hand early. Chitara sticking right with her, and now Chitara comes on through to take the lead. So Chitara's in front down the backstretch run. Bayerness is going to stick right alongside her, though. They're 1-2, and they're 4 lengths out of Club Car, who angles over toward the inside to be third. So down the backstretch they go, heading for the half-mile pole. Chitara's in front. Bayerness still right there to the outside second. They're 4 furlongs out. Club Car reserved while third. The opening quarter goes 22 seconds flat. Chitara the leader, half a length. Bayerness cranking up the pressure. Now just a neck behind with 3 furlongs to go. Chitara's holding on to that lead. Bayerness continues to inch forward. They're now head and head at the quarter pole. Club Car is going to try and cut the corner down inside from third. Top of the stretch now. Bayerness comes a little bit wide off the turn, but's in front. Bayerness has taken over. Chitara's fully extended. Club Car is trying to rally down inside. There's 1 furlong to go. Bayerness in front by 2. Club Car finishing with interest, but it's still Bayerness. Club Car put in a run, but Bayerness was too good. And Bayerness streaking under the wire, wins by 2.5, maybe 3 in the end. Club Car, Chitara.
No rust whatsoever. Off the bench, last seen last summer at Saratoga. Bayerness victorious in the Roxalana with Louis Saez impressive in her 5-year-old debut.
Is it me, or did she mature and grow a little bit? She's a different looking mare than when she was last seen in August at the Spa. Man, she looks really, really good. This is a filly, a mare now that she could rattle some cages this year.
In
that was
this
a big
division.
race.
That's why this has always been an important race in this division. We touched on Bell's the 1, a Grade 1 winner. Mia Mischief, a Grade 1 winner. Kofefi was defeated in this race before eventually capturing the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint and a Filly Mare Sprint Championship. Onward and upward, Bayerness, first ever stakes winner, Saratoga. For Cherie DeVaux, now a stakes winner at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, congratulations to the connections. Yeah, not fast. Definitely not fast. That track. Standing water, not fast. Yeah, I'd be curious to see where we see this mare next. Trying to think, I know we have a race here on May 14th. I can't remember what the race is. May 14th, obviously, way too quick of a turnaround.
Right.
I don't know when we could see her. Maybe there's something in the at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival for her.
Maybe Paulie can find out.
Ballerina would certainly be, you would imagine that they're thinking
Saratoga.
Ballerina. Again, maybe thinking backwards.
Yeah. She's won at Saratoga.
Sure.
That Shine Again win. Louis Saez, Cherie DeVaux, Belladonna Racing, all about Bayerness and the Roxalana at Churchill Downs. Results, reaction in a moment. We shift gears back to Meadowlands. Charlie May, the 2 qualifying wins earlier this season, 4-year-old debut, and most impressive this evening.
One of the hardest working men in horse racing right there in the leather jacket, Gary DeLeo. Does publicity work for the Meadowlands, my man. He's a fantasy baseball rival.
Really?
I can tell you that. Yes, he is, for about a dozen years now.
Get a league together.
I'm in. I'll start one next year.
I got a couple of Mets on my unit. Frankie Lindor, who I said preseason would be the comeback player of the year. Starling Marte, who's not even playing like Starling Marte yet. You have a good unit.
Maybe we'll get the Buckeye, Dave Miller, in the league. Good job. It was a good job. You got $8 on this horse, man. Wow.
Charlie May, $8 for the victory. Back to Jessica live, standing by at Meadowlands.
Charlie May wins his 4-year-old debut, 148-3 at the Meadowlands, joined by winning driver David Miller. Dave, let's talk about the trip a little bit, because last time we saw him here at the Meadowlands, he was finishing second to you behind Perfect Sting in that Breeders' Crown final. But going to tonight, you had to be pretty happy with where you were getting away with the action going into the first turn.
Yeah, because we had planned on racing him, off the pace, not leaving with him, and just having him finish up good and race good. And the trip worked out. I picked up cover in the last turn, but what surprised me is how easy he did it.
Yeah, Todd was pretty, anxious there in the 2-hole with American History, and when he, pulled the pocket to take the front, he was pretty aggressive on the front with trying to scoot away from you guys. But Backstreet Shadow, first-time Lasix tonight, definitely towed you into the race.
Yeah, it worked out great. Like I seen Todd, he kind of got a jump on us there, but by the time I could really eyeball him, looked like he was starting to get a little soft. So my horse, he felt strong, and when I moved him off his cover, he took off.
Nice job.
Thanks.
Much bigger and better this season coming up, Anthony. Charlie May.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Turn the page quickly. What are we looking at in this 11th? Have a strong opinion?
I do. I'll drink to that. Probably going to leave from the rail. Big post relief from post 9 to post 1. 6 to 5.
6 to 5.
That's a short price. That's a short price. We have a circle. It's not the 2 Mullen X, who almost got the job done trying to set the pace the entire way. Beating a neck as the 8 to 5 favorite last week. There's the circle.
That's the
right
6
there.
to 1.
Caviar Lotus. That's the circle. Here's Linny called Frankie for Scott Zeron. Source going to need a little pace up front to come running.
Gallant Star, Brian Sears, 17 to 1.
Yeah, another horse has some speed. Certainly has some speed. You can't touch this for you MC Hammer fans out there. Off a break last week. Do not bet horses off of breaks, especially pacers.
Don't hurt
Not
him, Hammer.
for me.
Don't hurt
Please,
him.
Hammer, don't hurt him. Maybe
Carbine.
you'll be too legit to quit tonight. I'm done.
What time are we?
I'm done.
He'll see his way out. Carbine 9 to 2 contender towards the outside.
Who's getting a little help there? There's a 7. Carbine.
That was a 7.
8, whole lot of Lou. 2-race win streak for Stacy Chiodo and Mark McDonald. And there's a big price on
Hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo.
You're all in, though, on the 3 Caviar Lotus.
I like Caviar Lotus.
Right.
Second time Lasix. Post relief from post 8.
He's been hot tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 11th race coming up, Meadowlands. Right back to Churchill Downs, and Paula Duke is standing by with Cherie DeVoe, maybe, at some point. Getting the red light.
We'll get there in a minute.
Getting the red light. We will hear from her.
You know what Sean Paul says? Just give me the light. And start the show.
Interested to see what she says. I mean, again, it's one of those situations where you have to ask what's next, even though most of the connections want to enjoy the moment, like in the moment. And, well, we'll see how they come out of the race. But it'd be interesting in terms of what she did tonight. Bayerness, already a stakes winner at Saratoga, but that performance there as a 5-year-old mare, first start this year, unraced in over 9 months. She was good tonight.
Yeah, you go to the trainer handbook though, when they ask you what's next, then you just pick one out. You just figure it out.
You kind of have to ask, and that's the politically correct response they kind of have to give.
Of course,
but you have to ask, right?
We just want to sit back and enjoy this, and we'll let the filly tell us when she runs next. That's answer 4, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Hopefully we'll have a chance to hear from Cherie DeVoe. As for those of you that haven't signed up just yet, no better time to join us at Naira Bets. You join today, receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby next Saturday. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. We stretched just long enough. Anthony Paula Duke is standing by with Cherie DeVoe, winning trainer of tonight's featured event at Churchill Downs, the Roxalana with Bayerness. Polly.
Yeah, I am with Cherie DeVoe, Lafitte. And the first thing she said to me, man, I hate 3-horse racing, Cherie.
I do. It can be such a crapshoot because you never know how they're going to unfold. It's really a rider's race, and we're very fortunate to have Louis aboard. He's rode her perfectly and rode just a smart race. Did enough for her to win, but not too much.
Is it me or has she grown up? She really lowered her head down like a Cadillac and went on with it.
She really has matured. Each year she's gotten better and better. physically, mentally. So it just seems like she's really coming into herself as a 5-year-old.
So you're staying at probably at a 1 turn. You think a mile maybe be her scope?
A mile's probably going to be the limit. There's a 7 furlong Chicago at the end of June. She loves the track, so really wouldn't make much sense to change anything other than giving her a little bit more distance.
Well, you've done a great job with her, and the sky's the limit. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Shree DeVoe with a stakes win here on opening night here at Churchill Downs, guys.
7 furlong Chicago at the end of June. Mark your calendars as we go right back to Meadowlands and Jessica as we have reached post time for the 11th at Meadowlands.
Race 11 is a race for 4-year-old winners of 5, but no more than 7. And we have a stakes-filled eligible horses in here. The one I'll drink to that out of the Chris Ryder barn is racing in the blue chip, the Borgata series over at Yonkers. Didn't have much luck. Came back to the Meadowlands, finished second by a nose 2 starts out after being parked the first quarter, and then last time out left aggressively from post 9 and was parked to the quarter in 27-3. Sat the pocket and still finished up strongly behind 2 older horses who had been racing well. Molinex, the 2 for David Miller, who we just saw win the open pace with Charlie May. Mark Ford trains this guy, and he's been on a sharp roll too. First, second, and third in his last 3 starts. Pretty versatile guy too. We've seen him on the front end. We've seen him come from off the pace. He always seems to have a nice kick at the end of the mile too, and draws the key inside post. A couple others I'd like to touch on here. The 7 Carbine dabbled in some stakes last year. Comes into this race on 1 lone qualifier. He's prepping for that graduate pace next week. I was very impressed with this qualifier last week. Sat third the entire mile before pulling late in the stretch to go by Watch Me Now, who's a very nice mare, and Blue Diamond Eyes as well. 26 flat on the end of that qualifier. This is considered a drop down in class out of those stakes last year. First start of the year for him. Todd McCarthy back in the bike. Whole Lot of Lou was actually my best bet of the weekend last week, and he paid $22. He's a really nice horse out of the Stacy Kyoto barn. And of course, Hella Baloo, Meadowlands Pace elimination winner, Adios elimination winner, and Andrew McCarthy has some faith in him tonight, even from an outside post. Race 11 at the Big M.
Jessica, thanks so much. Congrats on that $22 best bet of the week. Came through last week. Anthony's all over Caviar Lotus.
All the money this horse took. This was 6-1, down to 3-1.
You had to open your mouth.
Well, that's my job.
I
do it if it wasn't my job.
I'll drink to that. At 9-5. Anthony's top selection, Caviar Lotus, the 3 at 3-1. Ken Workington with the call, all set for the 11th, live from Meadowlands.
9-2 action, 7 Carbine off the sharp qualifier. 5-1 on the 4. Linney called Frankie. They're set. Race 11. Here they come. They're off. You can't touch this out fast with Linney called Frankie, and Carbine is put in play here with Mullinax, and I'll drink to that into the top 5 as they race into the first turn. Scotty Z and Linney called Frankie. Here comes You Can't Touch This on the outside to take over. I'll drink to that is 3rd. It's Mullinax 4th to the opening quarter. Caviar Lotus is 5th. And then it's Gallant Star on the inside 6th, followed by Carbine. Then Whole Lot of Lou and Hellabaloo. At the opening quarter, it's You Can't Touch This in 27-4 to pave the way. Linney called Frankie in the pocket spot. I'll drink to that bides his time in 3rd position. Mullinax caps in 4th. Caviar Lotus on the inside 5th, and Gallant Star is 6th, followed by Carbine and Whole Lot of Lou and Hellabaloo the trailer. They start to edge up Parrot out of 3rd. Here comes I'll Drink to That. Brushing up boldly up and after You Can't Touch This. Off a rated half of 56-1. So I'll Drink to That now takes his shot right now. And look at it blow right by You Can't Touch This with authority. Linney called Frankie back in the 3rd position. Mullinax is 4th. And Caviar Lotus needs to get going from 5th. Gallant Star some late pace in 6th. And then it's Whole Lot of Lou on the inside with Hellabaloo, and dropping back to last was Carbine. At 3/4, I'll Drink to That, opening up, flaunting his speed. 1:22 and 3. How about that? 26-2. I'll Drink to That in front by 4.5, 5. I'll Drink to That. Linney called Frankie looking for 2nd, battling back. You Can't Touch This. And there is Mullinax and a late move from Caviar Lotus. But it's I'll Drink to That home free. A grand slam for Dexter Dunn. I'll Drink to That. Then it was tight. Carbine or Mullinax for that 2nd spot. 1:49 and 3. I'll drink to that.
Ken will drink to that. And so will Dexter. Big night. Dexter Dunn. 4 wins on the evening. I'll drink to that. The favorite comes through in the 11th at Meadowlands.
Big effort from Carbine, the second place finisher here. The race shape really played into I'll drink to that's hands. And he was able to just bust it open, approaching the far turn, Lafitte, and it was over. Carbine, though, look where Carbine, he's last.
Wow.
He's last when they straighten out into the lane. He's in a photo. He's at the very worst third to Mullinex. I think he got second. That's the horse you want to keep an eye on for next week. What an effort from Carbine. Yeah, big effort.
Motoring late. Looks like, tight, really close. Have the results of that photo when we come back. No question about the winner. I'll drink to that. 4 wins on the evening. Dexter Dunn as our coverage continues from Meadowlands. 1 left opening night at Churchill Downs. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Run Happy, champion sprinter, race medication free. His progeny are excelling around 2 turns. And Smile Happy, major contender in this year's Kentucky Derby, following a solid second-place finish in the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes. Could he be the colt to provide Kenny McPeak with his first Derby win? Smile Happy, by Run Happy, training at Churchill Downs. All he's done is run second to a pair of serious contenders in Epicenter and Zandon. Anthony, your thoughts on Smile Happy's chances in the Derby?
That's my live long shot. I think he's going to be the second pick, and I'm going to tell you what, Lafitte, they're going to come to his yard. They're coming to his yard.
In case you don't know what he's talking about, this was last fall. Kentucky Jockey Club. Corey Lannery there on Smile Happy, looking like a picture, training in the morning, Churchill Downs. This performance, this is when he stamped himself as a colt to really follow, with the 2-year-old's about to turn 3, facing some solid competition. Classic Causeway in the mix. That's White Abario, Florida Derby winner back there, and Smile Happy puts them all away.
Yeah, I think he's going to benefit now from being the third race off the layoff, right? He kind of looks like a horse that's kind of running into shape. And when you think of some of the other runners, if you're like me and you don't like the Gulfstream Park contingent, and you're a little iffy on Mo Donegal, I think Mo Donegal get a piece. But here he is in the Risen Star, and you see him kind of racing himself into shape. He's going to be 18-20 to 1. and you're looking for some value in this race, if you like the favorites like I do, you think I like Zandon a lot. I think Epicenter is a major player. You want to try and find some value, I don't think you need to look any further.
I felt after this race, if you were a Smile Happy fan going in, you had to be that much of a Smile Happy fan going out. Epicenter in front, controlling things, dictating throughout, and a solid bang-up second-place finish from Smile Happy in his 3-year-old debut. Something to build on. So how would he build on it? Smile Happy in the Bluegrass Stakes. Another right there in the thick of things, closer at the top of the stretch, showing more tactical speed, but then Zandon goes Zandon and freaks in the stretch at Keeneland.
Yeah. I mean, Zandon just comes in and he puts his head down. He runs and gets him. It's amazing. It's amazing. Could the Risen Star, if you're the big A, I don't talk about myself in the third person now.
I think you just did.
I just did. I think the Risen Star is going to be the key race for the Kentucky Derby this year. I want the 1, 2, 3 finishes in a different order.
Now, how good was it last year? Mandaloon, eventual Derby winner, albeit 10 months after the fact. By Run Happy, here's what Smile Happy has done. And for Kenny McPeak, his Kentucky Derby debut back in 1995, he saddled the colt named Tejano Run. And if not for a brilliant Gary Stevens ride on Thunder Gulch, we'd be talking about Kenny McPeak, perhaps a Derby-winning trainer. Had to settle for second with Tejano Run, trying for that first Derby with Smile
Happy.
And
apparently our main man, Mattress Mac, is not betting on Smile Happy. That's the rumor. So you're going to get that 18 or 20 to 1. You're going to get it. You're going to get all of it.
You're going to get all of it. So many great storylines 1 week out from the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. And of course, as we get closer, no better time to join us at NYRA Bets. Join us today. Receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus when they use promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Look at that shot from Churchill Downs.
It was a nice recovery too. Getting this done. Yeah.
And a muddy track to deal with.
Yes. Not fast. Standing water.
Something happened in last year's Derby, a late change when Caddo River defected from the Derby. Mr. Butterman calling the field to post. He defected from the Derby. What happens if Caddo River runs? What if he does make the lead? Medina Spirit forced into a position to chase. Medina Spirit really good, the late great Medina Spirit, at holding off challengers, not great at passing horses.
Correct.
But the result have been
never passed one.
Classic Causeway running in this Kentucky Derby, whether you're a fan or not. The impact that will have on race shape is massive.
This is Vasilevsky just went by Lafitte. First time dirt off a couple of turf routes.
Our Bally SoCal audience will be leaving us, I am told, right after this post-parade at the top of the hour. Mr. Ghost pictured at 15 to 1. Gerardo Corrales looking for a second win tonight.
It's a big, good-looking son of Ghost Zapper, huh? In for the tag, in for the 10.
Nightly Mischief, Brian Hernandez.
First time Lasix. He's one of the ones for me in here, cutting back and going from the all-weather turf way to
such a
the
good
dirt.
rider, Brian Hernandez. Paul Single and wow. Outworking. Look at that. 9-5 the favorite.
I could not imagine a horse being 9-5 in this race. I certainly wouldn't want the one that's 0 for 10 being 9-5.
My hot toddy off the board in his first 5.
Yeah. His best race was on conventional dirt at Churchill, going a sprint distance. Maybe he wakes up at a price.
Got some good things to say about Super Brother.
Yeah, Super Brother. Blinkers go on. He cuts back. I don't like these claims from Steve Asmussen, but this horse is in for the waiver tonight, which I found very strange.
Mighty Craig towards the outside, and then a River Stones 9-race maiden for Dale Roman's second all-time leading trainer.
Fresh
Churchill Downs.
gelding at 23 to 1. Joe Talamo going to take the reins once again.
The field for the 10th and final. It's been a fun opening night at Churchill Downs. 1 week out from the Run for the Roses. And for this 7-furlong extended sprint, $10,000 maiden claimer to close the show. 3-year-olds and up. There's Keep On Mitchell Merle drawing at 32 to 1.
Yeah. Get rich, bet Mitch.
Is that a thing?
That's what they say, yeah.
That's a thing?
Yeah, bet Mitch, get rich.
Zipper Zapper, Vernon Bush aboard.
Yeah. A couple of 7/8 races at Tampa Bay Downs off the November layoff. New York bred.
You're a huge New York Met fan.
I am.
Is grinding Nemo a thing yet?
I don't believe so,
That's not a thing yet? Every time I watch a Met game, that dude is up in another 11-pitch at bat.
And he's smiling.
Grinding Nemo. That needs to catch on.
He always smiles.
You don't sound impressed. Paulie, he doesn't like that. Like, I think it's great, personally. A little biased, but I think it should catch on.
Maybe it will catch on, guys. And I hate to give out a favorite in their last race. I really do think the 6 is the horse to beat. And like Anthony said, how can you take 5 to 2 or 9 to 5 in a race like this? I'll tell you what, the 7, My Hot Toddy, as they're playing Sweet Caroline. I had to hear this enough when I played the Red Sox. I got to hear it now. But I like the 7 here, My Hot Toddy. Looked well going to the post, out to gallop out. By the way, the 11, if you like the 11, Zipper Zapper, came out really early out of the paddock. Was the first colt out of the paddock or gelding out of the paddock. But I'm going to go with the 7, My Hot Toddy. And Lafitte, I'm a little upset. If you haven't listened to this show, a little bit earlier, we were talking about wrestlers. I heard Junkyard Dog. I heard Jimmy Superfly Sucka. Where are the Bushwhackers, buddy? Come on.
The Bushwhackers.
I had the picture of the Bushwhackers licking my head at WrestleMania 5.
Where is this story going?
The camera got exposed and the film's gone. This is before digital. I was sick to my stomach right after my 12th birthday. Sick to my stomach.
We have a photo of this.
No, it's gone. We
gone.
had it, but the film got exposed. Sick to my stomach.
Tragic.
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 For sure. Facts, as the kids would say.
Paul LaDuca, and he said it, hearing that Sweet Caroline, like that came, like he meant that. That came from the heart. He meant that. Just listen to that at Fenway playing the Sox.
He was having flashbacks.
Paulie?
Yeah, listen. I used to love Sweet Caroline, and it's ruined it for me. We had a 5-run lead. They played Sweet Caroline, and they beat us, swept us, one of the worst series in 2006. And Anthony, I always love for you to give me credit. I walked before Beltran. I'm off the hook, brother.
That was awesome.
Nothing bad should ever happen to Paul LaDuca based on that walk.
You got a shot this year. That's coming from a big Dodger.
I know we do, and I know you are.
The Mets are.
You give me more hope than most, because I know that
you get 85% of DeGrom. Max is.
It's like vinegar coming out of your mouth right now.
It is. It's hard to. Like they'll be a tough out. Tyler McGill is legit. Starling Marte's not playing like he's not playing like Starling Marte yet.
Tyler McGill stepping up big time right now.
Velocity's up like 3 or 4 miles an
Can't
hour.
wait.
It's fast.
Well,
Frankie
you're
Lindor,
a
I told
fantasy
you,
baseball nerd,
bounce
man.
back player of the year.
This is great. You're
Frankie
a fantasy
Lindor.
baseball nerd.
No, I'm like a bothered Dodger fan because the National League is a meat grinder with the Braves, the Mets, the Padres, and Giants doing what they're doing. Horse racing fans are like, dude, shut up and hand it off to Travis Stone for the 10th and final. Opening night from Churchill Downs, one final time. Here's Travis.
Waiting for Zipper Zapper and Keep On. Also back there, River Stones. There in the gate. And the rough. Good beginning for Zipper Zapper toward the outside. Super Brother was also there. Mr. Ghost was showing speed as well. They race up the chute and come for the main track, and Super Brother is up to grab the lead. Zipper Zapper goes with that one. They're head and head early. Outworking comes on to take over third. Mr. Ghost toward the inside is fourth. Keep on in the center of the track moves up from fifth. And then it's Mighty Crack running along in sixth. Vasilevsky's on the move inside from seventh. Ashwin's Orb is eighth by 4. Nightly Mischief is back in 10th. My Hot Toddy is 11th by another 3. And River Stones is the trailer. The opening quarter goes in 23 seconds flat. They're on the far turn. And here comes Outworking with a 3-wide bid to grab the lead onto that turn. Zipper Zapper trying to keep up with that one. Super Brothers tailed off into third. Vasilevsky's angled outside from fourth. Nightly Mischief is making progress toward the inside, fifth now, and only 6 lengths behind with a quarter mile to go. Outworking rolls off the turn, opening up by 4. Nightly Mischief riding the rail up the inside, and Vasilevsky is coming with a bid down the center of the track. They're racing for the 8th pole. Outworking in front, a length and a half. Vasilevsky wanders toward the rail. Nightly Mischief holding that spot and continuing to close. They still have to catch Outworking. Outworking in front. Vasilevsky, Nightly Mischief surging late. Here's the wire. Vasilevsky up in time. Running down, Outworking, Nightly Mischief, Mr. Ghost, and Ashwin's Orb.
Sunderland Racing's Vasilevsky in the 10th and final opening night Churchill Downs for Norm Cassie. Tyler Gaffleone captured a Keeneland riding title, another Kentucky riding title yesterday. Takes down the 10th and final beneath the Twin Spires.
3 favorites in a jumbled up order hit the wire together. Getting the job done is Vasilevsky, and like you said, Tyler Gaffleone. Nightly Mischief had to alter course after riding the rails most of the way. Brian Hernandez Jr. loves the rail, but the hole kind of closed on him, door kind of shut, and had to settle for third.
Puts away Outworking. Vasilevsky, first start on the main track. Handles it nicely, graduates in his 3rd career start. Vasilevsky, Sunderland Racing, Norm Cassie, Tyler Gaffleone in the 10th and final from Churchill Downs. We'll wrap it all up when we come back. The opening night program in the books beneath the Twin Spires. You know, there'll be more than 300,000 people visiting Churchill Downs next week for Derby 148.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Live look, Big Sandy. Can't see the sand. Promise it's there. Belmont Park here in this edition of America's Day at the Races that may have began on Wednesday. Our tireless crew bringing you all the action. Earlier today, it started at, you were on Talking Horses, what seems like a week ago. The racing at Belmont, Churchill Downs, opening night, Meadowlands, just an exciting night of thoroughbred racing, the live action, but also the lead up to the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, it was the best time of the year, right, for horse racing, and everything starts, and we got the Derby Trail wrapping up. So, yeah, looking forward to getting to the first Saturday in May.
Earlier, Paula Duca spoke with Darren Rogers, Senior Director of Communications, Churchill Downs. You could feel the enthusiasm, excitement, talking about no attendance restrictions, like on Thursday before the Kentucky Derby, 60 or so thousand. That's how many people now go on Thursday. Over 100,000 Kentucky Oaks, 150,000 Kentucky Derby. That historic, storied building will be jam-packed for next Saturday's Kentucky Derby. And maybe you filled your pockets a little here with Vasilevsky, 8:20, Tyler Gaffalione in the 10th and final.
Yeah, good job by Tyler getting the job done. Take a look at Nightly Mischief next time out.
Not bad for our maiden voyage. Anthony, think they'll let us do it again?
I think so, if we behave.
I don't know, with that wrestling story about somebody licking your head off the rails. Earlier today, how about Scuttlebuzz? Javier Castellano posing for pictures with trainer Rudy Rodriguez in the feature, The Elusive Quality at Belmont. Under the lights, Churchill, Bayernets. First start since last summer at Saratoga. Sensational for Cherie DeVoe. Louis Saez, a date with Charge It next Saturday in the Derby. And Charlie May in the featured event. Impressive in his 4-year-old debut at Meadowlands. Have a great night, everyone.